forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maybes?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
sounds low fee products. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it has. It's the Rachel. Oh.
Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and fresh off the plane from Vegas, getting everybody paid like the blackjack dealer he is, Bobby Roberto Belt.
I told you to trust me, Chop.
Glad you did. And we did.
Sean, I think blindly was, or not blindly, but he was in pretty quick. It took a little convincing for you. The Sharps were scaring you, but I'm glad you did it.
It does scare me because that's their job. That's their living. That's how they make their money. That's how they make their living, which is a weird way to go because you're making your living on, at best, 60%. Right?
Sure.
Like, at best.
Unless you're me. Then it's 100.
That's 100%.
The benched boys getting it done at receiver. Quinnen Williams debut. All the new pieces. Dak Prescott on fire. And I played that clip to open up because I think that was the ending point, turning point, ending point of the entire game. Marquise Bell gets the interception off of the Kenneth Murray tip. And then Dak Prescott finds George Pickens right before halftime to make it 24-6. That was basically game over, and the Dallas Cowboys roll in Vegas 33-16, fresh off the emotions of Marshawn Nealon.
Yeah, I can't figure out how to talk about this yet. Because you've got the Marshawn Nealon angle, which is huge, which felt stunningly like a secondary thought when they go out there on the first series and CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens are on the sideline, and then that felt very much like the biggest thing, that we were talking about in that instance. So that shifted it. And then the job Shoddy did and the way the defense played and Quinnen Williams, there are just so many different things coming out of this game. Some days we come in here and go, all right, they kicked their ass. What are we to say about that? Or something like that. It's like there weren't any storylines. There were so many storylines in this one that it feels almost a little overwhelming.
There was a lot of them. Look, you mentioned that the Bell play at the turning point. I thought the turning point for this one for me was after the Dak fumble, holding into a field goal. That like the Raiders, you had to score. You had to get 6 if you're them because your offense just hasn't put together sustained drives all year.
You saw it on Max Crosby's face too.
Yeah, just dejected. Like, oh crap. Like what were they? You're inside. You're in the red zone. You're in the red zone already, and you don't even move the football. So, like, for me, that was the one I was like, all right, that was their chance. If they had gotten 7 there, maybe the Cowboys get a little bit of angst. No.
It was a scary beginning.
Yeah, it was. Big time.
Especially if you're putting a lot of money on it. As Lamb and Pickens are over there on the sideline, they go 3 and out. And then I thought Dak held onto the ball too long. Crosby with the forced fumble, but you only escape with the field goals, and then the offense gets rolling.
Yeah, I mean, getting the shutdown, that's been one of the big problems that they've had. They don't get the stops. They don't get stops. They don't get off the field on third down. Now, I know this is the Raiders. And the Raiders are bad. That's why I was so confident yesterday, is because the Raiders are a bad football team. And that's a team that you should absolutely handle and do everything. The problem is that they have not handled teams they should, or they haven't,
I can't get over the Arizona game right now in my mind.
No, you shouldn't.
No, I mean, look, this is all the things that you needed to see typically, even against a bad team. They don't normally get stops. They got stops. They got them off the field on third down. They held guys to field goals. They got turnovers. They got pressure consistently. They stopped the run. Ashton Jeanty had an 11-yard run in this game. All right. After that, he was 5 carries for -4 yards on the rest of his carries.
Yeah, that still didn't make sense, that draft pick.
Bad offensive line, bad skill players for the most part in terms of at the receiver position. Geno's not playing very well. Ashton Jeanty has had his issues, but all of that said, the Cowboys did what they needed to do, and they haven't always done that, and that's huge.
Dare I say it? And I didn't even tweet it because I was like, the shinks will happen. I had fun watching the Dallas Cowboys defense? Can you text in if you agree or hit us up in the chat on the YouTube, fan cam, and Twitch at 877-881-1053. I found it enjoyable, and people were tweeting early, oh, so now the defense is going to be good, and the offense
stinks.
is going to stink. We can't put it together. It was fun. It was fun to watch them play. I was actually excited when they were going back out there defensively, especially in the first half.
Yeah, look, I never get excited for defense. I want to see the quarterback. That's it. I want to see quarterback dominate. But, I found myself trying not to get caught up in it's the Raiders. Like, it was difficult.
Same with Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, it was difficult to do that because it is like, you can't really – we got too high after the Jet game. We got brought back down to earth pretty quick. But you gotta take it for what it is. I mean, every team's going to have bad teams on their schedule, and they're going to beat them up, and not everybody beats them up.
I don't care if it's the Raiders. I don't care if it's the Titans, whoever it is. Quinnen Williams is a monster. And there's something so exciting about knowing he's here for the foreseeable future and the way that he can just wreck shop. This was instantly. It was the first 4 plays. You're like, oh, this is different. That is a different football player than you've had on the interior.
And just like you distributed the football knowledge, the all ball knower knowledge to get all of us paid, it felt like Quinnen Williams was distributing to the defensive line. He was the blackjack dealer in Vegas. I've not noticed Kenny Clark in a game like that this season. Joe Buck thought it was Jay Toya who got a sack. It was actually James Houston. Oso Digizoa, that was some garbage time sacks later in the game, but you look at that defensive line up front, Ezra Raku with the safety.
It was a garbage time sack, but Odigizua was tons of pressure, so he had 6 quarterback pressures yesterday. He led the entire team.
Wow.
Yeah, he had 6, and then most of those came while he had 3. They define quick quarterback pressures as, I don't remember what the time frame is, but it's basically quick penetration, forcing them off the play almost instantly. Osa had 3 quick quarterback pressures.
Brian Schottenheimer is getting all the praise. Jerry Jones will join us at 8:30 to talk about his emotional leadership. Here with Schotty in the locker room after.
Hey, listen up. Hey, before we do all the celebration stuff, hold up. So proud of you guys, man. Amen. Tough couple weeks. You made them proud. You guys made them proud, man. Unbelievable. All right, here we go. I'm back. I'm good. I'm back. All right, here we go. Dak had touchdown CD. Yeah. Touchdown Sergey. Yeah. Touchdown GP. Yeah. Dak had touchdown to Flo. Yeah. Marquise Bell had an interception. Okay. Yeah. And the ball was deflected by K9. Yeah. Kenny Clark had a half sack. Yeah. Big Q had a half sack. Okay. Yeah. James Houston had a sack. Yeah. Quinnen Williams had a sack. Yeah. Osa had a sack. Yeah. Aubrey had a 50-yard field goal. Yeah. Easy had a safety. Yeah. Hey. And they gave Sam credit for that. So Sam had safety. Yeah. Hey, so proud of you guys. Enjoy it. Shower up. Let's get on that plane.
What was it like there afterwards?
So it is mixed emotions because they were very, very excited, obviously, about getting the victory. They were hyped about the way they played. There was sort of I wouldn't say mournful. It was a little more bittersweet and just kind of somber reaction to, that was for Marshawn or walking around. Oso Digizu was walking off the field with the jersey. Ryan Flanoy's holding it up on the side. Flanoy was probably the closest player on the team to Nealand, and so he gets the touchdown, and that was important to him. And you got a lot of people who I think Osa being close to him, Flanoy, like all these different guys on the team who showed up in a big way last night. I think it was for them, they felt like they were doing it for something a little bit more. So an excitement, but also a seriousness about their excitement about all this. But this is, everybody's thrilled. It was Schottenheimer. It was Schotty when he was walking off. All the fans are like yelling at him there, and he's just like grabbing his shirt and like pointing at Nealand and stuff like that, and seeing those shirts everywhere and the pins everywhere. It was he was very much on their mind, and they played for him instead of being rattled by the situation.
Dak Prescott, the leader of the Dallas Cowboys. We heard him mic'd up for the pregame with the huddle on the field. Here he was after his 4-touchdown night on the win and his teammate.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously a tough, hard 12 days, and through the bye week, those first, as I mentioned to you on the earlier in the week, those first few days, right, not being with the guys, was harder than anything. But the last 6, 7, being together, working together, having conversations, healing, shining a light on who Marshawn was, then obviously coming out here tonight and playing with the style that he played with, the intensity, the efforts, finish, and super proud of the guys. Whirlwind of a week, great one to cap off with a win right here, and but this doesn't put a cap on it. We're going to continue to move forward, shining light on Marshawn and carrying his legacy, and we need to play like this every week moving forward, and he'll always be with us.
While we're handing out credit, RJ Choppy, you said in one of your 5 keys yesterday that the second and third quarter had to be crucial. 28-3 was the separation in those 2 quarters surrounding halftime that the Cowboys used to pull away.
Listen, 20% of my 5 keys were correct. Okay, that was what I was looking for. Yeah, because for whatever reason, the Raiders give up a far greater percentage of their touchdowns in the second and third quarters. I think we had that like 24 or 25 TDs allowed total coming into this game, and 15 of them were in those 2 quarters. So well more than 50% had to take advantage of it, and they did. And that's you get the ball, you get your you go out there in the second half, and they didn't have the ball to start the second half. They had to start the first. But either way, 28-3. I mean, there's your ball game.
Dallas outscored them by 20 after the first quarter. I think now that brings it to over the last 6 weeks, the Raiders after the first quarter, their point differential's minus 100.
I think that's good.
That's ridiculous.
You probably didn't hear the halftime interview, Bobby. Pete Carroll was legitimately stunned. Yeah. Like he's not coaching a bad football team. He's like, I really thought we had a game plan. I think he was talking about Pickens, and he was shaken up. He was rattled and totally surprised that the Dallas Cowboys offense did that. And he didn't even know how to answer the questions when he was asked by Lisa Salters, who was on the pregame show yesterday. But Pete, I would, if I'm Tom Brady, I'm evaluating Pete for a concussion to ask, are you that surprised, or are you that overly optimistic?
Man, the way the line was close, the way Vegas had this game pegged with the sharps betting pretty hard on the Raiders, and then that makes me wonder, like, if they've all got bamboozled over what the Cowboys are. And I don't know if it says more about what they think the Cowboys were or more about what they think the Raiders are. Because that doesn't make sense. Like, looking back at this, you see in the game, hearing Bobby talk, it just doesn't make sense how everybody on that side would be surprised at this outcome.
And Bobby, I think you got a lot of DFW paid. As yesterday, a lot of people said, all right, I'm riding with Bobby. After the first 2 possessions, I saw a couple tweets talking smack. Oh, Bobby was so confident. Titanic actually went and used your CeeDee Lamb info to bet on the first touchdown scored. So he sat there and cleaned up off that, plus 750 for CeeDee. I didn't remember you saying that CeeDee Lamb was going to score first, but maybe you were just talking about more involvement. I didn't say he was going to score first. I
said early involvement, that they were going to try and get him involved. That was also before I knew that they were going to sit him on the first series and he was going to be in trouble. That was something I didn't know. But no, this is it's Dallas improving and Dallas having essentially a new defense all up the middle. And it's also just the Raiders are awful. They're a bad football team.
Let us know Bobby got you paid on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It's a Celebration Cowboys Tuesday with Jerry Jones live at 8:30. You can also text us, hit us up on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Kevin Walker in for Pay. We got Aiden running things on all the videos, and we are ready for Star Up, Star Down. That is your Cowboys report card. The way for you to judge who balled out last night. Let us know who's on your list for Star Up, Star Down on the home of the Cowboys next. But let me go ahead and get you some.
Orange hair. Orange hair. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
To get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 47. Smith in the black and silver. In the gun, back to throw. Pressured now. Say goodnight, Gino. Quinnen Williams. Enjoy your first Dallas sack. Back at the Raider 44.
Brad Sham with the call on your home of America's team after the 33-16 dominance in Vegas. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is back, and Bobby gave the hot takes a couple of weeks ago that the Cowboys, look for them to win 9 games. They're going to go on a run. Quinnen Williams is going to dominate, and everyone else is going to feast. And so far, 1 for 1. He had 1 sack in New York.
Yeah. He's already surpassed his total here. In fact, yesterday, that was the most quarterback hits of his career. First game, most quarterback hits of his career. Because he had 5.
Of his career?
Yep.
Yeah, every time he was like going over the side of that, I'm like, no, Quinnen, come back, please, please. Britt Brown, it gave me a little relief when he was kind of talking to him because I think maybe it was some fatigue.
I thought it was like a side stitch or something like that. Like, 'cause they started laughing about it. I was like, oh, there we go.
I was like, okay, but he's all right. He's fine. 1.5 sacks, 7 total pressures, 21.4% pass rush win rate, according to PFF, and everyone else benefited.
Double teamed on half of his snaps, too. So he was getting a ton of double teams. Osa had double teams on half his snaps, and he also still had 6 pressures. And you saw that giddy look on Jerry's face after Quinnen got the solo sack, where he's just like,
Yep.
Yeah, you guys like this?
Yep. It's Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. So obviously a star up to the new addition, Quinnen Williams, afterwards on his performance.
It's unbelievable, man. It stems back to everybody doing their job the best of their ability for this defense to win, and also everybody doing their job the best of their ability to help this team win football games. And that's all you can ask for, man. Everybody's not perfect, but if we can continue to stack the good things and delete the bad things, I think we can transcend to be a great defense. So.
No.
Oh,
You don't agree?
No, go look.
Okay,
I don't have to go look. I can hear.
The way he said
the Keddy,
he says Keddy.
Because he said Keddy Clark.
It sounds just
so
like
Nick
him.
Harris pointed out. That's what we were talking about during that clip, was how Quinnen sounds, and they're from apparently like the same area of Alabama.
Unbelievable, man. It stems back to everybody doing their job the best of their ability for this defense to win, and also everybody
A young
doing their job
Charles.
the best of their ability to help this team win football games. And that's all you can ask for, man.
All right, I didn't hear him say Kenny Clark.
No, not there. We're talking about whenever he says
No,
Kenny Clark. Just think if God want us to win the world championship. That's the tone of his voice.
Brian Schottenheimer on the new big fella up front.
He's such a great guy, man. I think I shared with you guys on the conference call the other day, for him and Logan both to come into a situation like this, where they're just trying to get to know everybody. And then, of course, tragedy hits. His demeanor never changed. His professionalism never changed. He's a man of faith, a man of, high values, and just an incredible teammate. And the guys took to him. Not surprised, both those guys. They took to both he and Logan. And, Q's really good. He's really a good football player. We should keep him.
Quinnen had the sack to make it 3rd and 19. He forced Geno Smith into Houston before the half, with Houston coming up with a 3rd down sack. The Cowboys had, I think Jason Kelsey said this at halftime, they had 13 pressures in the half, their highest for any half this year, 3 sacks as well. Quinnen Williams had been doubled early on 4 of the 13 pass rush snaps and still came up with 5 pressures and a sack and a half. It was early second quarter. And again, that 1 sack in 8 games in New York already topped.
And you mentioned James Houston there benefiting from the cleanup. We heard from Shoddy there were going to be personnel changes and they were going to change different things. That's one of them. That's clear. James Houston is definitely going to get more play time now that they're out of this, because this was, you remember, we're all complaining, like, why is he getting 12 snaps a game? This was the most snaps he had played total, 28, and it was by far the most he had played percentage-wise. He played half the snaps. He was out there in very obvious situations where they could be running the ball, so That had to be one of the things that they looked at during the bye and identified, like, no, he's just better right now than a lot of our edge rushers.
Star up for the most electrifying wide receiver this franchise has ever had. And he is the true number one wide receiver on this football team. I am drawing a line in the sand. Yes, you are either on my side or you are not. Okay, there is no number. You cannot love them both. You have to pick one. One of them has to be your favorite. And I have decided my favorite. What is he, number 3? George Pickens. I don't know numbers. I don't know people. I don't know. Line in the sand.
You don't know the numbers on the cut sheet either for no highlight.
I gotta get my sounds in. I gotta get my cut in.
I'm going to pull the audio from Friday when I tried to have you spit this take out for Nick Harris that Pickens was the number one receiver, and you totally backed off of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Nick is. I don't know Nick. I don't know Nick like that. I don't know Nick like that.
Sean, you would have been you would have been on his ass because you would have been like, no, what are you backing it? Because he was like, well, I didn't really say that Pickens was better than Lamb or that I wanted him over Lamb. It's like, yes, you have for weeks.
He does things.
He's incredible.
Jerry, he was probably going to say it today at 8:30. He said it was poetry. It was ballet. It was like watching a ballerina out there with the long, smooth strides. He's a guy that when you watch him run, I don't think he's going to make people miss. But my God, he did last night. 9 for 144. What was the yak? 16 a catch. He was targeted 11 times. He had the touchdown. That was a stamped performance from GP.
It's Terrell Owens. That's who it looked like. That's the way Terrell Owens used to get big catches. You would see him take a slant and just start navigating the field, and you're like, how the hell is nobody catching him? Or you'd see like the touchdown that Pickens had when that does not look like a move that should have led to him scoring. And I don't think it was just teams giving up on him. It's just he's so smooth, and that's the way T.O. used to be. T.O. would just kind of move through traffic, and there's a lot of T.O. comparisons, I think, for George Pickens. But yesterday watching, that's what I was when he made that catch, that 20-yarder where he ran across the. I was going that reminds me of Terrell Owens.
That was 21 yards through 4 Raiders on third down in the third quarter. He had the 37-yarder for the touchdown and then the penalty. Why is that a penalty, by the way? People said Joe Buck was having nightmares of Randy Moss on the goalpost. Why is that a penalty? You can do everything else in terms of celebrations. You can't do anything with the goalpost now? As he tried to go down the fire pole?
I guess not. I mean, they flagged him instantly, and he got 2 of them. So there were 2 referees there that were like, no, we all know the goalpost is off limits. You mentioned
also the DPI. He basically was playing defense on a possible interception.
Yeah. And the great catch that wasn't a catch in the end zone where he couldn't get his feet down.
He's a polarizing player because he never shuts up.
No,
and if you're facing him, you are going to hate his guts. And maybe along the way throughout a season, you may hate his guts if he ends up costing you with some 15-yarders and moving you backwards. But even after the one-hander, he got up immediately, like barely.
Barely.
That's close.
Barely.
He was. So you mentioned it's easy to see why he's hated. That's why Jordan Lewis hated him. Because you remember when they traded for Pickens, Jordan Lewis even tweeted, he's like, looks like I got out of Dallas just in time. Like, he couldn't stand him.
You have to be ill. You have to be physically ill and sick if you are the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, yeah. This is, nobody's complaining about giving up a third-round pick anymore. There are people who are like...
trade of the year.
Until Quinnen. Until Quinnen, yeah, you're just cleaned up right now. GM of the year, maybe?
And Dak Prescott is absolutely...
Could you imagine winning GM of the year when you miss the playoffs?
They're not. They're winning out, man.
There you go.
And Dak is absolutely in love.
He's a one-of-a-kind guy. Special individual, elite, has a great feel for the game, loves the game, plays the game like a kid. I mean, you when you watch him play, I'm sure, right, the energy, the celebrations, like that's contagious, and luckily we got a kicker who can make it. I know Shotty's probably not happy about it, but when you got a kicker that can bail you out, it's one thing, but the discipline, right, there is a part of that we've all got to tighten up, and GP knows that. Obviously, he responded to it, right, responded to the discipline by the way that he came out and the intensity he played with and the effort he had. but he's a special individual, and like you said, there is a balance to it, though.
Star up.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I think they open up things for each other. You know what I mean? You get both of those guys and they're out wide. You know what coverage are you going to play? And when you're single high, you got to lean one way or another. You got to pick a receiver to help. So that's why I say they're complementary to one another.
Star up, star down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness.
I'm going to go with another defensive player for star up, star down. They're going to get their shine today, the defense. And this is a guy who continues to build his resume and continues to grow as a player. Donovan Ezeraku had another insane game.
Okay, first down and about 12. And Smith hands it to Jenny in the end zone, and Ezeraku might have him in the end zone. Ezeraku got through, and it's a safety. Ezeraku's penetration stopped Jenny in the end zone, and Jenny puts both hands on his head and says, "What have I done?"
What? He is Donovan Ezeraku is legitimately one of the best run defending edge rushers in the NFL right now.
Wow.
Like the pass rush stuff is getting closer. He hasn't finished plays yet. But you're talking about a guy who he gets in the backfield and he blows plays up. And if he doesn't end the play there, he disrupts it enough to where there's a problem. He was on the field for 8 run snaps yesterday. He got the run tackle on 5 of the 8. And on 3 of those, they were run stuffs, which is 0 gain or negative yardage. He was absolutely fantastic, and he's doing more and more of that in the run game. That's the kind of thing that when you've got Clowney already, who's really good at that, you see what Ezeraku's doing, you now put Quinnen Williams in there, they're building a case to say you cannot run the ball on us nearly as easily anymore.
And Pete Carroll is going to catch probably a lot of heat for that today. And I know Troy Aikman was basically beside himself when Chip Kelly. Remember, Brian Schottenheimer, I'll never forget this, at the Combine in Indianapolis, set the record straight and told us, no, me being R2-P2, an old conservative shoddy, that was kind of Pete Carroll. I wanted to throw the ball. Pete wants to run the ball. And then yesterday, they come out with that run-pass distribution, 21-4. 21-4, their fewest rush attempts in 17 years. Geno.
And one of those was Geno.
Yeah, and Geno had 32 dropbacks. Genti had 2 rushes. Raheem Mostert had 1. They're like, no, we're not going to run. We're going to come out and tear up the secondary. I can't really blame anyone for whatever type of strategy they have against the Cowboys defense.
No, but the problem is that you didn't know what this front was going to be with the additions of Williams and Overshown coming back and Logan coming here. Like, you don't know what. Yeah. So like that's.
But I know the secondary's still the same.
Trash, right? You knew what it was.
And this is something we can get into in more detail later, probably. But that was the biggest reason why the pass defense is going to get better. The pass defense personnel can be the same and can be really poor, and all that can be true. If you are good enough on run defense or bad enough in pass defense and solid enough in run defense that teams can't just pick a poison and they have to say, okay, well, we've got to exploit the pass then. Now you get predictability. Now you get pass rushers who can pin their ears back. Now you get corners and safeties who are in predictable situations and know, okay, I know what I have to expect here because of the way things are. So you're naturally going to be in a better position and you're going to create more turnovers just because of the ability to be disruptive.
And Quinnen Williams seems to be a new fan of Bobby's favorite up front, Ezeraku.
A young guy, man, who played the game and who carried himself like a 12-year veteran. The things he can do when it comes down to rushing the passer, the physicality when it comes down to stopping the run is unbelievable from a rookie especially. And then the sky's the limit for him. And I can't wait to be a part of his development and wait to be a part of his success because he's going to have a lot of success in this league for years to come. So.
Star up, continuing. After that night in Vegas, get him in on the Franklin Frankel fan text, the fan camp, Twitch, and YouTube, 877-881-1053. Let's continue our Cowboy praise with Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, and we are making plays every...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Williams back at running back. Prescott is under center. Stamps his left foot. Receiver in motion to the left. Prescott play action. Left side of the end zone. Right on the money to Ryan Flanoy. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. What's Babe Lovenberg talking about there? That was the call on your official home of America's team after the awesome win last night. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell back from Vegas. We continue with Star Up, brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Star up to Dak Prescott. He balled out. I thought he had some awesome touch throws as well. 25 of 33 for 268. It was only 8 yards a pass, but 4 touchdowns. The QBR was at 86.7. 86.7 for Dak, and it wasn't quite the Micah masterpiece where it felt like he knew everything that Green Bay was going to do and where Micah was coming, but anytime he kind of turned around, I was like, oh, Crosby's there. He got rid of it. His awareness, except for the fumble, I thought was through the roof. A fantastic performance from Dak Prescott, and here he is talking about his play.
Solid. Put the ball in harm's way once, maybe even twice. Receivers did a good job of, knocking it down. Other than that, like I said, I was just trying to be a point guard and distribute the ball, get the ball to these guys, let them go do work, and had a great red zone plan. All but the last 2 right possessions, we scored in the red zone. So just sticking to my reads, sticking to the process of practice and the game plan, and allowing these guys to go be special like they are.
185 in the first half, and then a huge moment in the game, the 4th and 1 on their 6 with 5:19 left. Now, Brian Schottenheimer had already told Buck and Aikman, I'm more conservative. I was hoping Choppy did not hear this. I am more conservative than most coaches. I hear my dad saying to me all the time, take the points, take the points. Well, I immediately tweeted, go for this, especially because I have money on the line. 4th and 1 on the 6, 5:19 left. You're up 10-6 in the second quarter. Jake Ferguson touchdown, 17-6.
Yeah, and this is 2 weeks in a row because he did it. It was Arizona too, wasn't it? Where he had the 4th downs that we were talking about afterwards. Like, should they have gone for that? Where they were questionable. It's at least been in the last 3 weeks. But I mean, he's starting to go for more. I think again, as we're going to start noticing what tweaks or what changes there are to their philosophy and different things like that out of the bye week. I do think 4th down aggressiveness is going to become one of the things that they change, because I think they have realized, okay, we can't just turn things back over to the defense every time right now. And then maybe that changes if they start to feel better about the defense, it might change. But I think that's part of the philosophy now is we need to make sure that we're maximizing these opportunities.
That 4th and 1 play, that was one of my star ups. because you have two things happen there. Either you convert and score and break their spirit, and if you don't convert there, you force an awful offense that has nothing, that has absolutely nothing to go 95 yards. Like that those are the two things that can happen. Either way, you're winning, because either way, you're getting the ball back at midfield, because the Raiders have shown they can't move the football.
What other star-ups do you have?
All right, I'm going to give a star up here to Malik Hooker. I thought instantly Malik Hooker popped as somebody who, when you see him, he had the tackle for loss on the handoff on, I think it was the first drive. But after that, it's like, man, for everybody who, and he's had his fair share of critics, I've not always been his biggest fan. Yeah, Broadus has not always been a big fan of Malik Hooker. You see, okay, there's a difference between Malik Hooker and your average backup NFL safety. Like, he is somebody who he holds things down a little bit more consistently. And some of the stuff he got dinged for early in the year, I think was, again, where we're talking about who's responsible for what in coverage. And remember, Eberflus was playing him a strong safety at times and putting Wilson back at free. But getting Wilson and Hooker back yesterday, but particularly the way Hooker played, I thought he was really, really good.
I'm going to give a star up to Deron Bland after Arizona. Joe Buck talked about it on the TV call. Everybody was tweeting and talking about it. He got torched and embarrassed by Marvin Harrison Jr. And last night, he had a really good, solid game. His tackling always stands out to me. I actually think tackling-wise, we'll hear it tomorrow in Post-Huck Clarity when Bobby rewatches the film at 7:20. I thought this was one of their better tackling games. I didn't say to myself, oh my gosh, embarrassing. The biggest embarrassment defensively was kind of on one drive when I think all the tight ends in the world were wide open. But from a tackling standpoint, I'm going to give him a star up. But Deron Bland for my individual one, responding from the Cardinals game.
You know, tackling's one of those things, like if you notice it, that's when it's bad. You don't necessarily notice it when it's just sound tackling.
Yeah.
You know, when you're just doing the right thing. Hey, star up Tyler Guyton. Okay, not for his play.
I'm going to go off on this.
Not for his play. I have no idea how I follow the quarterback.
He played well.
I'm sure he did wonderful. That's cool. Listen, rule number one, know how to fall. Rule number two, know how to sell it. Okay, I love it. Bait him into hitting you, let him hit you, and then he stumbled and then down on the ground.
So I almost tweeted at Aikman like, okay, enough, stop, be quiet, enough. And I'm going to defend Tyler Guyton here. Everyone's like, oh my God, Academy Award, blah, blah. That was a penalty on its own, period.
Yeah.
On its own, 1,000,000,000%. That is a penalty that gets you 15 yards. So the Cowboys, I don't believe, got that call because Tyler Guyton went ahead and flopped. And he did flop, but it was still a solid shot to the face.
Yeah.
But that was a penalty that I think was getting called no matter what, and it should have been a penalty.
They took the pass interference on that, right? That's what they did?
There were multiple penalties on that play.
Multiple penalties. They took the PI, yeah.
Yeah, and then look, he you're right. It's a penalty regardless. He tried to savvy it up so that if it wasn't getting called, he was going to sell. And it was an effective flop. But yeah, I think that was a flag they were reaching for already.
And speaking of penalties, I had to go and check. I was like, I feel like they've only had like 3 penalties tonight. It ended up being 6 for 50 before like the garbage time at the very end. And I'm giving the Cowboys a star up for that. Normally we're living in double digits. So it felt like it was a cleaner game from a tackling standpoint, a cleaner game from a penalty standpoint. 6 penalties? Yeah, go ahead and sign me up all day long. And then what I really want to find out the most tomorrow in Post-Huck Clarity is what they did to contain Crosby. I'm almost feeling like, is Terrence Steele going to be deserving of a hump day star up after we go back and look at that? How often did they chip him? How often did they have tight ends over? You talk about Javonte Williams in pass protection. How often was Crosby on the other side? That's the thing I'm most interested in, because I think they did a really, really nice job, except for the fumble he caused on Dak, which I'm blaming on Prescott until I watched that play over and over again.
Yeah, I had when I was doing the pregame show yesterday, we were talking about, I think it was Broadus who asked. He's like, who's more concerning to you in this game, Brock Bowers or Max Crosby? And it was Bowers, because I was like, I can't necessarily, especially if you're going to play a bunch of zone coverage, I can't dictate where Bowers is going to run his routes and look for soft spots in the zone. I can, because of how poor the Raiders pass rush is, I can focus some extra attention on Max Crosby. And that's what Lincoln Kennedy talked about yesterday was, double teams, chips, whatever you want to throw it, because nobody else is getting home. And so, I think when we go back and look at it, you are going to see some chip blocks. And more than that, they were running away from him. There were different times. Like there was one play I know where Buck even said it. Running opposite the side of Crosby. Like it felt very much like, we're not drawing up anything to that side. We're going to attack where they're weak.
877-881-1053. Let us know what we're missing on the Cowboys report card with star up, star down.
Let's give a star up to the other cornerback. Kalen Carson was not bad in this game. I thought Kalen Carson played pretty well, and he had a couple pass breakups in this one. Kyer Elam's officially been benched. He was one of, I think, 2 guys who did not get on the field yesterday. He didn't play a single snap on defense, but Kalen Carson made some open field tackles. He had a couple pass breakups. I thought overall Kalen Carson played better than any of the other Triquez Bridges or Kyer Elams that they've tried running out there this year.
Yeah, I heard Broadus give him basically a star up in the postgame as well. I was ready to give him the star down at halftime before that final pass breakup against Bowers before the half. I think he's still got to be 4 for 55. That's kind of hard for me to give a star up to. Bowers got him for 18. Tucker got him for 26 before the half. But Broadus was impressed like you.
Yeah, and some of it is...
He like got really intense. He's like, I watch every play of Kalen Carson, and I saw the light click on in the Arizona game. It was a quiet game in terms of getting praised for it, but Broadus has really been honing in on Carson.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think that whenever... So the way that Next Gen Stats or anybody else, PFF, the way that they assign what you allowed is just nearest defender, right? And a lot of times that can be an effective way to do it, and sometimes it's the only way to do it because of what resources you have available. But when they're in zone as much as they are, which, by the way, that was not one of the adjustments. They were in man, some of the fewest they've been in man all year yesterday.
Fewest in man.
10%. It was, I think, the second or third fewest amount of times that they were actually in man coverage all season.
Now, does that line up and make sense in any way with Quinnen and everything up front?
If you feel that you're being more disruptive and that you're going to be able to, sack them and be a little more reactive in the secondary and play zone and kind of read things and try to get a jump on the ball, then yeah.
Theoretically, it would force the Raiders into prolonged drives if you're keeping everything in front of you.
Yeah, and they played a lot more. They've had a couple of games where they played more than they did yesterday, but it was a much higher rate of cover 4 than they've played most of the season, which cover 4 again. It's
which you said was going to happen.
Yeah, it's 4 defenders back, and it's just trying to keep things in front of you. And they've pretty much abandoned cover 2 at this point. They're not playing much of that at all. They're playing cover 3 and cover 4 pretty consistently. But no, I think that Carson is in the vicinity, but it's also just like that's just the soft spot in the zone, and so that's where the play is made. But I thought overall he was good. Brian Schottenheimer sounded like he wanted to give a star up post game to Savone Ravel. And talking about how he was really impressed with him. He played way more snaps than I thought he was going to. He still wasn't like a full-time contributor. It was 17 snaps, which is a decent amount. It's not like a consistent guy out there on the field, but it's enough that goes, okay, that's a quarter of him. They plan on using him a little bit. So that was something that, and then he thought that he played well. He's like, I thought Ravel was really good today.
Jerry Jones on Ravel and the new guys that contributed last night.
Well, I thought that you could see the impact of actually the players, not just the guys there in the front with Quentin and those guys getting to play the way we got to play with that kind of strength and pressure inside. But we also had other players out there that we hadn't had. So I really was pleased with the way the defense, and that's I was restraining myself and feeling jumping up and down here.
Restraining himself. Hey, you wanted to talk about new players. I don't know how well he played. I didn't notice him a ton. I will give a star up for they didn't seem to have a lot of communication issues, and Logan Wilson walked straight onto this defense and was wearing the green dot. That was his responsibility. And so doing that, walking right into the team, he gets a star up just for no communication problems.
And Brian brought us already up texting Cowboys 5-man line combos, and he's breaking them down with the different rotations. What a freaking absolute monster. And you will hear Broadus in full effect coming up in the commercial-free expressway when we make your Cowboys Tuesday even better with a Jack Johnson ticket giveaway. It's happening in the 7 o'clock and the 9 o'clock hours throughout the rest of the week. Jerry Jones live at 8:30, but let's talk about the drama. It can't be the Cowboys without a little bit of that. What happened with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and did you support Brian Schottenheimer or not? I think we're going to have a little fight in studio next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It started off with some controversy and some concern as CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens were benched for the first series. What type of scramble did this set off in the Vegas press box, which apparently is different from all other stadiums?
Yeah, it's very different. So I've never seen a press box like this. They designed it this way.
Uh-huh.
The visiting media is on one end of the stadium, and they put the home media on the other end. So you're not sitting and commingling with the same media people. It's weird.
Capulets of the Montagues.
It's just really weird. And then they've got like the coaching booths and the radio booths in between it. So it's like I didn't see a single Raiders reporter while I was there.
So when did you guys first start noticing what had happened?
So,
and then the follow-up.
I think it typically starts whenever you see like a first draw, like a first play. You're not always, usually you will just kind of scan through. I know I was not looking at receivers. On the first play, I was looking to see who came out at right tackle. I was trying to see if Nathan Thomas was going to be out there. So I had my eyes focused on Thomas and was looking at that. And I seem to remember Turpin was confused about if he was supposed to be on or come off. And so I remember thinking there was confusion at receiver. And so then when I saw it the second time, I was like, okay, second play, I was literally doing gymnastics. Like I was doing these mental gymnastics of like, Ryan Flanoy was close with Marshawn Kneeland. Is this like a tribute of some sort? Like, I really couldn't figure it out. And then by the third time, it's like, oh, no, they're just standing there on the side. They got in trouble.
And Chop, I was panicking with this bet. I was
for
scared.
sure.
I was scared to death.
Oh, no doubt.
3 and out.
Yeah,
and
3
then
and out.
I was ready to go off on Schottenheimer. It cost us all this money, but I was freaking out after the offense performed like that.
Right, and look, at the end of the day, it was like, all right, it's the Raiders. Okay.
You can never say that with
you can
this
never
team.
say with this team, but like,
You can never say it with the Raiders. The Sharps had the Raiders.
that's right. But like, this was like, the Packer game, where it's 40-40 points and possessions are at a premium. You look at it much differently. Like if this was one of those games and they wind up losing this game last night, it's a much different discussion.
Let's try to get an explanation. We'll ask Jerry at 8:30. Let's start off with George Pickens. Why didn't you and Lamb start?
Yeah, certain personnels, we kind of thought they was going to come out in certain stuff, but they didn't. They started kind of hunching down on the run, so started throwing it around a little bit.
All right, so there's George being a smartass.
I don't know that he's being a smartass. I think he was just like, nobody's going to tell anyway. So I don't think he anticipated that Schottenheimer was going to say they were in trouble.
He didn't have to say they're in trouble. We saw him not on the field. He knew the question was coming.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to tell us that you're going jumbo goal line in Madden in order to go ahead and tush push?
They came out in a 3-receiver set.
13 personnel, baby.
They were
Let's
in a 3-receiver set on third down, and they were not out there.
So you're telling us you can't block. Right, George? All right, CD, let's see if you're willing to tell the truth.
You and George weren't in on the first drive of the game, but then both of you had great individual games. Kind of what went into that?
Man, just stepping up and playing how we play, man. Do what we do. We out there for a reason, and it was fun.
What was the reason for not playing?
I'm not going in depth on that. Honestly, I'm not. I'm sorry, I'm not.
I'm disappointed in the two for the answers. I don't know what happened. I'm assuming they were late to a meeting or something like that. We're seeing this it was a downfall of this throughout the league. Keon Coleman in Buffalo. Abdul Carter with the New York Giants. Did they miss curfew? Were they late to a meeting? Own it. Just take some ownership and some accountability to stand up there and say, we got to be better. We were late to a meeting, or we didn't do something that is very small, but we should have done it. Just own it. I am worried. I think a lot of times something I try to do is not get too, and Choppy, I think we both try to do this, not get too caught up in the win or the loss, right? This is what A.J. Brown's been going off about in Philadelphia. Our offense sucks. We're winning. It's a problem. Are you getting away with things? The reality should still be called out. And the reality I'm going to call out is I still am worried about, I love the friendship. I'm worried about the maturity of the both of them. George has done a couple of things throughout the year to get the 15-yard penalties, and he's going to continue to do it. He never stops.
For sure.
He never, ever stops. CD wants to give, he got swag. He's dripping swag.
Yeah.
We tried to get him to buy clothes for us with our $300 budget in Oxnard. He laughed at us. CD's got the cool celebrations and the waves and all that stuff when it's going well. He's the most depressed and upset on the sideline when they're getting their ass kicked or they lose a game. Be a leader and own it. And just admit if something small. The time to do it is after a win. I texted you guys and I ended up being wrong about it. I'm like, they're going to sing. They're going to sing the truth afterwards after this type of W. Let's see if Brian Schottenheimer, the head coach, does.
Yeah. Again, it's tough, Made a coach's decision. There were some things that were missed, and so I had a conversation with those guys, and that was easy. But, you look at the energy those guys play with. Clarence, they jump-started the offense when they got back in there. They didn't hang their heads. They didn't do any of that stuff, and that's why I love those guys, man. Again, this was a great team win.
I have no problems with Schottenheimer right there, basically saying some stuff was missed. You want to keep things in-house. I would have liked the guys to own it themselves a little bit more. And then everyone obviously loves seeing the emotion of Schottenheimer. Good cop, good parent, bad parent. He was all in one when he goes to the sidelines and he's celebrating and beating his chest.
Yeah, I don't need an explanation. It's not my business. I don't need an explanation on what exactly happened. I don't need to know what happened. I don't think any of us deserve to know what happened.
Okay, why? We're fans of the football team. What are you talking about?
Because
if they got benched for the first half and they lost, would you feel like we should know? First quarter,
maybe.
But you have a take on the punishment. So why don't you have a take on why they were punished?
I do think some things should be kept in house. A lot of discipline, like what exactly they did.
Okay,
should be kept in house. Not the punishment necessarily, but what exactly they did. I have no problem with them keeping it in house.
Fine. I would just like them to be like, we messed up.
I did something wrong. Yeah, that's fine.
We got punished. We deserved it.
Sure.
Got to be better.
Absolutely.
Not you're coming out with jumbo personnel.
Like my first instinct would be to lie. So that's why me and Pickens are kind of we're kind of bros here on this one because his first instinct was just to lie.
Yep,
that's me.
Lamb's answer was bad. Pickens, I kind of expect him to say something sarcastic, or he gives 10-second answers all the time. Lamb was bad because Lamb is.
Every time I see CD, I get ready for that final step of leadership. I pump the brakes.
Which he's wearing a captain's patch now, and he's generally been good at owning when he doesn't do what he's supposed to. He will fail occasionally, but he's usually mature enough to go, I screwed up. I shouldn't have done this. I did something wrong. Yada, yada, yada. I guess to give him the slightest amount of credit, he didn't lie about anything or whatever. He just clearly said he didn't want to talk about it.
Yep.
And he said, not going to go into detail about it. But like you said, you don't have to go into detail about it. Just say, I failed.
Yep.
I don't want to go into specifics, but I failed. I dropped the ball, both literally and figuratively. I dropped the ball. But I don't want to get into those specifics, but I just need to be better, and I will be better, and it's not going to be a problem anymore, so we don't need to talk about it. And to that clip, right after that of Shoddy, he got a follow-up from Clarence Hill where Clarence was like, missed practice, meetings, curfew, and Shoddy just nodded and went, couple things missed.
Yeah.
And so Shoddy was clearly just not wanting to get into details either. But, again, you don't have to. You can just say, I screwed up, and it won't happen again, so we don't need to get into details.
Now, let's talk about the decision to do it from Brian Schottenheimer. RJ, you're probably the most worked up over this.
It doesn't impact the game in this situation because it's the Raiders. If this was Green Bay and it's 40-40, if this was the Giants where points and possessions were at a premium, to me, like, make them run gassers all day in Wednesday's practice. Don't even let them practice. To me, hurting the team, and it wasn't one series. It turned out to be one possession. And that's 10% of all the possessions they had in the entire game. 10%.
So that was a series.
A possession and a series, they're the same thing.
Well, he set it down.
Set it down?
Sorry, yeah. So, you're looking at 10% of all the times they touch the football. In this game, it didn't matter, right? You play Kansas City, you play Detroit, you play the Chargers, right? Whatever, right? Philadelphia again. That could matter. To me, I don't know. Number one thing for me is don't hurt the team. You want to punish them. make them run. Make them clean the toilets. Whatever, right? Do something else.
Yeah.
You cannot impact the football game.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I get it.
And it's I don't know.
I would be interested to hear on all the different levels of sport. Like if your kid missed practice, like how would someone on your kid's little league team be punished?
That's happened. Like if they missed practice, the coaches sat them or whatever.
Okay, so it affected the team.
Yeah, it did. And
Yeah.
it's
You don't like it.
I don't like that.
My take is we can't continue to talk about culture and then have a problem with this because we desperately want to win a football game. I'm talking about myself. I'm big on the culture thing. It was the C word the entire off season. And we can't be hypocrites. I can't be a hypocrite. If you want to talk about a way to do it that truly is a punishment, is making them run wind sprints after practice for 20 minutes enough of a punishment? The message Brian Schottenheimer sends here is, look what you did to everyone else. Look at your selfishness, and I'm being extreme here. I don't know what happened. Look at what your lack of detail. Look at what your own decision did in screwing over the rest of your offense and everyone coming off the field on a 3-and-out. So I'm going to support Brian Schottenheimer on this one.
Yeah, I support it 100%. So did you have a problem with Diggs getting benched for a series or two, couple weeks back?
See, this is like, maybe this is the gambler in me. That's like when one receiver's out, that's one thing. When two are out, you got a cluster. It's much more impactful.
Sure.
Right? Losing one individual player. If they sat one individual player, it's a little bit different. But no, I don't like.
How does he look at the rest of the locker room, and how does he look at Diggs when he goes, he was punished this way, and you're not going to do the same thing to them? You're going to punish them in secret? Like you're
That's
really
fair.
you're damaging culture at that point. Also, Lamb and Pickens are not out there 100% of the time. They are going to take off about 10 plays every game. They're going to be off the field. The reality is that it's kind of it's more a public punishment than it is an actual application, because those 3 plays, I'm sure they would have adjusted and they still would have played about their normal snaps. It just would have changed when they were off the field. But no, I think in terms of when you want to talk about impact, scrubbing the toilets or running wind sprints, that's not nearly as big as CD, who's trying to own a leadership thing, being very publicly punished, and George Pickens, who's trying to uphold a certain personality type as he's about to try and get paid, being very publicly punished.
It's a public shaming, there's no doubt, and that may have more of an impact than just having them run. I totally agree with that. I get what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, Sean. And I agree. Long term.
And by the way, I think like 65% of Cowboy fans were in agreement with you. Like, come on now, but it's the
culture. I get it. We're playing a long game.
But it's also wanting to win the football game. It's like, okay, if you're 6-1, it's like I got tweets supporting Schottenheimer when they were up 16. If they were down 16, I guarantee you those same tweets would not have happened. It's easier to look back and say that when you're up in the football game, but a lot of Cowboy fans were angry like you were.
This of all weeks, too. Marshawn Nealon died. They were all very much on being close and everybody being together and doing what they were supposed to do, and George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb clearly did not uphold that standard with something. And so I think also it mattered what week it was that Shotty was like, no, we're not going to let this slide.
877-881-1053. What are they texting? Franklin Franco, injury attorney text line. In favor, mad, against, supporting, or do we have the text line down like Twitter?
No, it's up and it's all over the place.
Yeah.
Who's got to do the culture. The whole point is showing that actions have consequences. It can affect the team. And then on the other side, it's, you can't hurt the actual game.
All right, so there it is. Pretty split on a Cowboys Tuesday. Why is everyone telling us we have to play Brian Broaddus in the post-game show? We go commercial-free in the Expressway with a Jack Johnson ticket giveaway next. But you already know.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
things you need. Visit us at Berkey's.com.
Review late of today's commercial-free expressway is driven by experience.
Smith in the shotgun. Back and looking right. Little late pressure. Now a lot of late pressure. And he's wrapped up by first Kenny Clark and second Quinnen Williams.
The Quinnen Williams effect. Kenny Clark doing work yesterday as well as the Cowboys defense helps out Matt Eberflus, and Jerry Jones was calling it ballet last night. He'll do it at 8:30 with us as well this morning, only on Sean and RJ.
Is this the first time, because I'm pretty sure that was it, is this the first time after a game that we've got an hour and 21 minutes before we said Matt Eberflus?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Like he was just completely a total afterthought in this one.
Which we absolutely love.
Yeah, be anonymous.
Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And Kevin will play cut 32 here. Which one did we play earlier? Did we play 31 or 32?
My eyes can't read this.
Yeah, it's a little small.
Oh, yeah.
This is a little small with the print.
The font. This is under 40 eyes. This is not what we have.
I can still read it. I'm not old.
Which one did we play earlier?
We haven't played either. 31 or 32.
Yeah, I don't think we have.
Okay, let's play 32. Quinnen Williams on what he can mean for this D moving forward.
It's unbelievable, man. It stems back to everybody doing their job, the best of their ability for this defense to win, and also everybody doing their job, the best of their ability to help this team win football games. And that's all you can ask for, man. Everybody's not perfect, but if we can continue to stack the good things and delete the bad things, I think we can transcend to be a great defense.
So there's Quinnen Williams afterwards. Now let's get to Brian.
The way he said ability is definitely Charles.
Ability. They're from the same part of Alabama. It makes sense. You just need to come around.
You guys are idiots.
We are.
Nick Harris is the lead idiot.
Let's take our pants off.
If he's the one who came up with it. Your pants, your boxers got recognized yesterday?
Yeah. There were a couple different people that stopped me in the stadium and then on the way into the stadium that they were like, why did you take your pants off on the air?
And how did you get alcohol out there delivered to you?
Oh, yeah. So we had old Poppy Chulo, not a fan, 105.3, on the Twitch. He
hot sauce?
He brought me a bottle of liquor. So he's out there in Vegas. He's come to town a couple different times, and so he asked, he was like, "Hey, are you around?" So I was like, "Yeah." So we met up, and he said he was looking for dram. He was looking for some dram for me, and he's like, They only had open bottles around at the bars that I knew. So he's like, so I got you this, it's great. It's this really old Scotch blend.
All right, Pepe sent this to us. Lada Tolo said you got to check out Brian Broaddus getting a little heated on the official postgame show.
Let's see what they do.
Folks, we get
it.
It's the Raiders.
I understand.
We get
100%.
it. It's the Raiders. And if you've listened to us all week, we've talked about it's the Raiders.
Yep.
If you listen to the damn pregame show, we told you the Raiders were not good. Okay? You got an opportunity to see some guys play tonight. All right? You got to see some different combinations of guys who haven't played all year. Yes, it was encouraging. I told you how crummy their offensive line was all week. We talked about it in all our programs. We get it. We know it. It's the Raiders. Right. But you got to see some guys play tonight that haven't played in a whole damn year, and how key it is them to get home, get healed up, and get ready for a big game. Next week, it's Philadelphia. Then it's on Thursday, it's Kansas City. Then after that, it's Detroit. They're all big damn games. You got to find a way to win these games, folks. Find a way to win it, move on. I don't want to hear any crap from anybody today about the Raiders because we were the first MFers to tell you the Raiders weren't any good.
Well.
Okay? We know. You can go back to whatever you're doing. You don't have to text anymore. We hear you. You can call in and say the same damn thing that we said all effing week about this football team.
Yep.
Okay? But you got to find a way to put some games together and win some games because you didn't beat the Arizona Cardinals. You didn't beat the Carolina Panthers. You didn't beat the Chicago Bears when they were 0-2. Okay? So now you're in a situation where a win is a GD win right now. Okay? That's where we're at.
And you're going to take it.
Yeah, and I'm going to take it.
Absolutely.
Brian Broaddus going off right there. Sorry, my headphones are. This whole studio's already breaking. The whole place is already shutting down.
It's fixed now, apparently.
It's fixed now, apparently. The whole place is just going to S in a handbag. Brian Broaddus dropping the profanities right there.
Yeah, when it's funny. Most people, when they get really mad, they drop F-bombs. And he would have there, I'm sure, if he could have. He was on the radio. But he actually, when he's at his most angry, he will insert damn in between words. So he'll be like, what are you damn talking about? Or like,
every damn time.
It's the damn Raiders. What do you want? Like, whenever he starts throwing damn in there, he's really irritated. And he's about to just lose his mind.
And that is going to be a big talking point here, right? Like, I had a couple of, I don't know why you losers who follow me on Twitter who aren't Cowboy fans just decide you're the nerd, you're the loser who's never invited to a party, but you want to go to the Cowboy party just to feel popular for like 5 minutes, and you're like a Charger fan, and you're like, oh, it'll be a overreaction Tuesday, and you guys will be going crazy, and then I'll go and click your profile like I always do to try to stalk people out to get as personal as possible. And they're not even fans of the Cowboys. And I'm like, what are you doing here, loser? Go to your 14-person Reddit message board to talk about Justin Herbert and the Chargers sucking. Yes, it's a big talking point moving forward of what you're going to let this game do to your perception and how high you're going to get off of this W. And are we going to get fooled again like maybe we did after the New York Jets? Broadus is just coming from that straight up strict NFL world of it's an opponent. All these opponents are respectable. Anyone could beat you. You don't apologize for wins. That's that NFL blood in him.
Yeah, it's look.
And you do have to string some together, and it's got to start somewhere.
It's got to start somewhere. Yes, it is. Is it factual that your wins came against Justin Fields and Marcus Mariota and Geno Smith and Russell Wilson? Yes, like that's the sad reality of it.
Yeah.
Right? The sad reality of it is that they have beat up on bums. But you've still got to beat up on bums.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't.
But
think
you didn't beat up on Arizona.
You didn't beat up on Arizona.
And that's why you can sit here and appreciate this a little more.
Or Carolina.
Right?
You didn't beat up on Carolina either. You didn't beat up on Caleb Williams and the Bears back before the Bears were the first place team in the division of death.
Yeah.
Right. So like that. So yeah, there's a long way to go. Like this thing could easily come crashing down here in a handful of days. It really could. You could lose to the Eagles. You could lose to Kansas City. You could lose to Detroit. I mean, you could lose these next three.
Not could. You probably will.
I mean, yeah. Like
I'm not saying 3 straight, but
they're going to be dogs in all 3.
Yeah, they're going to be dogs in all 3. But this is the point of sports talk radio and debating with your friends.
And here's the thing that always drives me nuts about this. Whenever anybody's like, well, it's the Raiders and they suck, or it's this and they suck. Yeah, that's part of the context. But the thing that I'll always come back to is like
the Sharks still had it 3.5.
There's still
after Bobby buried the Shark.
There's still also the idea of Quinnen Williams played the Raiders earlier in the year, and Quinnen Williams didn't play that well. There have been other teams that have played the Raiders this year that are better, quote unquote, like we all think of them as being better than the Cowboys, who have not played the Raiders as well as the Cowboys played them yesterday. So fine, you can even say they're bad. They still beat that bad team worse than other good teams have this year. And the Raiders at home this year have been a different team. The Raiders at home this year, generally they've had trouble scoring.
And the Cowboys on the road have been bad offensively.
The Raiders have scored 20 against the Titans at home. They scored 24 at home against the Bears, 29 at home against the Jaguars. Like, they've only had one other game where they scored fewer than they did yesterday at home. And in fact, I was just trying to look it up. It's definitely the biggest loss they've had at home this year, and I think it's the second biggest loss in like the last 3 years at home for the Raiders. And they've been bad during that time. You beat them worse. Again, nobody's trying to say this means Dallas is fixed. It does mean Dallas looks like they're better right now than they were 2 weeks ago. And that's all that's really important.
Kevin, let's do cut 25. This is Dak on beating a lowly 2-win team.
Hell, I hope we can take everything out of it. Honestly, it's the NFL, and let's not look at these records and understand that this is an NFL team, and this is more about us. We go in almost every game really, right? Saying it's about us, and tonight's example of that. Right, it was a dominating win. Sure, I understand that they're struggling, right? But if we play that way, I don't care who it is. The score might not be that big, the margin might not be that way. But there's no reason that we can't be confident and feel like we're going to come out on top if we can play with that same intensity and effort and complementary football.
So there's Dak. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Franco text line for your star up, star down, and the number to call momentarily to win the Jack Johnson tickets. I guess we got to turn into Scott Van Pelt here right now and do an edition of Bad Beats, Choppy, because over-unders, fantasy football, and a lot of other things were affected by the Cowboys with the early kneel downs yesterday. Did not affect us as we're sitting here.
Did it not?
A lot richer. Thanks to our bets on Underdog, promo code TOLO. But Brian Schottenheimer, I thought, trying to show his ultimate respect to Pete Carroll, would just turning the ball over on kneel downs. And then Pete wasn't trying to go back at them and put up any type of garbage time yardage or scores. But because of the negative rushes, I saw someone like lose by 1. I lost a freaking Wolchuk because of George Pickens and Josh Allen destroying me. And then Cowboys defense kind of affected here and there, the safety. But it was an episode of bad beats. Was the under?
Okay,
Did it go right next to it?
So I was on BetMGM tonight with our friend Brad Evans last night.
Pew pew pew. No way.
Yeah. So right before the game,
is that audio going to deliver tomorrow? Is that as good, or the Tarleton audio's better?
He is no longer the lead host, so he does not.
He didn't do the intro.
No,
you got him demoted.
Wow.
You got him demoted.
Okay, so I was talking to their producer yesterday.
Well,
and so. When I went on, it was 2 minutes and 38 seconds before they got to me. Another guy a couple of weeks later was 7 minutes. 7 minutes before, and they're like, we gotta pull the plug on this. So they
how
got
long
a new
has he
guy
been hosting there?
Huh?
How long has he been hosting there that they finally got fed up?
Years.
So
and he was the Yahoo Sports Insider.
Yeah. He's electric.
Fantasy football.
He is electric, man. He is all energy.
So you didn't get introed by him?
No, I got introed by Sammy. Whoever, I don't know Sam. I don't know Sammy. He's a good dude.
All right.
But he was 3 seconds I was in. It was almost too quick.
The next fan event we do, like a station-wide event thing, if we're doing some sort of listener interaction thing or whatever else, we should hire him to be the MC.
Absolutely.
He should
he really should.
He should be in charge of everything.
No doubt. But so they were talking about, and they were mentioning how, I guess that one of them was in Vegas, that the line is at the total is at 50.5. All right. But some places had it at 48.5. So if you had it at the South, I think it was the South Point Casino had it 48.5. If you had it at 48.5, you wound up hitting the over. Everywhere else, the under was in play.
Wow.
And the under hit. And I mean, the Cowboys very easily could have scored again.
Yeah.
The Raiders could have tried to score, but they did all those kneel downs.
And to be fair, the Cowboys did try to score with like 4 minutes left. Like they went for it on fourth down and CD dropped it. If CD doesn't drop it, they scored another touchdown. So they were going for one more. I think just at that point, it's like, all right, you guys turned it over on downs to us inside the 10. It's not like we worked to get down here. We should probably just kneel it down.
And if you're the Cowboy, if you were to take the field goal there, that's more insulting to me, I think, than going for it.
Yeah, just kneel it down, give the ball back, and we can get out of here.
Yeah.
I honestly wondered as it was happening, I wondered if after third down, the Raiders were going to commit a penalty of some sort. And like, here, automatic first down, you all kneel down again, and we don't even have to change the ball.
Well, Crosby, I thought, was trying to. I'm like, settle down, try hard, relax a little bit. As Crosby was still like trying to sit there and arm wrestle with Terrence Steele or hand fight, and I'm like, just relax a little bit. This is Brian Schottenheimer on his interaction with Pete Carroll, one of his mentors. After
I didn't see him pregame, saw him postgame. We just had a chance to catch up, and again, he's been so good to me, and we just shared a few things, and he told me how proud he was of me, and I thanked him for everything he's done for me in my career, and I really do. You guys know it. I model so many things after him.
And Schottenheimer, a lot of people were wondering how big of a relief can he exhale now? After dealing with all this and getting all the praise for the leadership throughout the Neyland tragedy and dealing with, did you guys talk to him about the Wasps, or was that after?
That was after. Now he's
that poor guy. He's got to move.
He's very measured. We played that clip from Collision Low Crossers right after he got hired, where the author said, out of all the people on this Jets coaching staff, Shotty was the one who never let us see if he was having a bad day or if he was feeling bad. Like, you never knew if something was bugging him. He was just, nope, I keep that to myself. Stoic. I'm going to do this or that.
Which is weird because he's so emotional too.
Right. I think he's tired right now. And not like in a, it's just, I think he is just, I think it's been an exhausting couple of weeks.
And he was asked about that after.
I'll relax on the way home a little bit. When you're uber competitive, which I am, and you want something for your players so much, I wanted us to be able to find a way to get this game because it was the next game and because it was after coming off a bye and, losing a brother and a family member. And again, I think it's galvanized us forever. I mean, we're we'll always be tight, but this has really brought us together, brothers for life.
He was, when I got onto the plane last night, and it's like broken up by 3 sections, but as I was walking to my seat, he was like directly in the back section and like sitting up front, so I could see him. And usually he's kind of sitting up front, so I think he was in the back just talking to players or doing whatever. And he was just constant smile. Like, I think it was just like, this is such a relief, and like getting this victory was so big, and it was like a nice moment of like, all right, we can all just be happy for a day right now.
Jerry Jones wanted to go ahead and give his head coach that praise after.
Well, again, I'm so proud of him, proud of every last one of the staff and coaches, Brian, his leadership throughout, and the players. This obviously is tough, but in a way, a game, a competition like this with the Raiders is good therapy to come back and get in it. They know how much Marshawn loved to compete, how much he loved the Cowboys. And to me, it's just a way of saying this one's for you, Marshawn.
Jerry will join us at 8:30. Yesterday in the pregame, Bobby, you should get a chance to watch it if you can, unless you don't want to get emotional. ESPN requested a sit-down interview with Solomon Thomas and Dak to talk about mental health. And Tad Carper, head of PR, was like, we're not going to be able to make that work. He gave a understandable explanation. So what they decided to do was basically just do a Marshawn profile, and it was going back to his draft combine interviews, and that was like very eerie, very emotional. Manny Tolo saying they were slicing onions during it, and then you follow that with what I thought was one of the best national anthems I've heard in a long, long time. And you never know, right? Music is so subjective. You know, people for race reasons and other reasons and culture like it, don't like it, just automatically. And I just tweeted out immediately, that anthem was amazing. You got the Marshawn Nealon pregame piece, which I thought was very, very well done. Way better than a Dak and Solomon Thomas sit-down interview would have been. And then I thought one of the best anthems that I can recall.
Put them in the Super Bowl now.
Yep.
Put them in the Super Bowl now, right? Whitney Houston, Chris Stapleton, and whatever band that is. War and Treaty or something.
War and Peace.
Insane. That was a tremendous anthem.
And then you get Nelly at halftime for Bobby.
Yeah. We got some Nelly, which was like, I mean, that's kind of a tone shift. When it's like, smile for me, daddy. Like, I mean, it changes a little bit, but it was.
So could you feel the anthem in the stadium?
Yeah. No, so I really like press boxes that are open. And so Vegas is an open air one. So in Dallas, for instance, you've seen it. It's glass. So you're kind of separated. You don't get the real sense of the atmosphere in there. A bunch of the other ones, Philly's closed off. The majority of them are closed off. So when you get one that's open and you just feel the entire crowd and everything else going in there, it's noticeable. And that, I don't know what they did in the architecture of that stadium to make it like acoustics just rumble in there, but that is a loud stadium.
Bobby was raving. Is this your new one seat of stadiums?
The Death Star.
No, for football it's still Lambeau. Like for architectural, it might be up. It might be number one.
Oh, you like it better than AT&T?
Yeah, I did. Like, I mean,
the outside that's a spaceship.
Yeah, it looks like a Roomba.
And I still think AT&T Stadium's a top 5. They've got just AT&T Stadium is a little too cavernous, it feels like.
Yeah,
whereas this one is a little more intimate. Like I said, I've never.
It doesn't hold that many people, right? It's only like 70,000.
I don't know. I can't remember what it was. Somebody on the beat was complaining about the concourses. They're like, no, this is too tight. Like you walk around the concourse area and it's hard to move around in there. But they have like a flat roof and there's like these little bubble waves on it. And I was like, was that an acoustics thing that they were doing, or that like everything looked very specific. They have club lounge seats, like nightclub booths, those round booths. Those are their club seats in the end zones. They just have massive little like half circle booths that people go down there and sit in.
It's a bottle service, baby.
Crowd breakdown.
Probably 40% Cowboys fans, something like that. There were a lot of them there, but those 40% in that stadium sounded as loud as AT&T.
Troy Aikman's thoughts on the Dallas Cowboys as they stand at 8 o'clock this morning. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Let's make your Tolo Tuesday even better by hooking you up for checking out this little radio program.
I'll tell you one day. All right, to Lowe's right now. Caller 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Jack Johnson at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Sunday, August 30th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, it's a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. If you're listening on the radio, we got the app rolling. And, of course, Aiden has the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube going as well. Let's get to Brian Broaddus' favorite segment of the show before we get back to the boys.
He probably didn't tell him.
You have an Ask Reddit intro?
I do not.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have lots of them. How dare you?
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. This is Ask Reddit. What, Sean? That was a great improvisation.
I got words for Peyton.
877.
The last two times Peyton has really picked it up in studio. When he's leaving, he's getting sloppy on leaving instructions. So we're gonna have to have a talk.
He's tired. He worked a late Cowboys game.
Yeah.
It's hard to expect somebody to come into work the next morning after that.
Yeah.
Especially when they were here for the game. All right, let's do Ask Reddit here on 105.3. It's where we take the most viral questions off the Ask Reddit forum. You can answer them on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, or you can answer them on the Twitch or the YouTube. RJ.
Kevin, we have Jerry Jones today at 8:30 in case Peyton.
Yeah, maybe he didn't tell you.
In case Peyton didn't tell you, so confirm that at 8.
RJ.
I know the last time we were out, that was a problem up here.
It was.
RJ Choppy. Let's start with you on this one. What's the appropriate number of dates before having the exclusivity talk?
Ooh.
I don't know if dates is the right word. I think it's more time.
Okay.
Like, because you could go on, you could be dating for 3 months and go on like 6 dates. You go on 50.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same amount of time.
So what's your time? Exclusivity.
I would say maybe in general 2 to 3 months.
Okay, I was gonna say probably like 4 months. 2 months is too early.
2 months is early.
Yeah, and I mean, like it
But you
also
fall quick.
It also depends on how you click, I guess.
Yeah.
Like if you click really quick and like a month into it, you guys are both like, yeah, I just want to spend time with you the whole time. Like then I would see that would come up quicker than if you're just we're seeing each other like once a week or we're getting to know each other. Like it kind of varies.
Dates or experiences, like for me, I'm a big vetter. Right, I got a TSA over here, screening process, which
cavity search, everything.
Which for the first time in my life, I got the TSA screening approval while going out to Vegas, and the wife didn't have it. So I said, "Oh, how the tables have turned."
Oh, you got the pre-check,
pre-check,
right?
got the pre-check. I'll say about I'll make it. I know my number will be higher. I'll go about 12 dates. 12 experiences before I'm like, all right, you can be the one.
Before you can even bring it up, before you can like just say like, hey, what are we doing here?
No, I'm assuming. I'm not really saying. I guess my come to Jesus with Amanda was, and I think I've told this story before. I was sitting waiting for her to get off of work, and these women ordered like this cotton candy martini, and the thing was bubbling, and it was a light show, and I'm sitting here talking with these women, laughing, and they weren't like some hot Maxim model blondes or anything. Okay, it was. I think it'd be pretty clear. I'm not trying to take them home, and we had some words about it, and finally I had to be like, cut to the chase. Ryan Couture would be proud of me. I just got blunt with it, and I'm like, look, I'm not sitting here. I'm 40 or whatever age I was. I'm not trying to waste time. I'm not trying to BS. Like, I'm trying to give a family, have kids, and that was what she would tell you is kind of the come to Jesus moment. Like, all right, we're not screwing around and messing around.
How long into that was that?
I don't know.
Oh, come on, your memory. So I think, to me, it's my first thought was like.
Maybe
2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months is generally what I was thinking.
So maybe I did do it after 2 months. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we. It was a while for Sarah. She was not.
Yes.
She wanted no part of me. It took a lot of
one part of you.
She wanted one part of me. It took a lot of convincing. She's like, you're old. You're short. You're bald.
Yeah.
You got gray in your beard.
Yeah.
You already have children. You don't necessarily want any more kids. So it took a while, a lot of convincing. 6 months is my record on the fan text. My wife says she swears she knew we were going to be together after 10 days. I do not do marriage engagements exclusivity. Let's see. Peyton is 2 days. Yeah, Peyton moved in at like 3 months.
Oh, my God.
Super fast.
48 hours.
I said
She'd be knocked up if he had his choice.
I said I love you really fast. That was like 6 weeks.
Dang!
Yeah, it was quick.
Stalker.
No, it's just, again, no, it's not stalker because I think it matters that I did marry her. Because that just means that I was correct in my analysis early.
Well, that's the double-edged sword of that. Those stories where you go...
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
I know after 10 days, and then it doesn't work, and it's like, you're a psycho.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then when it works out, it's a romantic love story. It's a Hallmark card.
You're just as psychotic, though.
All right, Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean, what is the most polite way to say, I really want you to go home now? I feel like you would have to deal with this more than most people because you will host parties and you will sometimes get the lingerers.
Yes,
the little cranberries.
Yeah, that you need to leave.
Yeah,
I think it's for me. I'm like volunteering first to put the kids to bed. So
do you have to worry about a polite way to say it, or do you just say like,
no? You have to worry. Unless it's like you guys,
right?
If you guys were over, like, all right, you guys got to get out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it's other people, I think I had a bunch of the young bucks at the fan pool party who I didn't want to be that blunt with because, it was their first time over the house and partying and everything. But I might be like, guys, I'm old. I'll throw myself under the bus. Like, guys, I'm old. I got a 5 a.m. wake up. You guys can stay out here and party. That's what I'll usually do. You guys can stay if you want.
Right.
And then just pray that no one bites
they
on
don't
that.
usually. I think most people feel like this is weird. Now, well, here's the twist. Let's say you want somebody to leave at 3 o'clock in the afternoon just because you're done. Then what do you do? Because you can't say I got bed or I got work tomorrow morning. That's the challenge. Because I thought the same thing as you. Initially, just start saying like, "Oh man, I got to get to bed." Like just talking like that.
Yeah. But I think if you start falling asleep on the couch, you're all there, or you're like me. I'll just start dozing off. Like I'll be standing up and start sleeping. If I'm in the kitchen or something, we got people over. My mom's the best at this. She just goes, okay, time for everyone to leave. And she just does it. She just sends us on our way.
Is that polite though?
No,
it's not.
So the polite thing, if you're just looking to spare feelings, the thing I was thinking is an emergency comes up, but. Oh man, I got to go into work or something like that. Some sort of thing comes
it doesn't
up.
Work on a Saturday,
but you have to. Well, I mean, it works for me.
Yeah,
where you have to leave the house, and it's like, well, y'all can't just stay here. I don't know when I'm going to be back.
Yeah, that's too risky because then you have to leave, and they may not leave. I just don't have any events where usually if it's a Saturday, everyone knows it can go till 10 p.m. I'm not kicking anyone out at 3 p.m.
No.
And I usually don't want to have people over if I have to. Once I start, I don't want to stop.
No,
so I'm not going 3 p.m. shutdown. So doesn't apply for my house.
Anything on the fan text on that one?
Or I'll be like, well, hey, you're tired. I'll be like, your eyes getting heavy?
Yeah.
Eyes shut down a little bit? You got, what I also, because my house is a little bit further away, I guess, from most, I'll be like, hey, I'm looking
Long
out
drive.
for you. Stop now. Get ready to get on the road.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't want you to get a DUI.
Polite way to say, what are you all about to do? What are you all about to do later today? Or kids have to go to bed. We're wrapping things up. It was great having you over.
What if you suggest a new spot? Like, hey, let's go to the bar. Like I want to go to the bar, and then you just got there, and then you bail really quick from the bar.
That's rude.
But no, it's not. You just end up going like, man, I don't think it is. You go out and then you can bail from it. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. RJ Choppy, what's a husband skill that every husband must have?
Well, being able to have their wife enjoy it. That's a good one. Protecting the house. Little Erica Bagu. We must protect this house.
Erica Bagu.
That was Under Armour.
He was the Under Armour guy.
Old number 90.
I think do simple stuff around the house that requires a ladder.
Okay.
Right? You got to get on a ladder. Changing a tire is,
None of these apply to me.
But, if you
I was going to say, there's one that I think is...
Well, the first one does, but
not
the last two.
There's one that is absolutely critical to me. Being able to communicate to her that she needs to calm down without making her angrier. if you need to have that skill, because there are going to be times where it's like, we got to get this under wraps, and I got to be able to know what combination of words effectively gets her there, because you need to calm down is not going to be it.
Probably sensing when it's time to tag out with the kids.
The kiddos. Yeah.
So like we got into this like 2 weeks ago. She usually lays down with Ollie upstairs as he's sleeping up in his own bed now, and they have their whole bedtime routine, right? And read the book and put on the sound machine and all that stuff. And I was down to do it this one night where I didn't have games to watch, and I'm like, all right, let me go ahead and give the break. But you have to sense, she goes, I know you're willing to do it, but I want you to volunteer it. I said, just communicate with me. Just tell me that you just say, hey, can you take him upstairs tonight? No, that's not good enough for women.
That's not good enough for women. I still don't have that. Kristen will say all the time, she's like, you guys can't help me out, or like, you can't help with this or that. And I'll tell her all the time, like, tell me, tell me, hey, I need help with this, and I'll do it. And she's like, no, I don't want to. You should see I'm drowning. You should see that I'm drowning and that I need help. Yes. And like, I remember one time she was like, would you wait for a drowning person to like tell you they needed you to come get him out of the water? Right. And I was like, that's an awful analogy.
The one that's popping up in the fan text the most is about listening. Either act like you're listening or be a good listener. That's one that's popping up the most in the fan text.
Yeah, I'm a terrible listener. I got to learn better tricks in terms of to make it seem like I'm listening.
I think we're all bad. Yeah. So God, I really need to figure out if they're in the car right now. But
I know Choppy's got to get better at it, because I can always tell in here when he's not listening.
Yeah, you're bad. This is because it comes across like you don't care.
Oh, I know.
That's what's really insensitive about it.
That could not be more true. No, not true. But no, it's like
further from the truth.
So I'll be
not
there.
The case.
It doesn't matter who I'm with. I'm in my own head a lot. I'm daydreaming a lot. I'm constantly daydreaming. And Sarah will start talking, or my son will start talking, and then like 5 minutes later, I'll be like, "Did you say something? I'm pretty sure you said something."
Yeah.
And the time has passed.
See, in here, I always know what it is, because it'll be you'll say something and you'll pause, and the silence snaps him out, where he's like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah.
And then he'll look up at you and he'll go, No, I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
It is that way.
You have a nice generic statement.
Yeah, I have no idea what you said.
It's like, I mean, like, you said it best, so there's nothing more to say.
Right.
So, I mean, what can I say?
All right, there it is. Ask Reddit every Tolo Tuesday, even after the Dallas Cowboys dominate. Back to America's team and what Troy Aikman thinks about him. Are you okay with Troy Aikman's Cowboys reality? Plus, Jerry Jones at 8:30 coming up next. But, I'm so excited about my latest wild...
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
for security, and always there when
even home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Dolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Third down, close to 4 on the right hash at the 37. Prescott with time. Slant, Pickens. First down, cuts left, running away. Got a block, made the 45, broke a tackle. 50, 45, 40, 38.
That was the highlight of the night for me. The George Pickens 21-yarder, not the 37-yarder, not the touchdown, where he goes through 4 Raiders, and Jerry Jones afterwards. And Jerry's going to join us coming up at 8:30 only on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell back from Vegas. He said, and Jerry is guilty of hyperbole every once in a while, he's like, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that. That was like ballet out there.
George Pickens is ballet out there. He is, dude. My man crush.
You're in love?
I'm in love. My man crush could not be higher. It's like the meme with the guy and the girl and looking back at the other one, and it's that's the other one is George. That's George Pickens, and the girl on the right is CeeDee Lamb, and it's like, sorry, bro.
Does George remind you of anyone?
Honestly, he reminds me of Plexico Burress, but like like just a better
Body
player.
type.
Body type, the way he runs, the way he like kind of carries the ball. Just. I don't know, everything about him, and I think he's better, more explosive. But Plexico was no bum. But just a lot of what he does, I see Burris in him.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So, and I know I already said it this morning.
Text in your comps as well.
He's not as thick as T.O. is, but if you want to talk about the way T.O. would run and the way T.O. would do things after the catch, that's what he looked like last night.
T.O. was a freight train.
Like, he was always just so... I'm trying to think of, like...
He just doesn't look as fast. He's deceptive.
Yeah.
He's very deceptive. Like, he doesn't look like he has freaks. He doesn't look like he has quick twitch. When I'm looking at his route running, I'm like, how did he get as open as he did? It doesn't look stop and start. It doesn't look like he's going to sit there and shed guys off of him because of his long, turtleneck that he has. It's just very deceiving to
shiesty.
me. Is that what it's
That's
called?
That's what the kids call it, yeah.
Yeah, but he's just shedding guys off of him. And that's not even talking about his greatest ability, which is the ball in the air adjustment for the tough catches. But George Pickens, player of the game, right? Even over Quinnen. That was a performance.
Yeah, probably.
Brian Schottenheimer talking about his 2 receivers. Yeah, they didn't start the game with that first series. They balled out.
Yeah, I told them I love them, man. It's what we do. I mean, the role of me as a leader for this football team is to have relationships. I've talked to you guys about that for a long time. Like, I'm going to be able to have hard conversations with those guys or any of our players, and but I also want them to know that when there's decisions that are made, I love them and I appreciate them. I appreciate the way they play. I mean, literally, they jump-started us in the latter part of that second drive and beyond, and that's what great players do.
And that, to me, right there is leadership. That's parenting. Hey, got to punish you. You messed up. Still love you, but I got to crack down here.
Got a lot of comps coming in on the Franklin injury attorneys fan text. He reminds me of Roddy White, Randy Moss Light, A.J. Green. A lot of people coming in with Odell and Ocho.
AJ is the one that, because I'm trying to look around, I'm just seeing, who have other people come to do. When I saw AJ Green makes a lot of sense. That's you're talking about a Georgia guy who's a similar build. He
gets forgotten, too.
He does. He was so good.
He was so good.
He was so freaking good. Now, some of the other ones that he's gotten before, you remember everybody talked about contested catch-wise when he first got here. It does remind us of Dez, and he did get a little bit of that as, in terms of in his draft evaluations, he did get a little bit of, he attacks the football the way Dez does, and he got a little bit of DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay, D-Hop, yeah. I can't go with Dez because Dez was just afraid. Watch this. Watch this up here in terms of breaking the tackles, and Pete Carroll said he was really a problem for us. Let's give you some Troy Aikman insight. I was taking notes on Aikman. What I think a lot of these announcers do is they find out stuff before the game, and they try to drop it in a subtle way. Mm-hmm. So when Pickens and Lamb didn't start off, Troy didn't. Now, I'm not saying Troy definitely knows this, but I'm going to bring you what he said and then see what y'all think about it. He was talking about wide receiver effort on some tape that he had been watching earlier in the season. That takes me over to Bobby, and it wasn't very popular when Bobby said it because there's a George Pickens cult in DFW. But you had been questioning a little bit of the effort earlier in the season. I don't know how that applies to CeeDee Lamb, but that's the thing Aikman brought up. He's, I wonder if you're sitting there and checking out some tape from the last game or games prior, and he brought up effort, not necessarily missing a meeting.
Yeah, Pickens was a guy who early in the season.
Let me be clear.
Yeah, he didn't.
Aikman didn't say that was it. That's just what he said, which is making me investigate it.
Yeah, so if you watch the first 3-4 weeks of the season for George Pickens, compare it to what he's done recently. Compare it to just last night, the 3 different times that he broke through tackles. One of the plays we haven't even talked about, and it was such a small thing, but I think it was a third down play. That one where he caught it like 4 yards short of the sticks, and it looked like he was about to go to, and he just pushed his way forward past the line of scrimmage.
I just don't expect that type of physicality from him.
Because he hasn't done it. He hasn't put it on tape, really. And so that's the thing is that he was also... You remember people were talking about early on, like, he looks like very lackadaisical when he's attacking the football. Like, why does he look... And he said, well, I try to look so nonchalant because that makes me feel like the DB doesn't know that I'm, got the ball coming down on me. But, yeah, I think that early on, his effort has gotten better. I think early on, would you say there's a difference between effort and laziness or lack of attention to detail?
It's all
there's not a difference to me between really effort and laziness.
Like when I'm saying lazy, that's why I said lack of attention to detail. When I'm saying lazy, I just mean like not precise, not super just tight regimen. Yeah. It's a little kind of it's a little free.
Yeah, I need to know if you're capable of it.
That's what Pickens' problem was early. It was not precise. The things he was doing were not. Now he's playing much more precise, and I don't know. Is that a credit to Shoddy? Is that a credit to him putting in work? Is that him just being motivated?
Plays.
He's more comfortable with Dak. Him and Dak are better in sync. But that was definitely, I think, if you watch it, it's 2 different players.
Aikman relayed that Schottenheimer told him and Joe Buck that he was more conservative than most. Have you gotten that so far from Shoddy this year? Have you felt that in the games?
I do feel that there was a time
like a lot
football,
less,
right?
A lot less than McCarthy. We know he's conservative. I think we know.
Definitely less than McCarthy. He's more. I'm sorry, more. He's more conservative than Mike. I do feel that there has been times where I thought he's leaning on the Aubrey crutch.
Mm-hmm.
Which that's one of the
Mike or Shoddy?
Who? Yeah,
Mike leaned on him more to me.
Mike leaned on Aubrey. Mike leaned on Zerline. You remember they used to just Zerline will kick it from 58 here.
Yeah,
at the end of the. I'd say it depends on what you're talking about in terms of who's more conservative, because I think 4th down opportunities, Mike is more aggressive than Shoddy is. If you're talking about there's 40 seconds left in the half and we need to go 80 yards to score, Shoddy's going, we're pushing the ball. And
true.
McCarthy would not.
No, Mike's comes, and that's a little surprising with Shoddy considering like his background, with Marty.
I think it's also just he has a trust level with, Dak and the offense at this point that he's like, I know, I've seen us do it. I know we can do it.
Yeah, I do think on 4th down, when I think of, I'm thinking on 4th down, I think Mike was definitely more aggressive.
Aikman seemed to, I thought he was relaying that Schottenheimer's like, we need to get back to the run game. We need to start running this football more. He was peppering that in throughout the broadcast, and at the same time, kind of destroying Pete Carroll for their run-pass ratio. And that, of course, leads to play action. They put up a number yesterday that Dak on play action this year was like 81% completions with 9 touchdowns and no picks. And I was like, oh, my goodness. So those were some of the Aikman insights.
Yeah, Dak's been ridiculous on play action this year. That was something that was frustrating about McCarthy. McCarthy didn't like running a lot of it. Schottenheimer's a bigger fan of play action than Mike is. I think that the running the football thing, we've done startups. None of us gave Javonte one, did we?
No.
I thought he was a big spark early on for just, I can't even describe it. His running style looked different to me yesterday. Like he looked like, it was, how Javonte generally kind of patient and then, all right, looking for contact and both people. He looked like he was just lower the head and go. We're going.
A receiver is gone for a game. You're going to need to know this for fantasy. A quarterback is gone for the season, and the Eagles are missing someone for us on Sunday. That's all next, followed by Jerry Jones right here on Sean and RJ.
Crest Automotive, getting you hooked up on that brand new
what you need at libertymutual.com.
Women's establishment. And remember, everybody loves Bucks.
We've all seen it at games. A fan holds up a sign that says, believe. Well, Ford offers vehicles you can believe in, like F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. That's why your Texas Ford dealers are a proud sponsor, the official vehicle of the Dallas Cowboys and proud sponsor of Believing, based on 1977 to 2024 CY total sales.
Ford in Texas. Dallas Cowboys, where 10,000 electronic games plus roulette, craps, and blackjack is just the beginning. Get lost in our 2-story luxury spa. Rest in one of our vast hotel towers and catch the biggest names in music and the spectacular of DFW. So come live in the wow at the world of WinStar. Please game responsibly.
My perfect day at Sands. All in with clearer skin. A prescription only 100 injection for with Skyrizi. % plaque free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get and tuberculosis. Any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you...
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
It's pure, not compound. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. So get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
This segment is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other.
Doesn't sound right.
This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Back to Sean and RJ. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Raiders have moved from their 22 to the Dallas 31.
I'm not playing defense.
First down, Smith. Play action. He's got all day. Deep to the middle. The ball is tipped and intercepted at the 5-yard line. Here comes Marquise Bell down the left side. On the deflection up to the 35 before he's run out of bounds. Kenneth Murray dropping in coverage, got his hand on the football, and it floated right to Marquise Bell for the Cowboys' first takeaway of the game.
And that, to me, was the beginning of the nail, followed by the Pickens touchdown to make it 24-6, and it was game over as Bobby Belt getting everybody paid. It's a Cowboys Tolo Tuesday with Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30 after the beatdown of the Raiders.
That's a Kenneth Murray star up there for that play. Bell's going to get credited with the interception.
That's right after they missed a face mask on Murray.
They did. The very next play. And that's one of those face masks where if he didn't have the eye shield, it probably is a called penalty. Because his hand probably does get caught up in the face mask a little bit more without the eye shield. But, I mean, that's a good play. I mean, he had just turned his head around, too, got the hands up.
When did you feel home free with the Bobby bet?
Y'all were seeming on the text. It seemed like y'all were not comfortable.
I'm not. I'm a jinx. I'm a total jinx. It wasn't until the safety where I knew it was 100%.
Oh my gosh!
But again, that's different having money on it versus just watching.
Were you cursing me after the first 2 drives?
Oh yeah. Oh gosh. Oh man. I was cursing Schottenheimer. I was cursing Lamb and Pickens. I was cursing. I was cursing everything.
It was probably the ensuing touchdown after that interception to make it 24-9, 23-9, 24-9. That was it.
That was it.
That was that. When you're up 24-9, you're up 15 on the Raiders. The Raiders were showing nothing at that point.
But then garbage time opens up, and backdoor. I was trying to do math on backdoor covers. What can screw me? 2 points, all of it.
Well, the way I had split it is I had the 3.5 on underdog, and then I had a money line bet with my other account. So it was like, all right, as long as they win, I'll get something out of this. I'll get something out of this.
You just need to trust the head shave. If I feel like I'm saying, like, I'll shave my head if this is wrong, I am so confident, and that's been undefeated to this point. And so it got dicey last year with the head shave because I'd said the Cowboys wouldn't win more than X amount of games the rest of the year. And heading into Washington, if they would have scored on that final drive or if they would have stopped Washington, I would have had to shave my head, but still.
Let's take you around the NFL real quick before Jerry Jones joins us. And he should be in a joyful mood coming up in 10 minutes on DFW Sports Station. Jamar Chase suspended 1 game for the spitting incident against Jalen Ramsey. And the Cincinnati Bengals, right, they've been desperately trying to stay alive till Joe Burrow's return. They're going to be taking on the Patriots.
And the people out there completely ignore. They're like, well, how come Carter didn't get suspended when he spit on Dak? I think, well, it's pretty clear that because it happened before the first snap, that they counted that as the suspension game.
Which I don't have a problem with.
No, I don't either. It's like one of those first half, second half things.
Yeah, that's the difference. People were bringing up Jalen Carter on that. Michael Penix is gone for the season. And, Bobby, you have thoughts on that, and Penix also threw his coaching staff under the bus?
Penix, I don't even know that he necessarily threw his coaching staff under the bus. He was asked at a press conference late last week, he was asked, hey, as you're going through things and you're kind of learning the quarterback position and seeing these new things thrown at you, who do you kind of lean on to help you get through that? Is there a coach or somebody like that on the staff that you really have, like basically trying to figure out who's your mentor here? And he paused for like 5 seconds and goes, no one. And he's like, I got my girlfriend and I talked to some high school coaches back home, and it was like, Zach Robinson, you want a job? That's a tough break for you right there. That's how Penix is answering.
That sounds like Caleb Williams, but man, last year.
Yeah, exactly like it. Penix, if this is, because is it officially he's done for the year? I know they said it looked like he was probably out.
It's not official.
So if he's done for the year, this is 5 times in the last 8 years he's had a season-ending injury. And you're talking about like his knee has gotten torn up a bunch of different times. He's already going to be 26 years old in the spring with 5 season-ending injuries. By comparison, Drake May, who won a couple of picks before him, he just turned 23.
It is still a miracle that franchise, which is so bad, went to a Super Bowl.
Atlanta?
Yeah, so bad. They can't get out of their way. And Lombardi loves to crap on his. Is it Fontenot? Is the guy Rich?
There in Atlanta, that was Dimitrov.
No.
Now. The one who didn't hire Belichick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't Rich McKay.
Whoever, I think it's Fontenot maybe, but like since he's been there in like 05, they're below 500. It's like, how do you still have a job?
Lane Johnson is going to miss the Cowboys game and probably more. He's got the foot injury, Liz Frank sprain, and the injury not expected to end the season, but likely to land on injured reserve. The Eagles' next 4 opponents, Cowboys, Bears, Chargers, and Raiders.
That offensive line hasn't been as good this year. And Lane Johnson is somebody who's still very, very good. And so that'll, with the newfound pass rush, hopefully, that you have, like this will hopefully open up some opportunity for you.
That offense is not very good. Forget the offensive line, the offense as a whole. This could be a race to like 17 points.
Oh, okay. So you think the Eagles' defense can contain the Cowboys that much?
That defense is pretty salty.
The New York Jets are going to be starting Tyrod Taylor over Justin Fields.
Dude, it's Tyrod. Okay.
Tyrod.
It is Tyrod
By
Taylor.
the way, whoever came up with the backup quarterback commercials, you're a genius. What a genius concept that is. The backup QB.
I don't think I've seen them.
You don't know what I'm talking about? They're like, oh, your backup insurance, or I don't even know what the company is. But then all these backup quarterbacks like Trubisky sits down in the commercial.
Oh.
You're missing out.
No, that is good. That is good. I've never seen that.
Look, I get what they're trying to do here. Okay, they're trying to have some kind of, Aaron Glenn's trying to recreate Detroit with a culture. So they're trying to get some wins. They're trying to get like a 2022 Lions where they were like 1-6 and they finished the year like 9-7. I get what they're trying to do. But, it's not going to happen. This is not a good team. You need to tank. Justin Fields is your tank. Keep throwing him out there. You got to get a top 5 pick. You got to get a top 3 pick. Because right now, they are one more win at risk of being outside the top 9 in the draft. The Jets.
9?
9. Because there's so many teams there with 2 wins, 3 wins, right? There's so many teams there. They're at risk. It can't be winning one more game. This happened a couple of years ago. That one win they had over New England cost them Drake May. You can't. You got to lose these football games.
877-881-1053 is the number to call in the final hour when we have another Jack Johnson ticket giveaway for you. Turning it on, leaving it on. The Tolo Tuesday party continues with Jerry Jones live on Sean and RJ next.
Coming up on the next KNC.
Don't even know how you do turkey like this. You got the family side.
Nothing relieved Abby's back pain, but the answer was right there the whole time.
I've heard the QC Kinetics commercial radio.
Pains for relief are always welcome at QC Kinetics. Around the country will tell you that QC Kinetics Regenerative for your free consultation.
970
972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-8610.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Job here, my good friends over at Zerez. Let's get it going, boys and girls. We got to... folks over as we get towards the first of the year. Head on over to Zerez RJ Choppy Fan Special. 3 rooms pre-treated, clean and sanitized for $109. That's $75 off your air duct cleaning. This week, only 20% off tile and granite. Help prepare for those family celebrations. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or ZerezDallas.com.
Hey, Cowboy fans. Keith Davis here, former Cowboys safety.
Keith Davis into the end zone.
You know what separates champions from the rest? Making the right move at the right moment. With blockchain.com, that's never been easier. The Cowboys became America's team by striking bold when it mattered most. Now it's your turn. Invest like your icons with Visit blockchain.com/Cowboys today to get started and learn more. That's blockchain.com/Cowboys.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. Every year, the summer heat puts a real strain on your HVAC system, which means it needs a tune-up before it gets cold and you turn on the heat. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up.
Shag, I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's haircut.
TheOnTimeExperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
It is now time for the Jerry Jones Show, and this should be a fun one here on Sean and RJ. It's brought to you by Ford, your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. Did you sleep at all, or are you running on fumes right now from the win?
Hung around probably a little longer than we should have in Las Vegas, but really got on in here pretty good. So it was all in all, that win made it a great trip to Las Vegas.
Yes, sir. Let's just get your overall thoughts after having a couple hours to recap it in your own mind and talk to your staff. Just your thoughts on that impressive victory.
Well, first of all, I think we had a really across the board, a really top performance. I thought we did some good things in all phases. Sound just like the coach there, but we really had a real good game. It didn't have to be that way. Their record is they'd like to have more wins, I'm sure, but still, I thought we immediately, on both sides of the ball, I thought we were more physical, and I thought we were able to carry it to them. What you saw was exactly the game plan that our coaches and Brian had lined out before the game. So I was pleased with that. Obviously, every time Overshawn did something good out there, that made you smile. And then again, the possibilities that go with having the kind of interior in our defensive line really do create a lot of optimism for the team, for the players, much less the coaches. And I say that because our fans deserve a defense like the one we had out there last night, in my mind.
Jerry, did you have a feeling going in, or was it totally unpredictable the way that the guys and the team would respond after the Marshawn Kneeland news?
Well, I couldn't imagine. They worked hard when they got back to practice this week. And, you can say what you want to about football, the hard work that's involved, physical work, and then, if you will, the physical contact. But it can, in its own way, have a therapeutic aspect to it, and that's what you saw. And then you saw those guys, really letting it all manifest itself and hopefully making good plays and not making those mistakes. Notably last night is the lack of those mistakes. So all of that tells me they had their mind, obviously, everybody's in the back of their mind, front of their mind, having Rashawn in that area, but also we've got to go on and put that foot in front of each other and go. Having said that, I would say I haven't seen them. Obviously, we hadn't seen the film. I didn't look at it coming in last night. But I will tell you, it's probably across the board our best performance of the year. I'm talking about in the standpoint of being physical, holding your blocks, taking it to them on defense in that front, and those things will win ball games, and it took its toll there last night in a positive way for us.
Jerry, you've talked a lot before about when you're referring to coaches, you've said that you want somebody that you can be in the foxhole with. And do you feel like these last 2 weeks, Brian Schottenheimer's shown you, yeah, this is why he was the guy we picked, and this is why I want him in the foxhole with me? Well,
he's had years and years and years of wanting to have the opportunity that he's got. And he wears that on his sleeve. He's very appreciative of the opportunity to coach the Cowboys. It shows in every way he addresses every challenge that come up, and we all realize if you don't have a challenge this second, wait 30 seconds and you'll have something on your hands. That's just the nature of it. But I sure was proud of proud for him, proud of him relative to how the week turned out here.
Jerry Jones joined us here at 105 through the Fan. I am in love with George Pickens. He's become my favorite player on this team. Do you ever feel bad when you fleece somebody else in a deal like you did Pittsburgh? Like you got to give them a little bit of extra next time. You got to trade with them. You got to give them a little bit extra. You ever feel bad about fleecing somebody so bad?
Well, guys, I'd like to say that possibly that would be one way of looking at it. The rest of this thing is so humbling. And I'm constantly getting humbled. You just, the entire team is like holding Jell-O in both hands. It's always something coming out from place to place. But I will tell you, that performance that George had last night was about as impressive. First of all, he was, I know that he was trying to show that because he had a late problem there that wouldn't affect his game. And so bottom line, I'm so proud for us that we've got him. I don't know when I've seen a guy on a steady basis play as inspirational as he's playing. And that's the thing. He causes the guys around him to be better.
Jerry, can you tell us any more about why Lamb and Pickens did not start off the game?
Not really. That were in-house issues and had to do with really meeting-type discipline, and that's about all you need to go into it here.
Jerry, when something like that occurs, would you prefer to see guys be disciplined in a way that doesn't take them off the field, or do you think that's the way for them to understand the message?
You know, you can think about it a lot of ways. Everybody knows that when you're not on the field, that it's not just hurting you. And, of course, these guys are competitors, and that's about as hard a thing as they deal with is not getting to get out on the field if they're ready to go. But the other thing is they always have the feeling, without question, that you're letting the other guys down. It'll have you look at your watch.
Jerry Jones joined us here, 105.3 The Fan. I know you've had a lot. I know we sometimes are prisoners of the moment, and you've had a lot of great players. But could you really see an argument that Pickens and Lamb are the best 1-2 punch at receiver that you've had?
Well, last night, I'd present that for him last night, and I would say that early I was so pleased because Dak did have his options, and that was real exciting to see. And if we can continue to have that kind of balance and then get those kind of options with those two guys out there, and of course there's some other people called tight ends out there on the field too, then we're going to be right back where we thought this offense was a couple of weeks ago.
It is a good problem to have, but you are going to run into a situation where you have to decide to sign George or not. And if you do, you're going to have a ton of money tied up at wide receiver, in addition to 3 defensive tackles making around $60 million. Is that feasible to be able to build a balanced roster and have that much cash tied up in those 2 spots?
Yes. Yes.
Jerry, let's talk about that defensive tackle, because there was a photo of you where it looked like you were very, very happy after Quinnen Williams delivered that first sack. Talk about his performance and the immediate impact last night.
Well, I was zeroed in on him early, and I wanted to see how the Raider offensive line was handling him. And I kind of caused you to sit back in your seat and smile a little bit. He was so dominant, and I have not, again, looked at the film on the way in, but, boy, I'm telling you, if we can get those kinds of plays and people have to adjust their blocking schemes for them, then you obviously get some advantages in other parts of your defense.
Yeah.
And we just haven't had pressure like that, pass pressure. And so when you can be sound on against that run and then get some pressure too, and it's coming from a bad spot for the quarterback up the middle, and we haven't had that.
Jerry Jones live on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan after the fun, impressive victory last night. And Jerry, a lot of fans were messaging us, and I felt the same way. I was kind of waiting for the defense to get back out on the field because it felt really fun for the first time this year with the tackling and all the guys coming back that you guys have been talking about. And I was like, oh my gosh, I kind of want to see this Cowboys defense out here just as much or more than the offense.
We had valuable reps. For those guys that hadn't been a hooker at safety. I just can't tell you how much we've missed hooker at safety. And then, of course, we were having some, as you saw, and that wasn't a mirage, even when they got the ball, they made a reception, we were hitting them immediately.
Yeah.
And so we were really able to use that additional pressure that we were out there getting on the quarterback. We were able to use that and really stay with those receivers across our secondary. Big difference.
Jerry, you kind of made mention here in the last couple of answers about getting the pressure up the middle and then what you get from defensive tackle. How do you value or compare or weigh the differences between getting pressure off the edge versus pressure up the middle? Or do you guys value one more than the other?
I think that it's harder. You can vary ways to get some space pressure. You can vary that, and you can use guys that are not necessarily prototypes for size out there to get some pressure. But in the middle, it takes not only strength and size, in my mind, but it also takes that unique big guy that can really tie up 2 blockers and plus give a chance to touch that quarterback. Those are hard to find. If you look at the teams around the league that seem to have the best defenses, especially as playoff time comes, that's one reason they gutted us pretty good over the last few years at playoff time. We've got a real emphasis on the middle pressure and run stop here.
Jerry Jones joining us here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Jerry, so you've made reference to getting Malik Hooker back. You've obviously added Quinnen Williams, Logan Wilson, DeMarvion Overshown. With all these additions that you were able to get back off of the bye week, did it feel like you almost have a new team now or a new defense, and you basically experienced an off season during the bye week?
Well, I think you are seeing last night some material benefit from having played the games the guys that are out there, the ones you're not mentioning, but just are doing it better. And that we kept talking about, that if we keep working hard at practice, that'll evolve. The repetition will evolve. But be that as it may, if you don't create some urgency with that quarterback, then in the NFL, if they've got time, they'll just make their completions. They'll pick you apart. And so the ingredients you saw last night was our ability to hurry that quarterback up, and we did. And we did it in a way that we could stop that run. They were trying, philosophically, they're trying to get that ball to that running back. He's the best one picked this year. We knew what Pete Carroll wanted to emphasize, and that's that run. And so we really did know that we're going to be challenged in that run thing. Well, we got that message to them early, and it stayed with us the whole game.
Is Coach Eberflus a little bit happier with some of this personnel?
Well, he, to be fair to him, he really always understood that we could be better personnel-wise, but I like the way we mixed it up. I don't know, I'm sure you guys noticed. That didn't look like the same bunch out there last night, mixing it up. I'm talking about mixing the different schemes we were doing defensively. And, boy, that's what you want.
Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have to talk about your quarterback. We know about the leadership throughout his career. Talk about his game, Jerry, and his leadership through a tough 12 days.
Well, he just, again, just as time and time again, he is the best leader that I've been around for a team, and period. And he just has a natural, sense of what the situation calls for. He's had it since he walked through the door, and he's so much of the good things that he's been a part of had to do with that skill right there. But then you see it. He brings a certain confidence out there. And then you got a guy that, he can have a bad series, he can have a bad quarter, but you got a guy that'll come out there and just completely erase it from his mind and really be as aggressive as it calls for. From the get-go this year, he's been our stalwart relative to our chance to win this year. And now then we're given a chance. Last night, that offensive line that's been kind of makeshift for 4 or 5 ball games. That offensive line were able to get in there, and I thought did a real good job. That Crosby's a mess now. He's a mess. You want to see it. You want to see a defensive end that can flat rush that passer, but at the same time play that run. You don't want to go on his side of the field. So. There's an outside guy that makes a difference.
Jerry, you mentioned in Max Crosby there, you guys did a pretty solid job on him, and he was rushing against your right tackle a lot of the day. Shotty had said during the week that right tackle was kind of an open competition right now with Terrence Steele and Nathan Thomas. What's just your perspective on how your tackle at right tackle, Terrence Steele, and as well as Tyler Guyton, how they've played and what you got out of them last night?
Well, you saw, and I just said, that was probably, they were the most challenged of any player we had to keep that Crosby off the quarterback, or for that matter, off the runner. And we had help in mind from time to time, and we had a couple of times there early. I just saw the tight end on him, and I said, now good luck with this. We're not going to be around long if all we're trying to do is get him with a tight end or stand in his way. So I don't want to make any more of it than it is, but I thought on balance, considering the type player he is, I thought we had a heck of a game, and be surprised if our offensive line doesn't grade out really well.
Are you going to recommend Tyler Guyton be in this series a landman after that fall he took? A little acting job?
Hey, he's a multifaceted individual. And it takes a little bit of that. It's like a nice recipe, a little dash of a little dash of physical, a little dash of acting, and so I thought he did a great job on that play. But I wish on a couple of them, I wish that he had been acting. I'm afraid that was just the impact of playing in front of that Crosby.
Jerry, I know you haven't reviewed the film, but just kind of initial impression of your other additions in Wilson and then the return of Overshown, which everyone is thrilled for with his long journey back. Were you able to catch up with Overshown in the locker room, or what did you think of some of the play from your other new guys returning?
What I think for Ravel out there as well. Ravel had a lot of snaps out there for his first football game ever in the NFL. And, oh, my goodness, am I optimistic, and it's promising what his future can be. The fact he got those snaps in last night and didn't have a glaring issue is a big plus for us. But all the guys you mentioned, in each and every way, Wilson, just outstanding behind that defensive line and really got good instincts to be where he's supposed to be and fight to get there. And so actually a guy like that can be inspirational to the other players around him. And so there's no question it's a letdown if you do your job and you're supposed to be filling in behind with a linebacker or a guy's supposed to have his job to make the play and it doesn't happen. That impacts everybody. But I saw last night it going the other way, and that it was catching on, and they were playing in a coordinated way, and that's because you were having success. Each one was not only having some good things happen physically, but they were doing their job mentally.
Jerry, you talk about communication being better. Obviously, the team rallied, got really close this week. You've added new additions. Everything really kind of gelled together last night. What are the chances that last night's victory can be a jumping-off point for you guys to make a real run to the postseason?
Well, that's the point. And you look at these numbers, they're daunting as we look ahead for a playoff. But we don't want to look any farther past, and than this weekend with Philadelphia. And Philadelphia is playing at a heightened level of just excellence. They played their last games and played them well. I was real impressed the other day with with Detroit. But the bottom line is that I'm excited about playing Philadelphia, and it'll be a good out for the makeup of our team right now. I'm anxious to see the game.
Favorite Post Malone song?
I'll tell you, I know our fans have heard this story, but Post's dad was in charge of our beverages out at the old Texas Stadium, and his mom, of course, worked past when he came home from school. So they had a cot set up for Post, and he had several years out there that he would come out there and sleep for a few hours while his dad was on the spot there and his mom was working. So he literally slept out at the stadium for years and years.
Wow.
We're proud of that.
Hey, proud of the performance last night. That was awesome. Got all of us feeling a certain type of way this morning. Congratulations, and we'll hear you on Friday.
Okay, man, it is good to be on with you. Bye.
Yes, sir. Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, so this was a late meeting situation that got Lamb and Pickens.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Now, to be Brian Schottenheimer, obviously, post-game had referenced couple things were missed. So again, we don't know if that means two different types of things were missed, or they missed a couple of meetings, or how they were defining it. Clearly, it wasn't anything that was serious enough that he felt you guys are just suspended for the game or anything like that. It was more just, hey, you guys are going to be publicly called out here for not doing what you're supposed to do. It doesn't sound like it's going to be something moving forward. I just wish we would have gotten better answers after the game from George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb.
I agree. The bromance has now gone from Micah and Diggs to these two.
Oh, yeah.
And were you guys together? Or were you individually late?
Maybe.
A lot of people are like, it's Vegas. Hey.
It's Vegas.
It's Vegas.
And night game anyway. They could have rolled in at 7:30 in the morning and still got enough sleep.
It just dawned on me. I'm really disappointed that when we threw it to Jerry, he didn't say, "Well, guys, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas."
Damn it. Good one. Solid.
Tommy Yarish back from Vegas will join us at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com. We have Shoddy, emotional inside the locker room. RJ with a college football kegger. And is Kyrie coming back earlier than we think? Final hour, Tolo Tuesday after this.
After we get you over to Rough Greens.
average start time lasting.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From Vegas, Tommy Yarsh will join us from DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. Quinnen on the night, 1.5 sacks, 7 total pressures, the 21% pass rush win rate, and everybody else 8 as well. Final hour here on 105.3 The Fan with a Jack Johnson ticket giveaway. Any leftovers you need to get out of the way for Star Up, Star Down, or from Jerry Jones, who just joined us to celebrate?
Let me look at it. So I think that a couple guys that I haven't mentioned yet, offensive line we haven't really talked about. I thought Booker was really good yesterday in the run game. He had a couple pass things, like pass blocks where he was not there on time. But
and the personal foul.
Yeah, but the run game, he was moving guys. And then I thought Guyton was pretty solid overall. In general, the unit probably deserves credit for they had a plan for slowing Max Crosby down, which what brought us Texas here during the break. I think he said 7 different guys at some point blocked Crosby in this game.
What?
Yeah, so I mean they were like, in terms of just 7 different players on offense had gotten their hands on Crosby at some point to block him, and so they were throwing everything at him. And so I think that the offensive line gets a big star up for this game. And then the only guy that I think we haven't mentioned yet that was still on my list, I thought Clowney played pretty well. He was generating a lot of pressure again and just continues to be rock steady for them.
Yeah, we hit all the star ups. I had about a dozen of them. We all hit them. I had 2 star downs. One was an instance and one is something else. But you're up 31-16. All right. You get a Turpin return dang near midfield.
Yeah.
Run, and then on 3rd and 7, you pass and you punt it out. Like, I thought he was maybe trying to take the air out of the game and run out the clock a little bit soon. Go for the it's a 2-score game there still. Like, I know it's the Raiders. They're playing like they're not moving the ball. Go for the kill in that situation. And then number 2, second star down, Jerry Jones. Why have we not got a notification that George Pickens is signed to a 4-year extension today? All right, why has that not happened yet? Okay, it needs to happen yesterday.
Because they don't want to become the Bengals, or you're dealing with the agent who gets $3 to $4 million above what you think you're going to pay.
And offer $6 million above what you're going to pay. Give him a blank check. Say, here you go. Here you go, David.
Franchise record, Nick Harris said last night, most receiving yards for a Cowboys player in his first career 10 games. So he's passed what Amari did in those first 10 games when he got here by like 100 yards. But he's been really good. I think right now they're happy to let this play out and get paid in the offseason at this point.
Being George and Mulugeta.
Yeah, George and David Mulugeta. And the only star down I had last night was
And what if
CD.
he gets tagged?
He will get tagged.
Huh?
He will get tagged.
He will get tagged.
That's going to happen. Yeah.
Tagged to work it out?
Yes.
Or tagged
I think tagged to talk. Yeah, they just want to retain their rights. They want to make sure that they're protected.
Talk.
Yes, exactly. So I think that's how they'll approach it.
So before we move forward with it, and we really could have had this conversation, let's do his new value tomorrow.
Okay.
I like to go down the receivers list. We usually pretty much nail it when we're like, all right, he's, we got it with Terry McLaurin, right? It's like, okay, DK above, below. No. We kind of get the gap correct of where they need to fit in between the other wide receivers. So let's talk about maybe Pickens' new value tomorrow. You have a star down for Lamb?
I have a star down for Lamb. Pickens would get one, except he neutralized it and then came out and played at the level he did. CD had a drop in this game. CD, I think at times was the body language always the way it needed to be. And him more than Pickens, I needed to hear him give the right answer after the game, and he didn't. And so for me, he gets a star down on that one.
I love CD on third down. I just kept writing down third down notes in here for balling out. Lamb, 18-yard touchdown. CD, 14 yards on third down in the second. I'm usually going to give you more credit for third down conversions. CD, a 3rd and 2 in the fourth quarter. At halftime, George had 6 for 101 and a touch. Lamb had 3 for 55 and a touch.
Yeah, look, I mean, there were some big moments, and I felt like he was starting to get into a roll when he had that third catch. So he'd scored the touchdown, and then he got 2 big catches on, I think it was the next drive. I thought he was going to start getting into a roll, but Pickens he was too good last night, and they couldn't move away from him. He was getting opportunities, and he was absolutely crushing it. And so you don't want to force feed Lamb, whoever's the hot hand. Feed them that day. Let them get their points. Let them get their touches. Whatever else it is, that's the way you got to play it. But.
All right. Tommy Yarsh was in that emotional locker room. He will join us at 9:20, and you will hear Schottenheimer trying to contain all the emotion. Let's get to a little college football kegger.
I don't know.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
The pig people are melting down.
Arkansas.
Local team, Arkansas.
Yeah, almost.
No, you said they were.
Tuition.
You said they were.
In-state tuition. James Franklin has decided to go be the next head coach at Virginia Tech. And the Arkansas folks are melting down that a coach would say, you're going to go to that conference and that job over us? And that's exactly what happened. And this goes, and I'm a dear Florida and LSU fan, I hope you're happy, because how Virginia Tech was able to get him over Florida or LSU, if they even wanted him.
Yeah,
they
make
did
sure you include that caveat.
Yes. Well, and
I don't think they were sending the PJ for
right.
James Franklin like they did Lane.
And that's the problem. Okay, the problem with that is they know their fans at Florida and LSU would not have bought into James Franklin. They would not have bought it. They would not have said, I am all on board.
Are you trying to say that James Franklin is equal to Lane Kiffin? You trying to say that he should have been considered a lot more and the fan base acceptance stopped it? Are you putting them on the same tier?
I think he's probably, his coaching resume says he's above Lane Kiffin.
There's also, I think a lot of times you got to think of regional prowess. Like we're talking about, James Franklin has been a Northeast Big Ten.
He was at Vandy, did well at Vandy,
right? But a Northeast Big Ten recruiter, like that's where he made his name. Mm-hmm. I don't know that instantly you just go, yeah, you can compete in Florida, and LSU zero chance coming off of Brian Kelly that they will hire another version of Brian Kelly and James Franklin.
Well, I mean, look,
another version.
James Franklin is a notorious jerk.
Oh,
but like his reputation is similar to.
I mean, Lane can be a jerk.
No, yeah, but Lane is kind of like sarcastic, snarky. Franklin's reputation is one of like you're mean. You're mean, and you are like kind of ruthless.
I think
like
LSU,
Brian Kelly.
LSU, I don't have a problem with it. Florida has gone through the wilderness of 15 years of Sun Belt Billy. And, trying, it was at the Dan Mullen. Now, Dan Mullen did fine there, but they wanted to run him out of town. They think they're too good for it. Meanwhile, they would sign up tomorrow for 10-2. And that's what James Franklin does. James Franklin walks in, and he's a 10-2 coach.
Yeah, because they play 2 ranked teams during the year?
That's probably true.
Yeah, okay.
So you think it's a home run or grand slam for Virginia Tech?
Oh, it's a granny.
I agree.
It is a grand slam hire. They could not have done that. I don't know what their NIL's like.
Yeah.
There's
no reason. Look, I grew up on Frank Beamer.
Yeah.
There's no reason to me, like, Virginia Tech should have fallen off as much as they do. Virginia Tech, to me, they were a power. Like, well,
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't
It was
a powerhouse, but they were a
in the
threat.
Big East. It had a they had
Virginia
an easy
Tech
schedule.
could be a problem.
They were, but I do believe that some of these SEC schools, the fans are prisoners of their own expectations. They're sometimes too high. Go look at the conference, man. There are like 8 teams that are ranked like the top 20. It is a gauntlet, and I don't blame James for saying, hey, I'm not going to go to Arkansas.
Yeah.
I can't win that. I can win it. All I got to do at Virginia Tech is get 10 wins, and I'm going to be in the ACC championship game. But I know that a lot of these fans are melting down. Now, the LSU thing with Lane, and you mentioned the plane, they sent a private jet to get
Lane
Lane's
Kiffin
family, and fly him over from Oxford to LSU. They flew the family over to tour the school. He made a cryptic post this morning with some kind of scripture on social media, and he tagged Ole Miss football on it. So
what was it?
I don't even know what it was.
You're Catholic.
Yeah, that's true. But I still don't know. But it was some kind of cryptic scripture that he posted.
Is this Twitter?
It was on his Twitter. Yeah.
Okay.
There it is, Bobby. Let's turn inward. Great chapter this morning.
That's
and
what
then he also did day 223. Have the best Tuesday ever, everyone. You could translate it while RJ goes.
This is not the Bible.
No. It's a scripture. It's not from the scripture, right?
No, that
doesn't work.
No, don't think so. I think we say scripture. You're telling me he posted Proverbs 27:3 or something.
I say when I mean that, I mean it's from the good book. That's from the good book. If it's written down, it's a scripture.
Okay.
All right. It's script.
Yeah.
Where did they get the word script from? Huh? Just throwing that one out there.
So my run sheet right here is scripture.
That's absolutely. So 2 potential things. Is this real with Lane, or is this a play for more money?
No, I think it's real.
I mean, I think it is real, but I think it's a little bit of both.
There's a lot of talk out of Oxford. I was reading an article by On3, and they've got really good Ole Miss coverage, and their writer over there who's really plugged in, he had said, Ben Garrett's his name. He had said that Ole Miss is starting to be like, dude, you need to start giving us some clarity. You were being way too vague about what you're going to do. We need to know if you're going to be here.
And you know what I would tell Ole Miss?
What?
Shut up. Be quiet. I'll tell you when I decide. Be quiet. You have no power. You have no leverage. I'll let you know if I decide to take this money, and you sit here in the shade until I respond.
I would come to them and I would say, look, this is a contract. You're the highest paid coach of college football.
Who? If you're who?
If I'm Ole Miss. Here's the thing. You're the highest paid coach of college football. It's available to the end of the day.
And I still leave. And I would say I call your bluff, because you'll go back to irrelevance without me. And you know what you'll do? Ole Miss, they'll shut up and they'll be quiet until Lane makes his decision. Because Ole Miss, they ain't in that ballpark, so they can get all mad. And I could feel a little disagreement from you guys.
No. I feel like he is a worse person than I thought if he would treat it that way.
Well, I'm just saying
because Oxford like bail. He was a pariah.
Yeah.
He was like there was a thought he was never going to get back to the SEC.
Well, he doesn't have to say it all like that, but
sure.
I'm taking the LSU or Florida jobs. I'm leaving.
If he does,
which I think they just want to just tell us that then. They feel like he's just being too cute about it.
Right.
Okay.
And if he does do that, that's fine. It's his prerogative. But he has said in the past that he learned a lot leaving Tennessee, going to USC, and the mistake.
Yeah.
If he does this, that would kind of show that he really didn't learn.
But Tennessee is a higher ceiling than Ole Miss. To me.
It is.
You're not winning. You might win one. You might.
Might be this year.
You might, but you can win many at the other two. Yes, there's a
no
bigger
doubt.
state. You're limited.
No doubt.
Lane Kiffin said it himself. He goes, we can't rush the field here because it's half of an NIL defensive back salary.
Absolutely.
They can. He was talking about LSU.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
He's like, they can. It'll be half of their DBs if we rush this field for the fine.
No
You're
doubt.
limited. Yeah,
No
there's
doubt.
comfort and all that, and hotty tot. I'm sure they got young hot yoga instructors for Lane, but you want to win some titles too.
Yeah, if you want,
Or
look, I
one.
mean, LSU is. I mean, it's pretty much set, right? You know, like it's ever since Nick Saban got there. If you coach there and your name isn't Brian Kelly, you win a title.
I have the latest odds from Vegas.
All right.
LSU favorite.
Lane.
It is not. He's not even top 4.
Summerall?
Really?
Nope. Summerall's third.
Eli.
Nope.
Brady still?
Nope. He's fourth. Kenny Dillingham.
Really?
Kenny Dillingham in Vegas at 3-1.
He just had a really impassioned speech about NIL yesterday.
Florida Gators.
Number 1, let's go with Golish.
No.
Is that Drinkwitz?
He's second.
Summerall?
Lane, 1-2.
1-2?
1-2.
Okay, what job would you take, Florida or LSU?
Lane is a better fit at LSU to me.
Because it's more Wild West?
Just the way Lane's personality to me says that's LSU more than Florida.
Yeah.
You?
I would take... Man, this is tough for me because, like, when I came into the SEC, it was like Florida was a much better job. LSU was a nothing.
Yeah.
But LSU, you're guaranteed the top 12 players in your state every year. Every single year, you're guaranteed the top 12 players.
The favorite at Auburn is Sumrall. Eli Drinkwitz at Penn State is the favorite. Ryan Silverfield at Arkansas. Alex Golish at Oak State. Bob Chesney at UCLA. That's as of yesterday in Vegas. College football kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby's Kyrie Irving coming back soon?
That is what Mark Spears is saying. But see, the problem is Mark Spears, the way he said it, he was on TV yesterday, apparently said, Kyrie, he's working towards coming back. He's ahead of schedule. All right, that's all positive. But then he closed it by saying, he's working to come back this season. What? Why is this even a question of him being here this season?
Sit out, Kyrie. Sit out, Kai.
Sit out.
And get us Cooper Flags running mate and the number 1 picks that we don't have basically for the next 4 years. Let's continue the Cowboys party with Tommy Yarish. What was it like in that locker room? Hear the emotion of Brian Schottenheimer along with Tommy Yarish next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to zero.
a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
BuyersBarricades.com.
Back to Sean and RJ. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Okay, first down and about 12. And Smith hands it to Jenny in the end zone, and Ezeraku might have him in the end zone. Ezeraku got through, and it's a safety. Ezeraku's penetration stopped Jenny in the end zone, and Jenny puts both hands on his head and says, "What have I done?"
Brad Sham with the call right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Thanks for being a Tolo that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On.
You know, you've quoted it all morning, the fact that Quinnen Williams got more sacks yesterday than he had all season. He also got more quarterback hits yesterday than he had all season.
What?
And he did it in the fewest snaps he's played all season.
What does that tell you?
That he's a monster, and the Raiders suck.
Let's hear from Brian Schottenheimer inside the locker room. We'll take the first half of this, Kevin, after the emotions of the last 2 weeks.
Hey, listen up. Hey, before we do all the celebration stuff. Let that thing go. Hold it. So proud of you guys, man. Amen. Tough couple weeks. We made them. We're proud. You guys made it. We're proud, man. Unbelievable. All right, here we go. I'm back. I'm good. I'm back. All right,
I'm back. I'm good. I'm back. Tommy Yarsh was in that Cowboys locker room, and here he is from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar, the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Tommy, what's your headline for this one?
Well, it's tough to narrow it down to one because there are so many from a game like this. But I think what kind of encapsulated everything was Jerry Jones after the game saying, "This one's for you, Marshawn." And, he was part of the end of a quote. He was talking about how proud he was of his team and of Brian Schottenheimer and his leadership to his players. But winning a game like this, how good of therapy it was to kind of get back together, get back to playing football. And, the team knew how much Marshawn loved to compete, how much he loved the Cowboys, and he saw it as a way of saying, the Cowboys saying just that this one's for you, Marshawn. And you could tell that they were emotionally charged the entire night, from Oso Odighizuwa being emotional, bringing Marshawn Nealon's jersey back in the tunnel after the game to, that audio that you guys just played of Brian Schottenheimer, struggling to compose himself in that post-game locker room. So I think that's about how I would put it, and it's a fitting way for Dallas to win that game because they wanted to emulate the way that Marshawn Nealon played, and I think they did.
So, yeah, that's one headline right there. That's a big one, like you just mentioned there. We were talking about it right at the start of the show. There were a million different directions you could go. So let's go next to Quinnen Williams, I guess. When you see the impact that he makes, not just in terms of himself and the way that he affects the offense, but were you surprised as much as we were, it seemed like, of just how immediately other people, it feels like, on the Cowboys defense were affected and leveled up by playing with Quinnen Williams?
I think I was surprised by how quickly it happened. I was thinking, okay, maybe it takes a week or two for everybody to gel together and go from there. But, it was immediate. And, you think for Quinnen Williams, too, this is probably the freshest he's been maybe since the opening week of the season because he's basically had 2 bye weeks back-to-back. The bye week going into the trade deadline, and then that was when the Cowboys were going on their bye. So he's had plenty of rest and just came out of the gate swinging. And, I talked at length to you guys on when they traded for Williams and said, hey, this is going to, more than anything, open up everything else for the rest of the defensive linemen, for Oso Odighizuwa, for Kenny Clark, for the pass rushers, Jadeveon Clowney, Dante Fowler, Jonathan Ezeraku, you name it. And I think they did. I think that's exactly what it did. He was double-teamed on half of his pass rushes, and he still got 5 pressures, 5 hits on the quarterback, 1.5 sacks. And, when you look back to his time in New York, the best pass rushing production that he had was with Aaron Whitecotton as defensive line coach. So it wouldn't shock me at all if he continues to, obviously he's been so dominant against the run, but if he continues to, be very strong at getting to the quarterback because he's back with, the coach that helped him do that at a high level, and then you're going to see everybody else feed off of it. It was a really impressive debut.
Tommy Arsh from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Tommy, so break up your pie here of credit to the Cowboys and improvement to the Cowboys, and you are playing an awful Raiders team in terms of what we saw yesterday.
I'd say 60-40. I'd to give 60 to the Cowboys and how they played. And then 40 to, just what the Raiders are. I listened to a little bit of Broadus last night, so I hope he doesn't come after me for saying that. But look, at the end of the day, you came into last night not really knowing what you were going to get, just because it's so unpredictable, right? Like you just can't imagine what these players and these coaches as human beings have gone through in the last 12 days. And to ask them to go out and play a football game when it seems so minuscule compared to everything else that's going on in their lives is difficult. But they took a lot of pride in saying this is our opportunity to play for Marshawn and honor him through our play. And I think they deserve a lot of credit for the way that they did that on really in all three phases of the game. I would say probably their most complete performance of the year. But at the same time, the Raiders are they are what they are, and I think to a degree your record is what you says. Your record tells you what you are, and sure they could have had a couple more wins here and there, but they've struggled, and the Cowboys have struggled. But nonetheless, when you go into this back half of the season and you look at the 3 games coming up in the next 12 days, you take all the wins you can get, and so much less on an emotional night like that. To come away with the victory is something that you have to be happy with.
Is George Pickens a top 5 NFL wide receiver?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
Right now, I would say yes. I mean, just because he has kind of blossomed as, in Pittsburgh, the narrative around him and the label attached to him, if you will, was, okay, this is just a deep ball, 50-50 guy who's a freak athlete, and he can make you, basically move the chains for you by just being a freak athlete and jumping over everybody. And I think he has proven this year that he's got the ability to work after the catch, what he can do to continue churning his legs. I was listening to you guys earlier, and I think it was Bobby that brought up, they needed 4 yards on either third down or something, and he just drug guys with him to move the chains. And, I mean, he's sticking his arms out in 50 different places to get the ball as far as he can. And, some of the crossing routes where he's been able to kind of turn the corner and then cut back into the middle of the field and make guys miss. He did it again yesterday. There's the game at Carolina that looked kind of eerily similar to that touchdown, too, where he cut back into the middle of the field and made guys miss. He's showing how well-rounded he is. And, in Pittsburgh, I don't think you saw as much of that. And so for that reason, obviously, statistically, he's got the numbers to be up there. He's second in the league in receiving yards. And then you think of the great receivers in this league right now, JSN and Jamar and Puka. But I think George Pickens is playing a style of football that is right up there with those guys.
Your thoughts, Tommy, on both receivers missing the first series and the explanations after?
Yeah, I figured it was a disciplinary issue once, we saw it. And the question immediately came up of, okay, why is Jalen Tolbert, Kevontae Turpin, and Ryan Flanoyer starting receivers here? And I did kind of chuckle at after the game when George Pickens first got asked about it. He said it was a personnel decision, and the Raiders defense didn't end up running the personnel that they wanted to. But look, Brian Schottenheimer said from the jump that he wants to instill a strong culture and everybody's going to be held accountable. And I think there's no better way to showcase that than when you hold your best players accountable and show that, hey, nobody's above the law here. And, if you can do that with your best players, then that gives your locker room an understanding of, all right, this is the expectation. If you don't meet it, then, there's going to be consequences for it. And it's not, I don't believe this was any sort of consequence that is going to be, seriously detrimental or long-standing or anything like that. I think it was just hey, we got to be better, and we're going to show why we need to be better. And everybody moved on, and we're singing Kumbaya now, I guess. I mean, you saw the video of Brian Schottenheimer going nuts and hugging both of those guys on the bench. So there's no hard feelings either way, and you just kind of move on.
Do you think you would have done the same thing if it was next week against Philly?
I would like to think so, but they pay Brian Schottenheimer a whole lot more money than they pay me to make those decisions. So I'll defer to him. But yeah, I just think that, you know, if you're going to talk so much about culture and you know, brotherhood and accountability and things like that, if you can't do that with your best players, or you'd say, okay, well, man, we really need CD and George out there for that first drive. We can't afford to not have them out there. Let's just let this slide. Then that just makes a poor example out of, you know, what you stand for, I think. And so I commend Brian Schottenheimer for doing that.
Tommy, just like 10, 15 seconds on this last thought on it. We talked about the level George Pickens played at last night and like him dragging defenders and seemed to like max out his effort. Do you think any of that was a response to the discipline?
Well, I think it could have been. But I think that's also just the way that he's been playing all year. I don't think that was anything new. I think that's kind of the style of play he's put out on the field. And sure, did it let maybe an extra fire under him? Sure. But I feel like he's been consistently kind of that way when the ball's been in his hands this year.
Great stuff, Tommy. Any injury stuff that we need to know about, or Overshown update in the locker room after he finally came back?
Nothing that I've heard of. I think they probably came out of that game pretty good. Donovan Ezeraku was the only concern for a little bit. He went down on a knee for a while, but he came back and then I think a couple plays later made that safety. So we'll see if we hear anything else today, but it sounds like they came out pretty well.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. We'll talk on Thursday.
All right, guys. Y'all take care.
Tommy Yarsh back from Vegas from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resorts. Our Jack Johnson ticket giveaway and a Cowboy Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece is next. But let me tell you.
there's a better way. Odoo. And score your tickets.
Stories to league-wide headlines. You want a football?
Products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. That is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it.
And follow Free Range with me wherever you get your podcast.
On a deep Cowboys dive on Love It. Zach Wolchuk and Eric Giafalo, presented by the On Time Experts. All season long, subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
I'll tell you one thing.
Antolo's caller 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Jack Johnson at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Sunday, August 30th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
It's a Cowboys crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan.
Usually this is where you ask Corey what's coming up on the show today. I think I have a good handle on that. We're going to do live coverage of the House vote on the Epstein files.
Oh, my God. Wow.
Is that not?
Is that?
So
is that today?
You did get your wish from Friday.
Is that wrong?
You did get your wish from Friday when you handed me that note that said release the Epstein files.
That is not the note I gave you.
What was the note? What did it say then?
It was adjacent to that.
It was adjacent?
You're getting on technicalities.
It was adjacent to that.
What will this actually mean? I know I'm asking kind of an obvious question, but will they actually release everything if the vote
we
goes
released
through?
the JFK files. I know nothing about that.
I just don't know how much of it will be redacted. I'm honestly not sure.
Is the anticipation that the vote goes through?
Yes.
It is.
I would be pretty surprised if it didn't.
When does that take place?
I don't know what time that is.
There are concerns
over
releasing them.
Yeah.
From?
I can imagine there are.
I just saw.
I can imagine there
who's
are.
that guy that was wearing the glasses?
Oh, Mike,
Speaker.
Speaker of the House.
Yeah, that guy. He was like, senators and I are very concerned about this happening.
Yeah, because I think both political parties finally realized, hey, if you think your side's coming out clean,
Yes.
and the other one's like, you ain't coming out clean either.
No,
and
There's a
both-
reason they
Yeah.
haven't been
Yeah.
released.
What
like,
plane?
Like they've all.
Both parties are.
Everybody's going to be
Because these
in
things have
trouble.
been out there for a while.
Yeah.
Like there's a reason they haven't been
What's
released.
going to happen afterwards? Nobody's going to do anything.
The only
Americans
president
are going
you
to just
know
be like, whatever. Let's
Wouldn't
move
be
on.
on there as Abraham Lincoln.
You think we're past cancel culture?
I just think that it's too much, and the American people are not that inspired to move.
As Denzel said, cancel culture doesn't exist. You didn't sign up. Just don't sign up. That's what he says. I like it.
Did he say that, or was that one of the memes you've said?
I saw a video. It could have been AI. Could have been AI, but I saw the video.
Are you regretting Kevin Hagelin not joining the Make It Rain parade that Bobby Belt threw for us in the Metroplex by guaranteeing that Cowboys win?
I am not. And I thought about this several times yesterday.
We're very happy for y'all's bank account.
Yes, I actually am. Hey, I retweeted Donald Duck with your money making it rain.
Did you see the screenshot of how much he had put down?
No.
$2 billion.
2,000.
2,000.
Oh,
well, you're actually saying this. Okay.
I won't get
in trouble with my wife.
He put the screenshot out there. He got $4,000 yesterday from me.
And it's so I was very happy for both of y'all. I just realized watching the game, it would have put me in a space that I just don't think I would have been comfortable.
Do you know
with.
it's just as good as winning $4,000 though?
What's that?
Being right to everyone. I love it so much when everybody has to go, you were right. That's like I won more money than Sean.
Okay.
You got a lot of praise, though.
I know. That's what I loved. I was like, yeah, I am right all the time. Thank you, guys.
People did recognize it, but man, you should have seen me after the first two series.
See, and that's...
I wanted to hunt down CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and Brian Schottenheimer.
And that's the part that I just don't think I could have handled. The other alternate universe that I thought about, and I know you guys made the -3.5 play, but if you would have done the over-under, which was 50.5, and it came in at 49 because the Cowboys kneeled the ball at the end. And I totally get why they did, even though that didn't run out the clock, which is always weird. But I could see you guys like just yelling, just kick the GD field goal.
Yeah.
Like, I need this money.
Yeah.
And so that thought crossed my mind.
Isn't the old gambling adage like it's not fun to bet the under?
Yeah, they say life's too short to bet the under, but the unders win.
Yeah.
Unders and dogs are like, if you were to just strictly just go every game and bet all the unders and all the underdogs, you will win out more. It's just not fun. Yeah, you will. They pay out at a higher rate than the overs and the favorites.
Gavin Dawson yesterday, he said, I would take the under. And I said, that makes sense, but it feels wrong. You know, like it feels wrong to go into a Cowboys game and say,
don't score.
Take the under. But yeah, he was right. But I thought about that at the very end. Like, how many tens of hundreds of thousands switched hands on the Cowboys taking a knee at the end of the game?
Are you guys in agreement over the benching to start the game? Or do you not know what your opinions are yet?
Pickens' explanation of it or Jerry's?
No, Schottenheimer's decision to do it.
Oh, just the decision in general? Depends on what it was about. Was it a Pickens' explanation? Okay, then yeah. Yes, because somebody has to have the hammer in the building. And it can't be Jerry because he doesn't want to use the hammer. He never wants to use the hammer. He wants guys to like him. He wants the players to care about him. So somebody has to be a disciplinarian in there, even if it's just for one series. It says, hey, guys, there's stuff that's been important that needs to be taken care of. We haven't been doing that, so you're going to have to deal with it for just a minute. And that's just the way it goes sometimes, just like with kids. We've all parented our kids on times when we're just like, you know what? You did something dumb. My kid snuck out in the middle of the night the other night. Guess what? He got in a lot of trouble for that.
Did he sneak out?
Yep.
How'd you catch him?
Woke up that morning and went, why did my son Life 360? It said that he was out. And then I was like, this is weird.
Can he drive?
No. It's weird. He's 13. It looked like he went to 7-Eleven and then jumped back home. And I was like, that's weird. I've seen a glitch like this before.
Yeah.
So I gave him the benefit of the doubt. That morning he woke up and said, guys, I snuck out. Like, just immediately, my friend told me, I snuck out, and
where?
They went to the park, which already a stupid decision. People go to parks and you're gonna get shot. Is basically the first thing I told them. You're gonna get shot, or you're gonna get taken, and
there's
you're
gonna be a shot.
PSA kids,
taken and sent down to be used as a anyway. And then they went to 7-Eleven to get a Monster, and 7-Eleven was closed. What kind of 7-Eleven closes at 3 o'clock in the morning?
I mean, literally, they're open from 7 to 11.
Exactly.
That's why they call it.
No, they're open 24 hours a day.
Then why they just call it 24/7 instead of 7-Eleven?
So, and the punishment.
There was one by me that was not actually open. It would drive me crazy driving into work. It wasn't open at 4.
Really? Or did you get the convenience store where they give it to you through the bank drawer?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
I love sniffing my hands after that one, like Molly Shannon.
You know.
What's
her character's name?
Mary Catherine
Gallagher. That was you saying 7-Eleven, by the way, that I had something pointed out to me recently that like really ruined things for me. Have you ever noticed that in the 7-Eleven logo, one of the letters is lowercase and the rest of them are all uppercase?
I have not.
No, it was pointed out to me. Once you see it, it's the last letter. It's a lowercase n. The rest of it's in all caps. It's weird.
Freaking heck is
I
that?
bet there's a reason for it.
There was the explanation is like the wife of whoever the marketer was just thought it looked cool.
Are you in Schottenheimer agreement?
Yeah, I am. And look, I also think that sometimes...
Would you have been if they lost by 3?
I still think I would have, but you notice that this punishment is significantly easier to dole out against the Raiders than the Eagles. Like, I think the same thing in college football all the time when they're like, oh, you're suspended for a game against Northwest
Mexico
Directional State. And then when you're playing a real team, you're like, oh, yeah, no, you're suspended for a play.
I think it is the same enforcement. Like, I think it's just as easy to enforce it either way.
You think you would have done the same as the Eagles?
Yeah, because if you're telling me, like, Pickens and Lamb are going to come off the field for a series during the game, they would just adjust. So they would put it at the beginning against the Eagles, and then they would change the structure of, like, all right, you're not coming out on the 6th series now.
Yeah, okay. See, I agree with it either way, but I did...
Wait 1 sec. Mm-hmm. What do you mean? You're making it sound like, oh, it can either happen now or later. They both are not going to be on the field the whole series?
They both have, neither one of them plays 100% of the snaps. They both play about 80. Okay. 80 to 85. So you're talking about a whole series or two sometimes. Cumulatively, they're not on the field. Yeah, and so it may be that neither one of them are on the field at the same time, or they alternate or whatever else.
But what's the average number of plays in those series? Like, if they picked up 3 first downs and they were still off the field.
Right. I think they adjust. So, like, basically, I mean, if you think about it, they're not on the field. It's less like you're going to pick up a first down. So you're just like, okay, 3 plays is all you're going to miss this time. And so we'll go forward. But if you've got, if they miss 6 plays, I would imagine they would adjust and go, all right, your workload is changing now. We were going to have you rest 6 plays on the 3rd drive because we needed to give you a breather. Now we're not going to do that because you didn't enter the game until later.
Do you not agree then?
No, I agreed.
Oh, okay.
Choppy had the big disagreement. And a lot of fans did too.
My thing is, like, I would never do something to disrupt the game. The game is the most important thing. Like, make them run gassers on Wednesday's practice, clean the toilets, buy everybody lunch, bring in breakfast, Whataburger. But you can't, the punishment, can't hurt the other 51.
Do you think
that's absolutely incorrect.
That's
you're a
point,
team.
Right?
You win as a team, you lose as a team.
The idea
suffered. No, you told everybody in that room that if one of you makes a mistake, you can all fall apart.
The idea of the punishment is CD and George, you guys not showing up when you're supposed to. You already hurt the team. Like, you hurt them. So, like, this is.
Yeah, they didn't need to be there. George Pickens is the greatest.
I think if there was,
George Pickens could skip all week.
I heard your question.
If
there was any week they needed to be here, it was this week.
To me, it's like the football game. I need them all there.
It does feel utterly disrespectful that you were skipping out on meetings in a week where everybody said we have to be locked in and focused because we've had so many distractions.
Understood. Totally get it. I don't disagree with that.
And like we mentioned earlier, you already punished Diggs the same way. You couldn't then punish that. You have to punish them the same way.
George Pickens matters. Right? Diggs doesn't. We're better off with Diggs off the field.
You treat everyone the same differently, right?
Let me ask you this. Would Jimmy have done this with Michael Irvin? And the answer is no.
Didn't he do it before?
Well, he left him on the plane. He made him find his own way to Detroit,
which is similar to missing 3 plays. I feel like
no,
it's more of a headache.
Michael flight coach.
He told the whole airplane, "Hey, that guy's not more important than this plane."
Yeah, but he ain't gonna have him on the bench.
Right?
He ain't gonna have him on the sideline. I guarantee you, Jimmy would have made sure Michael got to the game.
He got in the game.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Jerry saying Dak's a better leader than Troy Aikman?
Well, he didn't say it exactly like that.
That's exactly what he said.
That is not how he said it.
He said Dak Prescott is the greatest leader in the history that he's been here. Troy was here.
Right. He said that, but he did not say Dak is a better leader than Troy Aikman, which is definitely more personalized and
This is much like Dumont not bringing Dirk in the conversation when he brought Shaq out there as a great work ethic.
Well, Dak never tried to get out of here like Troy did. Whoa. All right. Who was it?
And Dak still talks to Jerry.
Who was it that turned? Yeah. Who was it that turned on the final breaking point? Netflix with the Switzer Aikman thing. Who was the player? Was it Williams?
Oh, it was. He had talked to Kevin Williams a certain way.
Yeah.
And people had said, oh, man, we all felt that you were just kind of hanging him out to
Dak
dry.
doesn't have any of that stuff out there. So it's not surprising whatsoever. Is anyone going to bail me out and make this lighthearted? No.
I had a really good joke, but I can't say it.
Good. We're back tomorrow. Continue the Cowboys party with the KNC masterpiece next on The Fan.
RJ.
the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Whose voice is still a little shaky at the moment. He's doesn't even have a microphone. That's how ill-prepared Kevin is for today's. Usually, Alec, it's me. Usually, it's
Why
me.
did he move the this microphone
going
all the way over there?
Jeez, were you going to say the microfiche? The microfiche?
I was going to say the microwave.
All right, so the show's ready though. We are ready to rock now. As the KNC Masterpiece has finally made it to your ear holes. You've been waiting all morning for us to be on radio so that we can talk about this stuff.
Now,
Kevin,
can we lay out a disclaimer?
In the 10 o'clock right here, it says Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl in all caps with 8 exclamation points. And then it says, seriously, though, what did you see from the new guys?
Okay, because that was sarcastic. I'm hoping we can set this disclaimer. I think we all think that the Raiders suck.
Yes.
And you beat the crap out of a team that I think sucks. Okay. Now, can we have a reasonable conversation? Because I feel like every single time the Cowboys win, the Cowboys, blah, 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 blah. All right, we're setting it out there. Raiders equal not good. Now, hopefully we can go about our day.
If you can't respect what the Cowboys did last night,
winning on the road's tough.
You shouldn't talk ball. If you can't be happy with what the Cowboys did last night, you must live a miserable life. Like, that's where I am at this point, in that you should celebrate victories.
Yes.
While also understanding this chart right here.
Oh.
If you want to look on the fan cam right now, you can go check it out on all your socials and stuff. Or you can follow me on
the YouTube.
Check me, the YouTube, 1053thefan.com/fancam. I think that's what it is. And so you go what is it, Kevin?
No,
Alec, what is it? Give me the letters.
It's 1053 The Fan on YouTube.
There you go.
And then Dallas Fan Cam on Twitch.
It's pretty close. I was pretty close with all those.
Not really.
Y'all know where to be, all right? So right here I have this little chart. It's a handy little chart, okay? Right here on the top, it says elite. Okay. Right below that, it says above mediocre. I've discussed this. Below that, it says mediocre. Then it says sub-mediocre and bad. All right. Those are the 5 areas. Right now, you are here. You are sub-mediocre. But you've proven you're not bad because you've beaten all the bad teams.
Because the Raiders are bad?
The Raiders are bad.
Okay.
You've beaten all the bad teams, so you are sub-mediocre, and you have work to do to get to mediocre. And then if you do even better at that work, you might even be able to get to above mediocre. Last night was a fun game, though, for people who wanted to watch a team not be bad. And they weren't bad last night. They were good. They were better than a bad team. So I'm going to take what they did last night and be excited about it today because that's the fun part of this thing. I respect what they did. They got to go beat a bad opponent. They had to be more physical. They had to be sharper. They were last night against a bad opponent. They did all the things the correct way. This is the KNC Masterpiece. Corey Majors alongside Kevin Hagelin and the infamous Alec Medford.
Hey, at least he showed up to work.
That's a shot at Peyton.
Yeah.
So
So
there you go. 877-881-1053. Text in your feelings on last night's game and the new fellas. How did you feel about them? Do you feel like the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl now?
No.
Okay.
But that's mainly because I just saw your chart. So I was.
Does that chart seem real? Does that Bobby? Did that chart seem reasonable whenever you look at the where the Cowboys stand in things?
Yeah. I like the idea of the way you described it. War wins above replacement, and like 100 is there.
Yeah.
I think we need to have an NFL scale called WAC.
Okay.
Where it's wins above Cowboys.
Okay.
Like, are you good? You're above the Cowboys. If you're not good, you're below them, and you're on the WAC scale.
Okay, and if you're even with them, you're a zero.
You are just as whack as they are.
This is genius. I love this. This is a great idea, Bobby. I appreciate what he's doing here.
But it was so good that I almost forgot what we were actually supposed to talk about, because now I'm just thinking about that. All right.
Charts.
From the 210, those are morons who really can't be happy about a win after the season we've been having.
I agree.
Quinnen Williams is him. Now, we can talk specifically about Quinnen Williams, of course, or if you wanted to go across all of the new defensive players out there, what did you see? What did you think about the new guys? With, of course, I understand that most of the attention is going to go to Quinnen Williams and DeMarvion Overshown.
Quinnen Williams added pressure. The things of being contagious, like the idea that something can be contagious. You see somebody do something that you've been wanting to do, and you're like, awesome, I can do that too. It felt like he and Kenny Clark and Osa, the guys in the middle, said, we can all push. We can win our one-on-one battles. Most of us can actually beat some of these 2-on-1 battles, so guess what? Here we go. And so the interior did that. That fired up everybody else, Kevin. So I think the addition of Quinnen Williams, him being able to get integrated into this thing in this bye week was a good thing for him too. But he was motivated last night too. So that Quinnen Williams being the key for last night, loved what I saw out of him. There was a moment last night, Kevin, where I was like, has Logan Wilson played a snap yet?
Right.
And so I went to go look. I was like,
I agree with that.
I was like, where is he? And he had not made a single defensive play at that point.
Yeah.
That it had been logged at least. And then as soon as I put my phone down, it was right before the second half, he made a tackle. And I was like, okay, well, there he is. All right, that's good to see that he didn't miss that tackle. That's nice. Kenneth Murray played better last night because of the additions, I believe. He had a better night last night in a lot of different areas. I'm happy with that. And then having Hooker back was awesome too.
Okay, and I want to talk more about that as well, because obviously Jerry mentioned that quite a bit in his interview with Sean, RJ, Bobby, who showed up, and Aiden. So
and Khaki Kev.
Oh, that's right. I appreciate him for showing up for work as well. So that's too far? I don't know. But that was one of the things that we asked about, is the impact for players like Quinnen Williams on the other levels of the defense. And so I was excited to see how that went. But man, since you mentioned Kenneth Murray, and I know he is not as new as the rest, but you go back to the very first drive, Kenneth Murray smashing past Ashton Genty and getting to Geno for an off-balance throw that led to the 3-and-out, especially after you had your own 3-and-out with the no George Pickens, no CeeDee Lamb. We can get back into that in a little bit. But I thought that set the tone really, really early. And then the other play, I think... You know what? I'm going to say I think this is the biggest play of the game. It's the interception by Marquise Bell that was set up by the tip from Kenneth Murray. And here's the reason. Because that was going to be an easy first down to Brock Bowers. If you go, yes, I said tip. Yeah, I know.
Bobby understands the show.
I can see the look on Bobby's face
today. All right,
look, Bobby. If you ever get fired from Sean and RJ, you fit in just fine on our show.
Or it would be chaos.
No, yeah, probably. So,
which is our show.
But the thing is, if you go back, I know people are focused in on the deflection, the interception, and by the way, props to Marquise Bell, 25-yard return after that. But take a look at that play again. Brock Bowers was wide open if that ball gets past Kenneth Murray for a first down, and they continue to move inside the red zone. Now, that doesn't guarantee anything for the Raiders because their offense is terrible, and you saw that yesterday. They did not thrive on the Cowboys side of the field. But that was a huge play, not only because you got the ball back, but you saw it. That was going to be a first down. That was going to convert, you would think, into some points for the Raiders. So props to him for that play as well. I think that play was humongous.
Nick Harris with the quote from Siobhan Ravel. He played Till I Collapse by Eminem walking out onto the field last night, which he felt set the tone. Quote, "It felt great, man. My first time being out there in a year. A lot of people didn't expect me to play, but I know what I can do. The butterflies were left in the locker room." I like hearing that.
I do, too. I have to admit, I was surprised to see him out there in coverage when I really thought we were going to see him on special teams.
I was listening.
Good for you.
As I was heading to the Bearded Monkey last night. Bearded Monkey, by the way, what's up? Shout out. And Forney, fantastic showing from the Bearded Monkey last night. As I was heading out there, Broadus was kind of keying me in on, hey, I'm okay, special teams. And I was like, all right, well, I'm perfectly okay if he's playing some special teams, gets his legs underneath him, and they're like, no, screw that. We're throwing everybody out on this field today. I love that for a variety of reasons. We'll get into that even more. But him and Kalen Carson was good last night, dude. And he even put the seatbelt on at one point.
And the thing about Kalen Carson that I hope people loved is he had some difficulties, but then he kept going, and obviously you have a play that breaks up potential touchdown, and I'm with you. Like, I've kind of redefined, we talk about it, new information. You redefine expectations or whatever.
It's a different team at the moment.
And so I redefined some players defensively, or maybe the defense as a whole, is can you show me some resiliency after you get punched in the face? And there were still some times when, man, the Raiders were moving the ball pretty easily, but then when it came down to it, like you were able to hold them to a field goal or hold them to no points at all because you showed some resiliency. And I think Kalen Carson is definitely on that list from last night.
Yeah, and where did he get help from? Dudes up front, which has been so necessary for the. How many times last night did Geno Smith look flustered? Where he was just like, I had to throw it away because I had zero other option, and they were already all over me. They were already up in my grill, and I had to get rid of the ball somehow.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, there were moments where I looked and it looked like Max Crosby was definitely questioning his loyalty to the Raiders. He was just like, why did I decide that I want to stay with this team? Look at what they're doing to us right now.
When he was not busy questioning the ref for what he thought should have been a false start and they ran the play anyway. Yeah. He's like, hold on.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, and it was interesting because Osa and Quinnen Williams kind of challenged my perception of what all they can do for this team. So Quinnen Williams, we talked about it a whole lot. You've seen his pass rush win rate drop while his rush stuffing rate has just gone, off the charts. Best of his career. I believe it was the second best in the NFL going into this game. And then you look at last night, 1.5 sacks, 7 pressures, 21.4% pass rush win rate. I was not anticipating that whatsoever. And I know just one game against a offensive line that's not so great. But that, and then seeing Osa get to the quarterback more consistently, get more penetration through the line of scrimmage, I thought those were both huge developments.
You might have not been expecting that, but do you think Eberflus was? I do. And the reason I do is because the Cowboys intentionally this season went out to get a specific area better. An area that they have neglected for 20 years, it feels like.
Right.
Maybe since Leroy Glover. It's just felt like they've been like, that is not important. And Eberflus said, it is in my defense. I need players that can play interior defense. That's what I need, strong up the middle. And so they said, okay, we'll go get that for you. I think Eberflus knew that he could get that out of that player within this scheme because that's what he demands out of this scheme. Is that kind of play from that group up front, but especially that group in the middle, and that just helps everything else out from there. For his defense specifically, this might be the right thing, the right grouping for what he's needed all along.
Now,
but it is wild that it took a Quinnen Williams trade to liven up that group in the middle. And also, Kevin, it's the Raiders, right? Yeah, so.
I mean, look, like... Here's a great example. And don't worry, person who texted in about Guyton, we talked about that like several minutes in the pregame or before the show. We'll get to that in a second. From the 214, I don't understand this text. I'm going to read it to you verbatim.
Okay.
Y'all are delusional. The Cowboys, they say, suck. They're supposed to beat a bad Raiders team. Should have beaten the Cardinals, Panthers, and Bears. Could have won against the Packers. All right, so let's take that logic for just a second. First of all, the y'all are delusional, and they believe the Cowboys suck. Well, did you not see Corey's chart at the very beginning of the segment? I feel like that really cut it through. And then I feel like this person undercuts their entire point. Yeah, sub-mediocre. So I don't know what to tell you about that. But then let's take what they said with the rest of them. Should have beaten the Cardinals, Panthers, and Bears, and could have won against the Packers. All right, well, let's consider that for just a second. You're 4-5-1. You just said 3 of those losses should have been wins. All right, well, that would put you at 7-2-1. You just said you should have beat the Packers. All right, well, that makes you 8-2. Pick a lane. You said the Cowboys suck, but then you also point out in your very own words in the very same text that they should probably be 8-2. So you think they suck because they should be really good? I don't quite follow. And also, when all else fails, go back to the chart.
Go back to the damn chart. That's where they are right now, and that's where they've been. And that's where they are until they prove otherwise, starting with Philly on Sunday. But we'll celebrate today. Yeah. And we'll get to Philly later in the week.
What part in that segment did you hear, this is the start of a 6-game winning streak?
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Kevin describes how this is the start of a 6-game winning streak that leads this team to the Super Bowl. But how many folks naysaying the win are actual Cowboys fans? Next on The Fan.
Take us with you where...
3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 10 at the Dallas 47. Smith in the black and silver. In the gun, back to throw. Pressured now. Say goodnight, Gino. Quinnen Williams. Enjoy your first Dallas sack. Back at the Raider 44.
I think that was proof right there that Brad Sham listens to the KNC Masterpiece. On that play, he said, say goodnight, Gino. And what do we say frequently at the end of our show? Exactly. Say goodnight, Kevin. Somebody asked, by the way, they were like, why do y'all say that? And I was like, well, his name's Kevin, for one.
Oh. It's from Home Alone?
Yeah, for two, from Home Alone. Whenever he gets in trouble and gets sent up into the attic to sleep with the kid who wets the bed, his mom goes, say goodnight, Kevin. And he goes, goodnight, Kevin.
Say goodnight, Gino.
And plus, you know me. Mm-hmm. You could see how I was that kid, right?
Yes. Oh, yes, absolutely. The kid that wets the bed. All right,
no, come on.
Is that not what you were saying? I'm sorry, dude. I was just agreeing with you.
Kid who also can draw up a meticulous plan for robbers that don't know how to use a gun.
You have already told me that you have a plan to rob a bank. Your mom just made sure that you never actually acted that plan.
Used to.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Banks are new now, so there's new things.
So can we talk real quick about Tyler Guyton before anything else?
Are we talking about the acting?
Okay.
Because I'm trying to decide between him and Josh Allen this weekend, which one was the best. And I think it was his.
Let's get to that then.
And hold on, wasn't it Trey McBride? Didn't Trey McBride do the same thing too on Sunday? Yes.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Play
as well as Josh Allen and Trey McBride, and you can do whatever the hell you want out there.
Okay, interesting.
So I want to talk about.
You don't think he played well?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
be that good.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
No.
Brada said something last night in the post-game show, real quick, Kevin, that I wanted to accentuate.
Telling people to shut up.
He said, "Oh man, that was awesome. I loved it." But he said Tyler Guyton might be that guy, where he looks like crap on 2 plays, but he's pretty good the rest of the time. Where there's some plays where it looks like I'm blocking out there, and I was like, that's brought us. I like the humility, but and sometimes he does have bad plays. Sometimes he has really good plays too.
The issue with Tyler Guyton yesterday on that one play, because some people were joking, very funny, by the way, is he going to go on IR after that fight? And here's the issue. It was the reaction time. So at my house, and yes, this is my parenting method, Noah, who is now 3, knows when I say I'm going to boot him, he runs up toward me. I put my foot up like I'm kicking him in the face and slap my leg like I've made contact, and then he falls down. But he's 3 and doesn't totally understand physics or sometimes how his body works, and he'll fall forward or he'll just stand there and then fall over. That's what Tyler Guyton did yesterday because the contact was real. And had he fallen down immediately, I think it would have been fine. But it was... Not only did he not fall down immediately, then he made extra like the fall back, like he had just gotten hit with a 2x4 or something. And so it was the delayed reaction that made it look really stupid, even though the contact was very real. And if he'd have fallen straight away, he'd be like, oh, Troy would have been like, you just can't have that. That's a penalty all day.
But it was in slow-mo is what you've seen that
in regular mo. What? I noticed it in regular mo that he fell too late, and that's what I thought. I was like, you got to fall sooner, buddy, or don't fall at all.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like in a wrestling match, if something doesn't make contact, you need to decide: are you not going to fall, or you're going to fall straight away? You can't stand there like Tyler Guyton and then go, "Whoa!"
Did the penalty get called?
Yes, it did.
It got tacked on, so it worked.
Hold on, though.
It worked.
Were you nervous that this is going to be a hockey-style embellishment penalty for when he fell down?
Wasn't there something else that went on down the field, too?
That is true.
So what I was nervous about was because he did have his hands on the player first. And he didn't throw a punch, but he punched through, if you will. He had him by the shoulder and was like, ah! And so he did that. And so I was afraid that it was going to be what was the penalty we saw earlier this year where there were 3 penalties and 1 penalty, and they said all of them are gone. We were like, what? That doesn't make any sense. There's 60 yards in penalties and 15 here. And so I was afraid that was going to happen, but it ended up happening was the Cowboys got a benefit out of it. I think right after that, they had a false start. So then there was like, okay, what are we even doing here? But I'm okay with the acting, Kevin. Take the fall, act hurt, is what Gordon Bombay taught me in the Mighty Ducks. And
you did not understand the lesson of that movie at all.
I don't think there's embellishment in NFL. I think they're just like, come on. But they got the call, and they went on about their business. And, again, the offense was in cruising last night. They were pretty good.
And I did, since we spent the entire first segment pretty much talking about the defense, I wanted to talk about the offense here.
Okay, Ric Flair is what everybody's comparing that to.
Oh, I could see that. Just make sure you... Never mind. I am going to save myself a hassle today.
You're a typically unbiased person when it comes to these things. With Ric Flair, is he known for those...
Yeah, just overdoing it. The delayed sells, absolutely. He'll fall the wrong way.
Money.
Yeah, and it's just
insulting people.
This is what I was trying to stay away from, Kevin.
I'm sorry.
I was just trying to get the analysis on the fall.
Right. I'm sorry.
Gosh.
Hold on. Somebody said I'm being a fun sponge? Oh.
And somebody else quoted Regular Mo, and they think it's hilarious, and I love it too.
So I think we need to talk about the offense and how impressive they looked, because we were really concerned the last couple of weeks. And here's the thing. The Raiders aren't drizzling S on defense. They are on offense, and that's what you have to factor into all of this. But they're not an awful defense. I'm not here to tell you they're a particularly good defense, but they're not an awful defense. And one of the things that I took note of after the first quarter is how well the Cowboys were doing. It was mostly Javonte Williams, but at running the ball and doing a good job inside. They didn't have a whole lot of swooping to the outside carries. Now, the first series, when the first 2 plays were carries, and you're like, the hell's going on? And then you're like, oh yeah, there's no George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb.
Are you mostly impressed? Because in crosstalk yesterday, Broadus was saying they don't allow you to do that. This Raiders defense is like, hey, you can run to the outside against us, but you're not running inside against us. And then they were doing that. Last night, Kevin, watched Javonte Williams again. I mean, I know you said he wasn't just it, but because Hunter Lipke had some good plays. But Javonte Williams was running the ball 22 times last night for 93 yards. When he got into
good job, Malik Davis, too.
Yes, I'll take that anytime. When he got the ball and started heading downfield, he was doing the I'm going to run through you. I think that's another thing. When I say if you can't respect what the Cowboys did last night, you shouldn't talk ball. Watch Javonte Williams run last night, and he said, I'm going to be physical. I am a running back. I'm a bowling ball. I'm coming at you. And, you can try to stop me, but you're not going to. And that's the quality of, I think, every person that's ever played in the league can look at that and go, man, that was a damn fine effort right there from that running back. So I like the physicality of their running game and their defense last night.
And you're right. I decided to pay special attention to that in the first quarter. Cowboys 7 for Javonte Williams. They had 8 carries for 44 yards. That's 5.5 yards per carry. And they did a really good job inside after the first 2 carries. Those first 2 carries without your 2 primary wide receivers on the field only went for a total of 6 yards. So the rest of the quarter, you ran the ball 6 times for 38 yards. That's more than 6 yards per carry. And that has been one of the Raiders' calling cards, is especially interior being able to slow down or maybe just straight up stuff the run. And I thought the Cowboys did a really good job of establishing that early in the game. And yes, you're right. I listened very intently to Brian Broadus about this, as people should always do. Mm-hmm. And I made special note of it in the first quarter. And so I was impressed by that.
From Ryan Fowler said that he thinks that Tyler Guyton did a nice job last night. Pitched his first career shutout at left tackle in 35 pass pro snaps. Nice.
Yeah.
Did you already say that, Kevin? That's a nice addition to what this offense is doing out there. So, yeah, man, I appreciate that part of it last night for sure.
I'm with you. And look, we might talk about paying George Pickens a little bit later.
I want right now. Here's what I want to do.
Okay.
For a team that's 4-5-1, has a 7% chance of making the playoffs.
Hell yeah!
According to NFL.com.
That's 1-14.
For a team that's that, I want to focus on paying them what they're earning right now. Okay? Every single player on this team.
All right.
You know, Brandon Aubrey, I think you're a weapon too that I only really want to use in certain situations, but I want to talk about that later.
Okay.
Right now, I want to talk about you earning your keep here. And George Pickens had to earn his keep in a different situation last night because the head coach decided, I think that we need to have a little bit of discipline. Even if it was a light tap, it was one that got the attention, and every once in a while you got to boot people.
Look, and I was perfectly fine with, essentially it sounds like they were D'ing around and being late to some meetings or whatever. But Troy Aikman said something in that first drive that I thought was kind of shocking. Is he said maybe they were on the sideline for disciplinary reasons, and Troy, essentially, I'm paraphrasing, said watching this team this year, he could see how there could be some issue with effort.
Okay, that goes into a number of different things. Last year, Troy Aikman said that these wide receivers ran bad routes. You remember that? Like he was very adamant that they were running bad routes. This year, at the beginning of the season, George Pickens was getting accused of when it's not coming to him, he's not really trying that hard. And so maybe if he drifted a little more in a certain way, he would have carried coverage with him, which would have opened up a play. There were some things early in the season that were discussed there. I don't know if Troy had gotten a note in production meeting from Brian Schottenheimer that was something they were a little concerned about earlier, or if he was just watching tape and was like, I'm a little concerned about that. But it turns out in a lot of different areas, there's multiple different reasons for this. Can I lay these out real quick,
Sure.
Kevin? All right, John Machota posted he posted the George Pickens explanation.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
Now, Alec, I want you to know, and we'll play this also on the C Block later. Jerry Jones said in-house issue had to do with meeting type discipline, had a late problem there. All right, so that was Jerry's explanation this morning on the show. John Machota, after the game last night, George Pickens, when asked why he wasn't on the field for the first series, quote, certain personnel. We kind of thought they were going to come out in certain stuff, but they didn't. They started kind of hunching down on the run, so we started throwing it around a little bit. And then Pickens was told that Schottenheimer said it was because he and CeeDee Lamb missed a couple things. And that's when Pickens said, well, that's just like between me and Shotty, honestly. So he had this great explanation, this whole beautiful, no, man, we wanted to run the ball. And then they said, no, you're not doing that. So we said, screw it, we're getting out there then. And then he was like, hold on. Well, that's between me and Shotty, you know.
You're lying. Alec, I'm very conflicted on this because on the one hand, don't lie.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, at least it was a very well thought out and constructed lie to try to get across.
He knew he was going to get asked, and he was like, man, I got a great story to tell these people. And they're like, well, your coach said otherwise. And he's like, well, you caught me.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that's personal.
Not bad, guys.
Yeah, you sit back and I wonder if you're like you have to process that quickly, much like he chomped out 3 Raiders defenders on scoring a touchdown pass.
What a cut.
You have to process quickly so I am indeed caught. Well, which way
and there's nowhere to hide.
Pivot now.
There's nowhere to hide in that moment either. You're sitting there with all the cameras in your face, the microphones are right there. It's not like you can just sit down and go, what do we do? You just got to, all right. And so he said, that's between me and Coach then. I like it.
I think that is a tremendous answer.
Did Coach lose trust with that, though? Did Coach tell you, hey, here's the situation, and I don't care if I'm entitled to the answer. I didn't ask. Anyway, here's the situation. You're going to have to deal with that. And I'm going to tell the media. It didn't sound like he said I'm going to tell the media.
No,
he just kind of left it at that, and then the media... I had to ask questions.
I get it, but wouldn't you argue that like the type of person you want on your team, the type of player you want on the team, is the type of person who sees the punishment and they're like, I understand, it won't happen again,
and then goes out and gets 144 yards,
sure,
on 9 catches and a touchdown. Like I'll take that, and was given the effort in the blocking game as well.
And you know what? And going back to CeeDee Lamb, and maybe we'll talk about this longer. Another point, I guess I did not think that the drop was as egregious as everybody else. I thought that pass
in the end zone.
Yeah, I thought that pass was poorly thrown as well. He should catch it for sure. But Troy made it sound like it was number high and he was going to walk into the end zone. I was like, he was going to have to fall to catch that and like roll into the end zone.
It does fall into the quarterback is definitely in the mindset of if it hits your hands, you better catch the ball. And CeeDee Lamb's paid as an exceptional receiver that should catch those balls. But on the way,
and he should have caught it
on the way home. And you know what? This happened last night on the way home. I was listening to Brad and Babe, and it was late in the game, and Kevontae Turpin dropped a pass, and Brad and Babe said he should have caught that. Kevontae Turpin will say he should have caught that. And Dak Prescott will say it should have been a better throw.
Agreed.
And so, like, those two things can be true at the same time. I think what ends up compiling here, Kevin, is when CeeDee Lamb has not been the CeeDee Lamb. He had the drops in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Now you got the punishment. He hasn't been the dominator that he always is. You're starting to question. And people are starting to say, well, George Pickens is better. Not that he's better.
No, that feels like a question coming up next.
And so when people start having that conversation, then you're like, well, do we even need CeeDee Lamb? You want CeeDee Lamb on your field, dude. You have an AJ Green type receiver on the outside, and then you have a Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne combo with CeeDee Lamb. I think you have a really good combination of receivers that you want both of. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, NFL Overreaction or Reality.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a Cowboys Tuesday. Broadus has the...
market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Snap to Prescott. Back. Steps up in the pocket. Deep to the middle. Caught by Pickens and he circles left and runs away 20, 15, 10. Cuts right. Touchdown. The Raiders just quit running after him. And Pickens made an incredibly surgical cut at about the 7-yard line.
I'll tell you what, last night was a glorious night to be listening to the broadcast on 105.3 The Fan. Brad and Babe were in their bag last night, that is for sure. Ask them about the tie joke next time you get to talk to them. It was funny.
So I didn't hear that, but your recreation of it was spectacular.
I might need to go find this. It was like 9:52 last night. They made a joke about a tie. So we'll get to that later on. But right now, it is time for NFL Overreaction or Reality.
Now, I'm going to start with this question based on some of the feedback that we've gotten this morning. NFL Overreaction or Reality? Some Cowboys fans just want to be miserable.
Reality. And because our job is to do a lot of things. Our job is to entertain. Our job is to inform. Our job is to, I don't necessarily say...
Be able to keep talking.
Sometimes, be able to keep talking. Educate is not necessarily, like I'm not a teacher, but I will find people who can teach and get the information, try and send. So there's a lot of things we do. Today, I want to discuss what happened in the game yesterday.
Right.
And what happened in the game yesterday was the Cowboys offense rolled through the Raiders defense. The Cowboys defense ran right through the Raiders offense.
Yep.
I saw that happen with my very own eyes. And I want to discuss that. Tomorrow, I want to discuss how that puts them in the rest of the league, which again, we will refer to the chart. Which you can see the chart on the fan cam where it says you are here. You are still sub-mediocre. You're not bad. You're not mediocre. You're sub-mediocre. So I understand, but Cowboys fans after a win, I think most fans should be happy about a win. Some are like, I can't be happy because of everything that they've put me through for the last 30 years. I can't talk about the last 30 years every single day. That would make me miserable.
Yeah, oh my God. Alec, what say you?
It's a reality because people love to hate because hate generates conversation and it entertains people more. It's more fun when people are getting amped up. When I start raising my voice about the Cowboys and blah, 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 like it gets people to listen. It gets people to raise their eyebrows. It clicks the ears a little bit, but I like the term that my generation has come up with, rage baiting. Because people love to do that. It works on me whenever I host on weekends here and there and nights and holidays. You can send that one text that is baseless and doesn't make any sense, and I will give you 90 seconds of my day to raise my voice a little bit just so I can make a point and get it across. And guess what? It entertains the people who are positive, too. So people know they're creative, and that's why I love the Tolos. They're smart. They know what they're doing 90% of the time. Some of them are just misinformed, and that's okay. That's what we're here to do. But people love it because it's entertaining to them. So if that's their thing, I guess, but I just choose not to live that life because it gets boring to me fast and it weighs on me too much.
From the 321, I can't be happy because the ads to the game reminded me of the Epstein files, and now I'm upset Kevin hasn't delivered on his promise to give us updates.
Oh.
What are your updates, Kevin?
I need to get the news station on this this TV over here. It'll really help out a little bit more. Can I see your chart one more time, Corey?
Okay,
I'm going to need that for this following question. I'm going to need you to
hold on.
Flip past.
Gotta go find the other chart.
All right. NFL Overreaction or Reality? The Cowboys can get to above mediocre this season.
Yes, they can do it this week.
Oh.
You beat the best team in the NFC.
I think they're the best team in the NFL. Sorry.
What did you just say?
I'm sorry, I do.
Who is? Kevin? Who's the best team in the NFL?
No, see, I know what you're trying to do, but the answer is to whatever question is Philadelphia. That's just my opinion.
Okay, you know what? I mean, you have a point. At the moment, 2 other teams have more wins.
I get it.
But I think they're the best in the NFC. Okay, you said above mediocre. I think they can move to mediocre if they beat the Eagles.
But by the end of the... What if they...
If they beat the Eagles, they can get to mediocre, because what you've done then is you've proven you can beat an elite team. I think they're an elite team. I think Philadelphia is. If you do that, you've proven it. So I think you can get to mediocre. You do it again
against Kansas City,
who I think is a mediocre to above mediocre team, then you have now established that not only can you beat bad teams, but you can beat the mediocre to above mediocre to elite teams. You can beat if you do that. So
Sure.
yes, I agree. I think that's reality.
All right, Alec, I'm going to fine-tune this question. Overreaction to reality. You believe the Cowboys can get to above mediocre in the next 3 weeks.
Reality, they can. Do I think they will?
I get you.
Yeah, that might be different. They might be conflicting opinions, but the way the schedule is laid out, we've been talking about it since the schedule release happened, that this stretch of the schedule is going to define their season. It could ruin a good season, or it could help out a mediocre season. We've been talking about it for months now. I'm intrigued to see, especially with the trades that you made and the additions that you're getting back defensively. Can you get pressure on Patrick Mahomes? Can you get pressure on Jalen Hurts, which, hey, his offensive line's a little bit beat up now. Like, you have some opportunities to show that maybe some of these moves that you made are a little bit more high impact and instant impact than you first imagined. So you absolutely can.
Do you want a fun question, or do you want to get spicy?
Both.
All right, we'll see if we have time.
Spicy is fun.
Overreaction or reality? And I hope you understand the spirit of the question. Myles Garrett has been and always will be better than Micah Parsons.
Reality. He does everything. It's not like, and I'm not, look, Micah could at some point become a better run defender. His instincts in the run defense have always been a little,
Yeah.
Right? But Myles Garrett in the run game has always been solid, if not better than solid. He's an exceptional pass rusher. He is the generational player at that position. He's the real one. Micah has a chance to continue to establish that, but the numbers and consistency over time for Myles Garrett are insane.
All right, a couple things before I get to you, Alec, because there's a bonus question in here too. Myles Garrett, 117.5 sacks in the NFL since 2017. That is the second most sacks by a player in his first 9 seasons since, again, 1982, because the NFL used to be dumb about stats, behind only Reggie White. So my question remains the same for you, Alec. Myles Garrett has been and always will be better than Micah Parsons. Bonus question, he is going to break the single-season sack record.
Absolute reality without even thinking to both questions. Wow. Like, in every way, in every facet of pass rush and defensive line play, Myles Garrett has been and always will be better. That doesn't mean Micah's bad at anything.
Yeah, not at all.
I don't even think his run defense is bad. It's just not as good as advertised, and that's fine. And for Myles Garrett's sake, I can't say he disappears in the big games like Micah Parsons, because he never gets there, because his team stinks. So, I don't even have that barometer. Micah has been in those big moments. He has had that spotlight, and he's disappeared. So Myles Garrett has that benefit for me, but at the same time, his athletic ability is just way better, which Micah Parsons is a freak athlete.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett is an alien. There's just a difference there.
Now, Corey, the record for sacks, 22.5, Strahan in 2001, TJ Watt in, I believe, 2021. Myles Garrett right now is on pace for 25.5 sacks.
Yeah, he's going to get there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I did say it yesterday. That he's gonna break that. He's already at. I mean, he's been to 16 twice in his career already.
It's bananas. He has 2 games of 4 more sacks this year.
From the 817, Crosby's better than Micah too.
We'll add that to the list.
I don't know. Did you hear Jerry this morning? Oh my gosh, he is a mess.
Yes.
And you also kind of have to love too. I know it's the end of the game, but he's like kicking through the kneel down because he's like, I just can't give up on this thing. Coming up next, let's chit chat with our friend Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Our goal is to.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
fan reminding you to refer to the chart whenever it comes to your decisions on what you're going to text in today. Never forget, the chart says elite, above mediocre, mediocre, sub-mediocre, and bad.
And we're at where?
You are at sub-mediocre right now.
Gotcha.
But that doesn't mean that you can't move up. You could also move down. But after last night's game, you are where you are. Let's turn to our good friend, Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford, your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how are we doing this morning?
I'm good. A little sleepy, but other than that, okay.
Thank you for waking up and talking with us. We really appreciate it. All the work you do for us.
Can you sleep on
I
planes?
wanted to point out to Kevin that 30 straight now.
Hey, there you go, man.
That's a good point.
So, and we talked about this to start off the show. And Corey did a really good job explaining it. Two things can be true. The Raiders' offense can be terrible, but also you can think that the defense played well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at it, and I know everybody likes to qualify things, but they did what they needed to do, right? They dominated that offense. As a matter of fact, it was 16 points. They gifted them 3, right, with the fumble. And it was at the 15-yard line, and they forced them to kick a field goal. So, I thought, hey, they played other games that you thought they were going to dominate, and they didn't do so, right?
Yep.
Somebody said something to me before the game, and I said, remember the Cardinals, okay? They were 2-5, had lost 5 straight.
Yep.
And they dominated the Cowboys. So I thought it was a improved effort defensively. I thought that somebody said this to me before the game when talking about the new guys that were down. It was like 6 guys were going to be new on the defense, and then Jerry mentioned it this morning with you guys. It was like it was a new defense. It wasn't the same old. There were new players out there, and I think for the majority, they showed up and made a difference in the game. So the fact that you held somebody to 20, not only held them to 27 yards rushing, but you forced them to give up trying to run the ball and throw those little dink-out passes to Ashton Genty. And it seemed like he was gaining so many yards. Well, he was just trying to get back to the line of scrimmage, and I think he ended up with, I don't know, it was almost like 1 yard a carry or so. He had 6 catches for 27 yards. So, as long as the ball's not going down the field, I'll absorb that any day.
And, hey, he averaged 1.2 yards per carry, okay?
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Yeah, it was running the ball. So they gave up on it, right? And were forced to throw out in space. And the Cowboys are like, you know what? I'll let you have all those you want, but you're not getting the ball down the field.
A player that you'd mentioned a few different times over the past 2 weeks, Jerry was really effusive with his praise of this morning, was Malik Hooker. I know we're all focused on the players back from other players back from injury and the trade players, and I appreciate all of that. But how important was it to get Malik Hooker back out there?
Yeah, it's almost like, we always worried about who's making the play calls, who's wearing the green dot in the helmet. But your free safety's kind of running things from behind, right? Because he can see everything. And I thought the communication, the consistency of getting guys lined up, I thought was really, really good. And I thought it was very noticeable. Now, they leaked a couple plays. I get it. But again, I thought it was an improvement that they had their 2 starting safeties out there. They had the 2 guys they acquired at the trade deadline out there, and they had the 2 guys coming off the reserve list out there, and you noticed everybody out there at some point in the game. So that's 6 guys. And the key, the thing I noticed also was if you look at the snap counts, they played everybody in the game. The only guy that didn't play was Joe Milton. So 23 guys on defense and 17 guys on offense, I see, got snaps. So I thought that was pretty impressive.
You kind of feel like Joe Milton should have been able to kneel the ball down then.
Yeah, right. Go ahead and kneel. and how about that? The irony, they kneeled out the game, and it was for Marshawn Kneeland.
I like to play on words, man.
I had not thought about that.
Yeah, I really do like to play on words on that. Okay,
now that made him hit the under, right? Mickey's very concerned about the betting odds. You realize that made it hit the under, right?
No, I didn't see any of that. I was in Vegas. I couldn't look at any boards.
That is true because I was hearing last night. Babe was like, I can't even touch the slot machines here. So, will we ever truly get to the bottom of what happened with Pickens and Lamb?
Well, I think we got a pretty good idea, right? From what Jerry said this morning, sounds like
I have a pretty good idea.
They were late for something, and it sounds like it might have been a meeting. At least they made the charter flight, right? They weren't late for that.
In your face, and Michael Irvin.
I told you the story about Michael Irvin.
Yes, yeah,
right?
yeah.
They just left him behind. It's like, what time are we supposed to leave? 2:00. What time is it? 2:05. Let's go.
Time to go.
He'll find his way to Detroit.
That being said, Pickens had a pretty good game, and
pretty good.
Yeah, I would say it was pretty good. I can't decide.
Corey has really high standards.
Did I like most the touchdown where he cut back and juked out 4 people, or the one down the sideline where he just kept picking up extra yards? Because that was
down the sideline for sure.
That was an awesome play.
Schottenheimer made mention of it. He was like there on the sideline. It's like, okay, get out of bounds, don't lose the ball, and he just kept going and going, and it was like one of those energy deals, right? You just hit fast forward, and he wouldn't go down. But again, here's the deal: why do teams think they have somebody that can go man to man with him and cover him? It just surprises me because
is his success because CeeDee Lamb
at times they're playing single safety high, and before the snap, the safety who's not on the TV camera, right, is inching towards CeeDee Lamb, right, and it's like, seriously, do you see what George Pickens is doing to you? He's just going to take that guy and run that slant all day long, or run the in-out pattern. And you're not going to cover him. And he ends up with 144 yards. And next thing you look, he's already got 900 yards receiving in 10 games.
Wow.
Think about that.
Yeah. That, Mickey, before this season.
And think about, not only that, and then you saw the impact the trade for Quinnen Williams was. And I wonder if those guys, and I can't remember, it might have been both, either NFL.com or ESPN, they gave the Cowboys F for that trade.
Yep.
Well, stick that F where.
I was kind of hoping you were going to say it.
Yeah, we wouldn't have dumped it. We would have just let it go. Yeah, we would have let it ride. It would have been awesome.
But, I mean, he was, and he should have been dominant inside, right? They were without both their starting guards.
Yeah.
And they paid a heavy price. And the thing that I was most impressed with, not just his production, but he pulled everybody along with him. All of a sudden, they can't just sit there and double-team Kenny Clark all day long, right? Because that ain't going to get it done. So you're going to single block him? Well, here comes Kenny Clark, and here comes Donna Ezeraku, right? And all of a sudden, these other guys start showing up that really hadn't showed up that much previously because they were taking out the tackles and able to live by it and talk about it. But not this time. That guy is a load in the middle. And it was, like I said, it wasn't just the stats, which were impressive for a guy that had 3 practices with the Cowboys, but just how then they had to kind of center on him, and the other guys stepped up, and now all of a sudden Osa is getting sacks, and Kenny Clark's getting sacks, and they're putting undue pressure on Geno Smith.
You said before the season that there was a very who are you going to cover? And I think that's one of the things that's playing out, Mickey, when it comes to Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. That's starting to play out even more. But in addition to that last night, how did you like when the Cowboys went for it on fourth down after that Lipke extra push that he got them to that spot?
Yeah, I like being aggressive, and not just irresponsibly aggressive. I think they figured, hey, we're sort of moving the football. Let's not kick another field goal, right? Or kick a field goal. Just go for it. And you can make those decisions when your defense is holding the other team to field goals, right? And when the Cowboys, and I know they kicked 2 field goals early in the game, but it was, the outset of the second quarter, and it was 6-3. Do you realize that's the first lead they've had since they went up on the first, I believe it was the first possession against Denver, 3-0.
It's been a rough run.
They hadn't had a lead. They hadn't had a lead since then.
Wow.
Till that moment, right? And so playing ahead sometimes also allows you to be a tad more aggressive in decisions like that.
You know what I really liked about that going forward as well? It felt like a reward for Hunter Lipke, who turned what would have been a 4th and probably 4 into a 4th and 1, because that pivot move and turn out of the tackle that he made, I thought that was a great play and ended up getting them an extra 4 points with the touchdown as opposed to the field goal.
And it was sort of a reward for him because they were using the fullback quite a bit because they needed to take care of the blocking assignments up front, and give some credit to the tight ends, too. The number of times they went 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends. It was almost like, okay, Max Crosby, you made your play. You're not going to wreck our offense. And they made a point of being able to handle him in several different ways after that hit that, I don't know, you could have made an argument for that his hand was going forward on that fumble. That gifted them 3 points that, they would have only had 13 points in the game.
Well, I predicted 16, so I was okay with it.
All right, way to go.
Thank you, Mickey. I really appreciate that. The offensive line last night looked pretty, that's the offensive line you've wanted. How did you feel about what they were able to do last night?
Yeah, that was much better than what we've seen in the last 2 games. You didn't see Dak running for his life the whole time. Now, he got some pressure, but it was pressure that he could escape and throw on the run if need be. They ran for 90, or Williams ran for 93 yards. And for the majority of those, they were at least getting 3 yards a shot. And at one point in the game, they were averaging 5-6 yards a carry. And it shows you what you can do if you can run the football, which they had struggled with the past 2 games. So what did they end up with, 114 yards rushing, something like that?
It would only take Ashton Genty 90 carries to get that.
Yeah. Could they have thrown one more little dump pass to the outside to him? They gave up on running the ball, right?
Yes. Yeah, which Troy Aikman was very adamant that was a ridiculous plan on their part. But, hey, you know what? They lost. Cowboys won. Mickey, thank you very much for your time today, good sir. We will get back at it tomorrow.
Yeah, let's go. It's game week already.
Yeah, well, here we are getting ready for Philly. There goes Mickey Spagnola, our Cowboys insider. Kevin, good news on the hockey front.
Oh, tell me.
Well, actually bad news.
What the hell?
And good news.
Why would you do that?
Labushkin's out.
Okay.
Jamie Benn will make his return tonight.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
According to our good friends, that is, Brian Ray and Robert Tiffin, Breakfast at Tiffin's. So Jamie Benn makes his return. That's a good sign for the Stars. Having him back in the fold is always nice. I think it's always
excited
nice
to see that, right?
Absolutely, dude. And I think I'm not saying they're going to be so inspired to have him back, but dude, that was a terrifying moment for him. For one, what he had to go through, and then having him back out on the ice with the team is going to be a good feeling for them. Now, seeing how Gulletson mixes him into it will be a lot of fun as well. But he is in tonight. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus my favorite moment of the NBA season has already happened. You're going to hear it next on The Fan.
Basil berries. Nutmeg, mayonnaise. No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right.
33. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside my co-host Kevin Hagelin. And we have Alec Medford in with us as well. And we love Bobby Bell. I just wanted to point that out. Always have.
I've said this many times. His dedication to the station is tremendous.
Also want to point out, Bearded Monkey, y'all showed up and showed out last night for the next away game. We will be in Lavon. Thank you very much for having an awesome party with me last night. Bearded Monkey does it right, dude. They do these things absolutely right. They are truly representative of how we party with the fan.
The giveaways have been done right this year, too.
Everybody wanted one of those vests last night. We also had a Dak jersey to give away as well, but everybody wanted those vests.
Why do you think they wanted those vests so bad?
Oh. And now it's time for AM on the FM.
Aww.
This button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it.
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Thank you for saving my sanity, Corey, and don't you dare touch it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
So they could be invested. Yeah.
No.
We're getting closer.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, I guess, to answer today's question of the day. Plus, my favorite moment of the NBA season has already happened, and I'm going to play it for you in just a little bit.
This is my favorite moment of the season.
I bet it is. I can't say what I'm actually thinking right now. Gentlemen, we're going to go to the National Day calendar because we already know Kevin proclaimed earlier in the show that the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl and everything, so I want to take a step back. I know it's a lot to handle right now.
Just real quick, Alec, 25 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Is it weird to you that somebody will hear a 3-minute section of the show and think that is representative of the entire opinion of every single person all across the show, all across the station? I always think that's weird.
I think it's weird too, and I'm concerned for those people because especially the things that we say, a 3-minute chunk of our show could make us sound really weird. So,
hold on.
Yeah.
I broke Corey.
You know why?
Let's go.
Because he's eating a sandwich.
So you're saying that Masterpiece of the Week, the things we say, those aren't straight up we say them that way and that's how they're intended?
Yeah. People think that. I guarantee it. We've gotten texts like that before. We've gotten texts like that. Some of the first chances I've had to run that segment, I've seen texts come in I just tuned in for the first time. What is happening? That's my favorite kind of text to get during the 1:30 segment on Fridays.
Love it.
Looking forward to this week's. We've already got some good contenders. Thanks, Corey. But that is for Friday. For right now, the National Day calendar says it is National Princess Day. So go ahead and send that text to wifey or to girlfriend or whoever. Get yourself some brownie points. Do it. It's National Princess Day. Founded in 2017.
Do you think if they did that and won the points and everything like that, and they're like, oh yeah, good job, and they go, you best believe it.
This is what he's going to do. Right now.
That was from the 817. That's not my fault. It is my fault I read it. But from the 817, they sent that in. There's a shocking amount of vest text right now.
I didn't know there were so many vest points. Puns. I gotta go back to the sandwich, guys.
Simply the vest.
Don't die on it this time, please. But today we're going to focus in on the hill. That's what I was talking about. We're going to focus on Mickey Mouse's birthday. Today is Mickey Mouse's birthday. He was created and made his debut on November 18th, 1928.
Pause.
Yes.
I understand from a historical perspective why this is important.
Mm-hmm.
Question, how do you feel about the celebration of birthdays of fictitious characters as if that is actually the age they are?
I like it because it gives me content for my silly little segment that I do at 11:20. But I
This is a
get what you're
question
asking.
for all.
Yes, I get what you're asking. Like, in general, I do think it's dumb. Because, like, in theoretical terms, like, you look at a guy like SpongeBob. Every year, people post his driver's license, and it's like, oh, he turned, 23 for the 14th time today. It's like, no, he's actually 48, and he just now got his license.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's an issue.
The Bart Simpson show.
Okay.
They never age.
True.
Nobody on that show has ever aged, and they have an explanation. I love it. It's fine. But I do like the idea of knowing how long a character has existed.
Yeah.
And that by celebrating it like a birthday makes me go, oh, so he's been around for 58 years.
I got you.
Okay, that's wholesome. I like that. So what we're going to do for the question of the day is who or what is your favorite Disney character of all time? 877-881-1053.
Man, that is a hard question.
Yeah, because they've grown and expanded so much at this point. Because I love some of the newer characters that they've introduced in the past few years. Like, one of my favorite Disney movies ever is Moana, the first one.
I'm trying to... I don't know if I want to tell you my instinctive answer because they're going to make fun of it.
Huh.
Boo from Monsters, Inc. hits me in the feels.
I love that.
Her relationship with... Well, particularly Sully.
Yeah.
It hits me in the feels, man.
Why?
Just because when he has to say goodbye, and then when he gets that one little chunk to go back in the door, and she's like, Kitty! Oh, my God. Take a damn robot not to get emotional at that movie.
You've heard the All Dogs Go to Heaven Burt Reynolds story, right?
Maybe.
Go back and listen in All Dogs Go to Heaven where the dog tells the little girl he's got to go.
Okay.
And listen to Burt Reynolds get broken up. The story goes.
Oh, I do know. This is a great story.
The little girl who played that character passed away. She had a very difficult time with a severe, maybe it was cancer. I can't remember exactly what it was. She had already passed away. Burt Reynolds went in later to record this after already knowing this information. And as he's reading these lines, feeling it. And like you can absolutely hear that moment. So when you're talking about that little interaction between them, that was strong. That one always gets me though, dude. And it got me then. And then whenever I got older, I was like, hold on, this story's real?
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's definitely Disney has created some brilliant characters. Coco was a wonderful movie. I loved Coco. I thought it was great. I always, as a child, had a crush on Ariel. Like, I was, 7 or 8? I don't know how old I was whenever that happened. So, but I think I'm going to have to go with Olaf. Olaf is funny. He says things that you're like, hold on, did he really just say that? And it just that is the epitome for me of a wholesome Disney character.
Yeah.
Like that's it, like innocence with a little bit of, wisecracking in him. So I really do like Olaf a lot.
I have a few that come to mind. My number one of all time is going to be Stitch, and it always will be Stitch. I think he is awesome. I think he fits Corey's mold of the perfect representation of what a Disney original cute character should be. I love his chaos. I love how lovable he is. I really just like the chaos.
I don't want you to be disappointed in me,
no,
Alec.
What are you doing?
I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
All right.
I didn't say I didn't like it. I'm saying I don't think I've ever seen it.
You're sounding like me now, not seeing major movies. Like, I'm supposed to be the one that's uneducated around.
So here's what's going to happen. For Peace-thon, we are auctioning off Studio Movie Girl with Alex so he can be touched by the people touching people in the theater.
I still don't know if that's how we should
And then,
list it.
Kevin, you will host a Lilo and Stitch movie watching party so that you also can be touched by the people being touched in the theater.
So I like the first part of that.
Yeah, it's wholesome.
I don't know about the rest of that.
A lot of people are texting in Genie, and I think that was the first time I realized Robin Williams is him.
Yep.
In the ability to just go through everything in such variety and give you that much comedy, action-packed, and moment after moment after moment, all these different kind of characters I had never seen in stand-up because I was too young.
And he set the trend too of like who's voicing the character matters, right? Because if you go back to all the movies before that, who voiced those people? I don't know.
Don't care.
Yeah. Somebody who was amazing with voice acting, but you don't know who that person is. That started, and maybe there's somebody else. In my mind, that started the like, celebrities matter on this thing.
Yeah, and obviously Genie was an awesome character because he could grant you 3 wishes.
Yeah.
And then obviously if you were to want the wishes, first wish would be, I'm always right. And whenever the genie says, now you have 2 wishes, you say, no, I have 3. Because you're always right.
I like even in that scenario, you only took one more wish.
Yeah.
Like, even when he's always right, he's like, just one more.
Just one more.
That's fine.
I have 7 now. You know, like, yes. Oh, Baymax from Big Hero 6. I love that movie.
Yeah,
dude.
that is a really good movie.
A couple other of my favorites, personally, Ray, the little firefly from The Princess and the Frog. He is hilarious.
Yeah, he is.
He always has a one-liner ready. Rest in peace. He gets canonically killed. Yeah, spoiler alert.
Oh,
sorry.
no.
But yeah, he was one of my favorites because the voice acting job on that, like you mentioned, was he made the character. It was just perfect. And then one, for no good reason, Lotso from Toy Story, the purple bear.
Yes.
He might be the biggest jerk in Disney history.
Evil.
He is evil. Like the way he treated that little baby, he was an awful teddy bear.
This is going to sound like a weird comparison. He's like the governor from Walking Dead.
Yes!
Like, it's very strange, but I think there are some similarities there.
A lot of text coming in. That story about cancer was incorrect. There was a very even worse situation. I don't really want to announce it, but it was definitely worse by far.
Oh, no.
If you want to find out, you can on your own.
Oh.
Can you tell me in the break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can just read the fan text. They're right.
Oh, okay.
Oh. From the 945 Hercules, that's a good throwback one.
I don't know if I've seen that one either.
I'll let that one slide because it's a bit of a deeper cut. From the 817 Timon from The Lion King.
I'm sorry.
So Kevin just found out.
You were supposed to look that up in the break, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin just found out.
I am sorry. I am reading those texts. That is a shocking story.
Yeah.
My apologies, Alec.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now too, and I remember that. I've seen that story before.
I don't remember that at all.
No,
yeah.
I'm sad.
Well, thanks a lot, TikTok, for bringing me these 30-second clips.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how informed you can get in 30 seconds now?
Who's Bateman's Fox character in Zootopia?
Oh, yeah.
I think he does a really good job with that.
I've only seen that movie once. My sister is like chronically addicted to it.
I'm so excited about Zootopia 2 right now. I can't tell you. It's ridiculous.
And so I am too, because that is a movie now that as much as he can, Noah has embraced. He doesn't sit through the whole movie, but as much as he can, he has embraced that movie.
Yeah, there's some great responses coming in here. 877-881-1053. Your favorite Disney character of all time for Mickey Mouse's birthday. Sid from Toy Story from the 408. Yeah, he was a jerk, too.
Are we forgetting about Powerline from a Goofy movie?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a Goofy movie either.
Oh, my gosh.
I have a hole in...
You are so good.
Yeah.
You gotta watch a Goofy movie,
Maybe
bro.
starting tomorrow I can do a Goofy impression. I just don't think I can do it yet.
Thank you, Corey.
Oh, that was really good.
That was actually good. I can do one.
Is
I'm
it
just going to choose not to because I don't want to embarrass myself. Fun fact about me, you can ask Nate Wood. I was a man of impressions in high school, and I have plenty in the bag, but I keep them in the bag. Maybe Peace-a-thon or something. Special moments is when they come out. You've heard a few of them. Like, Kermit exists somewhere within my brain.
Yes.
Can we all agree, though, the most adorable character ever is that tiny little turtle in Finding Nemo?
Yes.
And he's like,
stoner.
I can go to do this. And his dad's like, you're so cute, but I don't have a clue what you just said.
See, I like Crush, the big turtle, because me and my buddy Anthony, we do their little handshake. Where he'd be like, give me fin, give me noggin. Like, we do that, literally headbutt each other like we're Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbill. Yeah. So now we're going to pivot to something, in my mind, even more wholesome.
Pivot!
My favorite moment of the NBA season happened while we were all watching Monday Night Football last night. So, all of these broadcast companies are putting together like these all-star lineups of former players and whatnot. And I must say, Austin Rivers has been a treat on the NBC broadcast. He is really, really smart. Like his X's and O's when it comes to breaking down the game, he is awesome and he's entertaining. And I'm about to prove that to you. So, NBC picked up the Bucks-Cavs game. Well, who coaches the Milwaukee Bucks? Doc Rivers, his dad. And he was assigned to do the pregame interview with the coach of the Bucks, Doc Rivers, and it went like this.
Doc, you guys are 8-6 on the year.
Doc, that's my name?
Tonight.
Oh, okay.
All right. Tonight.
All right, I'll do that.
5-5 over your last 10.
Yeah.
What are some ways that you guys can clean up or maybe improve on tonight to get a win versus the Cavs?
We got to rebound better, we got to foul less, and we got to get to the paint more.
Have you watched on the bench, and are you excited about me tonight, kind of hovering around your huddles?
You've hovered around me my whole life, so this part will be easy, right? I'm hoping. Don't say anything that you shouldn't say.
And last but not least, most importantly, why couldn't you have gotten me a mid-level contract this summer? And before you finish, I want you to think about the possibilities here. Summer houses in the Hamptons.
Oh, wow.
Ski lodges in Aspen.
No ski.
This could have been ours. Yeah. Actually, I don't even want you to answer. How dare you? Back to you, Maria.
Actually, I don't want you to answer. How dare you? That was my favorite moment of the NBA season.
That is amazing.
I don't care what happens at this point. It was before the game. That was awesome. NBC, kudos to you. The programming that the NBA has been putting out lately has been stellar.
Whatever regimen you've been on, Kevin, to get your voice back, I need you to get Doc one of those.
Okay.
Because he definitely needs that.
Yeah.
Great stuff there, Alec. I really appreciate your work, fine sir. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for some gridiron gravy, the defining stat for why the Broncos and Chiefs are heading the opposite direction. Next on The Fan.
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
There's a 3rd and 14. Looking for options. Trying to get away from Franklin Myers and throws. Intercepted. That's McMillan with it. And a flag down. McMillan takes off, slips through the tackle, and Thornton's not going to let him get away.
Kevin, I know this is football day right now, but there is some Rangers information out there.
Pretty big.
According to John Morosi, which we've kind of been in tune with a lot here,
Yes.
The Rangers are currently shopping around Jonah Heim and Adolis Garcia in trade talks. We've discussed that at length.
But it's the rest of it.
Yeah, it's the note from Jeff Passan that really is interesting. Texas is looking to move both before Friday's non-tender deadline. I hate this information this part being out there. If a deal can't be reached, Texas is prepared to consider non-tendering them, which would send them both into free agency. Now, if they go into free agency for nothing, then that means a team has to pay whatever price and all that things. But if they would be under control in a trade, like with what their contracts are now, right? So I think any team that would like to add that to them right now, that's the best way. We'll see what happens with that. But at the moment, Jonheim and Adolis Garcia could be non-tendered and then go into free agency for nothing.
And before we move on about that, that's the part of the media where, like, good on him, Passan and company for doing their job. But if you're the Rangers, you have to hate that got out there because then other teams are like, okay, offer what?
Yeah.
Low-level rookie ball guy?
Yeah, this is very similar to the Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
You know, like when trades get out there, they're like, well, I mean, if we don't trade him, we'll probably just cut him. And you're like, well, then why would I even do anything? Well, to have the first right.
Yeah, and not compete.
Yeah. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip it and rip it.
Now let's start with the fascinating situation that's happening in Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin, just a little bit ago, confirmed that Aaron Rodgers does have a fractured wrist, but he doesn't rule him out because Aaron Rodgers will not need surgery and he wants to play against the Bears, which I'm sure he does. Like, not that you wouldn't want to play in any game, but for a longtime Packer to want to play in a game against the Bears, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. What do you guys think about the idea of you might not need surgery, but it is a fractured wrist on your non-throwing hand? I understand.
It's going to affect his gameplay.
Yeah.
At some point, he's going to have to hold the ball in his left hand.
Sure.
Like he's going to be protective of it. It's going to affect his play no matter what. Now, that being said, as the head coach, if your quarterback says, no, we'll work with it, I want to do it, he wants to. There's no doubt about it.
You're right.
This is very similar to what Tony Romo told us many times with the punctured lung. You're like, why are you even playing, dude?
Yeah.
And he's like, you only get so many of these. And Aaron Rodgers wants to live the rest of these and then be done with the game. Like, I truly think once he's done with the game. But it's going to affect them. It's going to affect a lot of plays. But Mike Tomlin says, does Mason Rudolph give me the best chance to win? Or does Aaron Rodgers? And I think that they understand. It was very similar to when Shoddy would tell us, we know what we have with Will Grier.
Right.
But we're going to try and see if we get the best out of this. So that's the way I see it.
I don't know how much you care about this, but last night on Monday Night Raw, Cam Scattaboo got involved in some light physicality. I don't know if the Giants will be super pumped about that. It wasn't. Yeah, like he's just some pushing and stuff. He didn't take a suplex or anything like that. But I do wonder if the Giants are like, hey, how about
don't do that? Actually, it should be in his contract to not do that.
I hear you.
You are injured, bro.
I hear you.
Do not even take a bump.
Now, look at you with that terminology.
Or a chest press. What's the chest thing? The chop. The judo. The chest chop.
The chop.
The chop. Don't take a chop either.
Let's talk about the Broncos and the Chiefs. Why are the Broncos and Chiefs going in seemingly completely opposite directions?
Because the Broncos are 9-2 and the Chiefs are not.
Fair. What do you think has led? I don't know what that dance is. What do you think has led to that?
I think, Sean, well, you have a reason. I'm going to give you all my reasons.
Okay, yes,
Sean
please.
Payton's a very good coach, and he needed his team to grow a little bit, and they have. They have a fantastic defense, too. And I think the Chiefs' defense hasn't been the same, but it also kind of has to function with the offense that's not the same either. The offense for the Chiefs at times looks like it can never be stopped, and then at other times it looks like it's just stuck in quicksand. So I think those are some reasons there.
Now, those are very logical reasons.
Yes.
I'm going to point to one specific stat that I think is stunning. Last year, the Chiefs were 11-0 in one-score games. What do you think their record is this year in one-score games?
I don't think they've won a one-score game.
0-5.
Yeah.
11-0 to 0-5. But let's expand. Broncos. Do you know what their record was in the one-score games last year?
1-4. Oh.
1-5. 1-6.
1-6.
This year they're 7-2.
Yeah.
And so when we talk about how tight the margins are in the NFL, and obviously you saw that specifically in their game from this Sunday, the Chiefs go from the best one-score record in the history of the NFL to be 0-5. The Broncos go from a terrible team in one-score games to one of the best, if not the best, in the NFL.
Blowout rate in the NBA is a good sign of good teams, right?
Correct. You saw it last night.
And is blowout rate in the NFL the same? I'd love to do a study on, because these one-score games things in baseball, we say that's not something that can sustain. Like, you can't do that year over year and win that many close games. In the NFL, you're going to play close games, but you want to blow out teams. You want to be go look at in the past, the best teams have blown out, but there does seem to be enough parity right now in the NFL that it feels like things are getting closer and closer, which sets up better for Vegas.
And that's one of the reasons I think I am still pretty skeptical about Denver and Tampa, just because they've had so many close games. But on the flip side, I was skeptical about the Chiefs last year for that exact same reason. And, well, they did still make it to the Super Bowl.
They didn't win it, though.
That is true.
They lost it to some random team out there.
You know who they lost it to. That's who's up next.
Nobody knows.
All right, let's talk about Josh Allen a little bit more. Now, that game was super fun. It had 10 lead changes, but in case you didn't know this, Josh Allen, now the only player in league history with multiple 3+ passing game touchdown and 3+ rushing touchdown games. He's the only person that's ever done it multiple times.
Not even Terry Bradshaw.
Oh my God. There's no chance that Terry Bradshaw has one of these, right?
One rushing touchdown?
No, 3 rushing touchdowns in the same game where he had 3 passing touchdowns.
Do you think he has any rushing touchdowns? I don't even look. Let's go see.
Probably,
Terry
right?
Bradshaw.
We mentioned why you looked that up.
I think the internet got restarted.
Trey
McBride. It did.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
They could have told me.
Didn't tell me.
We talked about Trey McBride earlier. He had 10 catches for 115 yards against San Francisco. Third tight end in history with at least 5 catches in 12 straight games. The other 2, Tony Gonzalez, all-time great. Travis Kelce will be headed to the Hall of Fame. And Trey McBride, if we can add on to that.
Great actor, too.
That is
Go back
Danny
and watch.
McBride?
No, seriously.
Oh.
Trey McBride had a moment
I thought
where
you were doing a thing.
He got pushed down, and he fell
Yes.
down and flopped, and then he got up smiling, and I was like, I kind of like this.
He's the second tight end ever with at least 5 catches, 50 receiving yards, and a touchdown in 5 straight games. The only other person to do that in a single season, Antonio Gates. So just this weekend alone, he hammered out and finalized a statistical pair of categories where he's along with Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez, and Travis Kelce. That's just about as good as it gets.
The best.
Yes.
And I'll be honest, Kevin, when he was coming out of college, my buddy went to Colorado State, and he was like, Trey McBride is somebody you need to keep an eye on. This dude is going to be an elite receiving tight end. And I was like, okay, cool. He drafted him in fantasy. Drafted him before I could get to him this year too, and I was like, dadgum, and he's been awesome. He is that good, man. So I don't know that he's going to end up in the Hall of Fame.
I got you.
It's that's hit or miss with certain things, but he's going to produce numbers, and he's a very reliable target for every quarterback out there.
One more person I want to make sure we shout out, Jackson Smith in Jigba, the first player in NFL history to record at least 75 yards receiving. Nope. In each, I just said that word twice. To have at least 75 receiving yards in each of his first 10 games in a season. Think about it. Antonio Brown in 2014 and Michael Irvin in 1995. They both had 9 straight games of at least 75 yards receiving to start the season. But nobody has ever started a season like Rockwall ISD's own Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, and he seems more like a playmaker than a troublemaker.
Oh, that was very well done.
Thank you very much. Coming up next, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for Dallas Cowboys thank you and no thank you notes regarding the dominant road victory against the Vegas Raiders. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. That's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. If you are looking for some college football discussion, that'll be coming to you the Tuesday tailgate here at 12:40. So get ready for that. Plus the power rankings, and nobody cares about your fantasy football team. But today we do. So we'll hear that in the next segment in the Lunch Rush, the Expressway. 40 minutes of uninterrupted sports radio in your ear. Right now it's time for Dallas Cowboys thank you and no thank you notes.
Now, you said something that was really intriguing to me before the show.
Licking for college football?
Not that.
Right?
That you didn't think you had a lot of no thank you notes.
I don't think I do. And again, that being said, I want everybody to refer to the chart. The chart says there are elite teams, above mediocre, mediocre, sub-mediocre, and bad teams. Currently, the Cowboys are still sub-mediocre team. That doesn't mean that good things didn't happen last night.
Okay. Now, I did think of a couple of no thank you notes.
Of course you would.
Well, one of them is inspired by our listener, Charizard. That's not his real name, but that's how he's saved in my phone. No thank you note.
Hold on. Alec, how do you think you are saved in Kevin's phone?
Alec parentheses producer.
That is correct.
Kevin, I have to ask you.
Actually, it's not parentheses. It's listed like it's your last name.
Alec producer. Instead of Alec Medford. Kevin, I have to ask.
Mm-hmm.
I've known you for almost 20 years now.
You're just Corey in my phone.
Not even Corey Majors?
I don't need your last name.
I'm the only Corey.
Exactly.
Awesome. Especially the only one spelled like this.
Alec, and we'll change this soon. Here's how the hierarchy works in my phone. If you don't have a last name, that's because you're that person. You know? And like, there are other Corys in my phone, but this is Corey.
Ooh, I like that.
The other Corys are Corey so-and-so. He's Corey. But yes.
I'm not going to lie, dude. That makes me feel special.
It should.
I appreciate that.
But if you're curious, yes, I have people in my phone named Charizard, Captain Napkin, Super Monster. It's true. And those people are aware.
I appreciate that.
That is how they saved it in my phone.
I appreciate that.
But Charizard pointed out yesterday that no thank you note to the officials for being just babies about George Pickens' touchdown celebration. They're like, oh, that's a flag. Come on. Let him hump the goalpost if he wants.
I don't think that's what he was doing. He was sliding down the goalpost.
Sure.
Didn't Steve Smith do that back in the day?
That's what he said he was doing. But didn't you look at it for a second and be like, hold on. Is that what's happening?
Derek Holland wants to know if he is Derek or if he is Derek baseball pitcher.
Now, Derek Holland is a complicated situation.
Oh, no. What's his name?
No, his name in my phone.
It's just Donator.
No. Come on, dude. I'm trying to blow up my spot. I told him I'd give him the J.J. McCarthy card. Sorry, Cody. Doing a lot of off-air business right now. He is in my phone as Derek Holland.
Okay.
But I will admit that's a little bit
That's kind of a flex.
Yeah, it is.
I got it.
It is.
Oh, I have Derek Holland's number. Bam.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
So, but yeah, no thank you note to those officials for being babies and giving them a flag.
What's the rule?
You're not allowed to do anything fun. I don't know if that's the
funly.
I don't know if that's the textbook.
No props is the thing, right? It is the goalpost is considered a prop. I think is that how it's functioned. Doesn't matter. Either way, that touchdown was scored and it was awesome. And you're right, the celebration. You know what? Come up with better celebrations.
Right.
Doesn't he have a celebration for every catch?
Yeah.
So that was on his mind already. Is I'm definitely going to get this penalty, and no matter what, even after not starting the game for nobody knows the reason.
Yeah, you do.
Completely yet. Even after that, he said, I'm going to go get that 15 yards. Okay. All right, fine. That's fine.
And sorry if it's bothering people. I do have a cough drop in my mouth. It's just out of necessity.
I can't tell at all. Yeah.
And then, but yeah, no thank you note to CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens for not living up to the off-field rules and expectations.
Okay. All right.
But that's... It's probably not the only ones, but that's about all that jumped into my head.
I am trying to figure out, because I mean, my first thank you note is going to go to Pickens. Actually, you know what? No, I'm changed my mind. My first thank you note is going to go to Brian Schottenheimer.
Okay.
You, as the head coach, you cannot establish an environment where people can walk all over you.
Yeah.
The owner, the GM, any of the players, another coach, you have to establish the respect it takes and that you deserve for those guys in that locker room to say, I'll follow that man. And even though sometimes he's said this many times to Sean and RJ and Bobby and all the people on their show. He said this many times to them, and Bobby uses it frequently. We have to have the tough discussions. We have to have the honest discussions so that we can get past that.
Yeah.
And whenever you can, Kevin, you and I have had hard discussions.
Sure.
I think we're better because of it.
Especially if you go to that person and you explain your logic to them. Doesn't mean they have to agree.
Yes. And so for him, with I guarantee you, more information will come out at some point. But the idea is somebody wasn't doing what they were supposed to do.
Yeah.
So CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens were not on the field for the first series. And you can say, oh, soft. Or for a player, they want to be out there. They want to be starters. They want to be on the field. And he took it seriously. So I think he motivated him. I think the other guys in that locker room, in that clubhouse, understand what the standard is too. And I think that so far, Brian Schottenheimer, as a head coach for this team, has proven to me, while they've had some work they've had to do along this way, he's proven to me that he is trying to set a standard for what he wants as his coaching legacy. And I like it so far.
Alec, what would you think if I saved you in my phone as one person suggested as AM on the FM?
I'd be cool with that. I get called that out in the wild, so why not?
All right.
Yeah.
Now, somebody asked, why isn't Hunter Lipke getting more love? I feel like we've given him a lot of love.
Dude, thank you, Hunter Lipke.
Throughout the show. But yeah, Hunter Lipke absolutely gets a thank you note. And look, I'm going to go to this one specific play. Although it was more than that, Hunter Lipke spun out of a tackle that ended up gaining you probably about 3.5 extra yards to make it a 4th and 1, as opposed to a 4th and 4, 4.5, and a probable field goal. The follow-up play was a touchdown pass to Jake Ferguson. That Lipke grit and spin and determination, that gained you 4 points in my mind. Because I think you can look at it in the situation in the game. And the Cowboys were, I think, going to kick a field goal there, especially if it was 4th and 4-ish. And so the spin out by Lipke that got you the extra 3 yards to put it at 4th and 1 is the reason why you were able to go with it. And after you converted, you got the touchdown pass to Ferguson. So he absolutely deserves credit for getting you those extra 4 points right there.
I absolutely agree with you on that. And again, touchdowns are more important to me than field goals.
For sure.
So being able to get that.
A bold statement.
And, oh man, no, it's not. It's just a fact. It just seems like people don't understand it. And it's hard to come by, I guess. I give Shoddy the credit on that too. He could have gone for the field goal.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And chose to say, you know what, we're moving, man. I want these guys to prove their worth. And when you're that close, you feel like you can do it. Do it. Hey, thank you to Kenneth Murray.
Oh, yeah.
Thought he played a better game this week.
I think he might have had the biggest play of the game.
Probably, a huge play interception. He had a lot of moments throughout the night. I think I heard Troy say him a couple times. I think I heard Babe say a couple times. I think he took a little offense to them trading for Logan Wilson. And maybe not offense being the right word.
No,
but
I think it's the right word.
But he was like, you know what? I haven't been good enough. I better get out there and do my job. Otherwise, this might be it. So, yeah, nice work last night. Again, next thing is do it again. Consistency. That's something Schottenheimer's complained about all season. Be consistent, do it again next week.
Alec, I know we played this earlier, but can you play cut 3 again? Because I want to spotlight 2 players on this play that did not throw the pass or catch it.
Snap to Prescott, back, steps up in the pocket, deep to the middle, caught by Pickens and he circles left and runs away 20, 15, 10, cuts right, touchdown. The Raiders just quit running after him, and Pickens made an incredibly surgical cut at about the 7-yard line.
4 people deserve a lot of credit on that play.
All the ones that missed the tackle?
No.
Okay.
See, I don't think they gave up. I think George Pickens was like, check this out. And they're like,
oh, he shook them, dude. He shook them.
Obviously, Dak Prescott and George Pickens are 2 of them. The other 2 are Jake Ferguson and Tyler Smith. Go back and watch that play. Jake Ferguson picks up Max Crosby as well as you can probably expect a tight end to on the rush from the outside left. But go back and watch that play. Tyler Smith cuts back on that play, and when Max Crosby eventually does get past Jake Ferguson, as one does,
torpedoed his ass.
Yeah, Tyler Smith cut back and cut off the angle from Max Crosby, and it was so important right there because that gave the extra half a second or the extra half a step that Dak Prescott needed to be able to step in to that pass. If Tyler Smith doesn't come back, I do not think that play turns out like that.
But it wasn't just cutting him off. Go back and watch. He spears him. I know it was 2 different angles coming together, but he laid out and stuck his shoulder. It was awesome, dude. It was awesome. Great play. Nice work on that one, Kevin. I really appreciate that.
And that allowed them to, obviously score the touchdown. I think that play and the Kenneth Murray tip off of what would have been a Brock Bowers first down, I think those might be the 2 most important plays of the game in my head right now.
Thank you note to Quinnen Williams. Whatever motivation you added to the group, they looked different last night.
Yeah.
Look, man, I will agree that the opponent. By the way, today's press conference for Shoddy is at 3:00.
Okay.
During the G-Bag Nation. I don't know if it was, oh my gosh, we finally got a dog like this, one of the premier defensive tackles in the league. Whatever it was, that seemed like that was a different group. Again, it could be the offensive line. Refer to the chart. The whatever it was last night, up the middle, that group that we have been like, all right, Osa. Two consecutive plays last night late in the game, should have had a sack, and then did have a sack.
Yeah.
And that whole group in the middle set the tone for the rest of the defense.
Can I ask you a question about that? How encouraging was it that there were multiple plays where you had to figure out how does that sack get distributed or who gets the official pressure on that? Because there was multiple plays where it felt like Geno Smith's whole world was crashing in on him, and maybe that's why he had his very passive-aggressive post-game comment of like, get fired from your job, blame it on me. Late to school because a car broke down, blame it on me. Ooh, spicy.
Wow. Dude, was it, have you heard the post locker room announcements from Schottenheimer?
Oh, yes, I did.
When he does that too, he goes, easy, got a safety. Also, Sam Williams was credited with half a safety, so he's getting safety too. And I was just like, dude, that's the kind of night it was. It was meet at the quarterback. Clowney, every single one of the guys beat their guys in front of them because they are a better defensive line right now.
Yeah.
Than they have been all season, with just the addition of Quinnen Williams and better play across that line. Ezraku has grown into the role. That needed to take time to develop. And Clowney is learning this defense better right now, too. All these guys are playing at a better place. Now, can they do it consistently and do it against Philadelphia? We'll prepare for that tomorrow.
By the way, shout out to Pete Carroll or whoever. What the hell are you doing running the ball right there? Like, what in that game had led you to believe, even early on, that would be successful? Also, shout out to their punt returner who forgot like the basics of when you are supposed to field a punt and not, in him catching the ball, thinking, I don't know, that he could take a knee or whatever he was thinking, backpedaling and then being like, holy crap, I'm about to get a safety, and having to lunge forward. And then just, that was a terrible play call. And their offensive line sucks, but he got blown up on that spot.
All right, coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, we will decide if Kevin is named Alec nipple rings in his phone, or
all right,
we will do power ranking the power rankings. Nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but we do today, and the Tuesday tailgate next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know, unfortunately, have been injured in a car or truck wreck, I want you to go with people who you can trust.
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
3rd down and 13. Geno Smith in an empty gun. Snap goes back. Time. Now he's rushed and buried. Back at around the 28. Well, that was a heavy rush. And James Houston was the first one through.
Dude, was there a moment where you were a little concerned not only about James Houston, but also Quinnen Williams? James Houston looked like, I was like, oh no, he separated his shoulder. And Quinnen Williams, that was on that same play. But there was another play where Quinnen Williams got this sack, and he was like adjusting, and I was like, no! And then he got up and danced, and I was like, yeah!
It was the moments before I realized he was just fixing his shoe that, yes, I was very concerned.
That is awesome. That we came out of this pretty clean and feeling good as you head to Philly, or not head to AT&T against Philly. That's going to be nice. Kevin, do you know what AT&T stands for? Your mom she worked for AT&T. I'm pretty sure she built that stadium.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
For AT&T. I don't.
I think it's
Telecom and Telecommunications.
American Telephone and Telegraph, I believe, company, which
should update that.
Yeah, it should just be at now. All right, guys, it is time to discuss the power rankings of the NFL. And text in 877-881-1053. Nobody cares about your fantasy football team. And that's true. Like in general, they don't really care. But today we do. So let's hear those triumphs and tumbles. And we've already gotten a few texted in, Kevin. They've already rolled in. But we can get some more.
Do you guys want, for power rankings, you want option A, B, or C? I mean, it's not a complicated choice. Just pick one of them.
You always yell at us whenever we pick one.
Yeah.
And you're like, you idiots picked wrong. Ha, 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 ha. And so I'm just going to go with C because Carter said to.
Okay.
And he's going to be on the Tuesday tailgate here in a minute.
That is true. All right. Who is the worst team in all of football?
Titans.
That is correct. Who is the next worst team in football? I feel like that's more complicated than the worst.
Alec? I got the worst.
The Fighting Shador Sanderses of the world, the Cleveland Browns.
You guys are off to a hot start.
Good us.
That is correct. Tennessee Titans ranked 32. The Cleveland Browns are ranked number 31 on the list, followed by the Raiders and the Jets and the Giants. And
the Raiders, the third worst.
If you see a trend there, all of the teams that the Cowboys have beaten are ranked 26 or worse, which is why?
Refer to the chart.
I'm just going to
bad
start
teams
responding.
have been defeated by the Cowboys.
Yeah. I'm just
bad
respond
teams.
to people with refer to the chart.
The sub-mediocre teams, Cowboys have had a tough time with.
Yes.
The mediocre teams, same. Good teams, same.
Where would you rank the Cowboys because of that in the power rankings?
So, Kevin, typically where do I put the Cowboys? Middle
Right
of the
in the
pack,
middle.
right? I just say middle of the pack's good. And over the summer, it was consistent. Middle of the pack is where everything was. Everything. They are sub-mediocre, which means they are not middle of the pack, which puts them in the 2021 range. So I'll put them in that 20. I'll put them at 20.
Okay.
Put them at 20.
Alec, where would you put the Cowboys in your power rankings?
Well, Kevin, if I refer to the run sheet, it says the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl.
You did say that.
Segment,
Yeah,
so
you did say that
That
today.
means
Sarcasm.
number one. No, I'm thinking right at 20. I think 20 is where I would put them. I don't want to put them in the low teens yet because, again,
They don't have low teens.
Thanks to men's teen. Hold on.
Oh, can't do that.
Men's tea clinic.
Can't do that.
Woo, boy. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable putting them outside of the 20s because I got to refer to the chart.
All right.
When I refer to the chart, it tells me inside the 20.
Thank you.
NFL.com has them at 20. But you didn't pick them. ESPN has them at 21. But you didn't pick them
I
either.
said that was around there, though.
You picked the Athletic.
Oh, okay.
They have the Cowboys at number 20.
Oh, okay.
But you see that
Thank
level
you.
of consistency.
So you're telling me that the Athletic abides by the chart.
That's true. Ooh, yeah. They're right on the border, but that's right. You're right.
And off the map.
Okay. Who is the best team in the NFL right now? Do it. You know the answer.
The Broncos?
Stop it.
They're 9-2.
Nobody thinks the Broncos are the best team in football.
Then they're 9-2.
By the way, I'm being dead serious about that. You don't think the Broncos are the best team in football, do you?
No, because I think there's a mix. There's such a tight grouping up there, and they're probably at the bottom of the top of the grouping.
The Broncos are at 5, 5, and 4 in those three power.
So the bottom of the top of the grouping.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's going to be between Philadelphia, New England, and the Rams, probably. That
feels fair.
That would be my top three. I wonder where the Colts are after this weekend, just because are they forgotten after a bye? But yeah, I would kind of put them in that window.
So who's won?
I'll take the Rams.
Okay. Alec, what say you? You had a look on your face.
Yeah, because I want to be different, but I think the Rams are the best team in the NFL. They're so good.
Well, NFL.com agrees with you. So does ESPN. But once more, that's not who you picked. You picked The Athletic, where the Philadelphia Eagles are ranked number 1. They have the Rams at second. And there's actually quite a bit of discrepancy in these power rankings, if you want to know. So top 3, NFL.com, they go Rams, then Colts, then Eagles. And then ESPN goes Rams, Eagles, then Patriots. And
makes sense for ESPN to go Patriots. Like
Northeast bias.
Oh, well, I mean, Brewski works there. I do think there is a lot of love for what they're doing right now. They like Vrabel a lot. And just kind of watching some of their shows, they talk about Vrabel a lot. So I see that.
And then for The Athletic, which we did go with, it goes Eagles 1, then the Rams, then the Colts, Broncos are 4, and then the Patriots are 5.
Okay.
So it does feel like there's a lot of flexibility in that top 5, depending on like your particular preferences or trends or, whatever the key metric is that you're focused in on.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
All right, let's go to some of the fantasy feedback that we got from the 214. I needed 1 point to win. And the Cowboys decided to go for it on 4th down instead of kicking the chip shot field goal, and I ended up losing by 0.12. So that's part of it. And the other part of it is, we talked about this in Crosstalk, the over-under was 50.5.
Ooh.
Even if you got it at the open, it was 49.5. Final score was 33-16 because the Cowboys decided the game's over. Let's just kneel the ball down.
Should they have?
Yeah.
So
you don't have to give.
No, I don't care about. Let's leave Vegas out of this altogether. Not the Raiders, but just the world of gambling. In the grand scheme of things, Schottenheimer could have very well said, let's get one more touchdown.
Right.
He also looked across the field and saw Pete Carroll, who he coaches and admires and cares about, and said the right thing to do right now is to kneel the ball down. Not for Pete Carroll.
Right.
But that's what we should do. Now, there was still, 30 seconds, and he was having to tell his team to get off the field. He was like, guys, come on, it's time to get off the field.
So that was the only part that I thought was weird.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird.
Because
they started kneeling with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and so the only other option, I guess, is kick a field goal. But they did the right thing. But it did feel weird to kneel the ball down, and then the game wasn't over. And what I really appreciated is, for half a second, I wondered if the Raiders were going to try to run actual plays, and I was going to be like, that's some bull crap. But they were like, appreciate it. We will also kneel the ball out and end the game because you showed us some grace right there.
Hey, you want a quote?
Maybe. Do I?
From Quinnen Williams.
Yes.
This is DeMarvion Overshone regarding what Quinnen Williams kept saying to him from Patrick Walker. Bro, you ain't got to worry about me. I got you. I'm telling you, I'm a dog. They got to block me because I'm going to get to the ball. You're going to be free. Over and over throughout the game, Quinnen Williams kept telling DeMarvion Overshone that.
You're a dog.
I'm a dog. You're going to be free. Go. Dude, I love that.
I do too.
I'm going to do my job. Don't worry about me. You're just go be you. I love it. I'm hoping that we get more of that through the season.
And
Really
I think you will. From the 817, thanks to the Cowboys defense and George Pickens putting up almost 30 points, I won by 15 when I was down going into the Cowboys game. From the 972, this might be my worst week of fantasy football ever had in a regular league in my daily fantasy combined. I did not get over 100 points. I don't know what happened, man.
I'm sorry. I saw a lot of teams this week, by the way, with under 100 points in my league. And that's just, sometimes you have those weeks. It happens sometimes.
Now, here's the flip side.
I've had few of those because I'm 8-3 right now.
All right. Ooh.
Make it till you make it's doing just good.
What about from the 214? Scored 169 points, so won by 60, and they had Josh Allen on the bench.
They had Josh Allen on? Why would they put Josh Allen? I guess maybe he hadn't performed the last couple weeks like against the Dolphins, but jeez, dude, you have to hate it when you see that dude put 50 points on the board. Somebody yesterday texted in and said they had Tet Toroa McMillan, because I can't call him Tet, who scored 33, Michael Wilson, who also scored 33, and Josh Allen all on their team. And that's what, 83 plus 33 is 66 plus 50 is 100 and the rest of it.
I didn't totally hear all those numbers. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Y'all do the math.
From the 214, I lost by 2. I had Aubrey and Ferguson, and I went against Dak. Do you get 3 points for your kicker's field goal?
Depends on how far. Sometimes you can get 4.
30
Sometimes
yards.
you get 6 points. It depends.
But he
I
would
think
have
30-yarders are like 3 points, yeah.
But he would have won if they would have kicked that field goal. That really sucks. From the 469, I played Josh Allen and Christian McCaffrey, so yeah. From the 469, I'm 9-2 in my redraft, but I'm 2-9 in my dynasty league. Damn.
What's a redraft?
That's all the information.
A regular league where you redraft every year.
Oh, okay, I do. Yeah, I do a redraft.
You just don't call it a redraft.
Okay, that's cool. I like that.
From the 325, I needed 10 points from Ashton Genty. So
how many did he score? Do we know?
I guess he got points for the receptions.
Yeah,
but he averaged 1.2 yards per carry.
You're kidding me, dude.
Ouch.
And that's the reason. I know everybody was complaining. He had 8 points last night, by the way. 8 points in a PPR league.
Okay.
So he needed 9 from him. He had 8. That's the reason Pete Carroll got away. He was like, we can't run the ball. Even though Pete Carroll wanted to run the ball more, and he was telling his offensive coordinator, I love to run the ball. And they were like, we aren't good. And he was like, whatever, run it. And even at the halftime, Laura Rutledge, she's like, hey, what can your team do to get back into this game? They're down. What was the score at halftime? They're down by a lot.
Yeah.
He's like, we got to run the ball.
It was a 24-9 at halftime.
Yeah, no, you got to throw, bro. You're just not good at that either right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that's your part to do, Corey.
It is time for the Tuesday Tailgate, ladies and gentlemen, where we talk all college football.
Isn't that Thursday?
And the fact that I always believed in A&M, even when A&M didn't believe in himself.
All right, can you go ahead and play cut number 20? Because Corey is definitely right about my fluctuation of belief on Saturday.
They're now inside the 5. Smith, the ball carrier. He's into the end zone for the touchdown, and the game is tied. A&M can take the lead with the extra point.
When you play against air at the end of your game, you can pretty much win against anybody because that's what A&M looked like. Like South Carolina wasn't playing football at the end of in the second half of that game. That was truly the most wild turnaround in a single game I think I've ever seen.
But A&M doesn't like to make things simple. And so when they have the ball in the goal-to-go situation and they're up 31-30.
Yeah, Colin Klein, what you doing there?
And they're just moving the ball at will. And they decide, you know what, Corey? This would be a good time to run a bit play. And then they fumbled the ball, and I couldn't talk, but I thought I was going to flip out and like punch a hole in the wall like Andy from The Office when he couldn't find his cell phone.
Yeah, that was, and it was a freshman. That was like one of his first touches.
Yeah.
Bizarre choice in that moment, but I think watching Lenora Sellers for South Carolina in the second half of that game had to give you, at least in the back of your mind, some confidence that this dude has lost every bit of the talent and the hype that we had for him coming into this season. And he showed that on that final possession for South Carolina where second, third, and fourth down, he just would not throw the ball. And that's like quarterback 101. And if you're in that 2-minute drill, when you don't even need a touchdown, you need a field goal. And they got a fourth down completion before that. And he just held onto the ball the entire time. Like A&M's defense, I guess, was just totally locked down in the secondary. But you can't even throw the ball up to give your team a chance. Like, for as good as Lenore Sellers played in the first half, he flipped it in the second half.
Yes.
And, like, that looks like a dude who's checked out and isn't going to play at South Carolina next year.
But you don't think he's going to go pro, right?
No, not after this season.
Yeah.
And you know who this kind of parallels? Carson Beck.
Yeah.
Who needs a quarterback next year?
Yeah.
Miami?
Yeah, that's probably, get that opportunity to go and get yourself in better position. I can't remember if it was the pregame or at some point at the middle of the first quarter, but Taylor McGregor had caught up with Shane Beamer, and they were talking about that, and he was just oozing confidence.
Whoops.
And he was just like, dude, we know. We beat this team by 24 points last year, and he was just going on and on about all the things that he told his team. And Kevin, at that time, you didn't say whoops. You were going, dang, he's right. Now whatever Elko did at halftime, though, and that was what I believed. I was like, man, I have Elko just look calm. And maybe that's just his demeanor all the time, but there was something about his presence on that sideline that made me believe that they were going to figure it out. And there were some moments where A&M looked like they were scrambling, trying to figure things out on the defensive side. Like, man, they're catching us off guard. But in that second half, whatever they did, they adjusted to it. And those adjustments turned everything around. And also, you got some fantastic quarterback play from your quarterback as well on the second half as well.
Okay, I agree.
Said as well a lot.
I agree with that. A&M also made some really boneheaded plays. They had a wide open, like it was a great pass, wide open, easy touchdown that got dropped. Yep. They missed 2 field goals, including a chip shot that went off the upright.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens when you trust a kicker.
Actually, I agree with you on that, especially at the college or high school level.
Yes.
I turned my phone off at halftime because I was getting a lot of messages from people that were appreciating my downfall. And I get it if you're a Texas fan. It was people who were not affiliated. I was like, why is this bringing you joy? We're never this good. And
because people like to hate A&M.
Why?
And Texas and OU. And if you know somebody that likes that college, you start digging on them. That's just the way that it is.
I mean, with A&M,
you can be supportive and believe and help them believe as well.
Which Corey did.
No, you don't do that for your friends, obviously.
We've dug on you enough regarding A&M, and I've seen what y'all have had to deal with, and I'm like, you know what? I like this team. I think they're a good, fun, fast, strong team, and I think that they have something that they can go do this year.
That's my issue, Carter. Why do people look at A&M fans and been like, you've been riding on your pedestal of greatness for too long?
No, it's the pedestal of greatness that A&M fans think they're going to reach that they never do. I think that's where the enjoyment comes from, is the 8-4, right? The joke record that they're always going to fall to, which, look, for the longest time they did. But Corey, you mentioned Mike Elko being totally calm. This doesn't happen under Jimbo Fisher. This doesn't happen under Mike Sherman. This doesn't happen under Kevin Sumlin. Like any of the previous A&M coaches, that is 100% credit to Elko and what he's instilled in these players. And we've talked about it all season. Monkey off your back. You go and get these big road wins. You score a ton of points on the road. You get down 27 points when your quarterback throws back-to-back interceptions to end the first half, and you're just like, okay, this is you have all these swings where it's like, okay, here's where A&M can get back in the game. Then they fumble the ball, miss the kick, whatever it is, and allow South Carolina to build that lead up. You do not do that without Elko coming in there and completely revamping everything about that program. Because those 8-4 jokes should be gone now. They won't, because you have a long history of A&M being that. But that is all on Mike Elko. And it is, again, it was just one of the most shocking turnarounds I think I've ever seen in a single game. And that's the proof. Sorry, Reggie, love you to death. Momentum is real. Because when A&M got that 4th-and-1 stop early in the third quarter, they were like, okay, we can do this. And they did that.
And it was just one after another, making sure that they do what they're. And again, credit the defensive. I credit first the defensive adjustments in the second half. That's the first thing.
I absolutely agree.
What's their next big game?
They've got Texas, because they've got Samford, and that's usually how.
No, you better watch out for Samford.
The Bulldogs.
I've been saying that all season. All right. Yes,
Okay.
for the last 3 weeks at least. I've been saying watch out for Samford.
So you talked about the improbability of it all. Since 2004, SEC teams 0-286 when trailing by 27-plus points. So not only did A&M break that, it was the largest comeback in program history. And Torian York, after the game, he was talking with a couple of the other defensive players, and he relayed this on the TV broadcast, and he said, this place, Kyle Field, is like no other. In the fourth quarter, I looked at Damian and Cassius, and I said, we're not going to let this stadium down. These fans deserve a season like this. And then Cassius Howell got his first sack of the game on that final South Carolina drive, where I was like, if this all happens for South Carolina to kick a field goal, like, God, what a punch that would have been.
And that would have happened in years past. And I 100% believe that they would have made this crazy comeback only to give it away at the end. But again, I think this A&M team is that different. And you can't do that again. South Carolina stinks. I think the only SEC win they have is over Kentucky, who also stinks. So obviously you can't put yourself in a 27-point hole every week. But if you do that to yourself and you are able to come back, like, okay, you can do pretty much just about anything.
Now let's go to cut number 21. After the Notre Dame game, or I guess maybe it was at half of the Notre Dame game, Mike Elko was like throwing chairs around, talking about their defense and everything. So this is him. After the game, he lifts up a chair, and everyone is just waiting for him, and he just smashes it against the ground. And for the second time this week, sorry about the curse words in there, but I just love that level of enthusiasm after the game, even if it wasn't like, those are the kind of like Ted Lasso style celebrations that I like, even when it's not my team.
Hey, that's enough A&M talk right now, guys. UNT
cut 22, Alec,
ladies and gentlemen.
61 yards, and now it's Hawkins finishing it virtually untouched. Striding into the end zone, Caleb Hawkins. His fourth rushing touchdown, 2 plays, 70 yards. Foot on the gas for North Texas.
What a crowd right there. The guys, the first time in 66 years that they have been ranked.
Oh, do you want me to do it right for you?
Are they at 22?
Yes. Here.
I don't know.
I wrote
do
this.
Do it right for me, Kevin.
Okay. I wrote this specifically to get you fired up. Corey, the wait is over for North Texas after 66 years. 12 coaching changes, and a magical run this fall. North Texas is back in the top 25. And I shouldn't have said I wrote that. Somebody else wrote that, but I wanted to read it dramatically for you.
You know where liars go, Kevin?
Straight to hell?
Yeah, to hell.
Oh, okay. I've definitely lied before.
Yeah. So that's awesome. That is really cool that UNT has made their way here at 9-1. I'm very excited for them.
As you should be. This is a season 66 years in the making. And the highlight, Caleb Hawkins is a true freshman. And he has been Drew Messamaker's best friend. I mean, the UNT could not be as explosive as they are on offense without Hawkins. And the UNT has other good running backs as well, but the running game has been awesome. And it's just every facet of the offense is has gotten them to this point, and the defense makes the plays at the right time. And for UNT, the best thing is your last 2 games are against Rice and against Temple. Mm-hmm. So you're not playing the top of the American. You could very well end with one loss in conference. In the way that the American championship game works, because I'm trying to get UNT to not just play in that game, but to host it. I want that here in Denton.
Ooh, I like that.
That would be cool.
Tonight's ranking for the CFP is going to be pivotal. So the way the American works, pivotal, the higher ranked team, or if you're ranked and you're an American team, and it's between like 3 or 4 teams, if you're ranked, you automatically get into that game. So UNT just needs to keep winning and just keep climbing, because they've never been ranked in the CFP poll either. But if they're the top-ranked team from the American going into championship weekend, they'll host that game. So just win and in, baby.
I have this question. Kevin, I told you this morning I didn't want to think about paying players later, or I wanted to think about paying players later, not right now. Can UNT keep Caleb Hawkins around? Okay, That's, you know what? I'm going to enjoy the time we have together now.
Because this is UNT's first go-round at this level, right? I think you're going to see a lot once the season's over, but I'm with you, man. Like, I don't like thinking of these group of 5 teams or whoever being like, okay, they're awesome and they're going to leave. Like, that's no fun.
Mm-hmm.
They're there now, and you're watching them be awesome on the field now, so just enjoy it, because I don't think it's going to be another 66 years in between rankings in the AP poll, but you don't know when you're going to get a season again like this.
Yeah.
So enjoy all of it now. Like, even if UNT doesn't make the CFP, you could still win the American. You could still win 10 games. You could still go beat a Power 4 team in a bowl game. Like, enjoy this while it lasts, man.
I absolutely will enjoy ranked UNT, doing ranked UNT things. Guys,
well, Corey,
can I go to another team?
We have to be fair on this.
Ranked UNT.
I got to talk about the story I wanted to. You got to talk about the story that you want to.
I feel like we're all going to benefit from this story.
So if we're really being fair, isn't it time for Carter to get to talk about the story that he actually wants to talk about?
So for the first time in 3 years, it's very important news. He used to be at the Cheez-It Bowl, which no longer exists. It is now...
that's not the story I wanted!
The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. This is a story I wanted, Corey. Prince
Oklahoma beat Alabama.
Prince Chedward is going to be back on the sidelines at the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Such ridiculous.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've spoken my piece.
Let's talk more ranked UNT.
You know, the other day,
I got Pop-Tarts Bowl news, too. There's going to be 6 Pop-Tarts at this bowl this year.
Which one's getting eaten?
I think the berry one got eaten last year.
At the bar.
All right. He's talking about the nuts in the cup.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
that made it better.
That actually is right. So you remember the other day when you guys made fun of me for like the spelling of the word S?
Mm-hmm.
This is another thing. I took multiple minutes to look up the proper spelling of Prince Chedward because there seemed to be some dispute about it.
Like you would a friend. You want to spell his name right.
It's CHEDWARD. So there you go. All right, now, Corey, back to your, I don't know, whatever big-time SEC game.
Okay.
What if UNT ends up in the Cheez-It Bowl? Or the Pop-Tarts Bowl, Corey?
Then I will eat Cheez-Its and not Pop-Tarts because I'm not a Pop-Tarts fan. Watch a Pop-Tart endorsement pop up out of nowhere.
Oh, man.
Not anymore.
Well,
you'd be surprised.
I would be happy for them to be in any bowl game, all right, that puts them in a good position to, stuff. But Oklahoma going on the road against Alabama, that was awesome.
It was
very
fun to watch.
I don't know if I love John Mateer. I really don't know. But I love his intensity and the fact that those guys are always like, well, he'll make something happen. But this defense, dude, is freaking awesome.
Super quick Johnny Mateer story. So at the Dallas Card Show this weekend, this incorporates a couple of our different contributors for Peace-a-thon. Dallas Card Show, and we had Ryan on yesterday from RJ Dukes. Somebody bought a Bowman Chrome U box and said that they love Oklahoma and they would love a Mateer autograph. Came back, didn't get that. Got the Fernando Mendoza Superfractor 1-of-1 autograph.
That's pretty good consolation prize there.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. He's still the leader in the clubhouse, I think, for Heisman.
I think so, too.
And look, Marcel Reed just had his Heisman moment, right?
Yes.
Fernando Mendoza had his last week. Marcel Reed had his this week. But look, Ty Simpson for Alabama, he was up there, too. And Alabama had a statistically fantastic game against OU. If you look at if you take away all the explosive plays and all the, things that make football, but just the way the teams played each other, Alabama thoroughly outplayed OU in this game. OU had 212 yards of offense. Every time they scored, it was on a short field because they were getting turnovers and returns and, 87-yard pick sixes. Because their offense, they might have the Lou Groza Award winner, the best kicker in the country, and Tate Sandell. He's out there bombing 50-yard field goals like anything. And OU's perfect in the red zone this year. And all of those things came to a head where it was just a timely place. And it was, to your point on John Mateer, Maybe the thumb injury is still bothering him. Maybe he's not the superstar he looked like early in the season, but he gets things done when he needs to.
Yeah,
and when the defense does the same thing, that's a pretty darn good recipe for success.
Yeah, that defense right now, it just looks looks like old school defenses we saw whenever Venable was here before, and that's nice to see for sure, man.
And it kept their playoff hopes alive.
Absolutely.
No mistake.
If OU wins
about it.
out, they're going to be in because you'll have beaten Alabama and you'll have beaten Tennessee. Both of those on the road. You have the Michigan win from early in the season, which Michigan is still alive to make the Big Ten title game. They're not favored to do it, but that's a really good out-of-conference win too, right? But I think OU is the first team since like Vanderbilt in the early 80s to beat Tennessee and Alabama on the road, like back-to-back games or something like that. Like going to environments like that and winning does not happen often. But look, OU's offense, there's still a lot of questions about it. It was not good against Alabama, and they won anyway. So I just, as an OU fan, I can't look at Missouri, even with their starting quarterback may or may not play, and LSU having a disappointing season. I can't just look at those and be like, okay, we're going to win, because that has not been the case all year. But the team does find ways to win, and that's the thing I think you can rest your laurels on.
Is it down to 3-person Heisman race now with Mendoza, Sayin, and Reed?
Man, I really want Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame to be a part of that, but I think you're right. I think it is down to those 3 quarterbacks because Ty Simpson, with the second loss, and especially losing to Florida State early in the year, now that Alabama has 2 losses, they're tied with some of the other 2-loss teams. It's like, what the hell, man? How did you let that happen?
Quick shout out to Texas Tech as well. They're 10-1 for the first time in 17 years.
And throw Jacob Rodriguez, their linebacker, who we talked to on Fan University this last Saturday. Throw him in there. He's averaging a turnover forced a game, and he used to be a FBP, football player, was his designation when he was at Virginia. So in this game against UCF this last weekend, they put him in at running back, and he scored a touchdown. It was like, hey, he can do pretty much anything on the field.
Wow.
Fantastic stuff, Carter, no matter what the Twitch says. Coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece.
Just love the Pop-Tarts Bowl content,
Hey, that's
guys.
what I'm talking about
That's
there.
what
We'll
I'm
get
here
back
for.
to it next time. You know what? Coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the C Block. Where are we heading with that, Corey? Hits and misses? No. Jerry Jones talk this morning, guys. The level of concern next on the Fan.
A&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. As I've been saying all day long, refer to the chart regarding where the Cowboys stand. That
chart's awesome.
Not only is this the reality of what the Cowboys like. This, if I'm a Cowboys coach, I would say, Corey, please send that chart over to me. I would like to have that chart around, because what would you do with this chart, Kevin? You are here, all right? Ish.
Yeah.
And I would start, like, you know how you have the thermometer whenever you have goals for kids in elementary school for their donations, the can drive or whatever. Start filling it up. You know, say, hey, we are here. Let's work our way up to here. I would be telling the guys, the reality is this is what we are. And we can be better. And if you're a coach and you're going, well, I don't know if we can be better, then you've got bigger problems on your hand. But the Cowboys are currently a sub-mediocre team that can be better, and next week is a great opportunity for them to, against Philadelphia, a great opportunity, but they can celebrate last night and move forward from there.
And I will tell you, I think...
Also, I want to say... that chart is representative of what I think the show thinks where the Cowboys stand.
Agreed. Okay. And so that's what could make this a win this weekend unbelievable. I think right now, unfortunately, that the team you're playing is probably the best team in football. And so a win there, I feel like should at least get them to mediocre.
So, yeah, that is going to... We'll probably discuss this a lot more this week. But if the Cowboys win against Philadelphia, how much would that change people's mind? I
think a lot.
That's a good question, Corey. And I appreciate that, Corey. Thank you. But right now it is time for the C Block, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what that means. On a Tuesday after Jerry has spoken, it's time for the level of concern. Oh, man, is true. Thank you very much, Alec, for that. And I would like to start off with Cut 5 today. Choppy was really on a mission this morning to let everybody in the world know that he loves him some George Pickens. And I think he has a man crush on George Pickens.
Definitely.
I don't know if it's on like the everything about him or just the way he plays. But if you don't love the way George Pickens plays sometimes...
I don't know what your problem is.
Sometimes there are moments where you're like, don't do that. But then again, you're like, does that take away from Pickens? You know, who he is? Do we have to just deal with a 15-yard penalty every game because that's just who he is?
Not every game, but sometimes.
How many 15-yard penalties has he gotten this year?
Don't worry about that.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Cut 5, where Choppy asked, hey, Jerry, you know, whenever you fleece somebody like you did with the Steelers, do you ever feel sorry for them?
Well, guys, I'd like to say that possibly... that would be one way of looking at it. The rest of this thing is so humbling, and I'm constantly getting humbled. You just the entire team is like holding Jell-O in both hands. It's always something coming out from place to place. But I will tell you, that performance that George had last night was about as impressive. First of all, he was, I know that he was trying to show that because he had a late problem there, that wouldn't affect his game. And so, bottom line, I'm so proud for us that we've got him. I don't know when I've seen a guy on a steady basis play as inspirational as he's playing. And that's the thing. He causes the guys around him to be better.
And, of course, that Jerry replay brought to you by Window Nation.
Kevin, I don't know that there is a real level of concern with Pickens.
My level of concern is 0.
His
1%.
Ooh.
Just because I feel like if you say 0, you're setting yourself up to look truly foolish.
Okay.
So 1% just for the sake of 1%.
I'm 100% confident in A&M.
Well, look, we just discussed this. I was not 100% confident.
But when it comes to George Pickens' play, like it's been a needed spark for this team.
Mm-hmm.
I think that CeeDee Lamb still could have been productive as the number one receiver on this team without a guy like that across from him. I still think he can do those things. But what George Pickens has added to it is now complemented Dak in a way that we were talking about it with Mickey this morning. As I was watching last night, I was going, why is Pickens single covered?
Yeah.
Why? And I kept thinking to myself, why? And then I would go, oh, yeah, because CeeDee Lamb's on the damn field. And because this team immediately, every team will go, we got to cover CeeDee Lamb. Hey, it's tough on you. You're going to have to cover Pickens. And that's just the way that it's going to be. And Pickens is like, I got you guys. And also watching the confidence Dak's throwing to him with. Dak threw up one last night that he just tossed it up in the air and hoped. And it almost got intercepted. But then watch the ones that he throws on slants and how they hit Pickens in the forehead. If his hands weren't in the way, that thing's hitting him in the eyes. And that's where you want that pass, and that's where Pickens wants that pass. We go back and talk about Jason Kidd and Dirk Nowitzki and that championship run and how important it was that Jason Kidd was delivering passes in their chest where they wanted to shoot from. And that's the same thing. To keep George Pickens in the flow of his run, you have to hit him in a certain spot. Dak has confidence in what he's doing right there.
I have that exact same level of confidence because I don't know which pass it was, but he threw it. I don't think I even watched it all the way through because I was like, hey, he's obviously going to catch that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like in terms of I took my eye off the TV for just a second and he did catch it.
To catch your child or something? Where you,
probably, man.
Probably so.
I learned a new term this weekend. Are you familiar with the term three-nager?
No.
So we
have the terrible twos.
Exactly. But 3-year-olds are jerks a lot too. And so three-nagers, because they're very unpredictable. He can be the most loving and whiniest person in the span of like 4 minutes.
Dude, we were looking at family photos from the last, whatever, how many years we've had kids. And
like you should know that.
I don't know when we started
17?
taking the pictures though.
Okay.
And we were explaining to Carter, why is my monkey, my toy monkey in this picture? Mm-hmm. Well, that's because you wouldn't listen. And the only way we could get you to stand still was to say that your monkey could be in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
And, why is Lucy in the background of this photo? And it's because she ran off.
Yeah.
And we had to go chase her down because you kids, and they were all 3. That's a really good point, Kevin.
Three-nager.
All right, though.
Sorry to throw you off there.
Regarding play on the field, that's one thing. Let's go cut 6 here, though. Jerry, can you tell us any more about CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and why they weren't
pause.
on?
This is a classic Jerryism. No, and then he tells you.
Not really. That were in-house issues and had to do with really meeting type discipline, and that's about all you need to go into it here.
Now,
that's why you ask Jerry those questions.
You're right.
He'll tell you the answer.
The first word there was no. Jerry, can you give us more details? No. But here, let me give you some more details.
Not really.
In-house, discipline type. He gave us all the things we needed to know. You're going to be able to put a story together.
Yes.
Now, my question is, now that this has happened and Schottenheimer... the media kind of caught Pickens in a lie.
Yeah.
Because he said, he was like, hey, guys, it was all system. We were running a different system to start. And they were like, well, Shotty said this. And he was like, that's between me and Shotty. But now that this has happened, what's your level of concern that it won't happen again?
This year, very, very low. Very low. Going forward, that is a different conversation that we probably aren't having right now.
My concern right now is that CeeDee Lamb was involved. I understand.
And he was.
And my concern is that, that's a dude that I look at and I go, I think he's doing all the right things to be a leader on this team. And I'm betting that he needs to learn a lesson from this. I'm hoping so, because that's the image I have. Oh man, it's nothing atrocious, honestly. It's nothing atrocious. It just feels like I got let down a little bit. And I don't like that.
So Is there any part of you, I think the answer is probably no. Is there any part of you that wishes the Cowboys would have won, but those two wouldn't have particularly shown out? So you can be like, see?
No, there's a lot of things that go into this. Maybe the discipline was something that woke them up for the game.
Okay.
There's, maybe that's what they need sometimes. There's a lot of different, and you got to learn your players individually. You have to. We talked about that with Tim Brown last week.
Agreed.
Every single coach, Lou Holtz, I can come over to you and I can say this because I know you well enough to know how you're going to respond. Our boss manages each one of us differently. He knows with you that he's just got to kind of kick you in the butt and then pat you on the butt and then kick you in the butt and pat you on the butt. And with me, he cannot kick me in the butt because I will cry and I will be sad. No, I'm just joking. But he just knows.
Be motivated.
He knows
better.
we're very different,
Yeah.
and he talks to us in different ways to get the best out of us. And that's what every great coach should do. And I think this is a good experience for both the coach and the players to learn more about each other.
Okay.
I hope it works.
got you.
I hope it works. Let's go to cut 10 here. Jerry Jones on watching Quinnen Williams play.
Well, I was zeroed in on him early, and I wanted to see how they were, how the Raider offensive line was handling him, and I kind of caused you to sit back in your seat and smile a little bit. He was so dominant, and I have not again looked at the film on the way in, but boy, I'm telling you, if we can get those kinds of plays. And people have to adjust their blocking schemes for them. Then you obviously get some advantages in other parts of your defense.
Yeah.
And we just haven't had pressure like that, pass pressure. And so when you can be sound on against that run and then get some pressure too, and it's coming from a bad spot for the quarterback up the middle. And we haven't had that.
No level of concern there, honestly, except for that maybe Jerry. My level of concern is with Jerry on that. I made the trade. It worked this time. Awesome. And everything's fine.
It was kind of interesting.
I want the GM to be like, that was great. Now more.
And the way the question was set up is they were kind of like, oh, Philly, there's a picture of you and you're taking special interest in Quinnen Williams. And then he said that same thing. And you're like, I get that because you don't want people to crap on your decisions. But, let's keep that same enthusiasm for every play.
And then cut 16 on the competition at right tackle with Max Crosby having quite a night.
Well, you saw, and I just said, that was probably, they were the most challenged of any player we had to keep that Crosby off the quarterback, or for that matter, off the runner. And we had help in mind from time to time, and we had a couple of. I just saw the tight end on him, and I said, "Now, good luck with this. We're not going to be around long if all we're trying to do is get him with a tight end or stand in his way." So I don't want to make any more of it than it is, but I thought, on balance, considering the type player he is, I thought we had a heck of a game, and be surprised if our offensive line doesn't grade out really well.
Man, and as he said, he's a mess. And I just thought that
Yes.
was hilarious with Max Crosby. And you know what? Held up pretty okay. That's what I'll leave it at that. And then last one, I really like this question because it refers to something Troy Aikman was asked on Scott Van Pelt's show at the very end of the night last night. If the Raiders win could catapult the Cowboys into the playoffs, who currently have a 7% chance.
Well, that's the point. And you look at these numbers, they're daunting as we look ahead for a playoff. But we don't want to look any farther past, and than this weekend with Philadelphia. And Philadelphia is playing at a heightened level of just excellence. They've played their last games and played them well. I was really impressed the other day with with Detroit. But the bottom line is that I'm excited about playing Philadelphia, and it'll be a good out for the makeup of our team right now. I'm anxious to see the game.
Now, when Troy Aikman was asked about that, he said that would be a stretch. And I think that Jerry answered that appropriately. I think that Troy's answer is correct. It would be a stretch right now with 7% chance to say the Cowboys, after beating a team with 2 wins, are now destined to be a playoff team. I think Jerry also answered that correctly. This week is the next step. And Philadelphia, I think he said good out.
Yeah.
I think this was a get-right game in all respects.
Agreed.
You beat a bad team. You needed to find out what you were. You were coming off a bye week. All these things was a get-right game. Now this is a test. The next one is a test. And how do you look in that next test? And then, again, the next one after that. So Jerry sounds like he's in the right mindset there of next game right now. But it is definitely a stretch for this Cowboys team to be, that one definitely makes sure they're in the playoffs now.
That being said, he did deliver the phrase elevated level of excellence, which, man.
And he said that Dak was the greatest leader he's ever seen, ever. Taking a shot at a guy who said that there was a stretch without taking a shot at him.
I do not know if those two things are related.
All right, gotcha.
But to be fair, I don't know they're not.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Master Police. Now, oh my gosh, I said Master Police because I'm so concerned about this. What is this Rangers team going to look like as we have some new updates on the Texas Rangers? And Baseball Nuggets next on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally. Roger that, Sally.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Williams back at running back. Prescott is under center. Stamps his left foot. Receiver in motion to the left. Prescott play action. Left side of the end zone. Right on the money to Ryan Flanoy. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Oh, boy.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reminder that G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting live from the Low T Center in Grapevine, 1000 West State Highway 114. Go see them. Go hang out from 2 to 7. Hopefully you know when that show is on by now.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Go check out the G-Bag Nation at Men's Tea in Grapevine and refer to the chart. And you know what? My understanding of time, sub-mediocre. I will put it that right now.
Did you get lost?
I got stopped by the boss in the hallway.
Oh.
So I was on time. We had a small chat, and then one of our guests that stopped in, I said bye to that person.
Yes.
So then that was that's the thing that got me in 2.5, 3 seconds late. I'm sorry about that, guys.
It's okay.
I care about you and I care about this show. Right now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with us.
I like that.
Is that that?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Did it happen? Oh, it happened.
I can do it now.
So
just a little late. Just a little bit late, you know?
A little late. In case you missed it earlier, Jonah Heim and Adolis Garcia, as we've talked about, are on the trading block. But what feels far more imperative about that story now is that Friday is the tender, non-tender deadline, and Heyman and Morosi are saying that the Rangers are looking to make that move before then. So we're talking about in the next 48 to 72 hours. Feels like there is a high probability that neither one of those players are on the team anymore.
Okay. Jonah Heim didn't have... He never got better.
Right.
That World Series run... Like, you couldn't have asked for a better catcher. You needed somebody to do what he did. He was exceptional. Him and Mitch Garver, they complemented each other. Obviously, Mitch Garver became more of a DH. But Jonah Heim, as a switch hitting catcher, you're like, dude, this is everything you want.
Right.
But it just seemed like he lacks a little bit of a fire that I think Chris Young really desires to.
Interesting.
You ever watch him play, Kevin? You ever watch Jonah Heim?
Yes, many times.
It just seems like, and I know catchers hate things. Like catchers are just like, I get hit with the baseball all the time. But when he gets hit, it's like, oh my God, are you kidding? He's like Eeyore to me. That's how it was for me. Was Eeyore.
Still think Eeyore gets a bad rap.
You think so?
Somebody hammered a nail into his butt.
That was him, I presume.
How would that work?
Hold on. This is a podcast, I think, that we need to discuss. Okay. But he just had this look about everything.
Yeah.
Adolis, on the other hand, is completely different.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that any of us expected Adolis to be a 10-year Rangers hero. We found him late in his career, and he popped late in his career too. And you got the best years out of him. Like you really did. You got his probably his best years for a very reasonable price.
Yeah.
He was a World Series hero.
Yes.
An ALCS hero.
Always will be.
The most entertaining part, I think, of that World Series and ALCS too. That story, Kevin, we were in Oxnard and we're on the beach and all of a sudden everybody's like, dude, did y'all see Marcus Semien stomp on that? And then he hit a grand slam and all this stuff goes on and we're like, man, we're going to have to play Houston again at some point. And Adolis was ready for it again.
Yeah.
But the last couple of years, the bat hasn't been the same. The defense out in the outfield was pretty good this year. The year before,
it was not.
It was not. But there was also this part of Adolis that looked like he was upset that he had to sign the contract that he signed.
That is, I believe that 100%. He thought he was going to get a long-term deal that was not only going to buy out all these years of arbitration, but go far beyond that.
And so it just seemed like that kind of got in the way a little bit. I know injuries popped up on him from time to time, and maybe he played through them, but I always felt like emotionally and internally, Adolis had this cloud in him that was just not letting him play like the Adolis we'd seen before. And I thought it was due to some financial stuff there. And that's unfortunate for us, for him, for the Rangers. But right now, looking at this, do you think they can get anything for these guys?
No. I mean, let me try that again. Yes, but it's going to be low-level prospects, and maybe not even that because you're just looking for some salary relief, honestly. But the issue about trading them earlier, and I see some people saying that, is you heard Boch every time he talked to us. The level of loyalty that he had, and I understand why, to every single one of those players that either started or made a big contribution to that World Series run, it was too tough for him to break out from that and be like, yeah, well, thanks, we're going to trade you now. Mm-hmm. And so that's why it took this long. But when you hear the news that they're looking to get it done by Friday, or else they might just non-tender them, if you're a team out there, you're like, okay, what's it worth for me to skip the line?
Mm-hmm.
A Class A prospect?
Probably, yeah. No, I mean, I don't think it's much, and I don't think the Rangers are truly going to ask for much. They're kind of hoping they just get something.
Yes.
And if they can just get something, that would be better. Because, again, this kind of does go to replenishing the stock in that minor league pool. You kind of do need to do that. You did lose a couple of pieces on your way to trying to make one last run here. And so, and Kevin, I will go back. I always thought that Chris Young, in order to get Bruce Bochy to come out of retirement, said, I will do everything I can to ensure you have a chance.
Yeah.
And then, so last year, while everybody was calling for this, Chris Young was going, but I remember my promise to him initially. He got me a World Series. I promised him this. I will continue to do that until the days are done. And now the days are done there. But when it comes to these players, I will miss what they provided for us in that World Series, and I hope the best for them as this Rangers team kind of goes into a new chapter, because they are definitely going into a new chapter.
Absolutely. A couple things we didn't get to mention yesterday. Kike Hernandez is going to miss the World Baseball Classic after undergoing surgery, and Josh Naylor and the Mariners agreed on a 5-year, $92.5 million deal. A few names on the lists of new Hall of Fame options. Do you think any of these players could be Hall of Famers? So there's 12 newcomers on the Baseball Hall of Fame ballot, and several of them have Rangers ties. Hunter Pence is on that list. He's not a Hall of Famer, though, right? He's a Hall of Fame sign getter.
And personality.
Yes.
Like, we love Hunter Pence's personality. Yes. And Kevin, that has been historically a line of delineation.
Yeah.
Is that the right thing?
Or demarcation.
Demarcation for getting in and not is how you are with media. Like, that has been a thing over time. Sometimes it's not always about numbers. If it was,
yeah,
there are lots of other dudes. Anyway, but yeah, I think he's a world-class personality.
Cole Hamels. He's not.
In 3 years, he could be an ace.
That would be something. I love Cole Hamels. We love talking with him. His eyes are beautiful. I don't think that he is somebody that is going to be in the Hall of Fame.
I don't have the comparison war-wise for him, like for anybody else. He has a 57.9 WAR in his career.
It used to be the thought was it needed to be at least 60. I know, obviously, that has changed.
Okay. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like, he was a really good pitcher, dude.
He was.
Really good pitcher, and on some really good teams, too.
Yes. You're right.
Got a couple no-hitters on his belt, too.
And he won World Series MVP as well as NLCS MVP, but never finished higher than 5th in the Cy Young. I don't see it.
Hater.
Shin-Soo Choo. He's not making
No. And you know what? Like, injuries were a problem here. But he actually was good. No, it was just the contract was so big.
He was a very good player, to be sure.
Yeah. Didn't you have, like, his batting average was the Shin-Soo Choo line at one point?
Yes.
Yeah, he was not good.
But at times, that's how you know when a player is, like, really good or if they're just okay. All right. Do you want to go to baseball cards or back to the Rangers?
Alec?
The Rangers news made me sad. Go to baseball cards.
All right. Paul Skeens has signed 5 baseball cards with his name in Japanese characters.
And you know some little kid whose grandparents are laying in the same bed foot to foot are going to find that, and then they're going to go to the chocolate factory, and then they're going to cheat, and they're going to get away with everything, and then they're going to get the company.
Well, it's confusing. Some of those kids died. Another one got the factory, even though they all broke the rules. I'm just looking for some consistency, Willy Wonka.
So he's got 5 cards that he signed in Japanese lettering.
Correct.
Does he know, can you explain more?
Yes, indeed I can. So the trading card company Onyx stopped by him and Livy Dunn's house in Florida. They had just gotten back. They did some activities with the USO, and Paul Skeens had spent 2 nights on an aircraft carrier and stuff. And we've seen this before. Like, there's some Shohei cards out there like this. I believe Yamamoto did a handful of them as well. But, and I hope I'm saying this right, kanji is the language. And so the person representing Onyx was like, hey, would you want to do something different and unique? Paul Skeens is like, what are you thinking? And he said, how about writing your name on the cards in Japanese? And thankfully, this guy was ready. He pulled out a sheet of paper to show Paul what his name would look like in Japanese. Studied the paper, looked it over, and was like, yeah, let's do it. And so he signed 5 cards with his name in Japanese. So it's kind of like a style of Japanese writing using Chinese characters. And I think that's super cool because you can be like, and he's the first U.S. born player to autograph cards like this. And so, I don't know, this feels like a cool chase if you were looking to try to pick it up. Oh, I got a Paul Skeens autograph card. Oh, really? I have it with a hybrid system using Chinese characters and Japanese languages that he autographed, but that's good for you.
I love this story. I think it's cool.
Yeah.
And especially, like, how much do we love the Josh Young, him drawing doodles and stuff? Like, it's just different. And it means that the player, in my mind, put a little different thought into it or did a little different effort. I think it is cool. I don't know how much more in value they are, but whatever.
Well, for example,
especially since there's only 5.
The second highest sold Ohtani card ever is signed in kanji. It's sold for $600,000.
I would have loved it more, though, if when they asked him if he'd like to do it, he was like, by the way, I've been practicing this.
Oh, so he didn't need the sheet of paper?
To show off to Livy for so long, and now I get this shot to do it. I am so glad y'all asked. And then bam! And then you're like, hold on, Paul Skeens is a man of mystery we never knew about, other than he's just kind of boring.
I am very sorry that I could not present that was the actual
it's all
story.
Right. It's all right. I like my story,
you.
though.
I appreciate that, though. With the KNC Masterpiece, Corey, you say it.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, first down and about 12. And Smith hands it to Jenny in the end zone, and Ezeraku might have him in the end zone. Ezeraku got through, and it's a safety. Ezeraku's penetration stopped Jenny in the end zone, and Jenny puts both hands on his head and says, "What have I done?"
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Kevin Hagelin and Alec Medford. We're hanging out in studio, but the G-Bag Nation in this crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing, is on the road. Gentlemen, Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. How are we doing today?
Excellent. How are you?
I'm fantastic. After a win, there's only one thing to do, and that is celebrate. You could say it's the Raiders, or you could celebrate. Guys, what are your thoughts on the Raiders?
Well, you know, Brian explained to us all week long and going back into last week who the Raiders are, so it was no surprise. But I was just happy that the Cowboys took care of business to the extent that they did. You know, it's not a foregone conclusion that the Cowboys are going to destroy a team with a bad offensive line. We saw that against the Giants. So the fact they went out and did that last night, I'm going to take that until further notice. It was a great step in the right direction.
I know we've talked about a whole lot of key plays in the game today, but one thing we haven't talked about yet, this was a sequence of back-to-back-to-back plays. Overshone gets a one-on-one with Genty and is able to just push him out of bounds. Genty finally got some space. Very next play, Bland on a comeback on a route breaks up a pass. Very next play, Toya gets a sack and forces a field goal for the Raiders offense that at that point had been like moving up and down the field with relative ease.
Yeah, there were some concerning moments, like especially the opening pass to Bowers. I was like, oh boy, here we go. Yeah. Nothing is fixed. But, you know, that's going to happen in a game. And you hold them to, 230 yards passing and, 6 yards rushing from Genty.
Yep.
There were moments, though, and even up 15 with 10 or 11 minutes to go, I'm like, this thing ain't over. You know, until the safety happened, I thought it was possible the Raiders would get a couple of big plays.
Broadus, I don't know if you heard, but we were talking about yesterday what you told us in the crosstalk about, hey, the Raiders can be really good at stopping your inside run game, especially in the first quarter after that first series. I thought the Cowboys were doing a really good job of excelling for the most part in the inside run.
Yeah, the Raiders had come into the game and people had tried to run the ball on them. You know, they'd had games where there were 28 carries in games and stuff like that. And so, yeah, they were averaging, giving up about 3.7 yards a carry, and you were watching them on tape. You know, and a lot of it had to do with how Max Crosby kind of plays around the line of scrimmage, and the linebackers for them had been playing at a pretty high level, and the Cowboys did a great job of just taking it right at them. And I was wondering, okay, is it going to have to maybe come off the edges a little bit? But no, man, it went right straight at them. And the film showed that they were able to get some movement. Span Ford has done a really nice job of being a point of attack blocker, and you got guys like with Booker and how big he is, and BB, his ability. So yeah, and Williams is running the ball tough. His vision has been so good this year, finding those holes and then making teams pay for it.
It was probably the best game in my opinion, and I get the competition, but the starting five finally getting now to play back-to-back games together, it was their best game. I thought Booker was awesome. Guyton was really good. I was nervous about Terrence Steele. He held up pretty well. They had a great plan for how to not allow Max Crosby to eliminate you in this game.
Yeah, I counted 7 different blockers took a crack at him.
They had a bunch of they were hitting him constantly. Yeah. I mean, him and Booker got into it. I thought Tyler Booker was really good early to get that running game going with Javonte Williams, to your point there, Hagee. So, I mean, I think that the offensive line, and that was something we talked about yesterday, Gavin, like some of the struggles with the offense, if they can now start to trend, and I don't even really care what happens win-loss record, but I just want to see this offensive line because you got a lot of young pieces here.
Yeah.
You got a second-year starting center. You got a rookie right guard. You got Tyler Smith, who is still playing good football despite being banged up. You got a second-year left tackle, right? If these guys can start to gel as a unit to where now that can be a strength by the end of the season as we head into the following year, you're going to be feeling really good about where this offensive line is heading into the offseason, despite whatever you might want to do at right tackle.
I'm kind of curious, Wolchuk, what you meant by I understand the competition. Can you explain a little more?
That the defensive line of the Raiders outside of Max Crosby is Bucci's.
Ah, okay, all right. And nobody said anything about that last night during the
No, I think we were nobody even mentioned that. I don't know what you're alluding to there, Corey.
All right, I was watching the post.
I feel like I heard something.
I thought it was a very fantastic post-game show as always.
Yeah, there was that one.
It's
text.
Bobby with that thing with the AI thing.
That one.
That was AI Broadus.
That's AI Broadus. Really not. AI Broadus had to tell the fan base that, like, listen, we told you all week the Raiders aren't very good. So don't be coming in here and telling us that like it's the Raiders, because we'd already told you that in the build up to the game. So that AI brought us. You got to watch it every once in a while.
Yeah, it's entertaining. I'll tell you that though. Bobby does a good job with that. I really appreciate it.
AI Broadus has that dog in him, man.
Do you like the way Bobby does the AI specific?
I love it.
Specifically because that feels like he's like, this is what I think you really want to say.
There's a Twitter guy that's like my burner account for things that Broadus really wants to say. And I find it fascinating because he's dead on right about that.
I got to find this, man. I didn't know there was a Broadus burner.
Yeah, Broadus burner. That guy says stuff. He's got me down pretty good of things I really want to say.
Is it really you?
I wish it was. I wish I was that smart.
This defense, after what you saw last night, is this a whole new defense, or is this a continually evolving group, and Eberflus just has some better talent now?
Yeah, just look at who all was inactive, and that's all you need to know last night. Look at all the inactive players on defense, and those are the guys that had got you to the point where you were 3-5-1. And so now you've got a lot of replacements, a lot of guys, some young corners that stepped up. It was nice to see Carson continue to have some good snaps. Bland was back to playing at a high level. I admit it, I'm really critical of Hooker, but I thought he played pretty well in the game. They're starting to change out some things at linebacker. They just needed to do a lot of things. But just look at that inactive list. That tells you how the guys that they were playing with, they don't have to play with those guys anymore.
Any level of concern about CD or Pickens and why they needed to be disciplined? I know in the game, especially.
Yeah, man. If you hang out all night at a hotel and drink until wee hours of the morning, then hey, man, I tell you what, and you come rolling in right when the sun's coming up, I'd say that's a pretty successful night in Vegas. And for them to come back and play at a high level that night was even better.
Hey, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
I mean,
apparently not.
Except that one thing.
Apparently not.
The Adam's apple.
Man, that's pretty incredible, though, huh? I mean, to still be able to perform at a high level.
Yeah.
After a night like that.
Oh no, if you go out and you're having a good old time and stuff like that,
just channeling Michael Irvin.
Yeah, let's go, man.
But you get back at 7, you're asleep by 7:30.
It's a night game, man.
Yeah.
You got a couple hours. Yeah, all you need is you probably just get a little food in you, a little pregame meal, and
get a liquid IV to the room.
Just
You're all
go.
good.
Yeah, just go. These guys they're really good at it, man. They're good at doing this stuff.
And Vegas knows how to be hospitable. They know how to make sure you're taken care of.
They know how to drop you off right at your hotel when it's time to get back to the place. You're just about 7 or 8 hours late, but other than that, yeah.
We've been referring to the chart a lot today, guys. The chart, in my mind, elite, and then you got above mediocre, mediocre, sub-mediocre, and bad. Do you agree the Cowboys are still sub-mediocre, but can get to mediocre and above mediocre in the next few weeks?
I'm going to say mediocre. I think this defense is somewhere around 18 to 22 in the NFL, how it's going to play the rest of the way, and the offense is probably between 8 and 12, so I think you average those things out, and you're about mid-pack right now with maybe give or take 5 spots.
I like what Hagee was saying earlier about Super Bowl. This team ain't losing.
That was sarcasm, people.
No, it was not sarcasm.
I liked what Hagee was saying about Abraham Lincoln in the crosstalk, and everybody just disregarded it.
And Alex Nipples.
They missed that.
Yes, That's the big part right there. All right, that is the G-Bag Nation. Get more AI G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan. Roll home with those fellas. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Until tomorrow, you've been Masterpiece.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the... presented by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine right off of 114. Come see us, and they got a great value for you today. They're celebrating Men's Health Awareness Month here, the month of November, offering a total tea consultation to new patients for just $50. That's a $250 value if you book that appointment today through the end of the month here, Men's Tea Clinic, and that's good at all 5 DFW Men's Tea Clinic locations. Let's talk about the Cowboys getting the win 33-16. Does it mean anything for the rest of the season, or was it just one super fun night? General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. He's already looked at the film, and he'll have a full report on it coming up at 3:40 in Krusty's Corner. It's a can't-miss segment every day here for Cowboys fans. Lucius Alexander's back home in the Pimp Cup Master Control there at 75 and Forest. I think that's what I want to call it. 75 and 635. It's in that area. It's by Costco. You got Wolchuk and
off Merritt.
Yeah, but Luch is about to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo, of course, here. Ramon is remote engineering here for you. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. I'm all jumbled up here. I thought it was a pretty good start there until that last second. But, man, thank you.
You were cruising.
Yeah, I blame Brian.
For what?
You just had to interrupt him.
Interruptosaurus.
And I'm distracted because I'm finally seeing the Bucky's boo-boo on that right knee.
Oh, no.
This is the injury that always happens. This is like a permanent. Anytime I fall, that's the area that gets injured.
Nice little raspberry.
Dawson, I'm sorry. I was just trying to help you with
you're good.
Merritt. You know,
you're good.
Man.
Yeah, you're good. We're used to it, and it's hard to call it exactly what the location is, but it's the Lakeside Studios, and as we near 2 weeks of broadcasting in our new digs, it's been great. I'm going to say it's nothing. It was a fun game. We got to go see them score against Philadelphia. Do that. Score against Philadelphia. Containing them shouldn't be the biggest challenge, but obviously take a step forward with the defense. But it's a cool. Now we'll see what you're really made of Sunday against the bird turds from Philadelphia, Brian.
Yeah, it's going to be, can your offensive line, it's, once again, it's, you're going to have some key players. The Raiders didn't have enough of those, but the Eagles do. Their pass rush, their inside defensive tackles. We'll get into all those tomorrow with the breakdown of their offense. But yeah, we knew going into the game. This is a game you have to win. You have to go in. You have to go in there and beat the Raiders. They did beat the Raiders. Now it's but you put yourself in the situation where they're all really must-win games. You just have to, whatever it takes, whatever you have to do. Play great defense, and I was encouraged by watching the defense play, just with the new guys. When I saw, and I mentioned this earlier in Cross, when I saw the inactive list, I said, okay, they're all the guys, the reason for why you're 3-5-1 in a lot of that area.
A lot of bums over there.
Now let's see how this thing is going to look without all those guys playing out there.
We got real players.
Well, yeah, and the cornerbacks I think did a nice job.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with Brock Bowers is going to be tough. We didn't really know how they were going to cover. What they do is they took every one of their corners and ran them at him one time, and they kind of figured out who's the best one that can cover him. I think this Ravel. I think we got a hybrid tight end killer here.
He's got the size for it.
The length, dude.
Yeah, when you watch him play along the line of scrimmage and you play press man, he played left corner, he played right corner, they put him in the slot. His ability to run with
the movement was good.
The crossing routes, and that's what the Raiders did that whole time. I mean, everything's a crossing route. And when he was playing man, that son of a gun was running, knee brace or not. He was running with guys. So that was encouraging to see him. Carson have a better opportunity, continues to play at a high level there. Having Hooker back, I think, made a difference. The linebacker situation, less Fowler, more other guys involved.
Less Sam Williams.
They're kind
less Kenneth Murray, no Kyrie Elam.
Yeah, they're kind of figuring things out here a little bit.
I thought maybe Revel is still unsure about his leg. That would be the only thing I saw last night watching the game, but I haven't watched the tape like you have. I still don't know how you have all this time to watch all this tape. You must be sleeping like 4 hours a night during the season.
I got home me and Wolchuk got done at 1. I got up at 4:30 and started
My
at
God.
5.
My goodness.
You're an animal.
He's an absolute machine.
Well, we got to. I mean, this is what we do. We this time of year, and the NFL.
That's what you do.
Well, the NFL schedule doesn't. I mean, they throw you these Thursday night games. They throw you Monday night games, and you just got to. And then the next day, you got to show up and do work. I mean, there's people in our organization that'll work, and others that won't.
Yeah.
We got some of those here.
You sure do.
Yeah.
And you've long detailed how you think I'm lazy.
To?
Oh, I've just there's some people that will get after it, and there's others that will just kind of find other ways.
We got some grinders and we got some non-grinders, and I'm not talking about the app, Eric. I know you perked up over there.
I did get a little excited there for a second. I mean, you're an animal, though. You really are. Like, if you got your T levels checked here today, I think you'd break their system of measurement.
They'd be like, "How long have you been on testosterone therapy?"
Sleeping Wolverine,
dude. But Cowboys getting the win. What do you think at 877-881-1053? You still look at the rest of this schedule and the Chargers, Chiefs, Lions, Eagles. There's just 4 games in there, and you got to win 2 of them. That seems like too stiff of a challenge for me right now to believe that this Cowboys team could go do that.
For the next 5 at home, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you got?
And I think you got to win 3 of the 4.
Yeah.
If you really want a serious chance to get in.
Yeah.
So you can only lose one more game.
I think you can really. If you really want to get into this thing, maybe you can drop 2. I think you need to try and win all but 1. And look, the Eagles. I think they play the Eagles well. They did it week 1. Dak's 6-1 at home against Philly. It's going to be a great challenge. I'm excited for the Jalen Carter matchup with Tyler Booker and Beebe and Smith inside. We didn't get that week 1, but they ran the football well against the Eagles. Now, this Eagles defense is much better than it was then with the additions that they've made with Jalen Phillips. Their secondary's playing better as well.
Kobe Dean being back off injury, he's playing legit football at linebacker for them.
We'll see what they do at right tackle, too, with no Lane Johnson. That's going to be
big.
That's going to be an issue. Then you've got to find guys along that line of scrimmage that you can maybe take advantage of. There were 5 guys across the line of scrimmage last night.
Yeah,
and they did some things that were really cool. 4 different times I saw that 5-man line. They had some different combinations with the way they ran it. And so, that was encouraging.
It seems dangerous. They ran it towards the end of the game, and it was total suffocation on the was it the game clinching or the game ending sack?
They just what they did was they figured out let's just single up all these Raider offensive linemen. And they just went to work on it.
And they got something now with Ezeraku and Clowney.
Yes.
Like those two as your starting ends, and you want to play the run, they're both doing it at an extremely high level.
Yeah. I think that Ezeraku was better against the run than he was the pass yesterday.
Really, maybe all year. That's kind of been the case.
The thing about him yesterday, game 2, is, though, as well as Quinnen Williams played, Zach, I think you might have saw this, I think Kenny Clark was just as good. Yeah. Kenny Clark was playing on their side of the line of scrimmage. Like, Quinnen Williams can get off the football. Kenny Clark was getting it off and then driving guys back and then getting rid of them and going and making some plays.
Oh, it's the second sack of the year. That's amazing as well. I think one of the things that is my takeaway, though, is we probably got to retire the idea of a top 5 pick. I think this thing is heading for 7-9-1 at worst. Minnesota's bad. Commanders are bad. Giants are bad. Yeah, I think that's probably
who knows what Charger team's going to show up too. They go on the road and become a roadkill,
especially at tackles.
Noon kick.
Yeah, that's a weird team. That
might be the second worst offensive line you play all season with all the injuries.
Yeah,
and Minnesota's not playing great right now. J.J. McCarthy, he's kind of up and down.
We're selling hopium here, but
it's cautious optimism. Could they get absolutely blown out by the Eagles? Would any of us be stunned? No. But I do think that there are reasons to be optimistic after what we saw yesterday, and I don't care, to your point, that it was the Raiders.
I don't either.
There are some things now going with Logan Wilson now at linebacker, with Quinnen Williams now helping everybody else along the defensive line, with Donovan Ezeraku emerging as a legit NFL player now, to where, and Kalen Carson, that looks like the guy we saw coming out of the draft now.
Yeah.
And Revel, I thought Revel was better than I ever expected him to be yesterday. And I didn't think he was going to play as much as he did.
I know.
See,
Not as good as Deron Bland.
Honestly, Overshown was the one that I thought was
The funny thing about Revel is we were talking during the week that they thought he was going to play more special teams, but all of a sudden he had a good week of practice. and then they felt confident that they could play him in the game. He played the first snap of the fourth quarter and then was in at the very end for the last kneel down stuff. Didn't play really at all in the fourth. So all his action was first half action and then some into the third.
So there's two ways of looking at the Pickens and Lamb start to the game. Either, you want to make exceptions because they're star players. I don't know how would Jimmy have done that, or you're trying to create a culture of accountability and you can't send a message to everybody else that the rules don't apply to some of you. That's just weird. That's inconsistent with what Shoddy's doing. I favor the option B here, and I applaud Shoddy for what he did last night. I thought it was a perfect opportunity to do that against the Raiders.
Right.
I don't know if he'd do it against the Eagles. But yeah, if you say, hey, curfew is important, maybe it's not actually that important for elite athletes like George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, who might be night owls. They might just be on their normal schedule of the week, like we're going to stay up till 5 or 7 in the morning or whatever it is. I guess it was Choppy this morning saying you got to figure out a different way to punish them so you're not punishing the whole team. But I thought it was the biggest way to send the message, and I'm not going to protect you from the national media and the fans. I'm going to let everybody know. I do think sometimes Shoddy has this appearance or this brand of being all enthusiasm and positivity, but some of the comments he's made have suggested that there's members of the coaching staff that have to check with him and make sure, are you good right now? Because his temper and the edge can really get pretty sharp in the discipline. And we saw that when they were fighting too much in Oxnard, California. You guys want to fight? Mm-hmm. Let's bleep and line up. Show me how you're fighting now. And that's sort of the Marty Schottenheimer part of his personality. And I do wonder, when did he make that decision? What state was he in when he made that decision? Was it out of frustration, or was it thought through? I'm going to send a message to these guys. But whatever the case, it didn't impact the game, and they had the big hug and smiles there on the sideline. So I'm glad it happened, and it didn't cost them a game. If it had been a very close game, though, maybe I'd feel different.
100%. I mean, it would be one of those things where it's like, what are you doing? But at the same time, I was walking through this in my thought process in real time during the post-game show with Brian, and I liked what Shoddy did. I think that we've kind of craved and thought that maybe there wasn't enough discipline. Maybe there was a little bit too much coddling with this organization, the country club mentality, as we've talked about with this franchise. Look, those are your two best offensive players, and clearly they go 3 and out with them off the field. So I do think there's something to be said where, they can take accountability for themselves, but now you're impacting everybody else of your entire team. All your teammates now are looking at you like, dude, you're costing us an opportunity now to win. We're practicing, we're working our ass off all week long. You guys now go out and do something that you shouldn't be doing, and now this is affecting everybody else. There's something about that when, I can screw up, but when it now impacts all of you, now Brian's in the weeds with me. It's now I feel worse about it. Right now, I'm going to make sure I don't do that again, because me is one thing. Getting Eric in trouble as well now is a totally different one. So I kind of like the way Shoddy did this.
I think it's the no-brainer of all no-brainers. I think it was 100% the right move in every single way, even if they go out and lose that game. You're not losing the game because you were out for 3 plays. You would have lost the game for a million other reasons. And that game is not as important. It's not like Brian Schottenheimer is coaching for his job right now. He's coaching for something so much bigger than this. He's having to make up for decades of a bad culture. Right? And so this was the perfect opportunity. Your 2 best players, Monday Night Football, and it is a bad team, right? Yeah. And it's not like, hey, it's a quarter. It wasn't like it was a half, right? You see that all the time. College football, somebody suspended for an entire half, whatever it is. It ended up being 3 plays. We're talking about 1 drive. Yeah. But it still sent the message that it sends is huge. And then the thing that I did love too is it's not like they're all pouty and it's bleep you Shoddy. He's developed a sincere love for these guys in a way to where in the middle of the game he's hyped up with them and they're congratulating, they're loving it, smiling. It's like that's what it is about, dude. Yeah. I am the leader here, and if you are going to disrespect me and you are going to disrespect your teammates, there is a price to be paid.
Amen.
This is 100% professional football right now. And so I absolutely loved what he did, and the aftermath of it, which was they both played really good games, in particular George Pickens. All right, George Pickens, unbelievable.
Looks like the best player in football.
He's as fun to watch as anybody in the league, but it's also not like, oh, you're punishing me, but I also really don't have the respect for you, so now I'm still going to be pouty and take it out on you, and no, I'm not going to dap you up after plays. No, like that was a perfect encapsulation of everything Shotty's done to this point, to where I can still discipline you, I can discipline my daughter, but she still knows that I love her, and 15 minutes later we could be playing together. Right? I thought it was beautiful. It was a no-brainer. I love that from Shotty.
Do you feel like that? Do you feel like that the organization knows kicking Diggs in the junk more than that maybe they're kicking him in the junk too much as compared to what the things like? Your players basically. You just said the thing, disrespecting the coach. I mean, disrespect is going on a road trip like this and having a game, and then not bothering to show up for the things that he's asking you to do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That is disrespectful.
That's fair. I know, but I'm saying it's very disrespectful. But I feel like that Diggs is taking more of the blunt of the punishment, or the more of the everybody being mad at him. And here these guys were all kind of yucking it up and laughing on the sidelines. Is it? Are they being fair to Diggs? I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, because Diggs, first of all, Diggs has a multitude of things, right? It's not just a one isolated deal, and then it's not like, hey, you were benched, and then you come back in and you're making plays left and right, and now we have something to celebrate. What have you given me, Diggs, to celebrate with you?
So you're saying because of his level of poor play that he should be treated differently?
I don't think it's being treated differently. It's being presented with what you presented me. George Pickens, I bench you, whatever it is, and then you come in and you have an unbelievable game.
Yeah.
And now we're addressing that fact. I'm not just going to, not celebrate with you because of that. Diggs, I would imagine if Diggs, whatever game was he didn't start, if he goes out there and then has huge plays, Shotty would be celebrating with him. I don't think he would be like, no, Diggs is on my bleep list.
I think this is the Joneses versus Diggs. What we had last night was Shotty managing something with his players, and I think Diggs would get the same thing from Shotty if he would, go out there and perform well. I think that's one of the great things about Shotty is he's going to be a disciplinarian, but he's not doing it because he doesn't like you or because he's mean. He just wants you to get with the program, and as soon as you do that, it's nothing but love.
If you're a player and you see the way they treat Diggs, do you feel different?
Diggs is at home on a Thursday night finding a way to concuss himself and miss time. That is, and on top of that, he was the guy that for an entire injury half-assed the rehab.
I'm just asking the question because basically your two best offensive players went out and basically said, F it, Shotty, we're cool, we're good, we're not worried about what you want to do for this game. They're literally on the road. Diggs is in his own home. He's whatever he did to himself, but it's not like he's going on the road and just basically flipping Shotty the bird, these two guys, and we're going to go do what we want to do.
Yeah, but I think it's also a build-up to what Eric's point is of previous actions with Diggs. And I think he's also been the one that has been more outspoken about not wanting to buy into what Matt Eberflus wants to do. And in turn,
he's been outspoken about the defense has sucked.
Right. But he's also been outspoken, I think, about some of the schematic stuff that he doesn't like, which, to his point, might be totally fair. But then it also might also plant the seed to other players that are younger than him that, well, if he feels that way, maybe I should feel that way. Yeah. And so now you've got a bad egg that's kind of giving a negative, not buy-into attitude to the rest of the entire defense, right? That can seep into everybody else in that locker room.
Do you feel like the wide receivers didn't buy into curfew?
Absolutely. Yeah. They're like, we're out in Vegas, we're going to go have some fun. Yeah. They're probably swiping on Tinder and something too good to be true matched with them. Sure. They're like, well, I guess curfew's not going to be an option for us. So we're live at Men's T Clinic here in Grapevine. And if you stop in, any patient at any Men's T Clinic location with one canned good to help a family in need, you will get a complimentary pure B12 injection. Men'sTClinic.com, 972-GO-MEN'S-T. And this $50 $250 total T consultation is available for you as well for all new patients. That's a $250 value if you book your appointment today through the end of November. Join us with Men's T Clinic celebrating Men's Health Awareness Month. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side, then Wolchuk's Top 10 at 220. Buddy, what's the subject?
Well, it is National Princess and Mickey Mouse's birthday today, okay? And I've been watching a lot of Mickey Mouse lately. My daughter Eliza's loving it. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, big fan in our household. The top 10 Disney characters of all time. I know Medford might have done a little bit of this earlier with his segment, but we're going to circle back. 877-881-1053. Who's your favorite Disney character? That's next.
and in-body composition analysis to give you baselines for everything and get on the path to success there. It's time now for the champ and for Wolchuk's Top 10. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go back into that Pimp Cup where Lucius has the champ. Buddy.
Oh, yeah. What up, Playboy?
Hey. You know me, man.
Yeah.
I'm back in the day, 1977 Playboy guy.
I like that, dog. Hairy chest.
Yeah.
The Burt Reynolds laying on the bed.
You never know.
Yeah. All
That
right.
was such a bad time in our lives.
No, that was great, bro. That was great. I think that was like peak America almost at that time. All right, Eric Chiafalo, you are our winner and chap of G-Bag of the day so far. It was your goodbye letter to Mr. Nico Harrison.
Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
What a joke.
Nico Harrison. You didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for Fupa Fat Boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, glass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf. Home-baked, yeast-perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle, straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your Heidi with it. Rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league.
Broken.
Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life.
Damn right.
Nico Harrison, he's both.
He's both. And he's gone. And
thank gosh he's gone.
Yes, what a week that was.
Gosh,
man.
I hate that
what
guy.
What a moment it was. Chief will face a couple of challengers tonight coming up. The G-Bag of the day at 5:30. But if you ever miss who the champ is, we replay it for you right here. We're live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
All right, give me your favorite Disney character. 877-881-1053. National Princess Day. Man, who doesn't love a good Disney princess? Jasmine from Aladdin. Yeah. Little Mermaid, Ariel. Come on, guys.
You sound a little creepy about that.
Oh, you stop it.
Yeah, a little creepy.
You know a thing or two about that. You're telling me you never had a crush on a cartoon? Lies.
Hey, that's total lies.
I know you love Jessica Rabbit, Lola Bunny.
Trixie on Speed Racer.
Ooh, okay.
Okay. Does Maui count? The Rock from Moana?
Of course, absolutely.
Hard to beat that guy.
Maui's a badass.
Oh.
Yeah. What can I say except you're welcome? Just non-step bangers in that.
It is, dude. The second one didn't hit quite as hard.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it.
But the first one
it's all about the first one.
is incredible. Well, now they're doing a third, too.
Simba?
And they're doing a live action. Yes, Simba.
Simba, Mufasa.
Yeah, Mufasa.
Got a lot of good ones. The genie was pretty amazing.
The genie's incredible.
That's some good jokes.
What about if we're doing Lion King? Give me some Rafiki.
Oh, Rafiki. Yes.
Underrated.
Underrated. I mean, Timon and Pumbaa.
He's really the guy that sort of ties everything together.
He does.
Like, without him, you probably don't get the great ending.
He lives in you.
Yes. And he's painting on with whatever it is I don't know what exactly he's painting.
Yeah,
what is
it's
he
like a
painting
fruit.
with? He's got fruit juice and then he's such an artist with it too. Like the talent of Rafiki.
It's amazing.
Really special. And just a go-getter attitude.
You'll never know.
Yeah, but we can aspire.
Yeah. We're aspiring. That's what we do, and that's what Disney is for. And shout out to Mickey Mouse as well. It's his birthday today.
How many years old?
That's a good question. I didn't do that research, Brian.
How old is Mickey?
How old's Mickey today?
I'm on it.
Yep. Let us know.
120?
Just guessing. Sounded authoritative, didn't it?
It did sound
okay.
He might be. I think like 1959. Was that the first?
Let's see. He's just a touch younger than Broadus, 96 years old.
96.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Good run.
Mickey or being 96? I feel pretty good for being 96.
I think you look great.
Thanks.
Mickey Mouse.
I'll be 97 here in a couple of weeks.
That's right. We get to do the roast of Broadus on his birthday. Yeah, his first public appearance in the animated short Steamboat Willie was on November 18, 1928.
Man, Steamboat Willie. We got some texts coming in. 817 also with you on Rafiki. Remy from Ratatouille from the 214.
Oh, yeah.
That's about the chef rat, right?
I think you would. Yep. Have you seen that movie? You'd love it.
No, I've seen parts of it.
Remy might be your spirit animal, actually.
You think so?
I think so. I think that you actually, in another life, you might be Remy.
A chef rat.
Chef rat.
Okay.
But an outstanding chef rat in France.
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui, ha-ha.
I hate rats.
Maleficent getting texted in.
Oh, that's a good character.
Yeah, Maleficent. Oh, Hercules from 682. Meg and Hercules.
Oh, Meg and Hercules.
Another baddie. No doubt. Jessica and Roger Rabbit. Aladdin doing anything for love from the 469.
That Roger Rabbit one was pretty intense.
Yeah, it was. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? The movie was wild.
I think it is pretty telling that the vintage Disney characters are pretty much out here. Nobody's texting in Donald Duck or Goofy, right?
Nobody. Pluto. I mean, the Goofy movie, and Lucius, I know you love the Goofy movie too. Classic. And I mean, I do think Goofy, and watching the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse now with my daughter, all of like Minnie Mouse, they're all staples.
Blue the Bear's good. I liked him from the Jungle Book, right?
Oh, Baloo, yes.
Blue the Bear.
Baloo's awesome.
Yeah.
I do think Turk from Tarzan was pretty hilarious.
Which one was Turk?
Tiny little goofy gorilla. It was
Okay.
actually played by Rosie O'Donnell.
Wow.
Yeah,
Did not know
that's a
that.
fact.
Did not know that.
But the character Turk is pretty awesome.
Wally from the 214.
Wally.
Kronk from Emperor's New Groove from the 972.
That Wally was a sad one.
Was that the robot?
Yeah, he was kind of alone.
Wally was a little bit depressing. It certainly was. I mean, I do think Coco, Mama Coco, I mean, the entire Coco movie, I absolutely loved. I thought that was fantastic. I mean, if you want to go with Toy Story, that is Disney Pixar.
Oh.
So Woody, Buzz, I think all of those are outstanding characters.
Mr. Potato Head.
Mr. Potato Head, Mrs. Potato Head. How about Slinky?
Are we talking about the real game?
No.
Talking about the movie Toy Story?
Oh, Eddie Murphy.
There's like a Mr. Potato Head like game.
Yeah, that's what it's based off of. Brian.
Oh, is that what it's based off?
It is,
Okay.
yeah.
Or you're plugging in the face and
you
stuff.
plug all that stuff in, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. You can kind of distort it. You can make the eyes on the chin. And
They make faces.
ears on the eyes.
Frozone, yes, from the 214. That's a good one. Goofy and Pluto are both dogs from the 469. Why is Pluto a pet and Goofy isn't? That's a great question. Zootopia. We got Zootopia 2 coming out. Nick from Zootopia. Eddie in Mushu. It's Mushu from the 315 Mulan.
Oh, yeah.
He's hilarious. My wife from the 432. I didn't know she was a Disney character. Nemo or Dory from the 817. Love that. Lucius, did you want to sprinkle dinkle any names in here?
Now, you got the Goofy guy in there, man. I like Goofy.
Goofy's awesome.
Yeah, I saved up my horse cleaning, barn cleaning money one time to get me an iceberg Goofy sweater. Cost him about $300 at the time, bro.
Jeez.
It's a hell of a sweater.
Yeah, it's a hell of a sweater. That
You wear that for bottle
bad
service?
investment, dog. Bad investment. A whole lot of back work just to get a sweater that was $300.
Must have been cashmere.
I've always kind of looked at Mickey sideways, though. Something about Mickey. Something strange about it. I got to do my Googles.
Is it the voice? It's like his balls
I
never
don't
drop?
know. Something's funny about that character.
Oh, hi. How you doing?
Figure it out.
Honorable mentions, we got Moana. I mean, Moana is very, very popular. Cruella de Vil, maybe the greatest Disney villain.
Dalmatians.
Cruella.
Yeah.
Cruella.
Yeah, she is.
She was built for that too. Glenn
Close.
Glenn Close is perfect. Just an absolutely
She
perfect.
was built for that.
She's also a part of the cast that got the 0% on the show that Lucius was talking
the
about
Kim
last
Kardashian
week.
show.
Yeah.
All is fair.
Okay, so did you go down that rabbit hole, Lucius? Did you watch it? Is it as bad as the ratings?
Yeah, it's downright awful.
Horrible?
Yeah, it's downright. Because it's terrible. How do you drop the ball on a cast like that?
No,
you really have to be bad.
Cast.
And
Is it Devil Wears Prada like? Is that what they're going for?
I don't know what they were trying to do, but it failed all the way where you can't tell. You know, sometimes you can watch a show and it's so bad you can like make fun of it a little bit.
Yeah.
You can't make fun of this one. It's just cringe. It's uncomfortable. You want to turn it off. But I'm going to get to that episode 3 just to see if it tries. One more time.
Hey,
one more time.
Yeah, the old college try.
Give it one more try.
Mulan, Pinocchio, Stitch, and Simba are your final honorable mentions. And Simba not being in the top 10, that's kind of a letdown for me. I do love me some Simba.
I feel like it's hard to believe. He's a shoe-in for the top 5.
Why?
He's legendary.
Yeah, it is.
Carries across multiple generations.
100%.
Yeah.
Transcendent, really.
10 is Tinkerbell from Peter Pan.
Tink over
Simba. And I thought Tinkerbell was kind of jealous. Tinkerbell
kind of a hater. Well, she was.
Kind of seemed like a bee.
It fueled her.
Kind of a hater?
Yeah, she really did not like Wendy. And I thought she wanted to kill Wendy at one point. Elsa from Frozen is at number 9. First movie my daughter actually sat through all the way.
Is that right?
I think I'm going to be watching that movie a lot. A lot of Elsa in my house. I think next year for Halloween, my wife is already planning I'm going to be Olaf.
Taking Elsa's left and right.
So this is going to be great. Oh, I do like Olaf, too. Maleficent comes in at 8 from Sleeping Beauty. Belle from Beauty and the Beast at 7.
Oh, that is pretty good.
Belle's good.
I was like, that was kind of a blind spot for me.
I'm hoping the Hunchback guy makes this in this one.
Oh, the Hunchback is great from Notre Dame. Quasimodo.
I
do love Quasimodo.
Yeah.
He's a man. Quasimodo does
the
not
Beauty
get
and the Beast guy is pretty cool too, right?
Beast.
The Beast, yeah.
Mary Poppins at 6.
Just a spoon.
Yeah, I always forget Mary Poppins is Disney.
I do too.
I always forget.
My kids do like that one.
Do they?
My kids do like Mary Poppins.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just a spoonful of sugar. You just said.
I mean,
is it Julie Andrews?
It was.
Was it?
Yeah, I mean these movies that we were exposed to in the late '70s, early '80s, just horrible.
Come on,
you know,
wasn't it Dick Van Dyke too?
Yes.
What was the one about
Dickie
the
V.
Volkswagen Bug? I mean, just terrible movies.
Herbie.
Yeah.
Herbie.
Yeah. Herbie Hancock. Is that what it was? No, that was a singer.
No,
Herbie Fully Loaded.
Herbie's the
with Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah, the VW Bug. He was like in the road rallies and stuff. Like
You were impressed by his skills?
Yes.
You're a car guy.
Yeah, I think it was Brian's age, like 10 or 12 years older. They were like, "Oh wow, these are so great." By the time they got to me, I was like, "These seem old-fashioned."
Mm-hmm.
The movie
I know that feeling.
Flubber. Remember, did you ever see that one, Dawson?
Oh,
Robin Williams?
Robin Williams.
Well, no, there was
an original?
There's an original black and white version, yeah, with
How can you get a black and white flubber?
Green flub that's black and white?
Fred McMurray was in it. He was like the high school team was bouncing all over the place, man. They were hard to stop.
Boing,
They had
the boing,
bunnies.
The boing.
Yeah.
The
Gaston.
Absent-Minded Professor.
Yeah.
Here's another one.
I did like
61.
Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Did you guys see that one?
I'm sorry?
Bedknobs and Broomsticks?
No.
I'd encourage it.
Really?
Maybe have a little something before you go to sleep and watch that movie.
Okay, a little melatonin.
Yeah, a little bit. Just to say a chitty bang bang getting texted in. I
That
think that's one of the ones you're
that's
referring to.
Dick Van Dyke right there.
Yeah.
Child catcher, man. That guy was terrifying.
Your top 5 greatest Disney characters of all time: the Ariel from The Little Mermaid, Winnie the Pooh coming in at number 4.
Just a T-shirt, man.
Him and Christopher Robin.
Gosh,
A little too much going on there.
Oh, you think that they were
I'm just saying.
more than friends?
They were showing a lot of fur.
He was
They
showing on.
hadn't perfected the child movie. There would be like adult voices and dark themes and depression, and you're just like, what are we doing here? Put on Star Wars.
I took the
Put on Star Wars.
I took the
Give me Back to the Future.
I took the general manager of the New England Patriots to the Aladdin. I was laughing my ass
Dude,
off.
Aladdin's hilarious.
Robin Williams is hilarious in Aladdin.
Genie's number 2.
Elliot Wolf was kind of like, he didn't know what the hell was going on. I was laughing my ass
I thought
off.
Will Smith in the live-action remake crushed it, too. I thought he was great. as
Okay, I didn't
the
see
Genie.
that.
Oh, that was, I mean, I think most of these live-action ones have sucked. Aladdin was all right. Not bad. Cinderella was 3, Genie number 2, but number 1 on his birthday is Mickey Mouse.
He's an icon.
All right. We're live at Men's T Clinic
96
here
years old.
in Grapevine. Rod Alpha 114. They got all the goods here for you. If you're dealing with the symptoms of low testosterone, it's easier than ever to come in, get you checked out. $50 for new patients, get you a $250 value, a total T consultation at any of the 5 DFW locations here for Men's T Clinic. They also, they're opening up Fort Worth Alliance coming real soon, and the clinic director, Devin Price, is here. He can see a dedicated medical professional. Gary Watkins is here, the clinic director of Men's T Clinic Grapevine. So we will be back. We'll be here all the way till 7 o'clock. We'd love to see you swing on by. And if you bring a can of food, they got an amazing complimentary pure B12 injection. It's going to get you supercharged. Okay, Shoddy Presser is actually scheduled for 3 o'clock. That's coming up. We have Rangers news to get to, but a sports hodgepodge with the Chief is next, buddy. What's in store?
Yeah, I think we know exactly why Savone Revel played like a stud last night. That's next year in the nation. But
that? That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Shoddy Presser scheduled for the top of the hour, so we'll hear from him before too long. Get his updated thoughts on how they did. We are live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine, offering a total tea consultation for new patients for just $50. It's a $250 value. Here's the chief for an early afternoon hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to on the heels of Monday Night Football Cowboys victory right after this.
TJ Hushmanzado, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it
to
is
you
the
guys?
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Brian Broaddus, you were raving about Savone Ravel making his NFL debut last night, number 34. They call him the Condor, right? Because he's so freaking long.
The length, yeah.
The length. I mean, it jumps off the screen. When you look at him, you're like, this dude, big dude. This guy's the real deal. And looks like, according to Nick Harris, I'm seeing that Savone Revel Jr. said he played in his headphones walking out onto the field last night to set the tone for his debut. Eminem's Till I Collapse.
Oh, that's a banger.
Which is just a no-brainer, get you hyped up kind
How's
of
that one
game.
go?
I think it's like,
this ought to be fun.
Yeah.
You got it.
It's Eminem. It's like one of those hard-hitting Eminem's like Till I Collapse.
Yeah.
I'm doing something.
Circling around till I collapse.
Yeah, I don't know. But it just freaking fires you up. It does. Like in the gym, pregame, something like that.
But we can't recall how we do it.
I can't. I don't really want to give you a rendition here.
Okay.
And
it's the one with Nate Dogg.
Left, right,
yeah.
It starts off slow and then it builds up.
I'm just glad he didn't do Lose Yourself. I feel like that one's played out.
Agreed.
Like that one wouldn't motivate me. It would bore me.
Agreed. Yeah, it's like the one that Lucius will play sometimes when we do the sound off, and it's Eminem and 50 Cent. And now I'm trying to remember what that one's called, but that's another one that like just totally hits the way it needs
We'll
to.
take your word.
You get that.
We'll take your word for it. There. We'll take your word for it there, Sparky.
The only way it's true is if I could just belt it out right now.
I got to sing it.
No, but it's really.
Woolchuck was trying to help you, and you weren't going with it. Woolchuck was trying to kind of help you a little bit.
The day that I drive, you never say that I'm not killing them.
And you could sing. You could actually.
Yeah, but this isn't singing.
No,
this is like this is spitting bars at a high level. Either way, I respect Savone Revel Jr. He was locked in. He was locked in, and he dominated. That's an all-time pregame playlist kind of song. It just is.
We'll take it.
And so he gets it. He knows ball, and we are happy to have him here with the Dallas Cowboys.
And he's going to be on the Cowboys Hour tonight.
There we go.
And I don't know if you guys heard this.
Go Mighty Pirates.
He's actually going to be on the Cowboys Hour tonight. Right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Him and Brad
show-worthy.
At 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's Nicole Hutchinson.
Yeah.
It's going to be star-studded as always. Okay, a couple of things that jumped out to me last night, other than I think the star of the show, of course, being George Pickens. Do you guys know what his yak number was last night?
77.
77. Broaddus has been studying the next gen
I got a 3-hour post game.
We talked about it on the post. Thanks for listening.
Thanks for listening. Really appreciate it.
Hey, I was like zombie mode in the final 2 minutes of that game.
I don't want to hear it.
They're going with the kneel down?
Nope.
All right, very good. Bang, I'm gone. But yeah, I mean, he was crazy. No, not you boys.
Not us.
You guys were in for the long haul.
We were in for the long haul.
Broadus had to scream at Cowboys fans for 3 hours.
Yeah.
He was rude. We've never seen this before, have we? Though
fire.
We've never seen the onside kick punt.
No,
That is a new one.
Wasn't that interesting?
I would have called the fair catch.
The fair catch.
Yeah. I think he wanted to, and he put that.
He was kind of unsure.
That thing bounced, and if it could have hit him, and
yeah,
I would have gone for the fair catch.
Agreed.
Could the Raiders have brought that down? Could they have ran and grabbed it?
Yes.
Yeah. As long as he goes 10 yards.
But if he calls fair catch,
then it's
screwed. But they've got, it could be fair catch interference. It could be interference if they run into him.
Yeah, I feel like all 32 teams are coaching that up this week in their special teams meetings. Like, guys, we had a situation, nobody knew what to do.
Yeah.
Just always call for the fair catch.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah,
I think Pickens wanted to. His arm went up, and then it went down.
Yeah.
And then that ball bounced, and if it would have ricocheted off him, that could have been a bad situation.
That's the guy you want, though, because when you think about ball trajectory, who's the number one savant when it comes to ball trajectory?
It's George.
It's George. Okay,
Yeah.
so if he didn't go for the fair catch, I assume that something in his crazy ball projecting or trajecting brain just knew, like the alert signals went off. This thing's going to bounce. It's going to go right into me. I go out of bounds. We're good here. But yeah, I think that's the one time to catch really the entire league off guard.
Well, yeah, because it was a unique situation, right? It was off the safety.
Yeah.
They have to. You have to free kick it. So you can't do your traditional onside kick.
But you have to tell them you're going to onside kick it.
Yeah,
That
with the
is.
new rules.
Yes. Yeah. What did the next gen stats say about how high that ball went? Because it seemed like it was about 500 yards.
Big time hang time.
It hung.
Did that break a record for
Does
hang time?
it say that?
It's like a Serge Ibaka.
It went.
No,
I don't
that's
know.
the Wolchuk's the expertise on that, so I'll take his word for it. Yeah, that was special.
On expertise on what?
Just stop it.
Hang
time.
hang down time, hang time. Sorry. The other thing that
girth and tonnage.
A couple of other things here that I thought were pretty incredible.
Sure.
Kenneth Murray tipping that ball.
Yes.
The way he did that was not a run-of-the-mill, I'm standing here and you're throwing it. This dude, head on a swivel, this is my biggest gripe with linebackers in the NFL when they're playing coverage, is they just go cover grass. They're in zone coverage and they're acting like, I don't have anybody. No, it doesn't matter that this guy's my threat. It doesn't matter that he's coming across the field right now. It doesn't matter that the guy I thought was my threat went away from me and now there's got to be somebody coming else, right?
That's a novel idea, playing your assignment.
We don't do route concepts where everybody goes to one side. So when your nearest threat goes away from you, just look the other way because somebody inevitably is coming that way.
They got it.
He finally did the thing where head's on a swivel and he runs. He does like this zigzag run thing to make sure he stays in the lane. It was awesome.
Yeah.
That was teaching tape for the first time all season. Kenneth Murray, and maybe it's the Logan Wilson effect. Lighting a little ping ping fire under that tushy.
Ooh, all of a sudden, Overshown and Wilson are here. Ooh.
Let me go ahead and act like a professional here for a second.
Kenny Clark played a little better with Quinnen.
Right.
Quinnen Williams showing up.
That's why coaches want to encourage competition at every turn internally.
I also think for the old man body, just having that bye week meant the world to Kenny.
Oh, Kenny.
To Kenny, yeah. Quinnen had the two.
Quinnen had the two.
Yeah, that was a really, really awesome play right there. And then we'll close it down here in the hodgepodge with just a little Lane Kiffin update for you. I know you want the L in Lane Kiffin to stand for LSU.
LSU, I'd hope.
But it's amazing the rabid nature of college football fans, especially in the SEC.
Message board?
Because this is somebody who's tracking down apparently the most expensive. We do like the flight tracking, right? But this is the Zillow tracker.
Okay, the homes.
The homes.
Nice.
The most expensive house in Gainesville. And Gators fans want it to be Lanesville.
Yeah.
Just went under contract today. It's Dan Mullen's old house.
Oh.
And I believe it's in the AD's neighborhood, and so it's just
so they're lining them up.
They're trying to see like maybe he's already committed. It seems like he got a taste of the Florida situation, got a taste of the LSU situation, and now he's trying to combat all the distractions with his current team. That's a weird dynamic. It's a very weird dynamic.
Paul Feinbaum believes he might not even coach the playoffs.
Well, he was on McAfee today, and he was trying to do his best to shoot down a lot of these rumors. Like the ultimatum report, he said not true. Ole Miss didn't tell me that I got to make a decision by the Egg Bowl, but I don't know. It is weird. If he does leave, then I would imagine he doesn't end up coaching, which would be huge for. I would hate that. But now Texas is getting a little nervous about Sark.
As this thing evolves, they need some rules, though. We got the Arizona State quarterback Leave It talking about transferring already. Like, things are happening way too early as these programs try to get the ducks in a row.
That Arizona State thing was a bad deal for him, and he got beat up too much. The quarterback there at Arizona State.
Oh, Sam Levitt.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, sir. Sports Hodgepodge in the books. Shotty's on the other side. We are live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. Stop by any Men's Tea location today with one canned good to help a family in need for a complimentary pure B12 injection. Go to mensteaclinic.com, 972-GO Men's Tea, 5 DFW locations, and number 6 coming to Alliance in Fort Worth real soon. And we're back with that Shotty presser here in the nation.
Saffron Squad?
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. It's hour number 2 of the nation. Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. We have the Shoddy presser coming up here in just a minute or two. We've heard that he's in the building and looking to go pretty urgently, so we'll hear from Shoddy coming up in just a minute. A couple of Rangers news items. I think there's actually 3 Rangers news items we're going to be able to get to in the time being, but we're live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. Total tea consultation for just $50. And we have Tolo decals. One of our Tolos, Skip in Sunnyvale, made these for us. They look amazing, and they're free for any Tolos that swing on by our broadcast position today. Men's Tea Clinic here in Grapevine. And you can meet Quinnen Williams this afternoon, 4 to 4:45 at the Whataburger in Frisco at the Toll and El Dorado.
How about that?
Yes.
That's pretty awesome.
The new best player on defense, no doubt. I don't know how you'd rank. Is he or George Pickens or CD Lamb the best? You decide, but no doubt about it. Jerry Jones this morning saying with Sean and RJ, he was dominant, and it was amazing to see. And Kenny Clark and Osa might have had some of their most disruptive play of the season. I don't think that's a coincidence.
I like the way Quinnen flashes some belly while he's getting after the quarterback. I mean, that belly button was out and about.
You belly watching?
Yeah, I was doing a little belly watching. I was, and he put that belly right into the face of Geno Smith.
Yes, he did.
What's he got? Is this just first step power in the swim move? What else does he got? What else does he need?
There's so much his ability, his mass.
Yeah.
Is he stays really low, and so what happens is he gets, as he's coming off the ball, they've really adjusted his stance. Like if you go back and look at over the years how his stance has been,
he gets in like a sprinter stance.
Yeah,
doesn't
Aaron Whitecotton really helped him with his stance, and so now you get a guy with that size and that first step that he's staying low with the bended knee now, and then it's hit and then up.
Yeah.
And nobody really, you can't stop him from, because he gets underneath you, and now he's the one kind of almost forklifting you into the backfield. But his first step what's about the lateral quickness too, his ability to kind of chase the ball too. There was some times where the ball was outside and he was heading that direction. He wasn't just like kind of waiting around and shutting it down and trying to conserve some energy.
A man that size should not be able to get that low, but he's just special.
His stance is really, sometimes you get a narrow stance, you feel like you get knocked around, but he's narrow, but he's attacking you instead of him like catching it. If you have a narrow stance and you're catching blocks, they tilt you. And he doesn't get tilted.
So much to like about last night's game. We'll continue to talk about it and hear from Shoddy in just a couple of minutes. The Rangers are trying to trade Jonah Hyman and Adolis Garcia ahead of Friday's tender deadline. So, that's a story that could evolve very quickly. We might be having a Rangers trade to announce by the end of this show, definitely by the end of this week. And what that's going to free up about $20 million or so of money you could spend elsewhere. And hopefully they have big hits there at those spots, but that's kind of the path to victory right now. And then you have 2 Japanese guys who are posting that the Rangers are reportedly interested in. Jeff Passan says Munetaka Murakami. The Rangers are one of 5 teams, along with the Mets, Red Sox, Diamondbacks, and Pirates, that are in on him. 25-year-old third baseman with immense pop holds the Japanese record with 56 bombs in one season, and he's in line to land the first 9-figure deal for a Japanese position player coming to Major League Baseball, breaking Sadaharu O's single-season NPB home run record by a Japanese-born player in 2022 has made Murakami joining MLB years in the making at this point. They've been anticipating this for a long time. Brian?
Shoddy's at 345 now.
Okay, Shoddy's coming up at 345.
Wow, that Tolo nailed it.
Must have had something come up. What did Tolo nail?
It says 3 o'clock. It'll actually be 3:45. And now,
yeah, he was being facetious, but he nailed it. He did.
It's just so weird that things can pop up and they're just like, oh, I know we told all the reporters to get here at 3, which means 2:45 or 2:30, but let's just go ahead and have them wait till 3:45.
I mean, maybe he should not call the first 3 plays of the game on Sunday.
I think the reciprocity there would be
he misses
deserved.
the meeting.
It would definitely make us feel appreciated and contribute to the accountability and culture of how coaches treat the media. mean, you can't just you can't be sometimey on this depending on whose time you're violating and disrespecting. I feel like, if that's what you do, that should be what you do. Are we good? Did you lose us? I'm hearing station. Are we good, Lucius? We're in this thing still? All right, we're live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. I'll just reset. Do you have a note from your baseball game at 7 on Munetaka?
Yeah, not on Munetaka, on Murakami.
Yeah, Murakami's his last name. I'm on first name basis with him.
I'm sorry. I don't. I mean, they're talking about
it's
him.
all good, broski.
They're talking about him being like a $30 million a year player. Is what they're talking.
Year?
A year. Yeah.
30 M's a year?
That's chump change in Major League Baseball.
Out of the gates, or that's the projection he thinks he's going to be?
He's my guy says he thinks he's going to be overpaid, but there's going to be like $30 million a season is what he's saying.
I mean, do we have any Japanese hitters that have come over and had success? I know there's a long line of pitchers that have been doing it for like 3 decades now.
Well, there's Ichiro.
I'd be nervous. Oh, Ichiro. There you go. Slap hitter Ichiro.
Ichiro, Ohtani.
Yeah. Other than Ohtani. I mean, Ohtani. But
I was thinking, I didn't know if you were talking about power hitters.
Yeah.
And I was thinking.
Just talking stickball, man.
Talking Ichiro, right?
I mean, velocity's 5 or 6 miles an hour down over there. I would be nervous that you're bringing a hitter over at $30 million without a chance to make improvement. This guy's already a strikeout dude.
Yeah.
He's boomer bust hitter in Japan.
Yeah.
It sounds like about hitting 225 with 30 home runs to me.
I'm laughing.
Yeah, but with the Rangers hitting coaches getting their hands on him,
I was just laughing at Dawson. I was just thinking in my head. Yeah,
the MVP in 2001, Dawson? Yeah.
I was thinking.
Good point.
Yeah, I used to work the board for that.
He was too hammered to remember.
I love that guy.
Every time it's like I hear Dawson, I worked the board there for that season. They won 201.
We don't talk about that enough.
I don't think I've mentioned that any more than 40 or 50 times over the years, Brian.
No worse than me. No. I trust me. I'm the world's worst.
You're the Interruptosaurus Rex and the Repeatosaurus.
Okay, how would you say this?
This weird combo.
Tell us what would happen if we rode the ski lift with you back in the day one more time, Brian.
You would have a damn good time.
I could go for one of those sandwiches.
Yeah, you would have a great time.
Boy. It was a damn Grateful Dead concert up there.
It sure was. We used to call it was known as the Vistabon.
Yeah.
We used to call it the Rastabon. Pull that thing you pull over, and it was like
you got cover.
Oh yeah, you got cover.
You're hotboxing that thing.
And then it was like Fast Times at Ridgemont High. They're falling out of the van.
Yeah,
that was us.
That thing lifts up a cloud of smoke.
We made sure we made sure we did it far enough away where the people wouldn't we weren't getting right there and then open it, and then everybody was going oh wait a minute, what's going on?
You got to air that thing out a little bit.
But okay, how do you say this Japanese player's name? Imai. Imai?
He's the pitcher.
Ime. He's a pitcher. He's the top pitcher. Okay. Imai.
Sure.
He's the top pitcher, and my guys tell me he's going to get $25 million a year.
Wow.
So these guys are posting.
We're not in the market for pitching, though.
I asked my guy. I said, "Hey, give me a couple of these Japanese players." He goes, "There's 5 of them."
Mm-hmm.
And I go, "Oh, okay, you're killing me. Just give me the 2 best."
Akamoto.
Yeah.
That's what you need to know about.
So Murakami is a third or first baseman. This other guy, they're apparently one of the top 5 teams in for as well. Kazuma Okamoto is a third that can play first as well. So, I mean, if I'm Josh Young, I'm not feeling too strongly about my chances of being around here in the Rangers' long-term plans. But maybe they're just looking for a first baseman, and that could definitely make some sense as well.
We're always looking for a first baseman, it seems like, right?
Okamoto had 15 home runs, 21 doubles in just 69 games for Japan's Yomiuri Giants last year.
It's impressive.
Spent plenty of time at both infield corner spots. There's been that's
15 homers in 69 games.
Yeah, that's 40 home run pace, 45 home run pace in a full season. He is generally
you not think
more.
It is?
Oh, I'm just saying.
You're giving me the look of
I'm good.
I'm sensitive with numbers. I don't know if I got it right.
So if they are looking for third, Okamoto is the better hot corner than Murakami. Though it's fair to expect some teams to view him as capable of being a regular at third, while others see him more as a first base only defender. So an upgrade coming either way for either third base or first base. I like what CY is doing. I think he's sniffing around in the right spots. Mavs were ripped in Minnesota, shot the ball incredibly poorly, 40 from the floor, 30 from three. It was like 120 to 96, something like that. They played poor defense again, but Gafford, Lively, and Davis all out, and they had way too many turnovers. So they're now 4-11, 1-8 against the West, and they're going to host New York tomorrow. Did we get another calf injury with Lively here? Who's the calf?
No,
now?
we were talking about the calf injury.
No, that's Wemby.
Wemby got the calf injury. Yeah,
but I mean, Lively,
what's up with these calf injuries all of a sudden?
I don't know.
Maybe it's
too tall.
I think it's some sort of explosive athleticism thing. Maybe they're trying a different exercise routine or philosophy.
Well, Wemby, the whole thing was he was like training with some monks.
Yeah,
like he was over.
I think that was
in the
for.
No,
spiritual
they
purposes.
were stretching. They were stretching in the courtyard.
He was stretching the
He was dunking all over them monks.
Yeah.
Just freaking mopping the floor with them.
Ballers over there.
It might just be because of Halliburton and KD, and that they're more public now. Like, hey, here's a giant red flag. You don't want to dork around with this one, so they're hitting the news cycle a little bit harder. Stars are in action tonight, hosting the Islanders.
Those monks can play some defense now.
We're in the robes.
They don't speak.
No,
sounds like paradise to me.
After the game, our communication was poor.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine having 6 months out of the year just to go hang out with monks and exercise, get right spiritually?
Man, it'll be interesting to see, though, when we got to do a deep dive on why these NBA players are getting these calf injuries like that.
It's weird.
Yeah, and I think the explosive nature.
I know that
I'm piggybacking. What's the problem? I'm like being a teammate here.
What's Pablo?
I wonder.
What's he doing today?
What did Pablo find out?
I found out talking to.
Maybe it's the amount of possessions too. Like you know, like the pace of the game is so much more that like you're getting so many more possessions. Like maybe that
just
is
the stress on the calf that leads to the eruption of the Achilles.
Who was it? Was it Tim Cato a couple of weeks ago told us the demand on the big man to get on the perimeter and switch and run back and forth, that plant and go backward might just be
a good point.
You know, for 7-footers just standing in the paint, wrestling with a guy and trying to block shots.
I wish I listened more.
Much less
he did say
stress.
That. Yeah.
Stars are in action tonight. They're going to host the Islanders. 5-game winning streak on the line. They are activating Jamie Benn.
He's back. The captain is back.
I guess he's been skating with them a couple of weeks. Stars are now tied for second in the NHL, trailing only the Colorado Avalanche. I think it's the New Jersey Devils who are the top team in the East. Okay, how do you manage George Pickens' free agency moving forward? Jerry Jones saying this morning that they absolutely have what it takes to pay him and Clark and still solve their other issues. I hope that's true. I think on the field, last night might have been the game where you go, hey, maybe this should be our more number one, or was it just how the Raiders were shading the coverages that led to him having such a bigger night than CeeDee Lamb?
Okay, can I please? Okay, I know I got Krusty's Corner coming up, right? Because before the
we're going to do Krusty's Corner next.
Okay,
you want to just do it there?
Yeah, can I say my question for you guys then, if I could? Because
absolutely.
I do have a question for you about Pickens and Lamb.
Okay, we'll get back into Cowboys here in 5 minutes. Let me just tell you, the college football rankings will be updated tonight. OU expected to jump inside the top 10. What's wrong?
He made a facial expression.
I'm just making faces at him. He's making faces at me. We're face makers.
We're having a good time here Tuesday. The winning vibes are back. It's a face-off. Yeah, but OU's expected to jump inside the top 10, maybe top 8 tonight after beating Bama on the road over the weekend. Crimson Tide expected to fall back a little bit further, but not out. They're still just a 2-loss team. Tech should move up a spot, still in the hunt
for
get
him, Joey McGuire.
a top 4 seed, and Longhorns will be out now at 7-3. Sarkisian's 9th loss in 11 tries against top 6 competition at Texas, including his 3rd against Kirby Smart in as many tries. It's tough because he has taken this team so much farther than anybody since Mac Brown, but you're feeling like maybe it's lacking in a little bit here.
I had some of my Texas peeps reach out last night, say, I don't know, Sark might be gone at the end of this year.
No way.
On his own accord?
Yeah, I think the NFL.
Oh, wow.
Rossini ends up getting the last laugh.
If he leaves, it would be for the NFL, and that would put Texas in a big-time pickle because they would now be late into this coaching search. So I don't know. I don't know what Texas.
Maybe Tech needs to ask him for clarity.
Yeah, I think Sark needs to be staying.
I hate to say this. I'm going to throw a name, though. I'd go get that Tech coach.
McGuire, Joey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Joey's got it figured out. But if you're Joey right now, why do you want to leave Tech?
Texas.
man, what a come up that would be.
Yeah, Texas.
Easier path, Big 12 or SEC.
And you have all the financial backing, like everything you want is at Texas.
I mean, right now they're beating Texas for recruits because Cody Campbell is money whipping kids.
Yeah, but I think to me that you could probably even money whip kids more at Texas, and the thing.
But they haven't been. That's the issue.
Time to start.
You know where I think Joey McGuire beats people? It's not the money. He knows how to evaluate players.
Yeah, he does.
I think you watch Tech's film, their roster overall is good.
Then that's why you'd be trying to take that GM with you, too, if you left.
Yeah, he's got a guy that he really, really leans on. I mean, they treat that thing. I know my guy Mike Lombardi says, we treat her like a pro team here. No, that team at Tech treats their team like a pro team, the way they evaluate.
All right, the folks at Men's T Clinic will treat you like a pro, get you supercharged. We love Men's T Clinic here at the Fan. They've been with us for, 12 years now? 12 years plus. They're opening a 6th location in Fort Worth at Alliance. But today, you come on by, set your appointment anytime, actually between now and the end of the month. Get a total T consultation for just $50. That's a $250 value. Stop in now to any location with a canned good to help a family in need for a complimentary pure B12 injection. Mental health has been such a big topic in the sports world over the last couple of weeks, and hormone optimization can be a big turnaround. So if you feel down in the dumps, you don't have a history of depression, you might be wondering what the heck's going on with me, it might be hormone optimization that can get you on the right path. Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next, Brian, and where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got a good question for my guys about the wide receivers, and we'll talk about what I saw on film. We'll do that next.
All right, let's chat trades and wealth, though, shall we? That's TRAJAN. And look, don't fumble your retirement. Call the team at Trajan Wealth today. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look, and it turns out there's some big opportunities I was missing, and now I've got a clear path to retirement and a way more peace of mind. You should too. Call Trajan Wealth for an absolutely free consultation. Number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. I loved seeing Steve at my Frisco location with my wife Maya and I. They're also in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and Eric, that South Lake location treated you right.
Yeah, shout out to my guy Brennan Gerfen, got me taken care of at the highest level, and now I too have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to check him out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else, and the more money you make, the more money they make, so trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that can be absolutely daunting, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
All right, and we're back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine, right off of 114. We want to invite you out here. We have the Tolo decals for you. Here, I'll put it up on screen. You want to come by and get one of these, you can. Got a big old stack of them for you. And it's a great opportunity to get your testosterone numbers checked and find out what they are as we get to our late 20s, even early 30s as men. I know Chief's looking forward to getting his testosterone numbers checked here before too long, maybe when the Shoddy press conference comes up. Just 5 minutes, they'll take your blood, tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then get you absolutely optimized. So salute to Men's Tea Clinic for taking care of our Tolos. I mean, our Tolos, they describe these therapies as life-changing, myself included. I wouldn't want to go anywhere without them. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, we're live.
I think we're going to break now.
Okay, and we're gonna throw it back to break here, and then come back with Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus in the Nation.
Laws judge first. Yeah, protect your pride and your paint job with our guy Gary Zanobi at Rhino Shield.
Hey Tolos, with Rhino Shield ceramic coating and our 25-year transferable warranty, you can stop repainting every few years and keep your home looking brand new.
And it works on wood, brick, stucco, you name it. Plus, easy financing, Rhino Shield can get your payment under $200 a month. Right now, take 20% off your Rhino Shield project. Visit online at rhinoshielddfw.com. Why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Rhino Shield. Are you looking for dockable lakefront properties less than 90 minutes from Dallas? This Saturday, November 22nd, dockable lakefront properties start at just $79.9, featuring mature hardwood trees with great build sites on your lakefront property. Ask about our barndominium package starting at just $129.9. That's a barndo with land for just $129.9. This is an unbeatable value with limited appointments available. Premium dockable lakefront properties starting at an incredible $79.9, plus an exclusive barndo package for only $129.9. These prime properties feature a pristine lake, fishing pier, paved roads, and power. Call 469-489-3916. Reserve your private showing for these exclusive lakefronts, available one day only. This Saturday, November 22nd. Call now for your appointment. 469-489-3916. Call 469-489-3916. 469-489-3916.
North Dallas, your Tuesdays just got wild at Spearmint Rhino. It's $2 Tuesdays. Every Tuesday night from 7 p.m. to close. Sip on $2 cocktails and beers and $2 street tacos all night long. And catch the vibe that only Spearmint Rhino North Dallas delivers. Come for the drinks, stay for the vibes. Check out our entertainers before you arrive on our visual roll call. Spearmint Rhino. The name is famous. Spearmint Rhino. Just like Vegas. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Helzberg.com.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's the choice for pros who invest in performance. Not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now, online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
DFW, make Thanksgiving simple. Wild Fork Foods has your centerpiece. Find your perfect turkey, butterball, or organic. Need easy? Try our turkey tenderloins, or choose a smoked ham or duck breast alternative. Visit one of 9 spots or wildforkfoods.com for free delivery.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. And it's the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, doing the corner a little bit early today because Shotty's presser is scheduled here coming up at 3:45, 17 minutes from now. The corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. Go to greystoneroofing.com.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part of this as well. I have a question for you guys. And I'm interested to what each one of you think about this. And it has to do with the Cowboys wide receivers. Are we going to get to a point, say in the next 4 or 5 weeks, the next 4 or 5 games, where defensive coordinators try and take George Pickens out of the game instead of CeeDee Lamb?
I think they should. I think George Pickens is better. The deep balls and the yak ability of him. You need 2 guys in the area. One is not enough to stop him from coming down with it or to tackle him after he has caught it. So I think CeeDee Lamb is great. I think George Pickens might just be the best receiver in football.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that George Pickens is playing right now, it warrants.
Like if you're Vic Fangio this week.
I think it's Dick, but continue.
Okay, go ahead. Dick Fangio. Where are you?
I'm probably running like they are a little bit different. You got Quinyon Mitchell. Like I would trust Quinyon Mitchell to go one-on-one with either one of those guys. So do you want to have him one-on-one with Pickens, double Lamb, or vice versa? Either one would work. Maybe you want to double Pickens just because of, like you said, the way he's just such a yak monster right now. It's crazy what he's doing with the ball in his hands, and borderline impossible to bring down, certainly with just one guy. So maybe you would want to double Pickens and then run Mitchell with Lamb. But yeah, in general,
not every team can do what Philadelphia can do.
No doubt.
But I was just...
But in general, yes, I think you are getting to a point now where having to stop George Pickens, it has to be of the utmost priority. But then you'll probably get big Lamb games, and this pendulum can continue to sort of swing a little bit because they are both true number 1 wide receivers.
How about you there, Wooly Boy?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tremendous problem for it's a benefit to the Cowboys because I do think we're at the point now where, yes, teams are going to have to focus more on Pickens just because Pickens he's kind of playing better. And I don't know if CeeDee Lamb is quite right dealing with that ankle injury. And to me, if they do that and they want to put more attention on Pickens, then CeeDee Lamb is just going to benefit from that immensely. And Dak's going to be able to get one-on-ones. And I think that it goes both ways with this. I think when teams were going with CeeDee early on, George Pickens then was able to benefit from it. I think what George has done now, when CeeDee was out, has really kind of cement himself as a driving force in the offense. And I think now CeeDee just needs to kind of play off of that, and he's going to get his. But I do think that it is George that should be the focal point.
Whoever's not getting doubled is likely going to have the bigger game. I would be wondering if we're heading for a double-double situation like Pittsburgh did against Cincinnati, and it worked. They brought the safeties down. They doubled both guys. And, if you have the speed to not get beat over the top, it can be a hell of a solution for you. But I don't think there's a right answer for defenses right now. I'm just so impressed with George Pickens. Like, he might be the most difficult pass catcher in all of the NFL to break down, including tight ends. His stiff arms, the speed. Yeah. When he got down into that low crotch and just somehow popped out of it and took another 8 yards down the sideline, I'm like, what is this guy on?
Yeah.
24 years old. It's just youth and pure quick twitch, long muscles.
Yeah, it might be Tito's and no sleep.
Right?
That's what it might be. I mean, if you really want to be honest about
pure
it.
badassery.
I just, to me, like you said, if one's doubled, the other one kind of takes over. And that, I just feel like all year long that we've seen this from George Pickens.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, let me ask you this question before I'll get to the film in a second, though. Did you expect this?
No.
Well,
no.
No.
Nobody did. That's why he went for a 3.
Not to this level, but I think that CeeDee...
I think they got mad at him like the Cowboys got mad at some of their guys.
Absolutely.
I think Pittsburgh got mad at him.
Yeah.
But I mean, Zach, you saw him play at Georgia, right?
Yeah. No, freak talent. A guy that should have been a first-round pick. Probably a top 10 pick if it weren't for the fear of kind of the off-the-field and attitude problems.
Sure.
And he was coming off an ACL, right? He came back early
Yes.
to play in the championship game, and teams were just, unsure.
See, the thing about George Pickens in watching him play, at Georgia, this is how he played. So it's not surprising to me. What's surprising to me is how Pittsburgh usually finds a way to draft pretty damn good receivers, or they have good. They just can't get them the ball.
Yeah.
They always seem to have an understanding of the type of receiver. But I think now you're seeing George Pickens play like George Pickens, and that's why to me it's not surprising because you're kind of like, wait a minute, this guy is. But the run after catch, we knew he could go get the football. That was
the run of the catch is really what's kind of been more surprising. He's even better than I thought that he would be.
He's a strong guy,
very strong. But
the way he runs,
he's
through
deceptively fast with the ball in his hands afterwards.
Covers some ground.
Yeah, and he's a long strider.
Yeah.
But I mean, he is.
But it was a
4.48.
Yeah. I mean, he shouldn't be this untackleable.
It's unbelievable what he's been able to do when it comes to after the catch.
That cut he made where, I mean, you beat 4 defenders with one move
and then,
while you're cruising at 80%.
It's just so fluid, man. And at that size.
Move.
But then you also have a little bit of a scadaboo screw loose situation, too, where you just refuse to go down.
Yeah.
It's like I got 3 guys on me. I just want to get 1 more yard, or maybe it's 10 more yards.
Yeah.
But he did it time and time again last night. It was so fun to watch.
It's totally unteachable. It's just an instinctual understanding of how the bodies are leaning and people are moving, and this exact 1/16th of a second is the moment that I need to move the other way. And in soccer, it was frustrating because I didn't have that trait. So whenever I looked at a defender coming at me, I was like, time to pass. But some people from the time they're 5 years old can just read the opponent and know where to go instinctually and make it look so easy. It's incredible how many gifts he combines into one thing.
Yeah, like I said, I think Dallas told you what their plan is by not trading him before the deadline. You're going to tag him or sign him. I mean, to me, that would be, his level. I mean, I think he's even taken his play to another level after the trade deadline. I think he's taken it up to another notch the way he's playing for sure. All right, we talked about Brock Bowers, and I mentioned how they defended him yesterday. And I'll tell you what, I was I was impressed because I know me talking about going into the game, I wasn't sure. I had no idea how Dallas was going to play him. I just, you could say, oh, well, they treat him like a receiver, put corners on him and all that. On the defensive side of the ball, when you look at Crosby, I told you 7 different guys went after him. Even had Turpin try and block him one time.
Yeah, I saw that. That was cool.
But the Brock Bowers matchup, they went after him with Deron Bland, and there were 9 matchups that they had with him and Bland. And I think Bland did a hell of a job. 5 targets, 2 catches.
He was fantastic.
Great tackle on one of those third downs.
Great tackle on there. The next most matched up guy was, and I was surprised by this, and I don't remember seeing it on tape that much, but they say it happened was against Kenneth Murray with 8 matchups, only 1 target, no receptions there.
I guess that the 1 target would have been the tip ball interception.
Yeah. Kalen Carson took him 7 times. Carson had 2 catches with over the 3 targets. Donovan Wilson was involved. Malik Hooker was involved. Marquise Bell was involved. Reddy Stewart was involved. Maris Leofau was involved. Shamar James was involved. So they weren't going to let this guy. They weren't going to let this guy beat him. They were not going to let him be, even though he had some good play.
Still had a solid game
early on.
Yeah,
he definitely was making plays.
It's just we were talking about George Pickens on the other side and what he was able to do. He punished that Kai Blue Kelly.
Oh.
He punished him.
On the size mismatch.
And Eric Stokes is a pretty good player for them as well. And they went after him. He had 7 matchups against Stokes, the 3 receptions for 44 yards. So those were the matchups. Pickens and Bowers. These teams, the way that they do that is they kind of like, okay, what's the best way we feel like we can handle this? I'm going to say this about the defensive line in this game. I mentioned that there was the 5-man line stuff. I know we were talking about how that was gonna materialize. Were we going to see some 5-man line stuff? Mm-hmm. The very first 5-man line unit, and tell me what you think. Kind of rank them to which one you think was the best or the worst in this thing. And I kind of have my opinion on this. They had Clowney, Quinnen Williams, Clark, Osa, and Ezeraku. That was one of their groups.
That feels like the best one.
Williams, Osa, JT, Williams, and Houston. That was their second one.
Well, Houston did get a sack.
They ran out there on that
just
one.
Based on the post-game numbers, Shea Toia, the run defense was pretty damn strong.
Yeah. The third group they ran out there was Fowler, Osa, Clark, Quinnen Williams, and Houston. The only difference there would be the Fowler and the Clowney group. Even though Fowler's playing a lot less than in these games now. They're starting to play him a lot.
Clowney was playing good.
Yeah.
He was. I'd probably rank it in the order you gave, but I wouldn't be surprised if the second unit was the most successful.
Well, here we go. Sam Williams, the fourth unit was Sam Williams, Clark, JT, Quinnen Williams, and Houston. That was another group.
I'm just out on Sam Williams.
I tell you, Sam Williams came off the ball, though. I get it.
He's fool's gold.
I get it. You're probably highly disappointed in the way that he's playing. But I tell you, the first line was the best one. But the next group was the Fowler, Osa, Clark, Quinnen Williams, and Houston line. That was the one that got the most the most when they went to it. It got the most pressures and stuff like that. But that was with Fowler playing. And like I say, it might be Fowler might be kind of seeing the writing on the wall right there. We talked about Ravel. I mentioned him. He played both left and right corner for 19 snaps. The only minus snap he had was his defensive holding call. He mauled the guy. He tackled him. That was clearly holding. There were 2 snaps where he carried a tight end inside in routes. where that was the positioning. You could see the break. You could see the ability for him to make those plays. So they're going to continue to find ways to get this guy more involved in the games.
All right, we'll get more from Broadus on the tape coming up a little bit later on. Krusty's Corner with Broadus almost every afternoon at 3:40, but Shotty decided to drop his press conference into this Tuesday's time slot. So we'll get to Shotty coming up next. We're live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. Total tea consultation for new patients here for the rest of this month. Men's Health Awareness Month, just $50. That's a $250 value. And we're back with the Shotty presser here in the nation.
It is the holiday season, though, and there's no better place to go than RS Diamond Broker. That's my family store. The R, that's Robert. That's my dad. The S, that is my Uncle Seymour. And at RS Diamond Broker right now, the best prices for the holiday tennis bracelets, earrings, pendants, up to 75% off retail lab-grown and natural diamonds. The best place to buy jewelry for the holidays. And right now, go check them out. As I mentioned, they've got all the glorious prices, but if you've got a vision for whatever you want, my dad's going to make it happen for you. You're not going to go in there and just be sold something, okay? We're going to make sure we take care of you, and you're leaving absolutely satisfied with A1 customer service. I've had so many Cholos already reach out like, hey, what's the email? Well, that's rsdiamondbroker.com, rsdiamondbroker.com. They go in there, they're like, man, your dad's awesome. I didn't even realize he had the accent. Yeah, he's South African, and they were blown away by the service, and they're going to go ahead and send their friends, and that warms my heart. That's what I want to hear. If you go in there and for whatever reason you're not satisfied, let me know, because I know where that guy lives. So go check him out, rsdiamondbroker.com, or you can go check out that beautiful performance showroom, Preston and Campbell in North Dallas. Come make some memories with us this holiday season. They've been in DFW for over 40 years. If you remember the Diamond Broker, that was my family store prior to RS Diamond Broker. The Diamond Broker, that was my uncle's store. Now him and my dad merging together. rsdiamondbroker.com. Just ask around. Someone you know has done business with us.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, post-Hut clarity of the Raider game with Bobby at 7:20. We'll chop it up at 7:40. And 2 Jack Johnson ticket giveaways along with Power Rankings. It's the Hump Day edition on The Fan.
Pick your favorite fall produce at Whole Foods Market. Get organic sweet potatoes for $1.99 per pound with Prime through November 18th. Perfect as a tender roasted side or delectable dessert. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Let's go to the start for the Shotty presser, y'all.
Each and every week and truly take it one step at a time. Each championship opportunity is different. But watching the game last night, there were a lot of things certainly to be excited about. You know, the way the defense played, the just general play style, the way they affected the quarterback. It was great to get some snaps for Vaughn. Thought Kalen Carson played terrific. Really, proud of him and his journey and what he's had to do. And it was good to see Demo out there running around. And then, of course, what Quinnen adds to the inside of the pocket, but also from a leadership standpoint, just the type of man he is very exciting.
Of the Jets win and this one with kind of blowouts, would you say this was more of a complete game than that one?
Yeah, I think, there's things you take from both games, that were highlights and things. Again, I think the time of possession in this game was important. It's something we wanted to do. We wanted to possess the ball, and defense created some really good 3-and-outs. I thought the fourth quarter was a fun quarter because, we were able to, get the safety and then run a bunch of time off the clock to kind of put the game away. I thought that was really, really good. But all in all, I thought it was really complimentary football at what it should be.
Couple of questions. Clarence Hill, the Dallas Cowboys, and how you doing?
I was confused because I thought you weren't going to say who you were, but you're good. Yeah, go. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm a little tired. But it's okay. Okay. We're all tired together. So
that's right. Speaking of tired eyes.
Tired eyes. Yeah.
Speaking of tired eyes.
Yeah.
A few media members, fans, it seemed like the players didn't know what the hell was going on that onside kick punt. Yeah. Was there confusion on the sideline as well?
There was. Yeah, there was. That's one of the things we actually talked about this morning. We got to clean up. It took us a minute. I was begging Brad Allen for a little bit more time. I was like, hey, Brad, they just told us this. But I got to say, I've never seen that. And so we're getting comfortable with it, but it's something that definitely caught us off guard a little bit.
Just in how it transpired, could they have caught the ball even though it didn't go 10 yards? Because Pickens caught a fair catch but let it bounce. Could they have really just caught it as an onside kick.
Yeah, again, it's a unique thing. I think the best thing there is for us to call the fair catch and catch it in the air. And I haven't talked to GP about it, but yeah, that's the best way to handle it. But literally, it was right in front of me, and I got caught looking at it. It was like I didn't think it was ever going to come down. But that's the way it was supposed to play out. But we need to definitely make some adjustments to make sure we're ready for that in the future.
It bounced and it's anybody's ball.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how far it goes.
Correct.
Is there anything there are people that are not beating a team with a winning record? Is that important? You have a stretch now of 3 games with teams with winning records. Really want to build on what you have. You have to jump over a hurdle you haven't jumped this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think all teams in this league are good. I think you look at Vegas and they've had teams on the ropes, and they're a good football team. And again, I think each team is different, each game is different, and there's injuries factor into different things. But I don't get caught up in records just because, again, you can't predict how things are gonna play. And if you would have told me Kansas City was sitting with the record that they have, does that mean they're not a good football team? No. Does that mean that that Vegas isn't a good football team? No. It means they haven't found a way to win. And so we found a way to win yesterday, which is great, and that's what we have to continue to do. And the only way to do that is to win. And that's why I think that getting that victory coming off the 2-week layoff was important for us.
Brian Todovich with ESPN. Physically, how do you get your guys ready for this stretch of 3 games in such a small time? Yeah,
we'll do all the different things that we do, with the, getting these guys back healthy, the things, where they're using the, hot tub, cold tub therapies, massages, all that stuff. We've got a bunch of protocols in place for that. We'll do a lot of walkthroughs. There'll be some full speed running, but not a lot, not as much as you normally do. So the meetings have to be really, really good. The walkthroughs have to be really, really good, because right now we're in a position that we have to get their bodies back, but we also have to get our mental, our minds right to play the game and to play well. And I talked a little bit last night and through the week about, I thought we did a good job of having a very tight plan. We know Philadelphia pretty well. They know us pretty well. So we'll have a tight plan, but, maybe a few more wrinkles just because we know them. Whereas Vegas, it was the first time we were playing them and, didn't have a great feel for exactly what they wanted to be necessarily on defense against our offense. So biggest thing is just maximize everything we do. I was real big last week on take one thing at a time. There was a lot of distractions, a lot of things going on, and I want our guys to focus on the next meeting, the next workout, the next practice, the next meeting. And I thought they did a good job of that.
A young team, does it take a certain amount of maturity to be able to realize you might not get all the on-field stuff you would normally get, and make sure you're still doing everything to be ready for Sunday?
Yeah, and I do think, Todd, that's where a lot of the veteran leadership guys, I mean, anyone in this locker room that's been here knows what this schedule kind of feels like. It's what we're used to in terms of, you play a game and not necessarily a Monday game into, Sunday, then a Thursday, and then another Thursday. That's a little bit unique. But again, the veteran leaderships and the guys that have been here are instrumental in also carrying that message to the young guys.
One of the things Parcells used to say his job was to provide perspective to his team and where they are and where they need to be. Do you take an overarching view yet of where things are in the division as you start playing these guys a second time, as well as looking at the rest of the conference yet? Yeah,
I mean, I do. I focus, again, during the course of the week, I talk about what it's going to take to play well that week and to give yourself the best chance to win. Strange things happen. We all play each other down the line, meaning division games. We play, Minnesota. We play teams that are going to be potentially in the race for the playoffs. And, but again, I don't get caught up in, hey, now guys, hey, we have to win and we have to get to this many wins or that many wins. I just don't believe in that. I think you kind of take your eye off the prize. And my belief, not saying I'm right, is that, your focus is best served in the moment. And that's what I believe, and that's how we'll move forward.
Nick Harris, Sports Star Telegram. Dak was talking yesterday about Ryan Flanoy and how consistent he's been since he's entered the building, and it's why he's had these opportunities. Just from your perspective of Ryan Flanoy just continuing to ascend on the depth chart, how has he continued to impress you guys?
Yeah, Rye is a small school guy that, we saw the the talent. We saw the strength, the body control, the ability to run after the catch. But again, Nick, it's his work ethic, man. I mean, this guy's learned every position. You can put him at X, F, Y, Z, doesn't matter. He can play them all at a high level. That's a lot of confidence that gives Dak and the coaching staff when we're putting together the plan and different personnel groupings and how we want to use people. But again, I think he's proven to himself that he belongs at this level. Sometimes it takes guys from a small school to actually go out there and to play well and to do it. But he's playing with a ton of confidence right now, and you saw it on the touchdown. It was an excellent route, and he's just so strong, man. People don't realize, if you haven't been up around, Flo, just how strong he's built, just his size, and that's why he's a tough match for a lot of these corners.
And for CD and George, after that first drive, how have you seen them really embrace the accountability aspect, not just in the game, but in the facility today, just being able to take that on the chin?
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line was, look, I talked to our guys all about accountability, not just, those two. And, again, we had great conversations and real conversations. And I think I said last night, at the end of the day, I love those guys, and the energy that they brought is real. But, they're not the only ones that we're going to hold accountable. I'm going to hold myself accountable when I make mistakes, and hold people accountable when they do great things, and that's just kind of the culture that we've built here. And so I think, those guys have shown how much they love this team, how much they love playing the game, and how much fun they have doing it, and doing it at a very, very high level. And that speaks volumes about them.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. Those last couple of games going into the bye, Dak was getting hit a lot. Last night, only sacked once. I think he's only hit 4 times. How would you evaluate the way your offensive line played?
Yeah, very good. They threw a lot of different things at us. I talked a little bit last night. Someone asked me about Max Crosby and what a great player he is, but I thought the offensive line played very good. Point Terrence Steele out. Thought he played very, very, very well. But I thought in general it was one of our better games up front from a run protection or a run game pass protection standpoint. And we always want to try to keep Dak, clean and upright, and I think that helps all quarterbacks. But again, I do think that we did a good job on both sides of the ball last night of owning the line of scrimmage.
And then on the defensive side, Donovan Ezraku was a huge sacks production guy out of Boston College, and what he's been able to do against the run has kind of been flourishing more this year than the sacks have. What did you see at him back in his college tape as a run defender, and how have you seen that aspect of his game grow at the professional level?
Yeah, Tommy, the ability to set the edge, number one, he's got great length, so he uses length, which is great, and then he's got a great ability to disengage. So if he sets the edge based on where the ball is going to go, he's got the ability to disengage, to go into the C gap or hold the edge. He uses length really well. He's really strong through his lower body, which allows him to control blocks against tight ends and tackles sometimes on the edge. And he's very, very, very football smart and very good feel for understanding the game. Football instincts, I think, are top notch, and that showed in the interview process with him, being around him. But I'm not surprised how well he's playing really on all 3 downs.
Scott, this is Scotty Dixon with the AP. Dak's made it clear that the numbers aren't a big thing to him, but you're probably aware that there's all kinds of milestones kind of floating around with him. There's a big one this week potentially with career passing yards. Tony's the franchise leader. He can take that. I just wondered your view on numbers like that. Do they be celebrated, commemorated, or are they just kind of something that doesn't matter when you compare it to wins?
Well, as the head coach, I think you definitely have to, focus on the wins. I mean, I honestly did not even know that he was in position to break a record. You said this week? That shows you that I don't get caught up in the records. He's obviously not walking around talking to me about it because his focus is his football team. And again, if we do what we're capable of doing, I believe he will, achieve that milestone. But again, I know what he really wants, and it's not his name individually in the record books. It's his name, collectively with this group of young men, his teammates, his brothers, doing something much, much better than just having individual accolades.
And having been around him a few years with him in the midst of those, how do you kind of look at where he is in this franchise, how important he's been to the franchise, and just more than him just as a player, just as a guy for this franchise?
Yeah, I think he's invaluable in so many ways that he just, what value he adds to this team, from leadership, from accountability, from he holds himself more accountable than maybe anybody. He's the first to say, hey, I messed that up, I screwed this up, hey, I got to be better. You love that about, your leader and one of your best players. The confidence he exudes, the way he's, teaching and leading some of these young guys. A great example would be Ryan Flournoy. What he's done investing in Flo, I think is really cool, because they work a lot together after practice. They're always constantly talking. He's kind of built that with CD and George, but he realizes, okay, hey, Flo's a very talented young man, but he's still young and he's still learning the game, and Dak goes out of his way. And, we've had a few more player-led meetings the past 2 weeks, just kind of wanting these guys to be able to talk football a lot. Sometimes it's good for the coaches to get the hell out of the way and let these guys that have to go step in between the white lines and do things together. Do that. We've done that both on offense and defense, and Dak certainly is very involved running that, but I'm not in there. I stay out of there, but my feedback from talking to the guys who've been in there is it's great feedback, and they work out the kinks on certain things, which I think is invaluable for us in this game and moving forward.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You talked about Caitlin Carson's journey. He was the only guy that played 100% of snaps on defense last night. Obviously, he comes in as a rookie, starts the season over, injuries, waits his turn this year. How difficult is that for a young corner? And then what did you see from him in terms of being able to step right in and kind of have that role?
Well, I think it's very difficult when you listen to all the different things he's had to go through. I mean, even this year coming back, he had issues and things he was dealing with, but we've been tough on Kalen in a good way, because we've seen the talent, we've seen the upside, we've talked to him about his urgency, and hey, let's pick up the urgency in the meetings, and let's the command of what we're trying to do, and we got to see that out there on the field, and he's done that, Joe. I mean, he's been awesome, and so this has been building for a couple weeks now, to where we were like, okay, we see the light kind of turning on, and I was not surprised at all with the way he played last night and the competitiveness and the way he challenged the ball. I thought the play right before the end of the first half, when they kicked the field goal against Bowers, tough matchup, right? Really, talented tight end, size-wise, played it perfect. Looked back at the ball and did not, commit a foul. And I think when you're talking about young players like that, when they go out and they play well, they have to stack it, right? And they have to go and they have to do it again. But don't forget, which he won't, don't forget what got you to play well. It was the urgency. It was the things that we were challenging him on that he's taken ownership of. And I think that's really cool.
We've talked with Jerry a lot about George Pickens, his potential future here, and he's shown interest in potentially paying two receivers like that elite money. Just from your perspective, what do you think about George Pickens as a potential long-term guy here now that you've had him for 10 games?
Yeah, sign me up. I mean, what do you say? Those two guys, I love their relationship, man. I love the firepower that they give us. That's, one of those games where, you never know which one it's going to be. Some games it's both of them. Some games it's one of them. Again, like I said, I just, I pinch myself at times, because it's like you're talking about when you're Dak or you're the play caller, myself, you're like, okay, well, if we do this, well, which way do I throw it to? I like that matchup. Wow, that was pretty good too. Like, that's real, and so, I'm very in favor of George having a long-term future with us here in Dallas.
Brad
Sham, Cowboys Radio 105.3. The Fan. Brian, given barring unforeseen complications, dangerous thing to say, how many more guys who are either on IR or the practice squad do you think you would like to find a way to get on the 53?
Yeah, I think we're at 6 right now that we've done of our 8, so we have to be very selective of what we've done. But, again, there's a lot of really good names out there. And, again, you said it best. It's going to all depend on how these next couple weeks go, and hopefully we stay healthy. But if somebody breaks the chin strap and they're going to miss a little bit of time, you have to obviously make decisions to bolster your roster in that regard. But there's quite a few really good football players in that area, and we're watching them do their rehab, and they're busting their butts with Britt and trying to get back and get ready, and we'll be ready to make those moves if we need to.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Hey, Brian. Dak, after last night's game, said, if we play like the way we played last night, we have the confidence that we could come out on top in any of these games. What do you feel like you guys have to do to kind of replicate that going forward? And what do you feel like clicked last night to allow you to play with that kind of overarching complementary football that Dak's talking about?
Yeah, again, I think you watch us, we go 3 and out. They kind of moved the ball on us a little bit, but I think last night. Last night is I thought we played our most consistent football game as all 3 phases, offense, defense, special teams. Was it perfect? Nope, absolutely not. A lot of things we looked at were like, yeah, I got to clean that up, got to tighten that up. But I use the word a lot in here because it's real. We were the most consistent, probably, game that we've played all season long.
Nick.
Tyler Guyton was not credited with the pressure for the first time in his career. How have you seen him really stack games over the course of the last few weeks?
Yeah, trusting his technique, really doing a good job with his hands, his feet. It's a tough position to play, especially for a young player. And I think you're seeing Tyler right now have a lot of confidence in the fact that he can dictate the tempo of his sets to take control of rushers and things like that. But he's also doing a really good job in the run game of getting movement at the point of attack. And I think, the more he and, Tyler Smith play together, the better that will be. But, again, I see him growing in his approach to practice. I would say if you talk to me about, Tyler, certainly late last year, maybe even early this year, the practice tempo was good. It's good, but was it where it should be at elite level? And I'd say probably if you would ask me that early in the season, I probably would have said no. He's figuring it out, and it takes these guys sometimes a while to figure it out, but that's what I know I'll be pushing with him is look at how confident you're playing because you're practicing well. So in your mind, you go up into game day and you're like, yeah, I've done this all week. I've had a good week of prep instead of, hey, I didn't have a great week of prep. And I think that's important.
The young guys who are the best practicers.
Who are the best young practicers? Wow. Donovan Ezeraku jumps out at me as a really good practicer. Brevin Spawn-Ford is a really good practice player. A lot more. Those are the first 2 that came to my mind. Again, I'm going to mention Kalen Carson again. I think he's learning the urgency that it takes. Vaughn, you saw that yesterday. He plays the right way. He wants the matchup against George and CD and things like that. And, but as a whole, again, I say it all the time. Practice is what has to separate us from the rest of the league. And we have more and more guys, I think, that are buying into that.
Would you say this stretch that you got coming up, the next 3 to 15 days, that however you handle it, that will tell you a little bit about whether or not you can achieve your goals?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, starting with this one. We're playing, a really good football team in Philly and, defending champs and, one of the teams I really respect. I respect the way they play and, they're very talented. They're well coached. And so, we look forward to this matchup and then, play that one and then play another team, a team that was matched up against them, last year in February. And, again, we'll find out a lot about ourselves. But I'm the guy that wants to play the good teams. I want to play the good teams and find out where we truly are. And I do think that it's fair. The question's fair. We'll know a little bit more in the next whatever it is, 12 days, 11 days, kind of where we stack up in the league. And I think we'll answer that question in a very positive way.
The guy can get an award.
I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I kind of do. I don't know if he is. I'd give him an award. I mean, it was a pretty good acting job. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
In the competition, who's going to try to unseat him for the?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff, man. I'm on the sidelines. They're in between the white lines, man. I just call the plays, let them execute it.
Todd. How to Overshown grade? I got 31 snaps. Was that kind of the plan going in, or was it related to how the game played out, where you guys didn't have to play him as much?
No, that was kind of the number. We were right in the range, and I think he did a good job. He was moving fast out there, had bad eyes on a couple of plays, but the speed and athleticism makes up for a lot of things, and it was just great to see him out there running around, having fun, and tracking guys down on the sidelines was so cool to see. But he did fine, and but that was the plan. Yeah, we're going to roll guys through. Again, we're all about competition. But, again, because, Demo was on a pitch count, they gave us a chance to see some more of those guys. And, again, I think it'll get solidified here just these next couple weeks as we get going and Demo comes off the pitch count. But, I think we want to rotate guys and get guys experience. I mean, Shamar James is another guy that, played well yesterday, had a bunch of tackles, and talented young player that we're excited about.
Patrick.
Hey, Coach Patrick Wolf, DallasCowboys.com. It looked like you guys parted ways with Damone Clark, but obviously you guys acquired Logan Wilson, who acquitted himself very well yesterday in his debut. But can you talk about just what you're seeing with younger guys like Shamar James and Maris Leofau that makes you confident to be able to make a move like that? Yeah, well, first of all, I want to just really emphasize how much Damone means to me. What an incredible young man he is. In my conversation with Damone, I told him, I said, "Hey man, your career is just getting started. And sometimes change is good. I really do believe that. That's not bullshit. That's what I truly believe. But again, I think you have to handle things the right way, and this gives Moan a chance to find a home and get excited. But We've put a lot of resources into the linebacker room. Obviously K9 and Logan, and then drafting Shamar and Justin Barron's another guy that we really feel good about. But I love the youth of our football team. I really do. I love the youth of our football team, and I love not just their talent, but how hungry they are to learn from the veterans and to lean in the Jadeveon Clowneys of the world and the CDs of the world and the Jake Fergusons of the world. I think that shows you that these guys are the right type of guys. They're humble. They don't come in thinking they have all the answers. They want to learn from the guys that have been there and done that, and that hopefully will help them speed up their process into becoming, winning starters at our level. Quick follow-up to that. Now that you guys do have an available seat on the 53, where is Perrion Winfrey in his recovery?
Yeah, doing really good. Yeah, doing really well. And again, we'll see how things go, but I think that could be where you see that spot coming from.
Good.
Everybody all right? Thanks, guys.
All righty, and we're back. The Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on your home of the Cowboys. He said a lot in there. That was very interesting. Says he's in favor of George Pickens having a long-term future with the Cowboys. Sign me up was the quote. Says on the safety free kick that was the onside kick, everybody was confused. He tried to get the refs to give him some extra time to think through it. As they were trying to get a game plan together, but I don't think the refs are going to give coaches extra time for not knowing the playbook. Says they should just call a fair catch in the future.
Yeah, it looked like to me watching the tape and seeing the game live, George put his hand up.
Yeah.
Like he was going to do it, and then he put it down, probably not sure.
Yeah.
And the ball bounced. It would have been terrible if it had ricocheted off him. That could have been a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 3-score game at that point. The Raiders still had a lot of work to do, but it would have opened up a path to victory for them. Says it was the most consistent game they've played all season. I would say so. More energy, more attitude, physicality, consistent tackling. Like, there was a lot of good.
Commander's game was pretty darn good, too, for them on that one, yeah.
And then breaking rosters news as that was going on, Damone Clark, the linebacker, has been released probably bit of a numbers game for him.
It's for Perion Winfrey. So Perion Winfrey's activated.
Yeah.
They needed to make a spot for him. So Damone Clark, and they're loaded at linebacker now with the addition of Logan Wilson. I don't know exactly where Damone Clark fit into that shuffle.
All right, we got our daily football fix coming up. Wolchuk, where you want to take us?
So we got some updated quarterback news for you. Oh, man, just blame it all on Geno. And how would you like it if this was your professor? That's next in the nation.
Lights has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the
And we are back here on a proper Cowboys Tuesday, Victory Tuesday, as they take care of the Raiders in Las Vegas. We are live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine, and this is actually Men's Health Awareness Month. So they're raising awareness for that and offering some great discounts to become a new Men's Tea Clinic patient. $50 for a total tea consultation. If you book an appointment today through November, that'll give you access to a dedicated provider, total tea levels checked, body composition taken and reviewed, and customized options discussed to get you on your way to total wellness. Men's Tea Clinic, if you're feeling down in the dumps, if you feel like you're stuck in low gear, 5 DFW locations and a 6th one coming soon, Fort Worth Alliance. And the clinic director, Devin Price, is on site today. So we're going to come back and continue to talk about this Cowboys game, what is next, and what kind of chance they have of making a run here with just 7 games to go. It's the G-Bag Nation live. Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine, and we're back at the Fan.
But Tullis, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's so easy, free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can probably...
Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Men's T Clinic in Grapevine, and it's Men's Health Awareness Month. They're offering the Total T consultation for just $50. That's a $250 value. And if you stop in like our guy Richie and Ennis just did with one can of food for a family in need, you will get a complimentary Pure B12 injection, and that'll get you supercharged. That'll get you feeling great. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Chief's back with his testosterone report. Looking forward to getting the results of that.
5 o'clock.
How low?
Okay. All right.
Okay.
How low are they?
We got Mark Schlereth coming up in about 15 minutes or so. Here's the Wooly Bully with a football fix.
All right, so we got Fox, Brady, and Kevin Burkhardt going to be on the call for this Eagles-Cowboys game at AT&T Stadium, but the Filthy Birds are going to be wearing the Kelly Greens against the Cowboys.
All right.
Now, since they have brought back the Kelly Greens...
Did they wear them opening day against the Cowboys?
No, they did not. No.
They wore them last year when Kenny Pickett threw himself instead of the ball.
Yes, late in the season, which was an all-time great moment.
Really?
It is hilarious. It's really amazing that Kenny Pickett still was able to get on an NFL roster after that. In fact, I think 2 teams traded for him, which is just like, what are we doing right now? But
Idiots. That's how you tank, though. Like, who would be – that's a good question to ask.
Who's the best quarterback to tank with?
Yeah, 877-881-1053. I think Kenny Pickett's on the list.
Spencer Rattler as being that guy.
Oh, go believe yourself.
But
let's bring back Ben DiNucci.
Oh, Ben DiNucci. Shout out to Ben, man. That's
how about the guy with the neck?
Davis Mills?
Davis Mills.
Well,
no.
Mike Glennon?
Mike Glennon.
Oh, Glennon, yeah.
Mike Glennon will, like, give you some hope, and then at the end he'll throw an interception.
Yeah, well, it's probably Nathan Peterman.
Peterman would be.
Yeah, the Peterman threw what it was like 5 interception game, 5 interception half, 5 interception quarter.
Yeah, 5 interceptions on one play.
It's unbelievable. But the Eagles undefeated in those Kelly Greens since they brought them back. So that means they're due for an L.
Yes, they are.
They've only lost like 3 times in the last 24 months.
Yeah, it's tough, right? So they're due. They're absolutely due for an L. They've been playing with fire, and they're going to get it. They're going to get all the smoke they can handle Sunday afternoon at AT&T Stadium. We also got our Netflix Christmas Day broadcasters, Cowboys, Commanders. That's going to be a noon kick. Now, of course, you're going to be listening to Brad, Babe, and Christy on 105.3 The Fan, but on Netflix, it's going to be Ian Eagle, Matt Ryan, and Nate Burleson doing Cowboys Commandos. The Lions-Vikings game afterwards will be Noah Eagle, son of Ian, and Drew Brees.
Let me just tell you, I loved Nate Burleson until he started doing the morning TV. Now he doesn't get out of network news voice. It's always like, hey, we're setting the scene here.
It's all serious.
New York City.
Yeah.
The vibes are immaculate. And I'm like, dude, be a football player.
Yeah, just have some fun, man. Start goofing around with your boys again. Gino last night, and this is a good thing. Gino's really kind of doing this for all of us, I think, right now. We're all looking for someone to point the finger and blame sometimes. It's not us, it's you. Well, Gino, he's just kind of fallen on the sword here. This was him post-game after another disappointing 33-16 belt-to-ass loss to the Cowboys.
I keep saying this, man. If something don't look right out there, blame it on me, right? If it don't look right, blame it on me. That's all you can do. Blame it on me. If your kids mess up at school, blame it on me. Car break down going to work, blame it on me.
Blame it on Gino.
Wow, he sounds a little passive-aggressive.
He's
blame it on me.
Lashing out.
I thought he was going with the extreme accountability mindset of Jocko Willink, who wrote a great book about that, the former Navy SEAL turned podcaster, motivational speaker. But that seems like he's about had it with the bad offensive line in front of him and trading away his best wide receiver.
I mean, poor guy didn't really have a chance last night.
Did you notice in some of those shots, like when they were going to break, I think he can't see. You see him look at the scoreboard.
He's got the Jameis squint.
He's got the Jameis squint working. Like it's not like a pain kind of a face.
It's not a wince.
It's like looking at the clock. Like, we got how much time? That he's got that kind of that. I wonder if he needs his eyes checked.
Well, he's an aging veteran. I mean, at this point, what?
Here I am blaming him for eye problems. I need mine checked, too.
He'd tell you, you know what, it's okay, blame him.
Yeah.
You got your car issues, blame him. I mean, I had to put air in my tire today. That was Gino's fault.
Well, at least now I know why my T levels are so damn low.
Well, blame Gino. That's his fault. You know what? It's not you. It's freaking Gino Smith.
It's that raw milk you drink.
That might have something to do with it. Or the beef tallow. Maybe. It's just too much grass.
You know what? I think if you...
Not enough Burger
I'm
King
just telling you what, if you had more like like cheese enchiladas in your life, you probably wouldn't have those problems.
Kidding me? He is eating a lot of cheese enchiladas. Okay,
I do love the cheese
he
enchiladas.
loves the cheesy chalupa
with the green sauce. Put the verde sauce on there.
Father Time's undefeated. You know, all the grass-fed beef and the beef tallow and things you've done.
Yeah.
Nothing can keep up with it.
All right, was this false advertising? This
By
was,
Father Time, of course, you mean Geno Smith.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of Father Time, the Mannings here. I saw this during the game, and I thought to myself, what the hell? What is this tweet? Brock Bowers' girlfriend was in Peyton Manning's class at Tennessee. Is Brock Bowers dating a MILF, or what's going on? Here was the exchange between Peyton and Eli.
I met Bowers at Bowers again. Broncos game last year, Eli. He was doing pat and go. I'd never met him before.
Pat and go.
But he walked up to me right by me, and I said, Bowers, I said, you went to Georgia, so I know you couldn't be that smart, but your girlfriend went to Tennessee, so you got to be pretty smart. I mean, he didn't know what was happening. I mean, I'd never met him before. He didn't know whether to stop and talk to me or to go back to the line. But, you know, I teach a class at Tennessee. His girlfriend was in my class. Very smart, obviously. So good for him for figuring out.
She's smart because she was in your class? Why is that obvious? Yes, you have to be smart.
She's smart because she goes to Tennessee. That's why she's smart.
Some advanced
it's a tough
learning class.
It's a tough class? It's an easy A, but it's a tough class.
It's an easy A. My class is an easy A. I mean, who would you most want, like, of the NFL quarterbacks to be a professor for you? Payne would be pretty damn awesome, unless he's dropping taint.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you don't want to get immature young
But I think
Peyton.
he grew out of that. I think that
he did.
That's
He did.
behind him.
He hasn't been mooning people out of school buses in a long time.
I don't think I'd want to get my kinesiology major from him, just keep me off that training table. But I think he'd keep it light and have some fun.
Peyton would be fun.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, Jameis.
Oh, Jameis. Yeah. And Jameis' touchdown celebration, all time.
Gardner Minshew.
Minshew would be fun.
Yeah.
Minshew,
Minshew can show you how to like just live from the earth.
Yeah.
Like you don't need technology.
Imagine him and Mac Hollins both teaching a class together.
Yeah.
That'd be like
they'd be wearing the same clothes that Adam and Eve were wearing.
Nothing.
Maybe Aaron Rodgers, some holistic medicine type deals.
You could be ayahuasca, and I mean that'd be fun. You know, college kids, they're down to experiment.
Ball tripping with your professor.
Absolutely. Maybe some Blue Dolphin if Broadus is involved here.
Sure.
This was sad. We had another break, and this was Shedeur. So Shedeur Sanders, that's his first action, goes in at halftime. Dylan Gabriel gets hurt, and he's in the line.
Sure, he had a lot of prep time for this one.
Yeah, this was he was put in a bad situation. I got some numbers for you of just how poor this really was, this debut for Shedeur Sanders. But I guess we had a break-in at his house during this, according to multiple reports. I don't know if this
during the game,
the same burglaries that take place across the country with these athletes, but $20,000 worth of things stolen from Shedeur Sanders' house. Now, Shedeur,
I saw 200.
200,000?
200,000.
You know what? You're probably right. And again, that's numbers, and I probably dropped to zero. Don't you dare, Brian. All right? You shut up over there. God,
keep your mouth shut.
I don't need it from you, all right?
Stay low.
I've had about enough of you today, Brian.
There you go, Wolfchuck.
Zip it.
Yeah.
Shedeur and Lance.
Even Dawson
Josh,
jumped
dang
in.
it! Do you not listen?
Even Dawson jumped in like he knew 20,000 wasn't enough.
You know what? I'm not.
He really.
I have dyspraxia.
Dawson in real life was going. He did this story over $20,000. It's kind of a.
Yeah, I think it was 200.
Well,
it might have been 200 cash.
Shedeur getting broken into is the story. The amount of money that was robbed.
I think that
you brought it up.
They hemmed up the originators of this deal. They got the originators of this deal last year, but now I think you got like copycat robbers.
Okay, now everybody's getting into this thing.
It's a copycat league.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's how bad this Shedeur Sanders debut was.
Don't say it.
It's like all time, maybe the worst in history.
Numbers
for a half
might
of
not be
football
right here.
for
Get
a
ready.
quarterback.
Yeah. Drop a zero here.
Might not be right.
No, I can read these. They're not as big. 4 of 16 for 47 yards and an interception. Browns were outscored 13-0 in the second half against the Ravens, who are now on a 4-game winning streak. Sanders had the most inefficient NFL debut, minus 0.80 EPA per play. That's not good, Eric.
It's not.
That's the worst since Ian Book in 2021. That was his only start in his career.
The book's out.
Sanders averaged the fewest yards per drop
Threw the
back.
book at him.
That's 1.7 in his NFL debut. That's the worst since Ryan Lindley in 2012. I don't even know who the hell Ryan Lindley is.
He's an actor in Hollywood.
You know the Lindley family.
Yeah.
He averaged the fewest yards per attempt. That'd be 2.9 in an NFL debut since Quincy Carter, 2001.
Oh, that was part of that one. Was that against Tampa Bay?
I don't have the game, but
why not?
You probably would know.
Yeah, we were bad.
Sanders had the lowest completion
Blame
percentage
me.
rate, 25% in an NFL debut in 41 years. You got to go back to 1984. Scott Stankovich. That's an all-time name.
That was a stank.
The original Stanky.
Scott Stankovich.
I
Now,
think that was Sybil's real last name.
Stankovich?
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe she was related to a former quarterback.
She probably threw better than this cat.
It was possibly the worst half of football all year. There's been 116 second halves where a quarterback had 20-plus dropbacks this season. And Sanders' NFL debut, the worst expected points added per play of all of them. Now, in his defense, the dude hasn't been able to practice. I don't think the offensive line had ever heard his cadence before. So I'm hoping that he'll get a bounce-back opportunity this week with Dylan Gabriel missing the game. But goodness gracious, that was an all-time
Does the play
bad
caller
half of
hate
football.
him?
I think the coach does hate him. Yeah. I think there's something there.
I mean, sports hate. I don't mean really
Has
hate.
Mel Kiper issued a statement about this yet?
No, Mel hasn't said anything. Mel is hiding right now.
You have
One game.
the spectrums of this are Mel Kiper, and then right next to him you have Josina Anderson, who, if you saw her Twitter account during the game, it was pretty hilarious. I mean, that was the best 4 of 16 for 47 yards and an interception that she's ever seen.
Yeah, Josina
She's a
Anderson.
nice lady.
Lost 27 yards on 2 sacks. That was the thing. And it's continuing to be the thing. He just
did
wants to
almost-
run. He
He
looks at
was
the
so
other
close.
end zone. He wants to run. He wants to score for the other team.
He was so close to finding a touchdown in the corner of the end zone. He just overthrew the ball.
Championship backpedal that man has. It's a start. No, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Daily Football Fix
Sure you,
is
Brian.
in the books as we are live at Men's Tea Clinic.
Trouble with numbers.
In Grapevine. If you have
Damn right.
any concerns with your energy levels, you're feeling stuck in low gear, it can happen to the best of us. Late 20s, early 30s, your numbers are coming down and not having high enough testosterone. It can really wreak havoc on your quality of life and health benefits as well. I think Chief's about to get on the T train. All right?
I'm feeling good, man.
We're coming back with Mark Schlereth here. It's the
Damn you, Geno
Nation
Smith.
on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And we're back. It's the G-Back Nation. We're live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. Right off of 114, we have Tolo decals for you. And if you bring by a can of food to help the hungry, they're going to give you a free pure B12 injection. You'll feel great. It's time now for our weekly conversation with Odyssey NFL Insider Mark Schlereth. Odyssey NFL Insider Mark Schlereth brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing today?
Well, we're doing, pretty good. Beat the Raiders. What's that worth these days? What's a win against Las Vegas worth?
That and $5 will get you a latte at Starbucks.
Thought you were going to go with the squirt of urine.
Yeah, squirt of urine. I thought was the answer. Yeah.
Going with something else today, Mark. I appreciate you joining us every Tuesday here at 4:40. Now, Eagles are up next, going to be a considerably more difficult opponent. How impressed are you with what they've been able to do the last couple of weeks, shutting these teams down?
Dude, I lost you guys.
Okay. Oh, okay. We got you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, that's on me. I heard an echo, so I took my AirPods off. I apologize.
All good. Yeah, we were wondering what was going on there. Figured it was a Bluetooth issue, but was asking you about the Eagles there. How impressed are you with how their defense has been rounding into form?
Yeah, their defense has been great. I mean, offensively, they still haven't figured out what they're doing. But yeah, the good news is anytime you have one side of the ball that's keeping you in the game, I always worry about that eventually, catching up to you, right? Eventually, you kind of roll over and don't have a great game defensively, but. Right now they're figuring it out, and that part is obviously impressive. Their defense is big, they're solid, they're strong. The whole thing with Lane Johnson being out with the Liz Frank, that's going to be interesting to me with an offense that's already struggling. But yeah, they can cover, they can hit you. They got stars on all three levels of their defense, so they're going to be a challenge. And Vic Fangio is really, when you look at Vic Fangio and what he's done and what he means to the league right now, like pretty much everybody is playing that Vic Fangio quote-unquote shell defense. And, and I don't think anybody does it better than Vic. So they're a challenge, no question about it.
Could you see the Cowboys winning?
I can see it in this day and age of the NFL. I can see any team beating any team. I mean, that's kind of the way it goes right now. But yeah, certainly with the weapons the Cowboys have, Javonte Williams. I mean, I'm so excited for Javonte Williams because it was miserable here for a couple of years watching him try to come back from that devastating knee injury. So he's playing really well. Obviously, you guys, and I've told you this before, I'm a huge Dak Prescott guy. I think Dak is phenomenal. So, there's just a lot of real positive things going on in Dallas right now.
Did your Broncos just end the Chiefs' playoff hopes?
I don't know about the playoff hopes, but any hope of winning the AFC West, yes, that's over. And I'm just hoping that the Chiefs can hold off the Raiders for last place in the AFC West. That's what I'm hoping for. Listen, hey man. It has been, at one point, they beat the Broncos 16 times in a row. So, you know what? I am reveling in this loss. And I will say this, man, Vance Joseph and this defense are legit. And they shut the Chiefs down. They were fully coming off a bye week where Andy Reid is 21-4. They have all their offensive weaponry, had all their wide receivers. And the biggest telltale for me was the Broncos lined up in man-to-man, I think 14 of 16 third-down snaps and said, come get a taste. That's what they said. Let's go. And I think they only converted 5 of 16 third down. So it was a masterclass on coaching defense and executing defense.
Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Mark, what do you make of what's going on with A.J. Brown and the Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, A.J. Brown he had 7 catches last week, but only 49 yards. I will say this, man. I think they gave Saquon the ball 26 times. He still only averaged 3-point-whatever yards. Attempts to me are the biggest thing. It's not, so many people get caught up in yards per gain, and I understand you got to have some success. But your ability to give attempts, your ability to create some play action opportunities for you off those attempts, that's how you win in the red zone. So, it's just been one of those things to watch him. Feel like, and you hate to do it just off of what you read or what you see, on the web, but it just feels like he'd rather put up stats than put up wins. And, I hate that for him. I hate that for the Eagles.
Mark Schlereth here with you in the Nation. The winds of change might be blowing at your wide receiver pecking order with Jackson Smith and Jigba number 1. He's amazing. And George Pickens number 2 in yards and so many big plays. How do you see the top of that pecking order right now? Yeah,
I mean, Jefferson is still, he's still phenomenal. Jamar Chase is still, a freak show, albeit the spitting incident on the, on the back burner there. But, there's a bunch of dudes. Smith and Jigba has just been incredible, as you mentioned. There's just a bunch of really, big-time guys, and love seeing it. I love seeing what Seattle did. I mean, Seattle just basically said, hey, DK Metcalf, good luck. We'll see you around sometimes. Went out and got, Sam Darnold, although, he threw 4 picks last week. But it's just been amazing what they've decided to do. John Schneider, their GM, is as good as it gets, in making those tough decisions, living with that. Pete Carroll, see you later. And Geno Smith, we're not paying you $40 million a year. And to look where they are right now. And, by all accounts, they probably should have won that game against the Rams. I mean, you turn the ball over 4 times, you give them 4 short fields, and you lose the game 21-19. It's amazing what they were able to accomplish.
As a former offensive lineman, continuity is a word we talk about a lot when it comes to offensive line play. The Cowboys have dealt with a bunch of injuries. They finally now have back-to-back games with their starting 5 whole. Is that something, having played, that really is that important, and how long does it take for everybody to really gel to become a dominant unit?
Yeah, no, it's really important, and it's all different, based on who's coaching you, based on your level of communication with one another. It's just based on a lot of things, and then giving guys an opportunity to get comfortable, but giving guys an opportunity to repeat plays. And in today's game, there's so many coaching staffs that basically will run a play twice and then get out of it because they're like, oh, the defense will catch on. And I just am not a believer. I'm a believer in keep running it and make them stop it. And especially, when you start talking about the zone running scheme and wide zone stuff, I mean, you get them chasing on wide zone, then all of a sudden you cut it back a couple of times, and now, it looks like a different play or feels like a different play. Then all of a sudden you hang tight, and then you bounce one out to the outside. Like, those are the things that giving your guys opportunities, that's what it does for you. So I'm a big play repeater guy, and that's one thing I think that Schottenheimer does a really good job of. Brian has always been kind of that, hey, make them stop us type of thing. So I love that. Same pass plays, different formations, different motions and everything else, but we're running the same stuff so we can all get comfortable with what the defense is trying to do and how we can take advantage of it.
Hey, Stink, was there ever a time where you liked playing on a short week?
No. I didn't like playing on a short week. I didn't like playing on a long week. I didn't like any of it. I just want to line up on Sunday afternoon and play. That's just kind of how I. And if it was up to me, I'm always up at 4 something in the morning. I would kick off at 9 a.m. every morning, and just get it over with.
So you're saying when the Cowboys are about to go through a run with some really good teams, but they're doing it on weird days. It's a Sunday, Thursday kind of a thing. That would absolutely drive you nuts, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, because you're such a. Everybody has such a habit, like such a routine. Every guy pretty much that I know that ever played is so into their routine and how they get themselves ready to play. And ultimately that just does not lend itself to your routine and to having success. So that's a really hard thing to do.
What do you think about the Cowboys building the strength of their defensive line up the middle in the way they have with 3 of the best defensive tackles in the game and moving on from Mike? I don't know if they're doing it intentionally at all. What do you think of it philosophically?
I love it. Like anytime you can control the line of scrimmage, obviously you have to be able to set edges and stuff. And you'd like to have a dominant pass rusher out there, but when you can control the middle of the football field, that's a big time. When you shut down the run, make teams one-dimensional. The other thing that happens, even if you're not great pass rushers on the inside, but you're collapsing the pocket type of group where you're in the quarterback's grill and you're messing around his feet, they hate that. So those are all big time things. I don't know what's going to happen, but you look at the Dallas Cowboys right now, they've given themselves an opportunity to make a push for the playoffs. And so I think that's kind of a cool place to be.
Well, thank you, Mark. Enjoy Week 12, and we'll catch you up with you next Tuesday.
Sounds good, guys. Be well.
Salute Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Chief, the finest.
Yes, sir. More Cowboys takeaways, plus a Spitgate update and a T-level update live from Men's Tea in Grapevine next right here on The Fan.
Yes, we are.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're fired up about the Cowboys' victory. It's time to get some football's finest. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here at 5:30, LA Live at 5:40. Men's Tea Clinic and Grapevine is our broadcast position for the day, and it's Men's Health Awareness Month. They're offering a total tea consultation for new patients for $50. That's a $250 value. And for more on that story and football, here's Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Plenty to get into here right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Congratulations to the Dallas Cowboys of Dallas and Arlington and Frisco for making an appearance in the Hunt graphic.
Yeah, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Sniffing.
They are sniffing around. And,
just got to get 3 of the most improbable wins they've had all decade in a row.
Yeah,
they'll be there.
That's all we're asking for. Just three big-time wins, 12 quarters of dominant football. And it starts on Sunday at AT&T Stadium. But it's good to see him. It is a bummer, though, to see the Panthers ahead of you in the Hunt graphic.
Yeah.
Feel like, man, we should be swapping positions here.
Sure.
But you have the Lions.
You notice that, like, Arizona's not in that group, right?
Arizona is.
They've fallen out of it.
They've not.
Yeah, they're
made
not
an
in that.
They've
group.
dropped out of the hunt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
right.
a rematch on that one.
Yeah, man. Oof.
Right now, Eagles, the 1 seed, then it'll be Rams, Bears, Bucks, all leading their divisions. Your wild card is Seahawks, Packers, Niners. And then in the hunt, Detroit, Carolina, and Dallas. That's where things stand right now.
Bears are one of 5 teams with a negative point differential to have 7 wins through 10 games ever. And all 4 of the other teams lost in the wild card round.
Wow.
Yeah. They're a pretender.
Oh, they are.
But they're fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they're pulling out wins by the skin of their teeth here. But, hey, kudos to them. Win's a win.
I actually saw they have.
At least they're in the playoffs right
as of now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're leading an unbelievable division.
Stand by.
You know? But the Bears have the second worst point differential for a 7 or more win division leading team through 10 games.
I haven't heard that at all.
Show worthy.
Are we?
Yeah.
Really?
So
Yeah,
that's.
I haven't heard that. Where did we hear that one time?
Okay, so Dawson obviously just said that.
Yeah.
And it was so important that I wanted to say it again.
There you go.
I didn't receive that.
I love that you doubled down on that.
I didn't realize he had that nugget when he was S-ing on the Bears a little bit.
That was the whole S on them.
Okay, that was the whole S.
I think, I don't know, Eric. I just don't know right now. It's a little leaky right now. Just a little leaky.
I think he's been leaking confidence since he saw his testosterone numbers.
How bad are these
We can
scores?
look at him. You know, we can take a little peek ski at him.
Are we sure we got to do this? We got some HIPAA law things we're going to violate here?
No, because it's coming from me.
But you might not want to tell people this.
Yeah, you tell people. You
No,
fudge the numbers.
I think it's
Because you're kind of like a healthy young guy, but if you've got issues.
Well, he's got a bad back.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that plays into the T levels. Now,
sciatica.
what you guys need to know about T levels?
Wait a minute. We know that you high five your wife and you have a kid. You know?
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an indication of T levels or just
Good swimmers.
Isn't
good swimmers.
that kind of what we're doing?
I don't know. Do they go? Yeah, maybe.
So
Are these sex results?
Here's the thing about the T level. All right, it's higher in the morning.
Yeah.
Obviously, I got mine done at 4 o'clock today. Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, she did say to do it before 11 a.m.
Towards the end of the day, things get a little bit lower.
Okay, so this is why that you're not too worried.
Right. This is why I'm not too worried.
The body produces testosterone when you sleep. It burns it all day. It's like gas.
So, when you wake up in the morning, and that's your highest T level, right? Then it's just gradually losing.
Drink a gallon of raw milk and have some Lego waffles. You'll be good to go.
So I'm sitting at 4 p.m. at 475.
Respectable number.
Yeah, respectable number.
I mean, what should it be?
Well, I think in the morning you would love that number to be like 700 or 800.
Okay, so we're about halfway to where we should be.
Well, I think he was projecting out like if I had got it done in the morning, it probably would have been 700 or 800.
Okay.
But in the afternoon, as it lowers, I'm at 475. So take that for what you will.
Fine.
Probably not as optimal as I was hoping. certainly the 18.6 body fat percentage was not what I was hoping for either.
We're finding out a couple of things. Number one, the testosterone deficiency can happen to a very young and fit man.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a common issue. Happens to the best of us.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
But we're also finding out something else that I just forgot. Oh, all the things you do to try to mitigate it. I mean, you're one of the most proactive. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get my T numbers up. Nothing replaces just the hormone optimization here at Men's T Clinic.
No question. Yeah, they are getting it done at a high level.
Yeah.
Level 8 for the visceral fat. Okay, which is under 10.
That
sounds good.
If you're more than 10, that's when you get worried. So I'm sitting at 8.
I'd be 12.
That's the fat around your organs.
That's the organ fat.
Yeah, you can be fairly fit but have bad visceral fat, as I found out a couple of times myself.
See, there you go. So that's where we stand right now. All right, 475 in the afternoon with the T level, and body fat percentage probably need to drop that a touch. The weight I could probably drop a touch, sitting at 215, probably not ideal.
No, boo-hoo.
But nonetheless. Thanks to Men's T Clinic, for giving me the numbers. That's exactly what I needed. That's exactly what I wanted. Now it's time to get dialed.
That's
what
I'm saying. You should have got that P12 shot.
Perfect time for the holidays.
Yeah,
to really start leaning out. Mm-hmm. And so I'm excited about that. I really am. Good. Almost excited as I am about this. I don't know if you guys were aware. The Bears have the second worst point differential for any 7 or more win division leading team through 10 games of all time.
You don't say.
It's just one of those. It's fool's gold. That's what that is right there.
Not a sign of good things to come.
That's
from
a fraudulent
It is not. Now, something that I did love, I thought the Ferguson touchdown last night was just a picture-perfect, beautiful situation coming from Shoddy. Okay, this is everything that we asked for. More bunch formations, more motion. Not only that, but more motion at the snap. I think right now they're 12th in the league in motion rate. Okay, but for that play, you have the bunch right with Ferguson. I think it was Flanoy and Lamb, and then you had Pickens out solo on the left side. And you get Javonte Williams out of the backfield screaming towards the right as well at the snap. So now all of a sudden you got the at the snap motion, eyes are going crazy. You got the bunch formation, which is a great way to create separation. And, I mean, was that not just as wide open, easy touchdown as you've ever seen?
Absolutely.
And I'm sure plenty of that is to blame the Raiders for just sucking at a high level, and we appreciate them for that. But I thought the design of that touchdown was just like a beautiful encapsulation of something that we've been asking for a long time.
I don't know why you wouldn't try that on almost every play. Like every now and then we want to change up. Like we went earlier, you were expecting motion. The play's going on already. Good luck with that. But it should be happening about 90% of the time, Chief.
Yeah, I would want to see it as much as possible. I'm sure they would have reasons why they can't do it all the time like we would want, but still. Now, I also
pull the linebackers and safeties out of position. Just try it every time. Yeah. Okay, if it doesn't work, you can go back to trying to beat the man.
Yeah, exactly. But this is clearly giving you quite the advantage here. It was pretty hilarious. Like, do you think he had any idea? Did George Pickens have any idea that on Sunday Night Football, Jameson Williams got popped for doing the fire pole slide thing down the field goal post?
In fact, I think they were flying.
He doesn't strike me as a ball watcher. He's a ball player.
Yeah. He's maybe
I'm sure his teammates appreciate that too.
I think you might have nailed that with him because literally within 24 hours you have Jameson Williams scoring a touchdown on Sunday Night Football, getting the 15-yard penalty, which actually backfired in a huge way for Detroit because they missed that and everything else.
Yeah.
But then you circle back and then on Monday Night Football, George Pickens does the exact same thing. But he was so dominant last night.
He was occupied, man. Give him a break.
Yeah, he had a lot going on at the craps table.
A lot of people to see.
It's just not a cool enough celebration to cost yourself $15,000 for.
I know. Why wouldn't you just go with the dunk?
Because they can't do that either. You'll get dunked. You'll get in trouble for that too.
I know, but at least it's a cooler. Like it's just if
they're worried that you're going to manipulate the goalpost. That's what they worry about.
When you think of dunking on the goalpost after a touchdown, who comes to mind?
Tony Gonzalez.
Tony Gonzalez. Thank you, football guy Wolchuk.
Yep, my pleasure.
And
we talked about that. I know, Brian. Eric was asleep.
Does anybody feel worse than you? Or do you feel worse for anybody than you do for either me or Ashton Genty? Like I was just made sad.
You know what?
I was made sad watching.
This was
him
exactly
last
what Emmett was saying. He didn't want the Cowboys to draft Genty, was because he didn't think the Cowboys had a plan in place to be able for him to be successful. Whereas they did, but the Raiders really don't. I mean, they've lost their two best linemen, who I don't even know how good they were to begin with, and they can't block for him at all. So now Ashton Genty's just absolutely screwed. They're traded away their best wide receiver as well. He's in a no-win situation. I think they should trade him.
Yeah, Chip Kelly's apparently so discouraged by their ability to run the ball that he thought
Chip
Geno
Kelly
Smith
sucks.
passing it
Chip
constantly.
Kelly should not be in the NFL. Chip Kelly needs to stay in college.
I thought it was a fireable offense.
I don't know why we thought Chip Kelly to the league when it's never worked was going to be great. Stay in college, Chip. It's better for you.
I mean, I think it would help Chip Kelly if he had an offensive line that was in any way competent.
Please.
He's got 5
His NFL
turnstiles.
track record is atrocious.
You're right about that, but
their line is really,
if
really
they
bad.
had a good offensive line, you'd have to think this could be a heck of a lot better for them. But yeah, that'll go ahead and close us down.
There it is. Every day at 5 o'clock, it's football's finest there with Eric Chiafalo. When we'll come back, we'll hit the expressway, get you caught up on everything that's been breaking, your top Cowboy stories from last night's game. And then we'll get you over to the G-Bag of the Day here live at Men's Tea Clinic in Grapevine. Bring a can of food. They'll give you a free pure B12 shot. You're going to feel amazing. So bring some canned food. We got Tolo back window decals for you as well. And we're back with all that here in the nation. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Men's T Clinic in Grapevine. It's Men's Health Awareness Month. They're raising awareness for it. And, something to think about here is mental health has been such a big deal here in the sports world over the last couple of weeks since the tragic passing of Marshawn Kneeland. Is one of the owners here at Men's T Clinic was misdiagnosed with depression. This was, 10 or 12 years ago before he started these popping up things. And what he found out was part of the reason that they started this business was that he was just low on testosterone. And that's the power of testosterone. And once you get your hormones optimized, the quality of life can skyrocket, your energy levels, your mental focus. There's so many great benefits to it. And that's why we love coming to Men's T Clinic. There are 5 DFW locations. Okay, it's time to hit the expressway where we go commercial-free to the top. We have some breaking national stories. Lane Kiffin denying the report that Ole Miss gave him an ultimatum. It's really difficult to believe anybody at this point.
You can't.
Yeah.
And I was a teammate with the new AD at LSU. Cannot get a word. Talked to Verge all my life. Ask him a question today. Can't get a word.
Okay. All right.
Can't get a word from him.
It makes sense that you would want to try to keep these reports tamped down.
Yeah.
You don't want anything getting in the way of a hire
and he
like
knows,
this.
He knows. I told him, I said, listen, bro, I know you're gonna make the best hire. I know you're gonna do it. So, but yeah, you just don't know until it's it's going to be some small reporter that's probably going to break it in Oxford, Mississippi.
Okay, Mike, why do you say that?
It generally, you got these national, the big time reporter, the big time college, but it always seems like it's somebody in the town that has a connection with the family.
Knew the bartender,
yeah,
saw them meeting.
How about that when our guy got fired at Auburn, when the coach got fired at Auburn, he missed the tea time that he had a standing tea time at 1:20 on every Sunday. And all of a sudden, he doesn't show up, and then the golf pro and the people at the club, well, why isn't Coach here? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, let's put two in. He probably got fired. So then it turns in. It's going to be somebody that has a relationship with the family or something like that.
Makes sense. Steelers coach Mike Tomlin today saying Aaron Rodgers does not need surgery. He's got a broken bone in his wrist, and they're not sure how long he is going to be out for. He wants to come on back. I don't know if they should want that. Like watching Aaron Rodgers play 9+ games so far this season, I'm fully convinced he is totally washed up. It's incredible. Last night I caught a video highlight of what he did in 2020. It might have been one of his Packers MVP seasons, but it was incredible how fast and decisive he was, and the quick release and everything was there. Now he just looks ancient out there, so I wouldn't be surprised if Mason Rudolph is actually an upgrade for them. Giannis is going to be out 1 to 2 weeks. He has an injured groin, I believe.
Oh, not a calf?
That's a groin.
Morning news with the headline calling last night's game fool's gold. It's part of a Tim Cowlishaw column this evening as everybody's trying to decide, number one, what do you make of the game? What do you make of how good George Pickens was? Is he the number one wide receiver on this team? But on the idea of it being fool's gold, I think I'm 90% there. Maybe that's too high. Maybe I'm 80% thinking last night's game was just the last great vibe moment for the Cowboys until they get to play the Commanders again and the Giants. But hey, why not, right? This offense was slowing down, had a bad game against Denver. You're snake bitten against Arizona. Nothing ever goes well against them, so you're back to being maybe a top 10 offense. And if this defense can be average, I don't think it's fool's gold, but that also doesn't mean I think they're going to go on a playoff run.
Yeah, if you start losing a couple more games, go ahead and play Joe Milton, please. Just go ahead and do it. I mean, save the wear and tear on Dak, and try and kind of figure out what you need to do. With that, not that you're going to get rid of him, but why play him in meaningless football games?
I'm with it. Yeah, just to eliminate the injury risk.
And I'm not trying to tank the thing, but I'm trying to kind of figure out like Mingo needs to play. I mean, we don't know anything about him. That is like
trade.
That is right now it's a really bad trade. Right now it is a really bad trade, and they've made a couple of good trades.
They have.
The Pickens and Quinnen Williams, but this Mingo trade looks really, really bad right now.
It comes down to how the Cowboys evaluated him coming out of college. And with Mingo, it bit you. But with Pickens, it absolutely rewarded you. It's unbelievable the rest of the league
Those guys blew. A lot of those guys need to play. If it gets down to where you're like eliminated, you need to kind of figure out your running back situation, things like that.
I did an overreaction or not podcast last night. How about WOW on YouTube? If you'd sub, I'd appreciate it. But one of the overreactions was everything Glenn Stretch Smith said about Jaden Blue before training camp started is 100% correct. I think it's like a trifecta of unprofessionalism, maybe lifestyle, laziness, bad practices.
I'm gonna counter that. Not that I'm trying to counter Glenn Smith and his report, because I think he got it from a college coach. I don't know how well he takes things from the classroom to the practice field to the game field. I think that's something that we need to really, really dive into.
He has a massive ball security problem.
Yeah.
And you cannot play a running back if he's going to put the ball on the turf. And
not active since then.
He did that, and they are not going to play him until he proves to them that they can trust him.
A guy who's going to get a ton of playing time, Donovan Ezeraku, now the top-rated rookie edge player past Abdul Carter and Jalen Walker. Had the safety last night. His PFF defensive score is 79.7. Wow. That's Pro Bowler.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. Zach can help me on it. He's been a much better run defender than he has been a pass rusher, and I thought he was going to be a really good pass rusher.
But you know what? I think that the pass rush are starting to see some of that, but I've been pleasantly surprised at how strong he's been as a runner.
Oh, no, he's been
I
strong.
thought he was a complete player at Boston College.
I agree with you.
Goodness gracious, he is setting that edge even better than I thought that he would.
But did you kind of feel like that it was going to
be the opposite?
Well, I mean, like he plays the run great, but to me, the pass rush stuff has not shown up like it did in Boston College.
No, not yet.
Yeah, I mean, if that comes online though, and he can be that two-way defensive
absolutely,
end.
he could be like. I thought he was one of the 3 best pass rushers in the draft, and I didn't think the learning curve would be this steep. But there were a couple times last night against poor offensive tackles that he did not use like his quickness or his ability to dip or move these guys. Like, that Stone Forsythe, the left tackle for them.
Yeah, he's awful.
He's like a turnstile over there. And you didn't take good enough advantage of him if you're Donovan Ezeraku.
He did lead the edges last night in snaps, had more than Houston, Clowney.
And he had
Fowler.
more run stops than anybody else too.
Yeah, he was great at that in college. I think I saw a story around the draft. He was the 6th rated defensive end in college football, stopping the run.
I'm surprised the pass rush, I say it again, I'm surprised the pass rush has not carried over from college to the NFL.
He might just need some time.
Oh, I'm not giving
no.
I'm not giving up on the kid. I'm just saying, if you said, which is he going to be better at, Broadus, going into the season? He's going to get you 8 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got some games left.
Yeah.
But last night could have been a 2.5 sack game for him.
Could have been.
That kind of thing.
All right, it's time to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is standing by with your G-Bag.
Ooh, there it is. There it is. Your boy, how y'all feeling, man?
Good, sir.
Great. Good. How you doing back there? First remote, the new dude.
Keeping it positive. You know what I mean? I'm keeping it positive.
How's the elevator treating you?
Everything's great. Everything's fine. I'm not going to let the elevator bring me down. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Broadus?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, I was thinking about men's tea just about a week ago. I went to the gym. I had been out of the gym for like a month. And I tell you what, I lost everything. Mm-hmm. Oh, I was totally out of shape. It took 1 month for me to get out of shape. So I said, I'm going by the men's tea, see if I can get a little shot.
Yes.
Testosterone.
Supercharged.
Get you cracking out here.
Yeah.
I heard about your tea levels, Mr. Eric. Sorry about that, but it'd be okay, man. You're in the right spot.
Thank you.
I remember when Mike Bassick found out his tea levels. We all got our tea levels checked, and I didn't want to tell mine out loud after what I heard Mike say. I was like, I'm going to be quiet. Mike put up like a 200 or something?
Yeah.
I believed it. Because he told us he did something to me. I was like, yeah, that's 200. That's 200, fam. Sounded 200 to me. right, this is G-Bag the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media if there's anything you think I should be playing. Maybe I missed it. There's a lot coming at me, fam. A lot coming at me. All right, this is going for day 4, I believe this is, for Mr. Eric Chiafalo. Monday night, the streets wanted a body, right? They wanted Nico Harrison out of there. It was fire Nico, fire Nico. Tuesday, it happened. Streets got their body. And then Eric Chiafalo gave him a eulogy.
Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
You, Nico Harrison, you didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak, and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for Fupa Fat Boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, glass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf. Home-baked, yeast-perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle, straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your Heidi with it. You rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league. Gross. Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life. But Nico Harrison, he's both. Both. He's both. He's both.
Yeah. I ain't mad at that, bro.
Screw him.
All right, let's see here. What else we got on the menu today? Bro, when I mean I lost everything from 1 month,
oh no,
body weight was kicking my behind.
Yeah.
Just body weight.
Won't be long, so you can no longer do a pull-up.
No. Look at that. Misery show loves company. You see that?
Put that on him.
Yeah, one day you're going to be on. All right, let's see what else we got. But let's go to some college basketball here.
Oh.
Iowa State men's basketball. Speaking of Iowa State, Dallas Wings.
Yeah.
Pay attention. Dallas Wings, pay attention.
Oh.
Miss Crooks out there.
Let's go.
Add her with Paige. I'm just saying, look for the future, man.
She go to number 1 in my power rankings.
Come on. Yeah, be careful with that. I know. I heard you.
Move over, Rowdy
On my
Tellez.
power rankings.
Yeah, I heard you slow down. I heard you slow down. Iowa State men's basketball has a 6'10" forward from Spain. They call him the octopus in Spanish.
Okay.
I'll let these Fox Sports broadcasters explain it to you, I think.
They call him El Pulpo. That is Spanish for octopus. He may only have 2 arms, but the way he plays defense, they think he's got 8. Tentacles are all over the place on that one. Oh, Sam.
Oh, what? What? That's not.
His tentacles are where?
That is not it, Phil.
No. Hold on a second.
No.
Tentacles.
I don't think that was an intentional slip.
Yeah, you think he did that?
I don't think so. I think that was a Freudian slip.
Yeah, that's a mistake.
Let's see.
That is Spanish for octopus. He may only have 2 arms, but the way he plays defense, they think he's got 8. Tentacles are all over the place on that.
Jeez.
Man.
That's
quite an advantage.
All over the place.
If you can use the church bells to help you play some defense, forget about it. Conference Defensive Player of the Year coming at you.
That's a color analyst painting the picture at a high level.
It's ball-on-ball defense.
It's crazy.
Put your balls into it. All right, guys.
It's a ball guy.
All 8 of them.
Let's see what else we got right here. Let's go to Cowboys post-game. Mr. Brian Broadus.
Oh,
Here we go.
Callers were talking about the Cowboys, saying we need to cool the Jets a little bit. Cowboys fans need to cool the Jets. It's just the Raiders. It's the Raiders. Just celebrating a win, and it was the Raiders.
They're all big damn games. You got to find a way to win these games, folks. Find a way to win it. Move on. I don't want to hear any crap from anybody today about the Raiders because we were the first MFers to tell you the Raiders weren't any good. Okay? We know. You can go back to whatever you're doing. You don't have to text anymore. We hear you. You can call in and say the same damn thing that we said all effing week about this football team. Okay? But you got to find a way to put some games together and win some games because you didn't beat the Arizona Cardinals. You didn't beat the Carolina Panthers. You didn't beat the Chicago Bears when they were 0-2. Okay? So now you're in a situation where a win is a GD win right now.
Yeah.
Okay? That's where we're at.
And you're going to take it.
Yeah, and I'm going to take it.
Absolutely. Well said. A dub is a dub. We don't choose these schedules for 6. I'm with you, Brian, because I was going to get irritated too, but you took that baton, you took that mic,
I'm just telling
and
you
just spiked it, baby.
I'm just telling these people all week long we told you this was a bad football team offensively. On the offensive line. Said it. I can't tell you how many times on all these platforms I'm on, I told you that this team is a bad offensive line.
Yeah.
I get it, folks. It's a win.
Okay, Mr. Broadus.
Yeah, I stand by everything I just said.
Take it.
Wow. I agree 100%. It's frustrating when people assume that you don't know this opposite angle of what you're talking about. I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it right now with the Anthony Davis. We need to trade his ass. They're like, but don't you know that if you trade him away and you try to tank, you could end up really bad for the next 5 years? Yes, I've been covering the NBA for almost 30 freaking years now. Wow. I'm damn old.
Fogey.
You know? Yes, I've thought about that. I'm willing to accept the risk.
His numbers are still higher than yours, Eric.
I don't doubt it. He's been supercharged and optimized for the better part of a decade.
I think last time I had to check, my natural number was in the 600s.
Okay, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
What time of day was it, though?
Yeah, it was very early.
Yeah.
It was very early. It was like 8 a.m.
He was like looking in the door.
Are you open yet?
Yeah.
Hey, any docs back there? Come on, I'm showing you my butt. Come on, give me a little blood test.
Once you're in 4 digits, though, it will become a pain for the lady in your life. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, again, seriously?
Yeah.
It's like, well...
Oh,
that's right, honey.
That's testosterone coursing through my veins.
That's called a cruise for you.
Yeah. Last time I was like, can we bring that down a little bit?
You're not wrong.
Tentacles are tingling.
Yeah.
Woo, they're everywhere. So we had an MFer, an F'in, an 0-2, a GD win, and you dropped the full JC.
Yep.
I mean, that's a 5-finger lid.
It was.
Might
It was
be
full.
Enough to get us fined and thrown off the air,
His
Brian.
tentacles are everywhere.
I did my best not to curse.
I couldn't even wear sweatpants, Dawson. Couldn't even wear sweatpants. Get to swishing around a little bit. It's like, oh. Man,
Sir,
you can just see ankles on a lady. Be like, ankles, fam. I'm crushing tonight.
You hear her car door close in the driveway.
I tell you, bro. Yeah, I had to tap it down a little bit. All right, last one right here. Comedian Mike Epps. I've been watching a lot of Mike Epps interviews as of late. He's been on a little media run, which I like. But he tries to stop a fight that breaks out in the audience. Listen to this.
No. Hell no. Y'all not kicked. No. Hey. Nobody is getting kicked out. What y'all doing? Where you going? No, that ain't how you. No, that ain't how you work out. No, that, man. She did what? She been talking shit. Okay, get your fat ass up
That's great. That is how you work things out, apparently. Salute to Mike Epps and salute to Broadus and the Iowa State Octopus and our champ, Eric Giafalo. It's time to vote here for the G-Bag of the day. Is it the champ? Is it the challengers? Man, it's tough. I'm going to go with Mike Epps. Chief, how about you?
Good vote. That's a good vote.
It's a great vote. I'm going to go with Broadus.
We're tied at 1. Lucius?
Oh, no. Shoot, man. We're all over the place, bro. Mike Epps.
Ooh. It's a 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with Eric.
It's a 2-1, Brian.
I'm going to go with Chief.
By a score of 2-2, we have a tie for the G-Bag today. Whenever that's the case, we create an Insta poll at G-Bag Nation. You can follow us all when you get there, and we'll announce the winner here on the other side of LA Live. It's tied at 2. Is it the champ Chiafalo? Is it Mike Epps? You will decide the final vote and the champion. In the meantime, here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup with
Hell yeah, it's a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. Bam!
All right, you swears.
Fire up this funk. It'll make you dance some everything.
Give me some oxygen. Yeah. The Rostabon.
Oh, that's the wrong damn button.
I'm real serious about. It's going to definitely have to be a Cowboys fan, you know? Yeah, because you can tell them anything. You know? It's like, when are we getting married? This our year, babe. For sure. For sure. I'm buying Simpson. The Cowboys.
Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. Hey. It's a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome into the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this station. Shout out to you. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Oh, I can't wait to tell you this one right here. Oh, man, I'm going to kick this man's back in. I love kicking this man's back in. After more than 2 decades appearing on the show, Stephen A. Smith is no longer a regular on ESPN's Inside the NBA. Thank you, Jesus! Wow. In the name of the Father! Yeah. Oh, man. I love that news right there. I do not want to see his face on my TV anytime.
Jesus! Jesus!
Yeah.
It's not a good time for hot taking and monologues, you know?
I'm just tired of looking at his face, man. I think he's really messing up his own brain. I don't think he realizes that.
Just with his face?
Chasing the algorithm. Yeah, with his face for sure. I think there was like a NBA game about to drop, and they showed like Stephen A. Smith playing as a player on there. Grossing me out, fam. Oh, my God. Look at this. Ugh.
But he also had the incident where he's like playing solitaire during a finals game.
Yeah. We got a sponsorship out of that.
I think his big money is just maybe taking him off of his fastball, or the sports world's evolving around him, and he and Skip Bayless can't quite keep up.
I don't know, man. I just think they're hot taking and chasing the timeline, and I think that it's going to wear itself out at some point.
But ESPN's NBA show is an NBA Countdown. It is just not good
at all.
I think they're probably just fishing for some combination that might work.
Did they take Michael Wilbon off it too?
Not that I know of.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he'd been on it for some time as well.
At least he's NBA-ish though.
Yeah.
At least he's gonna give you some type of breakdown.
Yeah.
You got Malika Windhorst, Michael Malone, Kendrick Perkins, and Shams.
Oh, God. They got Michael Malone from Denver.
Big Perk always dropping a hot opinion about something.
Yeah. Like, come here, honey.
Yeah.
He's got that kind of opinion.
Hey, I got this one for you right here, Mr. Broadus.
Yeah.
The estate of the late O.J. Simpson is set to run the Goldman family that money. Run me my money. He's about to run that money. The estate of O.J. Simpson has agreed to pay nearly $58 million to Fred Goldman, the father of Ron Goldman, according to CBS.
Yeah.
The documents were filed Friday by the Simpson estate, so it's filed. They're about to get that paper for real. Now, why do you think they're paying him that money?
You know what? Maybe to try and clear some of OJ's name of some stuff. Maybe this was something that was hanging over for other family members or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's probably more difficult now that OJ is gone to come up with some sort of an explanation to not pay it. Maybe it's settling the settlement.
I wonder if it was something to do with the carryover for the kids.
Right, because that's a whole lot of money, man. And how much is OJ really worth? I know he tarnished his legacy a little bit. So it's not like you can just go sell that name.
Yeah.
The estate's worth $58 million at least, though. That's a surprise.
It's crazy.
It's surprising. It really is.
Because he played in an era where everybody was making just a couple $100,000.
I felt like
a good businessman.
I felt like that he was kind of living off his NFL pension.
Yeah, he was.
Like
That's why they couldn't touch that money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now they're breaking that bread up. So, yeah, I wonder if they're, like, trying to market O.J. Simpson's name or maybe sell a movie, a documentary or something later.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. And they're just trying to clear that up so you won't be chasing me down the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. That's just my...
I would watch a movie if they made another one.
Yeah, me too.
I would.
Yeah, I want a real live action movie. I want to be somebody casted as OJ out there.
Yeah.
And Collins and all the cats.
Pedro Guerrero.
Yeah. Hey, did we give the Expressway some love on this?
The on-time experts?
Yeah.
I believe I did.
Okay, just making sure, bro.
Snuck it in there.
Just keeping,
Yeah, that's
up
good.
on game. You know what I'm saying?
They deserve extra if they're getting it.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, no, you're right. All right, let's see what else I got for you boys. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a toxic Tuesday. You guys remember the FaceTime AI facelift situation? Yes. Well, it used to be like how you would clear somebody. Hey, FaceTime me right quick to make sure you're not a bot and trolling me and everything.
Yeah.
And then you can FaceTime them and you can see who it is. But now that the AI, you still think you're looking at a beautiful girl, a beautiful guy, whatever the case, whatever you like out there. And it could be not that on the other end.
Like to a crazy point. It's not like, oh, this girl is like, she's a 6 and I thought she was a 10 or whatever because I FaceTimed her. No, it's like this is a dude who looks nothing like anything, and he looks like a total smoke show on the FaceTime.
Catfishing's gone next level.
My gosh.
Next level. Yes.
Yeah, and it's hitting the NBA apparently.
Oh, poor Zion.
Damn.
It would probably be Anthony Edwards.
Because he has nothing but time.
Yeah.
Clearly, putting it on that middle. The FaceTime AI facelift is hitting the NBA, and players are getting extorted.
Jeez.
Extorted. Who remembers a former NBA player, Eddie Curry?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Eddie Curry.
There we go.
One pick, right?
There we go.
Big man.
There we go. Well, he's sounding the alarm right here. Eddie Curry jumped on the Out of the Mud podcast.
Out of the mud.
To alert people about the new scam hitting the pro levels. Take it away, Mr. Eddie Curry.
That social media bro, that scary, dog. Some pretty girl send you a message, bro. They'll stalk your account, bro. They got websites that'll show you everything that you like. They can see the type of girl you like, and they'll create a profile.
By the way, they can't. The algorithm's pretty good at telling what you like.
Yeah.
So they're hiding the likes, but there's a website you can go to find the likes?
I don't know all about it. I just think the algorithm is good at it.
I think they're hitting these dating site pages. You put all that information in there.
You think is that what it is? I don't know, because like I said, the algorithm is showing me like, oh, you like thighs, huh? Bam, 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 bam. All right, that's enough.
They are good.
It's enough.
Yeah. And quick response. You know, you can get a new interest, and the next thing you know, it's flooding.
It's flooding like two scrolls. 2 scrolls is there.
So when they reach out to you, you gon' hit them back, bro. And then they like, hey, FaceTime me. And you like, cool, I'll FaceTime you. Then I know you real. Then you FaceTime them, they screenshot you, they'll take their picture off and put some child up there, some bullshit, bro. And then they'll hit you like, hey, if you don't want this to come out, you gotta pay me.
Cold game.
And you gotta pay them, bro. With AI, bro, this